Chapter 1. The Forbidden Ruins, Evil Spirit Nitian. Sangnan City. Sunshine Mental Hospital. In the director's office. Bang. A male doctor, clad in a disheveled white coat, slammed his fist on the table, his knuckles turning crimson. With one hand clutching his trousers, he complained while keeping a wary eye on Emocia. Director, are you going to intervene or not? It was one thing before, but just now he actually right in the courtyard, in front of my girlfriend. He pulled down my pants. The director, a portly man, dared not meet the eyes of his subordinate in this predicament, and instead fiddled with his beer belly. This is troublesome. Although he was a mental patient, he held 20 of the shares in Sunshine Mental Hospital. The director himself only had 4, yet the other was his best psychiatrist. Despite the arrival of a renowned Dr. Lee this morning, who merely borrowed the title and wasn't a permanent fixture, this situation still weighed heavily on him. It made him ponder the stark disparity among doctors. Couldn't they strive a little harder to reach Dr. Lee's level and gain some leverage against Emocia? Brother Emo, what is the reason this time? Speak. I will have him amend his behavior. Facing this man who held his fate in his hands and could easily propose his dismissal, the director could only pinch his nose and negotiate amicably. He says I'm insane. Emocia crossed his arms, nostrils flaring defiantly, showing no leniency towards the 2 men. One was his subordinate, and the other had little authority over him. Unfazed, you originally a him. The agitated Dr. Zhang barely began to speak when the director interrupted him with a cough. Get out. Go write a self-reflection report. Turning back to Emocia, the director donned a smile. Brother Mo, please return for now. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Emocia glanced at Dr. Zhang, puffing out his chest like an inflated rooster. Humph. Showing off your affection in front of us. Indeed, he shouldn't have a girlfriend. Don't be upset. Be good. The director coaxed and nudged Emocia out of the office. Few once assured that the little tyrant had left, the director exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Director, where there is oppression, there is resistance. I believe it is time for you to resist, Dr. Zhang remarked, his gaze heavy with disappointment. Resist? Resist what? Mind your words. The director resumed his seat, gently tapping the table. Now, tell me what exactly happened? Dr. Zhang gritted his teeth, recalling the earlier scene, feeling his face flush. 5 minutes ago, the scene rewinds. The sun shone brightly. A warm breeze caressed the face, lulling one into drowsiness. In the courtyard of the mental hospital. Baby, you smell so good. May I take a whiff? Dr. Zhang nestled next to his petite girlfriend on a bench in the corner of the yard. The girl leaned closer, yet her bottom maintained a respectful distance, unconsciously wrinkling her nose, which appeared adorable in Dr. Zhang's eyes. How annoying. There are so many people here, she said, though her heart fluttered. The antics of the patients nearby made her cheeks flush. Uncertain if it was the sight of a patient standing resolutely against the wind, exuding an overwhelming force, a young man seemed to be in a peculiar state. Let's change the location. The hesitant demeanor of his girlfriend prompted Dr. Zhang, aged 36, to lose his composure. Drawing closer, he murmured softly, "It's fine, they don't seem to understand what this is." At that moment, the rustling sound from the nearby bushes caught Dr. Zhang's attention, compelling him to turn his head, only to meet the frozen grin of Emocia. Ah! His girlfriend exclaimed first, startling the nearby psychiatric patients, who all turned their gazes in unison. Look, look! The monkey is calling. The monkey is calling. Monkey? My name is Sun Wukong. Jade Emperor, come face me. Miserable disciple. In this realm of unseemly love, peace shall not prevail. Today, at this Leifeng pagoda, you shall not enter. May Amenba bless us. Remember Allah's command for the tribe. The surrounding patients began to converge rapidly. One patient, wielding a paper scroll like a golden staff, jabbed it accurately into Dr. Zhang's side. Bold green-haired turtle, if you seek to take a life, let me obliterate your hidden reserves. Dr. Zhang paid little heed to Sun Wukong's staff pressing against him. Instead, tremblingly turned to Emocia. Do you think I'm insane? Emocia's voice was low, yet with his handsome visage, he exuded a roguish charm. Not to that extent. Swish, Emocia lunged at Dr. Zhang's girlfriend. No, she's a girl. Dr. Zhang reacted instinctively, as if his tail had been stepped on, and leaped toward his girlfriend. He was all too familiar with this scenario, which momentarily overrode his instinct for self-preservation. His hands slipped from his belt, securely shielding his girlfriend's short skirt. Under the broad daylight, the thought of his girlfriend being disrobed by another man was unbearable. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Swiftly? As he leapt, time seemed to stretch, and in a fleeting glance downward, Emo's adept hand skillfully flicked at his belt, withdrawing it while simultaneously reaching for his waistband. No, stop. Dr. Zhang's voice rose several octaves, a terrified shriek escaping him as it felt like he was losing everything. Whoosh! With a swift motion, as Dr. Zhang landed beside his girlfriend, his bare legs were exposed to the sunlight. In that moment, the blushing Dr. Zhang felt more embarrassed than a shy girlfriend. Under the scrutinizing eyes of onlookers, particularly his astonished girlfriend, a reckless thought crossed Dr. Zhang's mind. Are you out of your mind? What have I done to you? Watching us flirt is one thing, but why the hell are you pulling my pants down? Dr. Zhang, disregarding his disheveled appearance, began to confront Mo. You claim I'm insane. This obsessive remark from Mo. resonated deeply. Having traversed into this world over a decade ago, he had always felt somewhat abnormal, but had managed to suppress it with medication, as surviving as an orphan in society was no easy feat. Having traversed through time, he was left with nothing but the shares of a mental institution, inherited from parents he had never met, ensuring his sustenance was secured. Must he continue to take medication to suppress himself? Absolutely not. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. If he was unwilling, he would fight. In this world where deities could be felled, death could come at any moment. So what was there to fear? Moreover, he had to complete his awakening task, which was somewhat taxing for Dr. Zhang. Indeed, you are the one who is mentally ill. Your mind is deranged. I told you, you should not be coddled like this. What good are you without your medication? Dr. Zhang felt a tumult of indignation and frustration. His entire life had been devoted to emulating Dr. Li. Yet ever since encountering this privileged lunatic who refused medication, he felt as if he were ensnared within the confines of Songnan City. 8 long years had passed. He had never heard of anyone being cured of severe schizophrenia and extreme paranoia without medication. Each time he was reprimanded, it was as though the director were admonishing him, albeit with a form of compensation. Mo. tilted his head, a manic grin spreading across his face. Slap! The belt he had seized collided in the air with a sharp sound. I will beat you to a pulp. Dr. Zhang was prepared to throw a punch at Mo. But to his astonishment, Mo's target was none other than his girlfriend. Just like that, his girlfriend of merely a month was driven away. This is how I ended up here, brought in by the security. Dr. Zhang lamented to the director, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Alas, the director sighed deeply, fixing his gaze on Dr. Zhang's waist. You are a commendable doctor. Henceforth, I shall grant you special permission to wear pants that are bound with ropes, securing multiple ties, and you may forego the belt altogether. Dr. Zhang, the security room of the mental institution. From Zhang Zilai's resentment value 100. Wandering aimlessly, Mo. lounged with one leg crossed over the other, observing Dr. Zhang's girlfriend kissing an elderly gentleman before smoothly entering a vehicle, slowly shaking his head. This woman, she can only deceive a naive fellow like little Zhang, my portable charger. Having traversed through time for so long, my resentment has finally accumulated. Initial resentment accumulated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Forbidden Ruins Evil Spirit Nitian. Chapter 2, Awakening Beyond the 5 Elements and 3 Realms. Evil Spirit Nitian. Repeating these 4 characters in contemplation, Mo. simultaneously gazed at the luminous system interface before his retinas, the words "the strongest justice system" glaring back at him, his expression darkening. Boom! The furniture within the security room was instantly overturned by the inexplicable force emanating from Mo's body. A thick, black malevolence absorbed the warmth of the room, growing stronger as it slithered up from his feet. The chilling, bone-deep malevolence felt remarkably warm to Mo's, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. The sinister energy cleansed him, restoring his clarity of mind. Even within a 5-meter radius, nothing was withheld from him, including the elderly gentleman outside basking in the sun, fixated on his phone and his trivial thoughts. This girl has quite the posterior. Those headlights are blinding too. Surely she'll bear sons. What is this child doing wearing such tight pants? They're even translucent. Doesn't she worry about circulation? So shiny. I wonder if they're slippery. This is quite good. This encapsulates the inner thoughts of the old gatekeeper. Through a semblance of spiritual insight, he could glimpse the vibrant world displayed on the elderly gentleman's mobile screen. Am I truly able to hear the thoughts of the old man? Yet, no matter how hard Mo.Sia listened, all he could discern were these colorful musings, as if the old man's mind itself had been pixelated. This system is the ultimate justice system. The host's forbidden ruins stem from the Evil Sword Immortal, inherently equipped with the ability to perceive the malevolent thoughts of others. The host theoretically can absorb any power, but caution is advised regarding physical limitations. The host may directly absorb resentment to enhance their mental fortitude, but beware, possessing mere mental strength can lead to demise. The host can utilize the power of the 7 deadly sins to temporarily elevate their realm, but the power of the 7 deadly sins must be collected independently. At each realm, the host may acquire an ability from the Evil Sword Immortal. The host currently resides in the Zhan realm, gaining the ability beyond the 5 elements and 3 realms. The system has issued a novice item, the 7 deadly sins Buddhist beads. Naturally, Mo.Sia activated his newly acquired ability. After reviewing the introduction, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Beyond the 5 elements and 3 realms, the host will remain undetected by certain entities, and the host's actions and future will not be calculable. In simpler terms, this means I won't be discovered by Azathoth, nor will my fate be discerned by the Fate Monk and others. Mo.Sia scoffed at the notion. However, this ability proved to be quite useful. Lingchi tirelessly depleted Azathoth's strength through repetition. Yet, should his presence inadvertently awaken Azathoth, wouldn't that spell doom for this world? The 7 deadly sins Buddhist beads comprise 7 pearls, serving as tools for collecting the 7 deadly sins. Well, it will have to suffice, Mo.Sia declared, rising and cracking his knuckles. Now that I have awakened, it is time for me to depart. As he approached the door, Mo.Sia glanced at a note on the table and casually picked up a roll of paper. This old man is quite pitiful at his age. He can only observe. Upon exiting, Mo.Sia tossed the roll of paper into the hands of the security guard. Old man, strive to enter sage mode in the short term. You won't have to see these pink skulls anymore. The security guard instinctively shut off his phone, holding the roll of paper, momentarily at a loss. Me? Sage mode? The security guard glanced down at his own midsection, his expression turning ashen. It had indeed been quite some time since he had stood tall. But was this something to be openly discussed? You cheeky brat. What's wrong with your old man? The security guard sprang up, but upon seeing the direction Mo.Sia was heading, a chill ran down his spine. No, wait. I only wanted to say a couple of words. Why are you running away? Come back. I'm not finished. The security guard, sensing urgency, hastily swiped away the young lattice number while simultaneously dialing a phone number and grasping his baton. He could tolerate this little rascal occupying his security room. He could even endure the jibes about his shortcomings. But he truly could not allow this young one to leave. What if he faced unemployment in his old age? No need to see me off. Uncle Deng, I am off to save the world. Mo.Sia declared, with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand raised high. This world needs me. Confident in his flawless performance, Mo.Sia turned around only to find the security guard with a phone clamped to his neck, his left hand clutching his waist while his right hand wielded a baton, his face pale and seemingly enraged. There's no need to be so angry in the future. You shall take pride in me. That's not I've pulled a muscle in my back. What? The person has fled. The director, accompanied by Dr. Zhang, who had just changed his trousers, hurried towards the security room. Mo.Sia's departure was a trivial matter, however. He held shares in the psychiatric hospital. With only 3 days remaining until his 18th birthday, why was he running away now? Those shares were rightfully his. Dr. Zhang was unaware of the director's thoughts, yet he felt elated. The troublemaker was finally leaving. Upon reaching the security room, the director ignored the seated security guard, immediately scanning the vicinity for traces of Mo.Sia. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang, standing outside the security room, noticed a piece of paper on the table. What is this? Upon entering and unfolding the paper, he froze in place. He swiftly pulled out the top sheet and tucked it into his pocket, biting his lip as he presented the second sheet to the director. Director, this was left by Mo. Sia. It must be for you. The director promptly snatched it, and as he read the note, a smile crept across his lips, quickly escalating into hearty laughter. A transfer, is it? I shall transfer. This was the share transfer agreement signed by Mo. Sia, which would take effect upon his transfer of funds, precisely what he had long desired. Now, I shall be the major shareholder. Reality necessitates completing business registration. This is fiction. Do not overthink. The director immediately picked up his phone and began entering the card number. He had prepared the funds long ago. Dr. Zhang, looking up at the sky, clutched the paper in his pocket tightly. Thank you. Mo. Sia had never lied during his time in the hospital, so the note indeed contained a genuine sentiment from that woman. Though he harbored resentment towards this individual, he trusted him. The psychiatric hospital would not feel the absence of one less patient. However, for Dr. Zhang, he was losing a profoundly unconventional friend. Are you here to welcome me? Dr. Li, just arriving from the fasting center, observed the scene with his hands in his pockets, catching sight of Dr. Zhang's badge. Your surname is Zhang? May I borrow your badge for a moment? Without waiting for a response from the director, Dr. Li took Dr. Zhang's badge and turned to leave. Wait. Dr. Zhang grasped Dr. Li's wrist and quickly pulled out his notebook. Big shot. May I inquire how to treat extreme paranoia and schizophrenia more effectively? Chapter 3. How peculiar I am. Do you like it? As he strolled down the street, Mo. Sia simply had his hands plunged into his pockets, doing nothing at all. The essence of the 7 deadly sins wafted from the passers-by, coalescing into a crimson orb of energy, gradually gathering towards him. He instinctively absorbed it into the corresponding beads of his rosary. Pride corresponded to violet, envy to green, wrath to red, sloth to gray, greed to gold, gluttony to orange, and lust to pink. Although it seemed somewhat odd for a young man to wear a rainbow-hued bead bracelet, it was a curious sight nonetheless. Brother, are you unwell? A little girl walked beside Mo. Sia, her mouth occupied with a lollipop. Her lively eyes danced over his patient attire, and she offered her candy, saying, Here, have some. Ding-dong. A notification pinged. Mo. Sia opened the phone identical to the one the dean had gifted him. So urgent, but it would spare him a plethora of troubles later. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the innocent smile of the little girl, and as his eyes drifted downward, he noticed her shoes. His nose twitched slightly, and a twisted smile crept upon his lips. He crouched down and popped the lollipop into his mouth. Saliva? It mattered not. The girl, unfazed, scrunched her nose and tapped his mouth, saying, If you eat the candy, you must listen to the doctor. With that, she turned and scampered away. There was an air of mystery, perhaps a lurking danger on the streets. Mo. Sia ventured into a nearby convenience store, addressing the intern behind the counter. I'll take 200 yuan worth of candy and snacks. Pack them up quickly. He scanned for payment, leaving an additional 10 yuan on the table as a tip. Standing at the entrance, his gaze remained fixated on the little girl. Having just awakened to his abilities, he was yet unfamiliar with the sensation of battle. Muttering to himself, Mo. Sia proceeded to a nearby sporting goods store. I'll take that baseball bat, the sturdier one. 2 minutes later, with the bat resting on his shoulder and a large bag of snacks in his left hand, he trailed the little girl from a distance. Remarkably, she bounced along, her pace surprisingly brisk. As he attempted to control the distance, Mo. Sia felt the temperature around him plummet, prompting him to sprint forward. The little girl must have heard the commotion. She turned to glance at the approaching Mo. Sia, her eyes widening in alarm. She recalled her mother's admonition not to converse with strangers, especially peculiar ones. This brother was clad in patient garb and was running towards her wielding a large bat. Oh dear! Fear welled up in her eyes, and tears began to spill. The sound of her distress quickened the pace of the figure that had been stalking her. Greed 10, gluttony 10. A notification echoed in Mo. Sia's mind. Yet his focus lay elsewhere. Why is this little brat crying? Mo. Sia was perplexed, unable to comprehend why the ghastly figure loomed behind the child, unseen by her. Yet she could only see herself. Was she truly that unappealing? However, there was no time for contemplation. She swung the baseball bat with the precision honed over 18 years. Commanding, crouched down, whether it was her stern tone or the imminent approach of the bat that prompted it. The little girl let out a startled cry and instinctively covered her head as she squatted down. The bat soared past her, striking the ghastly figure squarely in the face. The contorted visage twisted grotesquely, but it merely slowed its movements. A guttural roar erupted from the creature, and a viscous liquid erupted forth. At that moment, the little girl turned her head in astonishment, oblivious to the potentially corrosive substance that was about to splatter across her face. Yet, she had been so frightened that she trembled, her lips quivering, unable to summon a sound. How despicable! A charming little girl like her, what were you thinking? M.O. Sierra raised a grimy plastic board with one hand, shielding the child from behind. Just hold your head down and stay still. With a resounding crash, the plastic board nearly shattered upon impact. M.O. Sierra shifted the lollipop to the left side of his mouth, the 7 deadly sins flickering slightly, merging with his wrist. His mental energy surged within him, dark red tendrils resembling fine ribbons enveloping his fists. With his punch, he felt capable of slaying a bull, and this sensation was far more potent than the seemingly weaker, ghastly figure, which was likely below the threshold of Jean. It was in for a rude awakening. With a sudden thrust of his body, M.O. Sierra pressed forward, using the plastic board to push the ghastly figure back. Simultaneously, he unleashed a punch directly onto the creature's chest, precisely where its weakness lay, as he had gleaned from the original narrative. Engaging in mere physical contact without a proper assessment of their respective strengths, he had no certainty whether he had vanquished the creature. He continued to pound relentlessly, feeling a sense of exhilaration as he cast aside the board and unleashed his fists with abandon. Ah! Bang! 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 M.O. Sierra's saliva flew in all directions, completely disregarding his appearance. The ghastly figure's eyes had long since rolled into oblivion. After being struck down by M.O. Sierra, its form trembled under the force of the recoil. Just as M.O. Sierra felt his arms begin to tire, a white soul entity emerged from the ghastly figure, revealing an unexpected ability. Could this be its soul? Gazing at the ethereal form before him, M.O. Sierra couldn't help but wipe away his saliva. It looked utterly delectable. He extended his right hand, the sinister energy akin to threads, tugging at the soul entity to draw it back, as if aware of the fate that awaited it. The ghastly figure's soul disregarded the pain of its own disintegration and fled desperately. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Montauk si yanked forcefully, enveloping the ghastly figure's soul in his malevolent energy, compressing it into a pale pill under the pressure. Almost instinctively, he swallowed it whole, letting out a blissful exclamation. This sensation resembles the delight of savoring an ice pop on a sweltering summer day, or the comfort of indulging in a bowl of lamb soup during the frigid winter. It is akin to the sweetness of cake following a heartbreak. The once nearly depleted reserves of mental energy have been replenished significantly. M.O. Sierra is acutely aware that much of this energy was squandered during the process of reanimation. Naturally, the mental capacity of the Jean realm is not particularly abundant. At this moment, M.O. Sierra harbors a singular thought: to vanquish more mysteries and relish in delightful indulgences. How peculiar I am. M.O. Sierra elongated his tone, effortlessly turning to glance at the little girl, unable to suppress a grin. Do you like it? The little girl rolled her eyes and fainted from fright. Today, she encountered a formidable creature. It seemed intent on devouring her. But unexpectedly, the ailing older brother turned the tables and consumed the monster instead. This child, it seems, is rather susceptible to fright. Chapter 4. Oh, clever one, you are quite deceivable. Here we are, gazing at the sign of the Peace Affairs office. M.O. Sierra loosened his collar, dispelling a hint of heat. Exhaustion enveloped him. Currently, a fainted little girl lay on his shoulder, while he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Even riding the bus was taxing. Ding dong. Welcome. As M.O. Sierra entered, pulling the suitcase, a rather attractive girl merely twitched her nose, quickly suppressing her smile, her narrowed eyes darting between the little girl and the suitcase. How audacious! An air of mystery surrounded him. The suitcase exuded a scent of blood, and he had a child as a hostage? Just as Hong Ing hesitated on whether to deal with M.O. Sierra right then and there, he unexpectedly spoke up. To my surprise, you are quite lovely. Ying, is this a flirtation or a ploy to buy time? Please take care of this for me. Mo Xie said, pulling the suitcase in front of him and pushing it towards Hong Ying. Aren't you supposed to handle such matters? Help me dispose of this body. Huh. After a brief moment of shock, Hong Ying was suddenly amused by his audacity. How brazen of him to suggest she assist in disposing of a corpse. Were they partners in crime? She had already concluded that this individual before her was a highly intelligent new type of mystery. Hong Ying aimed at a small point on the wall, her long gun emerging from its sheath, flames dancing along the gun's body, illuminating her exquisite visage. You wish for me to handle the body? Very well, I shall oblige. Mo Xie wore an expression of nonchalance, pushing the suitcase a bit further away to avoid any self-harm. Let us incinerate it, ideally to ashes, as it cannot be consumed anyway. Hong Ying had confirmed Mo Xie's identity. The scent of mystery clung to him. Was it not indeed mysterious? She calculated the distance discreetly, pondering how to rescue the hostage who was nestled in Mo Xie's arms. This was a matter of great complexity. Why not place the child on the sofa to prevent collateral damage? She suggested, feigning difficulty in holding her gun, aiming it at the suitcase. Allericht, Montag sie conceded, realizing he was indeed on dangerous ground, and that Hong Ying, a night watcher, would not harm a child. Just as he set the girl down comfortably, a flicker of flame shot past him, and Hong Ying pushed him aside, steadfastly positioning herself in front of the little girl. Oh, clever one, you are quite deceivable, aren't you? At this moment, her gun was no longer aimed at the suitcase, but directly at Mo Xie. You seem to possess a sliver of conscience. Surrender now. Montaxi? What on earth is happening? Had he spent too long in a psychiatric hospital to become obsolete in society? He comprehended every word. Yet their combination left him bewildered. Wasn't their conversation proceeding amicably? Were women truly this capricious? He was oblivious to the mysterious aura surrounding him, since he refused to surrender. I shall not hold back. Hong Ying's long gun quivered, striking towards Mo Xie. Ah! Women, truly unreasonable. Mo Yi grasped the gun's muzzle, the malevolent energy and flames entwining in a symphony of crisp sounds. Such a potent aura of wickedness, strikingly handsome. Indeed, you're a no good person. With a flick of her wrist, Hong Ying unleashed a torrent of flames from the weapon's body. You are merely at the lantern stage, by no means my equal. As she pulled her wrist downward, a tremendous force shattered the bonds of darkness, engulfing Mo Yi entirely. Sizzling, Mo Yi enveloped his body in a layer of malevolent energy, subsequently drawing in the flames. This fire is a manifestation of Hong Ying's mental prowess, and he is capable of absorbing any form of energy. Burp. As if overindulged, Mo Yi released a hearty belch, expelling not only breath, but also a considerable amount of mental energy. Ugh! Hong Ying, caught off guard by the foul breath, nearly retched, momentarily retracting her power and covering her mouth and nose. Truly, ugh, peculiar, ugh, whoosh. A transparent veil of energy shot forth, enveloping Hong Ying and shielding her from Mo Yi's biochemical onslaught. A girl clad in a JK uniform, though filled with confusion, was clear about whom to assist. Xiaonan. Stay back. A cold man wielding a sniper rifle positioned himself protectively in front of Si Xiaonan, aiming his weapon at Mo Yi. You two step back. A long-range shot so close. Do you seek to unleash an instant attack? A middle-aged man, brandishing a knife and striking a pose, bore a slight smile as his gaze fixated on Mo Yi. A new species presented to us, somewhat charming, yet distinctly sinister. Speak, who are you? How'd you find this place? What is your purpose here? Beside the little girl, a man had appeared unannounced. He reached out to pat the girl's head, yet his gaze remained locked on the peculiar suitcase. Chun Mai felt an unsettling aura emanating from a suitcase, the nature of which eluded him. Among the circle of individuals surrounding him, Mo Yi recognized them as a charming group. He was naturally reluctant to engage in conflict with them, and as for joining their ranks, that could be addressed later. Were it not for the need to handle the little girl and the corpse of the masked man, he might not have ventured over it all. I am Mo Yi. I just rescued this child from the jaws of the masked man. The corpse resides within the suitcase. And to prevent contamination, it would be best if you handled it. This child is traumatized. Please consider how to assist her. Hong Ying furrowed her brow and shot through the suitcase with her gun. In the instant, blood threatened to seep out. Si Shaonan deftly cast a layer of energy around the suitcase's base, preventing the mess from staining anything. Gazing at the viscous, foul-smelling liquid, Hong Ying instinctively grimaced. After seeing Chun Mai nod slightly, she unleashed a surge of flames from her long gun, incinerating the liquid in an instant. With a flick of her wrist, the long gun flew back into the recess of the wall. Your method of disposal is commendable, but next time, there's no need for such complications. Just give me a call with your location. Chun Mai tossed her a business card. Hong Ying understood his intent and realized she had misjudged him. Pouting, she bowed slightly to Mo Yi. I misunderstood you, my apologies. After offering her apology, she turned her head aside, murmuring softly, the words escaping her lips unknown. Beside the crimson tassel, Wu Xiangnan's lips twitched slightly, for he had heard distinctly. It was undoubtedly him. Strange indeed. The fact that I did not confront him directly was a testament to my rationality. This little brat hardly resembled a virtuous individual. Wu Xiangnan gathered his thoughts. Perceiving the gradually fading enigmatic aura of Mo Xie, his curiosity ignited instantaneously. Yet, given their unfamiliarity, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Mo Xie blinked, surveying the surroundings, yet failed to discern any signs of invitation. How curious. Upon first glance, I appear extraordinary, yet no one extends an invitation for me to join? Perhaps I would have acquiesced. Chapter 5. Sustained by the resentment of workers' captain. Why don't we invite him to join us? Wu Xiangnan could no longer restrain her curiosity as soon as Mo Xie departed from the office. What do you mean? Am I weak? I am, after all, at the pool realm, and I certainly did not exert my full strength. Hong Ying conceded that she had been slightly rattled. How had Wu Xiangnan managed to strike a nerve? Xiaonan, please let go of me. Chun Mai glanced at the spot where the suitcase had been placed and shook his head slowly. The forbidden realm and the awakened individual are inherently connected. Such pure malevolent entities had never manifested before. Gently stroking the little girl's head, Chun Mai's touch seemed to possess a magical quality that calmed the trembling child. She whispered, "Don't eat me. I'm very well behaved." Upon hearing this, images of Mo Xie flashed through Chun Mai's mind. He surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a steady voice. Everyone harbors secrets. Lao Zhao, please investigate his background. Do not spread today S events indiscriminately. I will report them myself. Xiangnan, the ghost-faced individuals seldom appear alone. Investigate the old city area. We shall clear it out together then. Xiaonan, bring forth the dream whisper. This little girl needs her sleep. Sighing, Chun Mai mused that it was likely another background check. The authorities are indeed troublesome. With my striking looks, it is evident that I am a good person. On the street, Mo Xie posed before a glass storefront, admiring his own gallant image. Inhaling deeply, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. What could be so aromatic? Turning his head, Mo Xie's pupils gleamed with a red light as he noticed a cluster of buildings emitting a dense gray mist. It appeared to be a commercial district. Could this be the resentment the system had mentioned? A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes, as if he had mastered some celestial cultivation technique. With exuberance, Mo Xie dashed toward the towering structures. At the heart of the buildings lay an artificial mountain, surrounded by fountains that poured water over its summit, cascading gently down. The surrounding greenery was artfully arranged, transforming the commercial area into a veritable ecological park. Water symbolizes wealth, while the verdant plants foster a harmonious atmosphere. At the very least, according to Mo Xie's understanding of feng shui, this was indeed a fortuitous location. I am uncertain how such an arrangement would fare. Any knowledgeable comrades willing to enlighten me? Leaping onto the artificial mountain, he seated himself upon the sole dry spot at its peak. The surrounding fountains danced nearby, just out of reach. What an overwhelming presence of resentment. Mo Xie felt an uncontainable joy surge within him. The adage that workers sustain the malevolent sword immortal proved to be true. In fact, Mo Xie was tempted to add that these buildings could sustain not only the malevolent sword immortal, but also the 7 deadly sins. The gray resentment, invisible to the ordinary eye, and the vibrant aura of the 7 deadly sins seemed to find an outlet, rushing toward Emosia. Desire. With each notification of increasing desire, Emosia could hear the whispers of numerous hearts. Shaoli possesses quite a shapely posterior, while Brother Ma exhibits remarkable strength. Uncertain of his thoughts, Emosia finds himself flushed, overwhelmed by the cacophony of desires surrounding him. Although some individuals express their wants openly, such sentiments are rather commonplace. However, the sheer intensity of them proves to be a torment for a young man. These vampires, who accomplish little in terms of productivity, squander resources and wages, destined to labor like beasts for eternity. How dare you presume to be my equal? In the realm of arrogance, Emosia experiences a profound sense of relief, as he is spared the mental strain of conjuring images. Why does he deserve a promotion? He is clearly inferior to me. Scoundrel, climbing into the boss's bed merely for a pay raise. The cries of jealousy compel Emosia to shake his head in dismay. What good is mere contemplation without action? I am so exhausted. Another meeting looms ahead. Must I not be allowed to leave on time? Perhaps I shall indulge in some television instead. With a daily wage of 100, how can I possibly aspire to greater heights? What are you all doing? You can't even manage this simple task? If you can't do your job, then perhaps you shouldn't be here at all. Even most trivial among us display more enthusiasm. Your intellect is utterly useless, more obstructed than a clogged toilet. The earlier emotions were merely internal musings, but the anger is vocal and direct. Mosia cannot help but feel sympathy for the working class, who would endure such torment if not for the necessity of money. This wretched class is unbearable, with incompetent leaders and colleagues. Heaven help us, who will rectify this situation. Here we are, yet another draft. Did my numerous revisions vanish as if devoured by dogs? Team building and overtime. Does this foolish boss have no sense? The whispers of discontent echo incessantly in his mind, reverberating like demonic murmurs. Despite the buzzing in his head, an influx of resentment fuels his spirit, propelling his mental prowess to unprecedented heights. Detected host beginning to absorb resentment. Conversion rate of resentment to spiritual energy 3:1. Realm begins to ascend. Initial stage of the genre realm. Mid-stage of the genre realm. Late stage of the genre realm. His mental force surges, and this rapid growth, combined with a lack of prior experience, causes Mosia's body to feel as though it is swelling, leaving him somewhat lightheaded. It is akin to his soul having left his body, hovering on clouds, unable to ascend or descend. More critically, he realizes he struggles to control his own body. Attempting to stand, his legs merely twitch. Wishing to massage his limbs, his arms hang limply at his sides. In this moment, Mosia comprehends the system's warning about physical limits. Yet, the Evil Sword Immortal lacks a corporeal form, existing solely as a mass of energy. He is still, undeniably, a human being. At last, the reason behind some individuals' thoughts of mechanical ascension has become clear. Mosia decisively severed the supply of resentment, leaving only the essence of the 7 deadly sins to intertwine with the beads of the 7 deadly sins. Even disregarding the resentment, the absorption of the 7 deadly sins here occurs at a pace far swifter than that of the outside world. Resentment is a complex entity. It can encompass the 7 deadly sins while simultaneously existing independently from them. It appears that in the remaining time, he must simply remain here to acclimate to the newfound power. Mosia quickly came to this realization. While it takes others several months to achieve a breakthrough of this magnitude, he accomplished it in mere minutes. Nonetheless, it seems imperative to partake in the Night Watcher's training after all. Initially, he had no desire to attend, pondering the futility of wasting a year. Was he truly idle? Yet, it seems his body has determined its own limitations. Chapter 6. This child possesses the qualities of a great emperor the following day, in the office of Team 136. Wu Xiangnan sat across from Chun Mai, holding a tablet and a notebook. The profile of Mosia was now in hand. At 17 years and 363 days, Mosia A former shareholder of the Sunshine Mental Hospital had this morning transferred all his shares to the current director, Chung Tuming. According to the records retained at the hospital, he suffered from severe schizophrenia and paranoia, having engaged in physical altercations with others on multiple occasions, all of which were discreetly suppressed by Chung Tu. Upon hearing Wu Xiangnan mention Mo Xie's identity and age, Chen Mai displayed little reaction, yet he instinctively frowned when the discussion turned to his ailments. A night watchman could not possess such grave mental issues. Even if he were to be invited to join, it would only be after treatment at a place of abstinence. Wu Xiangnan, feeling somewhat helpless, pushed the tablet towards Chen Mai and continued to present the information. Mo Xie had minimal social connections. However, according to investigators, there was a somewhat ambiguous relationship between Mo Xie and the hospital's star physician, Zhang Zilai. They had been seen in public engaging in inappropriate behavior, with Mo Xie once audaciously pulling down Zhang Zilai's trousers. Earlier that afternoon, Zhang Zilai, having been deceived by his girlfriend, was drinking with friends and, while inebriated, referred to Mo Xie as his good brother, unlike that woman who only knew how to deceive him. He expressed a fervent desire to heal Mo Xie, declaring that if he failed, he would relentlessly pursue Mo Xie for the rest of his life. At this point, Wu Xiangnan's expression turned peculiar. He was aware that Zhang Zilai, in his drunkenness, was genuinely concerned about Mo Xie's well-being, yet his words sounded rather odd. If Zhang Zilai were to hear Wu Xiangnan's remarks, he would undoubtedly have him committed to a mental institution. We are merely good brothers. You are the one being ambiguous. Your entire family is ambiguous. Chen Mai perused Zhang Zilai's information from beginning to end, pausing thoughtfully on the part where Zhang Zilai scolded Mo Xie. Gradually, he nodded. As an experienced physician, he recognized that Zhang Zilai should be considered a detrimental friend to Mo Xie, potentially aiding in his treatment. As for the ambiguous relationship, it was merely a matter of listening. After Wu Xiangnan nodded, he produced the final piece of information. Based on the various data he had gathered, it was concluded that Mo Xie's forbidden abilities had never before manifested. However, it was speculated that his malevolent aura might entail some cost with each enhancement, although it remained uncertain whether it would harm others. Having relayed all this, Wu Xiangnan suggested to the contemplative Chen Mai that, given Mo Xie's act of saving a little girl for the sake of a lollipop, along with his generosity in purchasing a large bag of snacks, he did not seem to be a bad person, provided that the malevolent aura did not adversely affect his mental state. He believed they could extend an invitation for him to join them. First, collaborating could help mitigate the cost of his gaining power. Second, his rate of advancement appeared promising. And perhaps in the future, he could be encouraged to form the 5th special team. Wu Xiangnan paused here, but both points resonated deeply with Chen Mai. In his understanding, power itself held little significance. What truly mattered was the wielder. Among the Night Watchmen, many agents of the divine were not great deities of the Xia dynasty, yet they still wielded that power to protect the realm. Malevolence was mere malevolence. As long as the individual possessed righteousness, all would be well. Moreover, contemplating the contents within the realm of the King of Hell, should they be exposed, the entire city of Sangnan would undoubtedly face grave consequences, with assistance not guaranteed to arrive. When the miracles cease and external foes invade, Sangnan will require a formidable individual to lead the remaining populace to survival. Even if it is merely a semblance of transcendence that could suffice in place of oneself. Yet, since we have not sought his alliance this time, it will be prudent not to disturb him directly for the next few days. The number of mysterious entities in Sangnan has significantly increased, and opportunities for encounters will abound in the future. Chen Mai returned the tablet to Wu Xiangnan's hands, rising to take a stroll outside. Wu Xiangnan pursed her lips slightly, rolling her eyes in silence. A stroll? You mean to imply a chance encounter rather than a direct approach? Wu Xiangnan, with an air of understanding, did not embarrass Chen Mai. Regarding the captain's matters, refrained from inquiring too much. Chen Mai, with a hint of a smile, pushed open the door to the conference room. Captain! Captain! Just as Chen Mai stepped outside, he collided with Hong Ying. Hong Ying, how many times must I remind you to be more composed? Chen Mai protected his water cup, stepping back a pace alongside Hong Ying. Look, Hong Ying presented the tablet before Chun Mai, exclaiming, "Mo Yi has gone viral on a short video platform." Huh? What? Both Wu Xiangnan and Chun Mai leaned forward, captivated by the bold headline on the tablet. Sangnan's business district witnesses a transcendent master, meditating for a whole day without a break. They exchanged glances, reluctantly acknowledging the author's talent for titling. Had it merely stated not eating or drinking, it would not have attracted such an audience. After all, one cannot perish from a day without sustenance. However, the phrase without a break was indeed intriguing. Yet, what drew them further in was the content of the video. On a rockery, Mo Yi sat in a mystical pose, occasionally emitting a wisp of white vapor. The camera circled around him, capturing a final shot where a young man appeared alongside Mo Yi. Brothers, everyone can see this. There are no machines releasing steam nearby. It is highly likely that he is the legendary cultivator. Follow the blogger. The blogger will show you the path of cultivation. The comment section was flooded with insights from various experts in physics and chemistry, swiftly analyzing the phenomenon, while others might dismiss it as a fabrication. Only Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan recognized that Mo Yi was undergoing a breakthrough. The dissipating mental energy was evaporating surrounding water molecules, forming what resembled spiritual energy. Why did he choose such a conspicuous location for his breakthrough? Chun Mai could scarcely imagine what it would be like to undergo a breakthrough in the heart of the business district, with numerous bloggers capturing the moment. The thought alone was mortifying. What level of tranquility must one possess to cultivate under such circumstances? This individual must possess the potential of an emperor. Yet, is it possible that there is a cost involved? Wu Xiangnan instinctively spoke, though regretted it immediately, hastily rephrasing her words. Perhaps he was unable to find a suitable place. Or perhaps he simply favored this ambience. All right. Chun Mai turned his head to glance at the side, lightly sticking out his tongue, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. He sighed helplessly as he observed Hong Ying, who was fervently engrossed in her commentary. His gaze swept over the group of naysayers in the comment section. Take the tablet, Hong Ying, and go have a look, he urged. Huh? Hong Ying suddenly looked up, and upon realization, felt a twinge of reluctance. With swift hands, she sent out the edited information. Yes, I'll go right away. With that, she turned and dashed off. Chun Mai watched as Moyen appeared in the video, his eyes momentarily pausing on the comment section before decisively deleting Hong Ying's outrageous remark. Really, how could one say such a thing? And to suggest he harms children? I've always said she shouldn't be so engrossed in the internet. Chapter 7. The escape of the wronged Hong Ying. Can you guess where I have arrived? Indeed, seated behind me is none other than that renowned practitioner of immortality. I bear witness. Do you wish to know about the daily life of an immortal master? Follow the host, and you shall not lose your way. The spot beside the rockery where Mo Yi sits has transformed into a new hotspot for social media enthusiasts. Surrounding him, numerous vendors have begun to showcase their culinary delights. Nearby, many young women are striking poses and capturing photographs. Some streamers have come to debunk the myth, doubting that one could refrain from nature's calls for an entire day. My word, what a lively scene. When Hong Ying arrived, she too was taken aback. Such a surge of traffic. Surely we can capitalize on this. Thinking of her captain's frugal demeanor, Hong Ying pursed her lips, adjusted the long box on her back, and turned to join the vibrant atmosphere with her phone in hand. What? For you on for a skewer of starch sausage? Do you not recognize that the individual seated above is my brother? Beware, or I shall take him away. After ordering a skewer of starch sausage, Hong Ying was infuriated. This price hike was intolerable. Thus, she resolved to make a scene. TCH, look over there. The vendor, evidently unimpressed, gestured disdainfully towards another direction. As Hong Ying turned her head, she was stunned. Dear family, do not blame my brother. He forsook me, his sister, in pursuit of immortality, and he has his reasons. Family, the scoundrel who left me after our breakup has come here to practice immortality? At this revelation, Hong Ying nearly stormed out in fury. A chaotic gathering. Such a sight is truly unearthly. I shall have none of this. With a pout, she turned to leave, declaring, You can eat it yourself. Do you think you can profit at my expense? Dream on. She was there to protect Emocia, not to be a fool. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the pool realm. Gaining the ability, practical feedback learning capability. Practical feedback learning capability. All forces encountered by the host during combat or practice can be transformed into experience enhancement. For instance, if the host is struck, the opponent's force can enhance the host's physical attributes while practicing with a sword. Both the weight of the sword and the reactive force from wielding it contribute to the host's muscle memory. Upon comprehending the system's prompt, Emocia shifted his focus back to his surroundings. It is quite noisy, just as he acclimated to the surging spiritual energy within him. He instinctively frowned at the surrounding clamor and slowly opened his eyes. However, as soon as he cracked them open, he quickly shut them again. No, it must be that my method of opening my eyes is flawed. Before I absorbed the malevolent energy, there were none of these people here. Thinking to try again, he cautiously opened them a fraction. Alas, despair washed over him. Cameras were aimed directly at him. Were it not for the fountain obstructing them, they might have invaded his nostrils. I had become famous. Feeling a sudden pressure in his lower abdomen, Emocia realized he needed to relieve himself. Holding in one's bladder is hardly favorable for a young man. He even disregarded Hong Ying, who was staring at him. Suddenly rising, he dashed into the nearby public restroom. He has escaped. That cultivator has fled into the public toilet. I knew it was all a facade. Couldn't he hold it any longer, could he? No, my dear. Bring him back with this starchy sausage. The online celebrity circle erupted due to Emocia's urgent need for a restroom. Vendors even thrust the starchy sausage into the astonished hands of Hong Ying. If we changed locations, there wouldn't be so many onlookers. Hiss. Emocia shook himself, then, feeling quite satisfied, adjusted his trousers. Truly, what is this nonsense? As he opened the restroom door, he froze in place. Cameras were aimed directly at him, both phones and camcorders. Excuse me, are you a cultivator? Are you doing this for publicity? How do you manage a day without relieving yourself? Emocia's mind went blank. Who guards a public restroom? Suddenly, a hand emerged from the crowd, seizing Emocia and pulling him away. Remarkably strong, he found himself unable to resist, suspended in mid-air as the surroundings whirled by, the wind rushing into his clothing. 2.5 minutes later, in an alley 2 kilometers away, Emocia leaned against a wall, feeling cold and pale. Beside him, Hong Ying peeked around, wary of any pursuers. These people are truly insane. Not having shaken off their followers yet, Hong Ying let out a sigh of relief, saying, "What were you thinking?" In broad daylight. "Damn, you've entered the pool realm." Hong Ying looked as if she had seen a ghost. Just this morning, he was at the initial stage of the Lantern Realm, and now he had jumped straight to the initial stage of the pool realm in a single day. Grabbing Emocia's head, she scrutinized him with a gaze akin to that of assessing a freak. "Come back with me. Let Xiaonan check you out." Pushing Hong Ying's hand away, Emocia's expression turned slightly awkward. "I'm perfectly fine." "Check for what?" As he crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head aside, he added, "You didn't invite me, so why should I return?" Hong Ying, witnessing Emocia's childlike stubbornness, opened her mouth and pretended to gag. Yet the next moment she turned back with a cheerful grin. "We were mistaken, all right? For a genius like you, we should have been more enthusiastic." Recalling the message from her captain, Hong Ying pinched her nose to utter these insincere words. "Do you truly believe you're unaffected? Meeting someone so enigmatic, along with a suitcase containing a body devoid of its mysterious aura, it's quite strange for us to treat you as a normal person." Let us head back." Emocia, feeling his vanity thoroughly satisfied, strode out of the alley with his head held high. "Let us go." Moments later, both Emocia and Hong Ying, heads wrapped in cloth, stealthily peeked from behind a vehicle outside the peace office. "No one. I have no one here either." They exchanged glances and, with great haste, dashed into the office. Ding dong. "Welcome." When Shima opened his eyes wide, unblinking, as he sensed 2 rats scurry past him, only to vanish behind the sofa. Meanwhile, Xiaonan, who was engrossed in a drama on the sofa, tidied her disheveled hair and peered over the back at the 2 individuals leaning against the sofa, her expression particularly curious. Are you being chased? Hong Ying took a deep breath, landed a punch on Mo Xie beside her, and then flipped over on the sofa, clinging to Xiao Nan with a sense of grievance. Xiao Nan, I have been exposed in front of so many people. I can no longer freely stroll around or go shopping. Exposed? When Shima approached the sofa, glancing at the still frightened Mo Xie and the extraordinarily aggrieved Hong Ying, his demeanor turning serious. Did you two engage in a scuffle in front of so many people? Was there any harm done? Should I activate the contingency plan to make them forget? We didn't fight. It's just that many people think I have a connection with this little internet celebrity, hoping to gain traffic from me. Hong Ying looked at the standing Mo Xie, baring her teeth in frustration, but her mind quickly returned to the matter at hand. Xiao Nan, quickly check on him. He just broke through to the pool realm today. Chapter 8. Growing Stronger, the Unusual Mo Xie if you suffer from this psychological ailment. Treatment is necessary before you can officially become a night watchman. Allow me to assess whether your strength is intact. In the underground corridor, Chun Mai led Mo Xie through the passageway and opened a heavy iron door, revealing a training ground the size of 3 football fields. I'm not ill. Montak Si, somewhat obsessive about his mental state, immediately countered Chun Mai's remark. Observing Mo Xie's reaction, Chun Mai heard Wu Xiangnan's voice in his earpiece, announcing that Dr. Li was en route from Sangnan. Shall we test your strength? Chun Mai refrained from addressing Mo Xie's mental condition directly and instead tossed him a wooden sword. No, you just implied that I am unwell, which means you believe I am. I'm not ill. Mo Xie's grip on the sword tightened in anger. Chun Mai fell silent, also clutching his wooden sword firmly. This obsessive behavior seems rather severe. How could one linger on the notion of illness for so long? With a resounding clash, their wooden swords collided, and Chun Mai felt Mo Xie's strength and became earnest in his approach. He employed various techniques to strike Mo Xie multiple times. Yet astonishingly, Mo Xie seemed exhilarated by the pain, a smile creeping across his lips as he wielded his sword with increasing ferocity. After several minutes, Chun Mai frowned and withdrew, stating, Your condition is not right. No, I am in excellent condition. Mo Xie charged forward once more, swinging his sword at Chun Mai, demanding continue. 2.5 minutes later, Chun Mai watched as Mo Xie rose from the ground, gritting his teeth, momentarily unsure how to conclude the bout. Despite having struck Mo Xie with considerable force while ensuring he wasn't harmed, if it were Wenqima, he would have been incapacitated by now. Yet here was Mo Xie, rising again, his grin even more exaggerated. Come on. Mo Xie himself could not articulate his current state. The malevolent energy within him continuously absorbed the strength generated from their physical exchanges, gradually enhancing his physical prowess. Strangely, he felt no anger towards Chun Mai's blows. Instead, he reveled in the sensation of growing stronger through this measured punishment. Old Wu, if you don't arrive soon, just wait for him to be beaten to death. Chun Mai muttered, expressing his frustration at the delay. As Mo Xie swung his sword again, Chun Mai had no choice but to respond, bringing Mo Xie down once more. At the entrance of the office, Dr. Li was being hurriedly pulled inside by Wu Xiangnan. Dr. Li, we must hurry. Someone might die. Hearing the sounds of battle through his earpiece, he could discern the force behind each clash, questioning how they could still be fighting after such a prolonged period. Wu Xiangnan's imagination conjured a vivid scene. Mo Xie sprawled on the ground, Chun Mai standing over him, relentlessly striking down with a wooden sword, a twisted smile adorning his face. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Xiangnan shivered and glanced at the composed Dr. Li beside him. Should we perhaps have our captain examined as well? Excuse me? Dr. Li replied, his expression suggesting disbelief. You're not implying you wish to become captain, are you? The more he pondered, the more Dr. Li felt unease creeping in. Logically speaking, there is no necessity for this, especially since the decade-long period is nearing its end. I suspect he is currently inflicting torment upon Mo Xie. As Wu Xiangnan began to explain, he noticed Hong Ying and others peering intently at the martial arts training ground, utterly absorbed and oblivious to their approach. Ouch! Just watching it is painful. Have they lost their minds? Keep it down. Ahem. Wu Xiangnan glanced at Dr. Li beside him and pretended to cough, reminding them to be mindful of their demeanor. Zhao Kongcheng, however, paid little heed to such concerns and abruptly pulled Wu Xiangnan and Dr. Li closer, urging them to take a look. Peering from the entrance, the initially disinterested eyes of Wu Xiangnan and Dr. Li gradually brightened. Ouch, this is excruciating to watch. This mental state. Dr. Li took out a small notebook and began to jot down notes. Is it due to the obsession that the second personality has manifested? Dr. Li appeared quite intrigued, his recording never ceasing. How fascinating. Lung Xian, arms crossed, couldn't resist stealing another glance. If we continue watching, will he be beaten to death? I shall observe a little longer. Dr. Li interrupted Zhao Kongcheng, who was preparing to enter, stating that he would not perish in a short time. These fellows. After Chun Mai exchanged blows with Mo Xie, he knocked him to the ground and shot a glare at the entrance. They are so bold as to peek, yet they do not dare to step forward. Ha! After a considerable effort, Mo Xie stood up, bent over with a chuckle, and gradually raised his upper body, absorbing the combat's energy to strengthen his physique while soothing numerous injuries. Ha ha ha! Mo Xie resembled a maniac, gripping the wooden sword with fervent eyes fixed upon Chun Mai. Delightful. Bring it on. Chun Mai observed Mo Xie's reddened eyes, his hand trembling slightly around the sword. What kind of madness is this? Must I resort to lethal force to incapacitate him? I shall not hold back. Chun Mai took a deep breath and vanished in a flash. Instinctively, Mo Xie turned and swung his sword backward. Yet Chun Mai had already sheathed his blade, channeling his mental energy to render Mo Xie unconscious. Stop watching, Xiaonan. Come and assess his condition. Soon, Xiaonan completed his examination of Mo Xie and found it difficult to accept the findings. His injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Both muscle and bone density were rapidly enhancing under a peculiar mental force. He estimated that Mo Xie would awaken in merely 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The onlookers exchanged glances with Chun Mai, particularly Zhao Kongcheng, whose gaze was peculiar. Captain, are you truly holding back your strength? I did not restrain my power. That palm strike was intended to keep him unconscious for an extended period. Does that imply he grows stronger with each blow, while the duration of his unconsciousness significantly diminishes? Hong Ying seemed to regard him as a monster. The rapid enhancement of his mental energy is remarkable enough, yet now he can also grow stronger in combat. Dr. Li paid no heed to the exchanges among them, instead lifting Mo Xie's eyelids, nodding slowly. The degree of the patient's disorientation is swiftly alleviating. Upon awakening, he should emerge from his previous state. Dr. Li pondered for a moment, placing one hand on Mo Xie's philtrum. I am somewhat pressed for time. I must first observe his state while conscious before attempting any treatment, and ultimately assess whether it is necessary to take him to the abstinence facility. As Mo Xie opened his eyes and was met with numerous gazes, he could not help but speculate about the situation, lowering his head to examine his attire. His clothes remained intact. Why then did they regard him with such peculiar expressions? Silently sitting up, Mo Xie tightened his garments and inquired, Is there something amiss with me? Why do you all look at me in such a manner? Chapter 9. Is this not ridiculous? The perverse learning ability impossible. Absolument impossible. Mo Xie sat in his chair, waving his hand dramatically, before taking a large sip of the cola on the table. Huh, I could never be perverse. Who would find pleasure in being struck? Is this not absurd? Observing Mo Xie's incredulous demeanor, Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, both turning their attention to Dr. Li, who sat between them. A clear indication that they were leaving the matter in his hands. What did you feel at that moment? Doctor Li invited, his fingers gently tapping the table in a rhythm that calmed Mo Xie's nerves considerably. Not much, really. It felt like I was in the heat of battle, blood surging, spirits soaring, with thoughts of victory flooding my mind. Mo Xie articulated his feelings, yet the expressions of the three individuals around him grew increasingly peculiar. Chun Mai recalled the madness Mo Xie had displayed during the recent skirmish, which somewhat aligned with the sentiments he had just described. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan thought of a former teammate who had experienced cognitive dissonance after completing a mission, his expression becoming rather complex. Dr. Lee nodded, understanding dawning upon him, and he altered the rhythm of his tapping. This time, Mo Xie felt a tinge of annoyance. In that state, were you aware that Captain Chun was an ally? Of course, Mo Xie replied, appearing quite nonchalant. I was sparring with the captain. I simply wanted to win. When I was struck, I even saw Hong Ying and the others peeking from the doorway. As he spoke, Mo Xie leaned forward, supporting himself on the table. Are you doubting me? Unable to distinguish between friend and foe, Dr. Lee, after a nod of resignation, closed his notebook. All right, I've asked enough. He stood and moved towards the door. But just as he was about to close it, he poked his head back in and said to Mo Xie, You are such a fool. Chimai. Wu Xiangnan. Montaxi. What is he doing? Has the psychologist gone mad? Who can remedy this? Doctor. Lee scrutinized Mo Xie's condition once more, nodded, and as he closed the door, he quietly remarked, Mo Xie, you have a problem. Bang. The door slammed shut, followed by the sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor. Inside the room, both Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan swallowed hard, stiffly turning their heads to face the unpredictable Mo Xie. Two streams of gray resentment from their bodies merged into Mo Xie's being. He raised his head, meeting their gazes, his eyes narrowing slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I have a problem. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thuds resounded, and moments later, Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan exited the room. What now? Wu Xiangnan asked, glancing at Chunmai and rubbing his toes. Just as Mo Xie had fainted, he had inadvertently struck his foot. Dr. Lee must be conducting some sort of experiment, Chunmai said, twisting his wrist. Ringing, Chunmai answered the phone, activating the speaker. The trigger for his schizophrenia is an extreme obsession, which would be ignited by two conditions: being told he has a problem or engaging in battle. As long as he refrains from uttering the word illness and avoids combat, he remains secure. Furthermore, during battle, he can distinguish friend from foe, making him far easier to manage than the Black King. There is no need to send him to the fasting center for treatment, as he meets the spiritual prerequisites for joining the Night Watch. I will dispatch the relevant materials to headquarters. Chunmai hung up the phone, leaned against the wall, and after a moment of contemplation, closed his eyes to calculate the time. Should he perhaps seek the indulgence of old Zhao regarding his combat training? After voicing this thought, Chunmai dashed down the corridor. Just as Wu Xiangnan prepared to retort, Mo Xie emerged from the room. Team Leader Wu, why have I fallen asleep again? And why did I wake up so quickly? What slumber? You merely trained too hard and took a brief nap. I shall have one. I mean, Lung Xian teach you how to shoot. Shooting? Mo Xie immediately became energized. After all, who among the people of Daxia does not harbor an obsession with firearms? 10 minutes later, Wu Xiangnan leaned against the training ground's periphery. Turning back, he observed Lung Xian instructing Mo Xie in marksmanship, and he closed his eyes, his phone spinning incessantly in his hand. Old Zhao might not be quite suitable. Chi Mo, Lung Xian, and Xiao Nen lack sufficient strength. Hong Ying's methods are too heavy-handed. It is imperative to summon the captain back. This team cannot disband without me. Wu Xiangnan took a deep breath and turned to leave. Shooting hardly seemed a challenge at all. Mo Xie hit the target once more, adjusting the gun's aim and firing off 8 rounds in succession. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed, causing Lung Xian to grow somewhat unsettled. Each shot fired by Mo Xie demonstrated improvement. Though incremental, he was steadily approaching the 10-ring mark. A natural sniper, Mo Xie discovered a newfound enjoyment in the sensation of shooting. The recoil of each shot resonated in his hand, continuously reinforcing the muscle memory in his right hand. He was uncertain how many shots he had fired, but he felt he could hit the target even with his eyes closed. Without waiting for Lung Xian to speak, he decisively switched to his left hand, mastering the technique with remarkable swiftness. The abilities of the Evil Sword Immortal are truly formidable, absorbing all power to enhance oneself. This encompasses a vast array of strengths. He silently marveled at the remarkable prowess of the Evil Sword Immortal. 5 days later, in the training ground, Mo Xie awakened once again from unconsciousness. Wu Xiangnan turned his head, concealing his swollen right cheek. There was no alternative. He could not wield a knife and had to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Mo Xie. resulting in his bruised state. He extended a hand toward Mo Xie. Their essay mission. Shall we go take a look? Let us go. I can hardly wait. Your training is becoming increasingly tedious, and my progress is hardly noticeable. Wu Xiangnan aimed a punch at Mo Xie's chest, but quickly withdrew his hand, fearing it might provoke Mo Xie's obsession. Now, this is normal. If you were to continue growing stronger at your previous pace, I would eventually have to find someone to dissect you. Wu Xiangnan had grown familiar with Mo Xie, and joking around had become quite natural. Anyone who dares to slice me will find themselves cut open first. We shall see how formidable your chosen adversaries are. Mo Xie quietly calculated the time, deducing this mission's target. It was likely the task of eliminating the masked phantom. The thought of that white elixir-esque flavor made it difficult for Mo Xie to resist salivating. The aroma is truly delightful. I yearn to savor it soon. Wu Xiangnan noticed the expression on Mo Xie's face and quietly stepped aside, saying, "Please act normally. I feel apprehensive." Am I not normal? Mo Xie's tone suddenly grew somber as he tilted his head to gaze at Wu Xiangnan. You are perfectly normal. Whoever suggested otherwise? You are merely an ordinary person. Indeed, I share that sentiment, Wu Xiangnan replied. Mo Xie patted Wu Xiangnan's shoulder, urging him not to feel overly pressured, assuring him that he would always be there in the future. Of course, should you encounter any other challenges in daily life, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Mo Xie felt no qualm about his words. With his wealth exceeding 100 million, helping Wu Xiangnan seemed a trivial matter. Yet, Wu Xiangnan couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that arose. Wasn't he the vice captain? How was it that conversing with his fellow made him feel like a junior? Chapter 10. The Dapper Windbreaker and the Purge mission. The gathering point of the Phantom Faces is located in the Old City, comprising approximately 15 entities with strengths fluctuating between the Lantern and Pond realms. The specific personnel arrangement is as follows. Zhao Kongcheng will deploy the Boundless Void outside the Old City, while Mo Xie stands guard. Our task is to execute the Purge. I have an objection, Mo Xie proclaimed, raising his hand like a schoolboy. I wish to participate in the Purge. Temporary members are not permitted to partake in the Purge mission. Chenmai instinctively interjected, but upon realizing the identity of the individual in question, he hesitated momentarily. Little Xie, the Purge mission is exceedingly perilous. I am unafraid of danger. That does not adhere to protocol. I could wear a mask, or you could. The crowd fell silent. What purpose would a mask serve? Chenmai took a deep breath, glancing at Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, and Lung Xian, all of whom nodded in unison. His marksmanship no longer required training, and the remaining weaponry, such as RPGs, was of no use to him. Lung Xian spoke first, acknowledging Mo Xie's swift adaptation to firearms, and then ceased further commentary. Over the past 4 days, Mo Xie's rate of improvement was beyond human comprehension. The greater the recoil of the firearm, the more rapidly he learned. It defied all logic. Wen Qima followed up, noting that his command of mental energy was virtually flawless. As if an extension of his own being, the malevolent energy manifested by Mo Xie seemed perfectly attuned to him, and after merely a morning of practice, he encountered no issues. To speak fairly, Mo Xie has only devoted a day to mastering firearms and the Forbidden Abyss. The remainder of his time has been spent engaged in combat. At this rate, should he elevate his realm in a few days, we may struggle to rouse him from his stupor, Wu Xiangnan remarked, leaving the room in a contemplative silence. The implication of awakening MOX was clear. As his strength increased, incapacitating him would become increasingly challenging. It was possible that they would not even need the Forbidden Abyss to subdue him. Very well, you may partake in the Purge mission. As for your weapon, Chenmai disregarded Zhao Kongqing's expectant gaze and addressed the others. Everything else remains unchanged. Our operation commences in 2 hours. Upon exiting the conference room, Mo Xie made his way to the lounge, retrieving a meticulously prepared black windbreaker. His fingers glided over the soft fabric, and, as he donned the garment, he stood before the floor-length mirror. The light reflected off the mirror, illuminating his eyes with a brilliant gleam. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, outside the Old City, An 8-seater van glided smoothly along the road. The occupants, clad in crimson cloaks, shared a silent understanding, averting their gazes to avoid bringing Mo Xie into their line of sight. Hong Ying, covering her face, glanced at Mo Xie with exasperation. Is your outfit intentionally designed to contrast with ours? She surveyed her own attire, embodying a guardian of the night, while Mo Xie donned a black shirt, black trousers, a black windbreaker, black sneakers, black sunglasses, a black mask, and a black hat. To any observer, he resembled a suspect in a crime. The allure of black is its mystique. It aligns perfectly with my preferences. Mo Xie stood coolly with his arms crossed, utterly still. Yet, why did he don the hood of his trench coat? And why the mask? Hong Ying felt an urge to pull down Mo Xie's mask, considering it rather absurd. Having gained a modicum of fame as a minor internet celebrity, I must remain incognito to avoid compromising our mission. It is all for the greater good. Mo Xie's assertion immediately captured the attention of several individuals in the vehicle. Their gazes towards him shifted numerous times. Furthermore, I am quite handsome, and I cannot allow my looks to attract unwanted attention from the ladies, thus jeopardizing my lethal focus. Mo Xie's resolute tone conveyed the undeniable truth. How ridiculous! Hong Ying instinctively kicked out her foot, halting just before it reached Mo Xie's face. Gazing into his slightly reddened eyes, she retracted her foot, closing her eyes to dismiss her irritation. Endure. I must persevere. She had resolved to accept his training assignment the following day, seeking a legitimate reason to give him a good thrashing. Let us proceed. It is dismissal time for students, and the specters will gather in greater numbers. We must act swiftly to cleanse the area. Upon disembarking, Chun Mai took the lead, with Mo Xie positioned at the edge. Clutching his blade, the wind rustled his trench coat ominously. Hurry up and make your move. Although Mo Xie appeared the part of a seasoned expert, the slight bend in his legs betrayed his readiness to spring into action. If they embodied a natural coolness, Mo Xie exuded a crafted coolness. Zhao Kongchang stood beside him, arms crossed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed downward, the smoke from his cigarette swirling gently as he exhaled. Kid, this is what I call stylish. Zhao Kongchang felt an affinity for Mo Xie. Though Mo Xie's demeanor was somewhat unrefined, the future held promise, with proper guidance. He could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable night watchman. Master, I wish to learn. Mo Xie grasped Zhao Kongchang's sleeve, his eyes brimming with excitement. Let me dive in and wreak havoc first, then return and teach me. Let us move quickly. Chun Mai interjected, interrupting their exchange of experiences. Fearful that prolonged conversation would lead Mo Xie astray. In 5 minutes, you will enter. Zhao Kongchang regained his serious demeanor, planting a marker in the ground. They swiftly boarded the vehicle, accelerating away. Chun Mai glanced at Mo Xie, unable to resist offering a caution. Do not act too recklessly. We will move as one and strive to avoid injury. Mo Xie did not heed the advice, remaining silent while absorbing the surrounding malice. In the old city, most inhabitants lived in modest means, their grievances rivaling those of the office workers. He was merely curious if the authorities had advised them to remain indoors. Moreover, why did the specters not invade homes to feast upon the living? Captain, I may be a bit fierce in combat. You should prepare yourselves mentally, Mo Xie warned, concerned that his potential ravenousness upon encountering the mysterious might frighten Chun Mai and the others. However, when the time comes, he shall not consume it in the presence of Chun Mai and the others, but rather gather it. The question then becomes whether he can restrain himself. Fierce? Hong Ying wielded her spear with one hand, her beautiful eyes radiating an extraordinary ferocity. If you had witnessed my prowess, you would know I am a harbinger of death, leaving no trace behind. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, immediately preparing for the task at hand. Wu Xiangnan took charge of the overall strategy, while Chun Mai needed to provide support to others, remaining vigilant of Mo Xie. Why does he exude a mysterious aura after vanquishing the enigmatic foe? Chapter 11. Support from teammates. Yet you gaze at me with disdain? Let's divide and conquer. As Chun Mai's words fell, the group instinctively dispersed. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xie leaped to the second floor, launching off the balcony, vanishing from Chun Mai's sight. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Mo Xie, his heart racing with excitement. As he sprinted across the balcony, he instinctively turned, spotting a ghastly figure emerging from below. With a swift motion, Mo Xie drew his blade and, without uttering a word, leaped down from the second floor, aiming the knife directly at the ghoul's head. The blade pierced the flesh, though not as deeply as the celestial blade would have. Yet Mo Xie paid it no mind, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's skull. He slashed sideways with his right hand, tearing through flesh and sinew. "My dear, I shall not scold you, so do not scream," Mo Xie admonished, wrapping his arm around the ghoul's mouth, casting a furtive glance around. After confirming the coast was clear, he propelled himself upward with the force of his punch, driving his elbow into the hilt of the blade. The long knife penetrated the ghoul's body, only the hilt protruding from the top of its head. As he descended, Mo Xie deftly plucked a white pill from the ghoul's chest. "I must hurry." He spun around, his coat billowing, withdrawing his long knife before dashing toward the designated area with fervor. Shortly after Mo Xie departed, Lung Xian appeared at a nearby vantage point. Through the scope, he immediately spotted the ghoul's lifeless body. Shifting his gaze, he paused, sensing an absence of mysterious energy. "Is it him?" Lung Xian adjusted the scope, focusing on the area Mo Xie was responsible for, locking onto the swiftly moving figure. In the midst of his run, Mo Xie seemed to sense something, glancing towards Lung Xian's direction and raising his middle finger playfully. "Don't look at me. I might get shy." With that, he darted around the corner, retrieving the pill in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Though aware of his somewhat free-spirited nature, he was still prudent. After eliminating the mysterious figure, he needed to maintain a semblance of that energy to avoid future complications. Regrettably, he had to endure this temptation, wiping the corners of his mouth. Mo Xie felt a touch of abnormality within himself. With trembling hands, he tossed the pill into his mouth. Mo Xie closed his eyes in ecstasy as a surge of mental energy erupted within him, swiftly assimilating into his own strength. Despite being of the same realm, why was the increase in mental power less than before? Mo Xie pondered, deducing that this pill was more effective in restoring mental energy than in enhancing one's level. Suddenly, he turned, instinctively swinging the back of his blade, colliding with the ghoul that had been lurking behind, ready to ambush him. A resounding thud echoed as immense force surged through his arm, propelling Mo Xie several meters back. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the imposing ghoul, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as his eyes gradually turned crimson. The ghoul king stared hungrily at the diminutive human before him, saliva trickling from his lips. "Come again." Mo Yi staggered to his feet, his palm gliding over the sheath, revealing the glinting blade beneath. He licked his lips, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "Your flavor is even more delectable." The ghost-faced king, with his limited intellect, was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why this seemingly feeble opponent appeared more exhilarated than himself. Could it be that he longed to be devoured by him? With a flick of his tongue, the ghost-faced king lunged forward toward Mo Yi. At that moment, Mo Yi paid no heed to the mysteries of the Chuan realm, consumed instead by greed. Clang! The clash of Mo Yi's blade against the ghost-faced king's claws reverberated, propelling Mo Yi backward at an astonishing speed. Upon glancing down, he discovered a sizable gash in his blade. Crack! As Mo Yi's misaligned bones absorbed the impact of the collision, they began to mend gradually. Realigning his crooked form, the redness in his eyes intensified, filled with exhilaration. Again, this strike was far more forceful than the one from Wu Xiaonan, thus yielding a greater enhancement. Engage. The two figures collided once more, and Mo Yi was sent flying yet again, though he managed to throw a punch at the ghost-faced king while airborne. Screech! Mo Yi's blade scraped across the ground, emitting a piercing sound, while he noticed a wound on his calf, bleeding profusely. Blood! Blood! The crimson light glimmered in Mo Yi's eyes as he rose, adjusting his twisted arm, and with one foot against the wall, he charged toward the ghost-faced king. In Area 3, the presence of the ghost-faced king was suspected. Lung Xian's sniper scope locked onto the figure engaged with Mo Yi, reporting calmly. With a finger on the trigger, a bullet soared through several buildings, piercing the Ghost Face King's back. Both Mo Yi and the Ghost Face King turned to gaze in Lung Xian's direction. Interfering with me? Lung Xian felt an unsettling sensation as he observed the expressions of the two formidable beings through the sniper scope. While he could understand the wrath of a mysterious entity, he found it baffling that his teammates showed anger instead of gratitude. Lung Xian, ghost face beings from other areas are fleeing toward Area 3. That must be the Ghost Face King. What is happening with Mo Yi? Chen Mai swiftly dispatched a ghost face being with a single strike and turned toward Area 3. He is currently engaged with the Ghost Face King and is evidently at a disadvantage. I shall assist him, he thought, only to find both Mo Yi and the Ghost Face King glaring at him. Although Lung Xian was perplexed, he succinctly relayed all previous occurrences. It seems the situation has escalated. Hong Ying, you're the closest. Hurry and provide assistance. Chi-realm ghost face beings have already appeared, and the Ghost Face King's strength is anticipated to be within the Chuan realm. Lung Xian glanced at the two combatants clashing again, adjusting his aim toward another approaching ghost face being near Mo Yi. Bang! A bullet struck the rapidly moving ghost face being, creating a small crater in its arm. Yet it continued its relentless assault on Mo Yi, seemingly impervious to pain. Are they sending more? Mo Yi smirked as he was struck aside by the Ghost Face King, only to be knocked away by the injured Chi-realm ghost face being. Buy one, get two free. How delightful! Mo Yi gradually rose from the rubble, grasping the nearly shattered blade. 7 deadly sins, grant me your power. The 7 deadly sins beads in Mo Xie's hand shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The 7 distinct powers fused into Mo Xie's wrist, subsequently radiating throughout his entire being. His realm ascended at an astonishing pace, mid-stage of the Pool Realm, late stage of the Pool Realm, peak of the Pool Realm. Just as he reached the pinnacle, the energy of the 7 deadly sins was nearly depleted. Crack, crack, crack. Exhilarating, as Mo Xie spread his arms wide and cast his gaze upon the Ghost Face King and the ghostly figure. The murderous intent in his eyes became palpable. Let transform into nourishment. Mo Xie crushed the stone tile beneath his feet, dark energy enveloping his blade, extending its length by a meter. First Blood. Chapter 12. Mo Xie has gone mad. First Blood. With a swift stroke, Mo Xie cleaved the wounded, ghost-faced figure in the Pool Realm, simultaneously pushing the lifeless body aside while grasping a white elixir in hand. Without a moment's pause, he surged forward with even greater speed toward the Ghost Face King. Lung Xian had just dispatched Elan Realm Ghost and was poised to redirect his firearm to aid Mo Xie when a tremor coursed through his fingers. Had he consumed a stimulant? Judging by the specialized bullet wounds inflicted on the previous ghost, he could ascertain that it belonged to the Pool Realm. Yet, how could such a ghost have been felled by Mo Xie's blade? Captain Chen Mai. Mo Xie slaying a Pool Realm ghost with a single strike. Was he equated with the captain himself? Before Lung Xian could report this peculiar trait of Mo Xie, Chen Mai interjected, declaring without hesitation, "This lad is rather monstrous. Fear not, I shall assist you." Hong Ying declared, her feet dancing upon flames as her spear unleashed a torrent of fire, lunging directly at the Ghost Face King. Surrounding them were several other ghostly figures of various realms, but her sole focus was the challenge posed by this Chuan Realm King. Step aside. Both Mo Xie and the Ghost Face King turned their gazes, though the latter remained silent, while Mo Xie spoke up. With a deft rotation of his blade, he redirected the spear that Hong Ying had hurled, targeting another ghost instead. Striking the Ghost Face King, Mo Xie glared at Hong Ying, confusion etched across her face, asserting, "That one is my quarry." Mo Xie's commanding presence momentarily left Hong Ying dazed. Just then, a ghost attempting to ambush her drew near, only to have its head severed by Wen Chima's blade. How was it that he now appeared even more frenzied than during their previous encounters? As he battled the surrounding specters, his gaze swept over Mo Xie's bloodied and wounded form, formulating a plan while offering reassurance to Hong Ying. Though he might become even more deranged upon sensing blood, he could still distinguish friend from foe, prioritizing the elimination of other ghostly entities. Honging stole a few more glances at Mo Xie before launching her assault on another ghost. Compared to her earlier efforts, this time, her strikes were ruthless. As if pent-up frustration fueled her resolve. Kill! Mo Xie launched into a frenzied attack against the Ghost Face King, each move executed with a desperate intensity. The pace of their duel escalated, and soon, Chun Mai and the others found themselves encircling Mo Xie's battleground, slaying the enigmatic foes that approached. Occasionally, they glanced towards Mo Xie, struggling to suppress their inner turmoil. Mo Xie resembled an unyielding cockroach, his realm gradually regressing from the peak of pool to the late stage, now fiercely contending with the Ghost Face King. Spurt! Mo Xie spat blood as the blade in his hand shattered, leaving him in a disheveled heap upon the ground. This strike had sent his realm plummeting back to the initial stage of pool, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Clang! Chun Mai delivered a decisive kick to a ghost, intercepting the Ghost Face King's lethal claws with his weapon. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the scarred visage of the Ghost Face King, an ominous chill emanating from him. "Have you harmed my comrade?" he questioned, his tone icy. The Ghost Face King sensed an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Chun Mai, instantly liberating himself from his previous state. Observing his surroundings, he noticed his subordinates being swiftly eliminated, prompting thoughts of escape. Chun Mai swung his blade. Each strike aimed precisely at the Ghost Face King's vital points. Meanwhile, Xiaonan knelt beside Mo Xie, the ethereal fabric enveloping Mo Xie's body, assisting in stabilizing his injuries. With a sudden movement, Mo Xie opened his eyes, seizing Xiaonan's wrist. "Lend me your blade." The malevolent energy corrected the bent bones in his hand, and he casually discarded the shattered hilt aside. "This weapon is useless. It pales in comparison to yours." Mo Xie grasped the hilt in Xiaonan's hand, his eyes glowing crimson. "Give it to me." Xiaonan, bewildered, hesitated to release the hilt, casting a pleading glance toward Wu Xiangnan, who observed Mo Xie's fierce gaze and understood the depths of his fury, nodding in acquiescence. "Very well." Mo Xie took the hilt, the blade radiating malevolent energy. He surveyed the battlefield where Chun Mai contended with the Ghost Face King for a moment before shifting his focus to the other Ghost Face minions. "It is you who dare to disturb my peace, is it not?" Mo Xie stepped forward, his wounds healing rapidly beneath the ethereal fabric. With a flourish of his blade, Mo Xie's head trembled in agitation. He was truly enraged. Raising his gaze, his eyes flickered with crimson light. "I am furious, and thus you shall perish." Mo Xie charged towards the Ghostface minion engaged with Wenqima, grasping its head with one hand while bringing down the starlight blade to sever it. Simultaneously concealing a white elixir in his palm, he swung the blade backward, cleaving the minion in two. Blood splattered across Mo Xie's form, accentuating his swift movements. Within mere minutes, several white elixirs had accumulated in Mo Xie's left hand, as he had efficiently gathered them from the slain minions. Indeed, the number of elixirs in his possession exceeded the number of minions he had dispatched. As he passed the corpses, he had seized the elixirs tightly in his left hand. "Only you remain." Mo Xie turned, preparing to confront the Ghost Face King, when a jarring sonic wave froze everyone in place. At that moment, the Ghost Face King, accompanied by 3 minions that had just emerged from the outskirts of the old city, darted into the sewer. Has it been released? The malevolent energy absorbed the sonic assault, clearing Mo Xie's mind considerably, awakening him nearly simultaneously with Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan. Chun Mai thought to himself, "Honestly, at this moment, I deeply comprehend why the night watchmen must be free of mental afflictions. It is truly nerve-wracking. The enemy escapes while I am restrained, and it is as if I have let them go." With a swift kick, Mo Xie dislodged the corpse of a ghost face minion beneath his feet, prying open a manhole cover with his starlight blade, and leaped down. "Do not act impulsively." Chun Mai realized it was too late to rally support and turned to Wu Xiangnan beside him. "You will direct the subsequent tasks. We shall pursue." With that, Chun Mai leaped into the sewer. Wu Xiangnan glanced at several teammates and decisively declared, split into 3 directions to search for any remnants of the specter. Lingchi, provide an overarching view and be ready for remote support at any moment. As he spoke, Wu Xiangnan turned and departed in a specific direction, retrieving a tablet from behind him to commence an inquiry into the sewer routes. This area, being an old district, had many of its drainage passages blocked. As Wu Xiangnan ran, he delineated the sewer routes, ultimately marking 2 distinct paths. He hastily activated his earpiece, noting that only 2 routes led out of the sewer, one near the school and the other adjacent to the shopping mall. Chapter 13. Let us perform a lingchi procedure. I followed Mo Xie, pursuing the Ghost Face King as he advanced toward the shopping mall. I encountered the lifeless body of a ghost-faced person, while 2 others seemed to be moving southeast. Chumai responded swiftly, bypassing Mo Xie to directly confront the Ghost Face King. Noticing Mo Xie's breathing grow more rapid, Chunmai, akin to soothing a child, hurriedly spoke. Allow me to intercept him for you to strike. Otherwise, isn't this pursuit merely a waste of your time? Upon hearing this, Mo Xie's breath steadied considerably. Seizing a moment, Chunmai continued to operate the communicator, instructing, notify Zhao Kongsheng, the southeast near the school, he should hasten. After concluding the call, Chunmai accelerated, matching the Ghost Face King's pace, and with a swift strike, he forced the Ghost Face King against the adjacent wall. The already severely wounded Ghost Face King felt an overwhelming sense of shattering, a poignant air of impending demise enveloping him. With his ghostly eyes fixated on the approaching Chunmai, despair filled his gaze. Yet Chunmai halted, diverting his attention elsewhere. The Ghost Face King, spotting Mo Xie retreating with his weapon, instinctively reacted. This perverse human had relentlessly pursued him, each attack delivered with reckless abandon, leaving numerous wounds despite his own injuries. Engaging with such a foe, especially with the man's aura now replenished, would likely lead to his own demise. It would be better to allow Chunmai to deliver a swift end. Chunmai found the day's events rather unusual. Mo Xie's combat prowess, both physically and psychologically, was indeed extraordinary. Now, with H1 Realm Enigma gazing at Mo Xie, it seemed to plead for death. What is this? Is Mo Xie more fearsome than death itself? Fear not, I shall be gentle. Mo Xie caressed the blade, inching closer to the Ghost Face King. Let me perform a lingchi procedure for you. With that, Mo Xie began to strike the Ghost Face King repeatedly, blood splattering in all directions. The Ghost Face King lay there, an expression of resignation etched on his face, his eyes void of life, unable even to muster a semblance of resistance. Alas, it was my overconfidence that led to this, seeing his realm inferior to mine. I had squandered too much energy, succumbing to the relentless onslaught, sustaining considerable injuries. Now, with my remaining strength, I sought to control them, retreating into the sewers, only to be grievously wounded by this Chuan realm man. Since resistance was futile, I might as well await my end. Chunmai could not help but gawk, his gaze toward Mo Xie growing increasingly peculiar. Lingchi procedure? When did torture become a surgical operation? The Ghost Face King, gravely injured, was systematically dismembered by Mo Xie's relentless strikes, soon gasping his last. Yet, as if oblivious, Mo Xie continued his assault, urging, "You still have half a body. Just hang on a little longer." Chunmai covered his face, silently casting his eyes toward the sewer behind him. How cruel! Mo Xie seized the Ghost Face King's face, relentlessly tearing at the ghostly visage upon his chest. How can you die? How can you die? Mo Xie extracted a larger, whiter elixir from the fallen figure, stowing it within his trench coat pocket alongside other potions. Useless. Mo Xie slowly rose to her feet, placing one foot upon the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King. She turned her gaze towards Chunmai's silhouette. "Captain, where is the mystery left?" Chunmai turned to meet her penetrating gaze. After a brief moment of hesitation, he spoke. "If I knew, I would have already led a team to eliminate them. But I do know." A singular thought consumed Mo Xie's mind, fixated on Lin Chie's school, where more mysteries could soon be vanquished. Do you know where to find them? Chunmai pondered the events of recent days. The city of Songnan had been eerily tranquil. How could there be any mysteries? I will go and obliterate them, lest they harm others. Mo Xie swayed slightly, wiping the blood from her face, hefting her blade, and began to step away. All the mysteries must die. Bang! Chun Mai, enveloped in spiritual energy, struck Mo Xie, rendering her unconscious. This child has gone mad. He crouched down, gently wiping the blood from her face. I need to get in touch with Dr. Li. She is becoming uncontrollable. With Mo Xie slung over his shoulder, Chun Mai retraced his steps. The dim lights of the sewer flickered upon them. He exerted considerable strength, ensuring Mo Xie would remain unconscious for at least half an hour. I will kill the mysteries kill. Mo Xie murmured in a half-dream state. All right, we shall rest for now. After we awaken, we can continue our hunt, shall we? Chun Mai's voice was soft, careful not to disturb her. Okay. Mo Xie moved her lips, her voice barely above a whisper. Blood continued to drip from her head onto Chun Mai's shoulder, each drop a vivid reminder of their struggle. An hour later, atop the tallest hotel in Sunshine City. Why are you all gathered in a circle, playing truth or dare? Montaxi, while drying her hair, settled onto a nearby sofa, speaking to herself. My strength is still somewhat lacking. I need to enhance my realm and combat prowess. If only I could grow stronger, those ghost-faced beings would all be mine. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Do you even hear what you're saying? This is a squad mission for extermination, not a solo endeavor. Han Ying, while tending to her hair, cast a glance at Wu Xiangnan, her eyes silently questioning. Are you not going to intervene? Wu Xiangnan, fixated on the jagged shards of a blade upon the table, leaned her chin upon her hands, contemplating the processes required to expedite the acquisition of weaponry. Chun Mai understood that Wu Xiangnan was directing her inquiry towards him, yet his thoughts drifted to the ghost-faced king, who had undergone forced dismemberment. He hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. After acquiring the Star Blade, Chun Mai could hardly fathom the brutality Mo Xie would unleash. Her forbidden ruins had nearly reached the level of the Black King. The Black King could not wield a blade, for it would blur the lines between friend and foe. But once his spiritual energy was depleted, he posed no threat. Conversely, although Mo Xie distinguished between friend and foe, her spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, allowing her to fight indefinitely. Surely, they could not assign a team member solely to incapacitate her. Captain Wu, you truly embody the essence of leadership. Upon hearing the mention of the blade, Mo Xie dashed to Wu Xiangnan, eager to offer a shoulder massage and knead her legs. Wu Xiangnan glanced at the individuals present, his brows arching uncontrollably, ultimately resting his gaze upon Chun Mai. Chun Mai, seemingly unable to endure Wu Xiangnan's smug expression, silently turned his head away. Each of the starry blades is custom-made for the Night Watchers. Apart from retrieving the blades of fallen Watchers, no other procedures exist. Chun Mai caressed the notch on the blade, murmuring softly to himself. The training session is nearing its conclusion. It won't be long before he possesses his own weapon. When Shima and Xiao Nan sat back-to-back on the sofa, their eyes fixated on Mo Xie, engaging in a silent exchange of thoughts through their mental prowess. Xiao Nan, his recovery is astonishingly swift. Have you figured it out? Do you understand why his mental energy seems inexhaustible? Chapter 14. Figures of New Energy. The Evil Sword Immortal. Is everyone here? Zhao Kongcheng pushed the door open, instinctively directing his gaze towards the enigmatic Mo Xie, who was enveloped in a lingering aura of mystery. I have something to report. Upon hearing Zhao Kongcheng recount Lin Qi's circumstances, Wu Xiangnan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chun Mai's gaze flickered, his attention now fixated on Zhao Kongcheng. You didn't bring him? Indeed, old Zhao. How could you not bring back such an important person? Wu Xiangnan remarked, affectionately throwing an arm around Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder. The agent of the Seraphim, he could easily lead a special team. I will definitely bring him back. Zhao Kongcheng thought of being outsmarted by a mere child, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. Those familiar with Zhao Kongcheng, like Han Ying, immediately grasped the situation. Chun Mai cleared his throat twice, emphasizing, this matter is your primary task. It is crucial that you bring him over in the next few days. We must not allow the ancient divine church to get ahead. All right, Everyone, let's take a break. Chen Mai sent the documents to Dr. Li's email, closed his laptop, and turned to Mo Xie. Mo Xie quickly shook his head. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. I need to find a place to cultivate my mental strength. The initial stage of the pool realm is insufficient. Montauk si resolutely declined. The knight's battle had significantly enhanced his physical strength and swordsmanship. He could effortlessly crush the corners of wooden tables with his bare hands. The issue of his realm was quite pressing. Moreover, the quicker he transcended his current realm, the more abilities he would gain from the Evil Sword Immortal. The first ability ensured his freedom, while the second facilitated rapid learning. However, he was uncertain about the purpose of the third ability. Contemplating Mo Xie's terrifying rate of advancement, Chen Mai found himself at a loss for words. The side effects he and Wu Xiangnan had anticipated seemed non-existent. Although they had never encountered the agent of the Seraphim, Mo Xie's talent had garnered universal acknowledgement. Captain, Montauk si apoche Chen Muya. His eyes gleaming with hope. Could you please file a report to the higher-ups and request materials from your cloak production to craft me a more stylish trench coat? Mo Xie gestured toward the nearby coat, marred with scratches and stained with blood. Not only was it expensive, but the quality is also poor. When I engage in battles with the mysterious, I end up covered in blood, which does not align with my righteous and virtuous demeanor. Mo Xie's words seemed to suck the air out of the room, leaving everyone speechless as they collectively rolled their eyes and departed. Wait, you don't believe me? Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, raising his hand alongside Mo Xie, but they failed to halt their companions. Thus, he could only gaze at Mo Xie in confusion. What did you do? I didn't do anything, just eliminated a few ghost-faced beings. That's no problem. Silence enveloped the evening at Kongxiao. Whether it was Chen Mai awaiting a response from Dr. Li, or Wu Xiangnan inquiring with friends about how to preemptively request a sword and cloak. Whether it was when Qima and Si Shaonan investigating why Mo Xie advanced so rapidly, or Hong Ying studying the origin of the mysterious aura manifesting in individuals. Whether it is the normally resting Lang Xian or Zhao Kongcheng, who is devising plans to find lingchi, both remain tranquil, with no one disturbing the serenity. As night falls, Mo Xie lies on the luxurious bed, gazing at the pills nestled within a small box, stifling his drool with a tissue. It's too cumbersome. System, do you not possess a spatial dimension? I will first attempt to draw some rule-based power from the Evil Sword Immortal to create a space. If that fails, I shall rely on my own energy. The system's voice left Mo Xie momentarily bewildered. Drawing power from the Evil Sword Immortal directly? Have you captured an Evil Sword Immortal? Isn't the current trend advocating energy conservation? I shall utilize his energy first, then mine. Individuals like the Evil Sword Immortal, representing new energy sources, are quite sought after. I emerged victorious from a myriad of systems to seize him. The fiercest competition among systems now revolves around acquiring what type of new energy figures. Mo Xie distinctly sensed a dense aura of malevolence manifest beside him, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Previously, Pangu had been ensnared by the system for his blood and marrow. Now, figures like the Evil Sword Immortal serve as substitutes for system energy. Their encounter with you is indeed fortuitous. All right, your exclusive malevolent energy space has been established and can be activated with your will. I will find an office building to recharge the Evil Sword Immortal. Tossing the pills into the malevolent space, Mo Xie found himself momentarily at a loss for what else to throw in. Observing the several hundred cubic space created by the system, the few pills seemed insignificant. It was akin to possessing a vast box, perpetually yearning to fill it. The mystery remains insufficient. Tomorrow I shall elevate my own realm and devise a means to arrive at that school ahead of time. One must understand, the progeny of Ananda Serpent Demon are numerous. It is uncertain how many pills they might yield. The challenge lies in the fact that, as a law-abiding, artistic youth, entering directly to eliminate the threat would be difficult to justify. However, having slain the Ghost-Faced King, it seems Lin Chiye may no longer be able to join. With this thought, Mo Xie felt compelled to assist him in resolving the calamity at the school. Time for sleep. Mo Xie tucked himself in and instantly drifted off. In Chen Mai's room, A video call was in progress. Watching the recorded footage, he observed a state of mental instability in dealing with the mysterious. More so than during combat. After a brief contemplation, Dr. Lee set down the documents in his hand. He had no records of any prior encounters with the mysterious. Yet these files dated back to his arrival in Sunshine City a decade ago. He could not ascertain whether he had encountered the mysterious before then, as there were no records from headquarters regarding him. I am not interested in that. I wish to inquire if he meets the criteria. Do we need to intervene manually? Confirm once more. After he slays the mysterious, will a mysterious aura manifest upon him? Will he still discern friend from foe in a state of madness? Will he harbor a different perspective on his brutal actions? Yes, Shamai spoke succinctly. As for the matters concerning combat and talent, those details were not intended for Dr. Lee. He would compile a separate report for Commander Yi. In his current situation, there is no need for immediate intervention. I shall devise a plan after I acquire his performance during the training period. After ending the video call, Shamai pondered for a long while, fixating on Yi Fan's phone number, yet he hesitated to dial. His gaze, illuminated by the soft glow of light, drifted towards the tranquil city outside, lost in contemplation. Given his prodigious talent, he had already achieved remarkable heights even before participating in the training. Was it truly necessary for him to attend? However, it is only through the training that one can ascend to the role of a night watchman. Historically, the sole exception had been the Sword Saint. But could Mo Xie genuinely elevate to the pinnacle of human capability within mere months? It was precisely for Mo Xie's future that he contemplated whether or not to disturb Yi Fan. Chapter 15. The early stages of the river boundary. A test subject. The sun rose, as usual, over Sunshine City. Mo Xie sat cross-legged atop an office building, surrounded by a forest of towering structures. He had merely ascended from his previous position below to the rooftop. How tedious. Why are there so many forms today? That foolish boss. Whispers echoed in Mo Xie's ears, while the beads of the 7 deadly sins bracelet on his wrist glimmered incessantly. A swirl of gray resentment enveloped him, transforming under the influence of malevolence into spiritual energy that fused with his being. While this rapid enhancement was indeed effective, it came at the cost of enduring the incessant murmurs of discontent. Silence. I demand silence. I said, tone it down. Yes. No noise. Mo Xie's expression began to contort, his crimson eyes widening in an instant. Are you deaf? I commanded silence. The dark energy emanating from him surged wildly, violently sweeping away nearby debris. His garments rustled as if caught in an unseen wind. Enough. Are you forcing my hand? Mo Xie slammed his fist against a nearby iron frame, leaving an imprint as a warning. You wish to provoke further? With each strike, his knuckles split open, blood trickling down. I will crush you. I will crush you. Mo Xie twisted a steel pipe. Although he could not shatter it, he still managed to alter its shape. After an extensive absorption session lasting half the day, he finally reached the limits of his body, only just breaking through to the early stages of the river boundary. As the midday sun blazed overhead, the dark energy around him gradually dissipated, and the red hue in his eyes slowly faded. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the river boundary. Ability awakened. Perfect duplication. Perfect duplication. The host can become any entity from whom resentment has been absorbed with a complete restoration of appearance, aura, and all details, though strength cannot be replicated. Though this ability granted by the system was impressive, it remained of little use to him for the time being. There was no need for such disguises against those of lower realms, and he had yet to encounter anyone of a higher tier. Slumped on the ground, he stared at a large mass of steel pipes, narrowing his eyes in indignation. Whose lack of civic virtue is this? To so carelessly distort someone else's property? Truly, a reflection of poor character. When will the qualities of these individuals ever resemble my own? Mo Xie's sharp critique of these uncouth individuals was oblivious to the fact that the mass of steel bore his fingerprints. He attempted to rise, but collapsed halfway, his legs completely uncooperative. Damn it, I overdid it this time. With great effort, he managed to extract his phone from his pocket, trembling fingers dialing the office number. Hello. Peace office. The voice of Hong Ying resonated in Mo Xie's ears like a celestial melody. Sister Hong Ying, please come and take me back. I can't move. Mo Xie lay on the ground, the phone resting quietly beside him. No, how can I bring you back if I don't know where you are? Hong Ying's gaze fixated on the landline, her lips twitching slightly. Songnan City, while not large, is certainly not small either. On the rooftop of one of the office buildings, I awaited a call, promising to arrive within 10 minutes. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Mo Xie sprawled on the rooftop, his gaze vacantly fixed on the sky. Once I have reconciled my frustrations, I shall inform the captain to encircle the school using Void Domain, and then I will enter to wreak havoc. I plan to conclude with Dream Whisper. The thought of the abundant white elixirs made Mo Xie's mouth water uncontrollably. It was easy to conceal such mysteries from others, but in my presence, those enigmas were undeniably alluring. Taking a deep breath, Mo Xie closed his eyes and allowed himself to relax completely. As for his earlier takeover of the school, would lingchi regain control of the psychiatric hospital after Li Yifei's departure? If the hospital chose not to select Li Yifei, it would undoubtedly opt for another caretaker. With the absence of the Ghost Face King, would lingchi refrain from joining the Night Watchers? Once Songnan City is lost, and the little home Lin Xie sought to protect ceases to exist, would he not join the Night Watchers? Before long, Hong Ying ascended from below, squatting beside Mo Xie, her eyes wide with astonishment. How on earth did you achieve this? She inquired, examining Mo Xie closely, her voice a whisper of disbelief. Is there really a method to elevate one's realm so dramatically? Can you carry me back first? Mo Xie replied, his face pinched by Hong Ying's grip, his voice somewhat subdued. You can study me further on the sofa at the office. A few minutes later, on the sofa at the peace office, Mo Xie munched on potato chips while casting furtive glances at the trio, squatting beside him. You're not planning to dissect me, are you? The three figures donned white lab coats, resembling researchers from a laboratory, yet they did not respond to Mo Xie's query, absorbed as they were in their own investigations. Hong Ying gently lifted her glasses to scrutinize Mo Xie, hastily jotting down notes with a pen in her hand. After a while, his mental prowess had surged to the early stages of Chuan realm, devoid of any mysterious aura, indicating it was likely unrelated to the enigma. When Chima, on the other hand, was rather straightforward. He donned disposable gloves from a plastic bag containing fried chicken and began to manipulate Mo Xie's muscles. Despite the enhancement of his mental power, there was no corresponding physical augmentation, and the excessive mental strength rendered his muscles uncontrollable. Could this be the reason for his rapid learning? Meeting when Chima's gaze, Si Xiaonan bit her lip, wielding a kitchen knife with a hint of uncertainty. Should I make a small incision and observe his recovery? She pondered aloud. As soon as her words fell, Mo Xie instinctively curled inward, seeking help from Chun Mai, who was reading the newspaper at the front desk. Captain, aren't you going to intervene? Your team member is becoming a guinea pig. A guinea pig? Chun Mai merely raised an eyebrow, his eyes still glued to the newspaper. You are already a formidable Chuan realm practitioner. Should you fear them? Just strike them. Strike? Mo Xie struggled to lift his right hand, covering his face in dismay. Sister Xiaonan, this is the captain's intention. I had no desire to harm any of you. Indeed, if the captain could control his own body, would he need to call for help? Now, should he dare to exert his strength to oppress Hong Ying and the others, they would truly delve into their own capabilities. Brother Lung, I am your most brilliant student. With Wu Xiangnan absent, Mo, you could only appeal to Lung Xian, who was tinkering with his camera nearby. You need not worry about tetanus, Lung Xian remarked with an unsettling calm as he loaded a pack of film into the instant camera. Xiao, Nim will heal you. Am I afraid of that? I simply do not wish to be a guinea pig. With her hands clasped together, Si Xiaonan offered Mo Yi an apologetic glance. I will give it a try. I can heal you within a minute. Without allowing Mo Yi a chance to refuse, Si Xiaonan swiftly made a small incision on Mo Yi's hand. As blood began to trickle out, it miraculously healed itself. Hong Ying, who was timing from the side, stared blankly at the stopwatch. Xiaonan, did you see that? No, that was so fast. Xiaonan gently brushed her fingers over the wound on Mo Ye's palm, only to discover that not a trace remained. Her eyes widened in astonishment. There wasn't even a scar. Chapter 16. Barbecue. A mysterious intrusion? Is this research group still not disbanded? Mo Xie sat cross-legged on the sofa, casting a furtive glance at Hong Ying and the others engaged in conversation nearby, quietly assimilating the surging mental power within. You're all here? Wu Xiangnan ascended from downstairs with a phone in hand, fixing his gaze upon Mo Xie. I made contact with the higher-ups. During the training camp, you can apply for graduation at any time, provided you are prepared. Such a precedent had not existed before. However, Wu Xiangnan reported Mo Xie's remarkable feat of transcending a significant realm on 2 separate occasions, a privilege granted by Yi Fan himself for such a prodigious talent. Moreover, he heard that Dr. Li would be staying at the training camp for a month, presumably with Mo Xie in mind. Captain Wu, you truly care for me, Mo Xie expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. These individuals merely speak without understanding the burden, or preoccupied with their own studies. Only you, Captain, consider my interests wholeheartedly. Upon hearing the term captain, Wu Xiangnan, who initially sought to take credit, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth and silently approached the entrance. I'm off to find Zhao Kongcheng to check on the situation with the Seraphim. He had hoped to converse more with Mo Xie, but the title of captain had dampened his spirits. He resolved to ignore Mo Xie for half a day. Chen Mai, observing his captain's exit, glanced at the phone on the table. Still no reply? He pondered, considering that the mental issues had yet to be fully resolved. In contrast to the privileges Wu Xiangnan secured for Mo Xie, he was merely reporting on the qualification verification for the formation of the 5th Special Team. Given Mo Xie's rapid ascent in realms, he was nearly on par with the great Evil Sword Immortal. This was still constrained by the limitations of Mo Xie's physical prowess. Otherwise, he had no doubt that Mo Xie could transcend to the pinnacle of humanity within a week. Such a prodigy might very well take that step. As long as he passed the examination, Chen Mai was confident that Mo Xie could swiftly transition from an ordinary night watchman to a high-ranking individual within humanity. As night fell, Mo Xie had begun to move his limbs with greater ease, albeit still lacking in coordination. This was merely an adaptation to physical control. The previous adaptation to the mental energy of the pool realm had taken nearly a week of training at the office to fully digest. Thus, this adjustment of mental energy would require sparring with the captain and others. Lying here all day is rather dull. Mo Xie donned his clothes, exited the office, and headed to grab a bite before returning to the hotel. At the street food barbecue stall, Mo Xie sipped on cola while waiting for skewers. Boss, if it's not delicious, I'll 1 T pay. If it is, I'll place a big order. Mo Xie observed the vendor before him, devoid of any malicious intent, which gave him considerable reassurance. He had walked a distance, and he could hear the malevolent thoughts of those around him. The previous few trendy barbecue stalls either had issues with the meat or contained prohibited ingredients in their seasonings. Only this vendor's heart was free of any wicked thoughts, and with his heightened sense of smell, he could tell that the meat was fresh. All right then, boss, just watch. The vendor had encountered all sorts of customers, but in terms of demeanor and the quality of his clothing, Mo Xie undoubtedly ranked among the top. Mo Xie harbored a rather straightforward plan. Given the vastness of the sinister realm and the absence of time's relentless march, he could effortlessly amass an abundance of sustenance. Of course, this was not solely for the sake of satiation. There was also the indulgence of cravings to consider. As he turned his gaze, it lingered on the elongated legs of a figure at a distant stall, and as his eyes ascended, he beheld Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. What were they doing here? Hastily, Mo Xie raised the menu to obscure half of his face. Not out of fear of being treated to a meal, he was quite financially secure, but rather out of concern for their incessant inquiries. These two were prone to asking questions without fully grasping the situation, leaving him at a loss for answers. The crux of the matter was their genuine concern for his well-being, which rendered the situation rather awkward. With a sudden thud, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took a seat beside Mo Xie, the sound of their bags dropping startling him. Did they not realize he preferred discretion? No. It was merely that the lighting over there was rather harsh, prompting him to shield himself somewhat. Mo Xie decisively raised his hand, inquiring what they would like to order. The fare at this establishment was not particularly remarkable. Hong Ying glanced at the bustling shop next door before surveying the relatively quiet one they occupied. Assuming Mo Xie was unfamiliar with the market of Cangnan, the meat over there had been sitting out for too long, whereas the offerings here were fresh. I prefer cleanliness in my meals. Mo Xie passed each of them a bottle of cola, remarking that the proprietor was a person of integrity and deserved support. Thank you. Thank you. Here, your skewers. Today, I shall give you a 10 discount. The owner, upon hearing Mo Xie's words, felt a swell of emotion. Though he may not earn a fortune, the support of such a young brother made him feel that maintaining his principles was worthwhile. Then we shall dine here, dog dafu. It's on you. Hong Ying did not hesitate, immediately taking the menu to place her order. Go ahead, order as much as you like. It's on me. Montaxi replied nonchalantly. As a night watchman, many things came at no cost to him. The expenses for his culinary desires could last him a lifetime without depletion. You're here too? Zhao Kongsheng and Wu Xiangnan approached from afar, pulling up chairs to sit beside Mo Xie, having arrived just in time for a meal. Si Xiaonan handed another menu to Zhao Kongsheng, stating that he was treating them, so they could order freely. Well, I'm not feeling drowsy now. I'm quite hungry, Zhao Kongsheng remarked as he and Wu Xiangnan relaxed. As the proprietor cheerfully went about grilling their orders, Mo Xie turned his attention to Zhao Kongsheng. So what is the news? Move away, Zhao Kongsheng replied, leaving Wu Xiangnan out of the equation, which even Hong Ying found hard to believe. Is there anything we can't discuss among ourselves? Hong Ying shot Zhao Kongsheng an encouraging glance. Mo Xie noticed Zhao Kongsheng reaching for a cigarette and promptly placed a lollipop in his mouth instead, reminding him to be mindful of the children at the adjacent table. Subsequently, he utilized his mental energy to temporarily silence their table-less noise, wishing only to earn a good living to repay his aunt and care for his younger brother. Rationally, he desired to have Zhao Kongsheng join him, yet emotionally, he understood him all too well. The lollipop changed positions within Zhao Kongsheng's mouth several times, clearly indicating that the sweetness did little to alleviate his anxiety. Wu Xiangnan tossed peanuts in his mouth, chewing incessantly as I informed him of the increasing number of enigmatic occurrences. I emphasized the need for strength to protect his family, yet my persuasion fell short. After taking a sip of cola, Hong Ying's lips curled into a smile as he nodded slowly. He seemed to believe that with our protection, there was no cause for concern regarding the mysterious. Was this not a recognition of our efforts? Sensing the atmosphere shift, Mo Xie promptly intervened, suggesting we abandon this discussion for another time and focus on indulging ourselves for now. Given that they were no ordinary individuals, their appetites were naturally substantial. It was nothing too alarming, merely a few looks of surprise exchanged among us. Just then, as Mo Xie settled the bill and we were about to disperse, Wu Xiangnan's phone suddenly rang. On the screen, the caller ID boldly displayed Chun Mai's number. Had something gone awry? Reports indicated that 3 foreign entities from Chuan had allegedly appeared in the eastern outskirts. Chapter 17. The tiger-headed centipede and the watchful golden eyes. The 3 enigmatic intervals were not far apart, and Lung Xian had already set up the boundless domain. Hurry and take your positions, Chun Mai urged. By the time he spoke, Mo Xie and the others had already crowded into the vehicle driven by Zhao Kongsheng. With a swift press of the accelerator, they surged towards the eastern outskirts. I have already brought your weaponry. Now we shall proceed with the assignment of personnel. I will intercept Target 1, while Mo Xie will handle Target 2 using Wu Xiangnan's blade. The rest will focus on Target 3. As Chun Mai finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle, all eyes converging upon Mo Xie. Mo Xie had yet to acclimatize to the surging mental energy coursing within him. Facing an opponent of equal caliber alone was daunting, perhaps even more so than during the pool realm. Understanding the unspoken sentiments of his companions, Mo Xie confidently thumped his chest, proclaiming, I am more than capable. This shall serve as my sharpening stone. Captain, we are ready, they echoed, affirmatively. Throughout the journey, Zhao Kongcheng paid no heed to the traffic lights, navigating through a sea of green. When encountering congestion, he boldly mounted the sidewalk, swiftly arriving at their destination in no time. As the others donned their gear, Imo Xie grasped the blade in his hand and glanced at the coordinates on his phone. Excellent, it's not far at all, he remarked, proceeding towards the boundless domain. He waved back at his companions. Should I falter? I expect your assistance. With that, Imo Xie stepped into the boundless domain. Chimai turned his attention to Zhao Kongcheng. For target 3, you will drive them in from the opposite side. Ensure that the child is safe. Zhao Kongcheng shuddered momentarily, spat out the lollipop in his mouth, and lit a cigarette. Understood. As before, he could not deceive his teammates. They were far too familiar with him. Upon catching a glimpse of his own reflection in the rearview mirror, a smile broke across his face. Old Zhao, feeling cheerful now? Wu Xiangnan, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at his tactical tablet. This isn't a grave matter. If they decline, we cannot force them. We've done what we needed to. If it succeeds, no one will blame you. Hong Ying chimed in, helping Si Xiaonan adjust her cloak with a smile. You little brat, do you think I don't understand? Zhao Kongqing's initial anxiety about facing his teammates dissipated. Hey, I'm not a little brat. Hong Ying retorted, jabbing the muzzle of her gun against Zhao Kongqing's lower back. Or else I'll poke you. With that poke, my dinner of leeks and kidneys will be in vain. Meanwhile, on a towering vantage point, Long Xian aimed his sniper rifle, unleashing a volley of bullets towards the 3 mysterious entities. Mo Xie recalled the location of Target 2 in his mind, executing a sharp 90-degree turn at the corner. Accelerating towards Target 2, he urged himself, faster, faster. At last, after a minute of relentless sprinting, Mo Xie found himself positioned before Target 2. This is a rather peculiar and enigmatic creature. A centipede adorned with a pair of translucent wings upon its back and a tiger-like head featuring a pair of vertical eyes. Let us dub thee the tiger-headed centipede. Now that you possess a name, your demise is imminent. The aromatic essence emanating from the tiger-headed centipede infiltrated Mo Xie's nostrils, igniting a fervent rush of blood throughout his body, as if every single cell was fervently yearning for the intoxicating scent. Grasping the knife firmly, in the fleeting moment of his charge, Mo Xie cast a final, clear gaze towards the window 400 meters away, where a pair of golden eyes fixed their stare upon him. Lingchi, our paths shall cross. Gathering all his thoughts, Mo Xie struck the centipede's head with his blade. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as a tremendous force surged through the blade, causing everything around him to swiftly recede. As he braced himself against the knife to halt, the world around him seemed to transform into a crimson hue. With his right hand gripping his face, the crimson gaze seeping through his fingers was icy and merciless. That was merely a warm-up. Let's continue. Boom! Bang! Crack! Sizzle! A cacophony of sounds radiated from the heart of the battle as the tiger-headed centipede unleashed a barrage of small lasers from its vertical eyes, sending Mo Xie hurtling through the air, then swiping him away with its tail before crashing him into the ground, resulting in fractures. The sharp weapons adorning its tail sparked against the stellar blade. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, Mo Xie rose from the ground. His uncontrollable mental energy, tempered by repeated injuries, swiftly adapted to his body. What have I forgotten? Mo Xie's thoughts stirred, and a white elixir fell into his mouth. As it entered his body, an enigmatic aura radiated from him. Although these elixirs were intended to vanquish the spirits of the malevolent, the mysterious essence he now exuded bore a resemblance to that of the tiger-headed centipede. This was due to the elixir merely extracting residual mental energy and a universal mysterious aura. Upon ingestion, whichever mystery it touched would meld seamlessly. Now we are akin. Mo Xie grinned maniacally, darting towards the tiger-headed centipede. Allow me to examine your physique. Just once. As the centipede used its head to block Mo Xie's knife, each of its legs shimmered with a violet glow, and within its vertical pupils, malevolence permeated. Howl! Like a dog catching a whiff of excrement. The evil energy of the tiger-headed centipede, influenced by Mo Xie's own sinister aura, erupted into a frenzy. PFF. Mo Xie spat blood, glancing down to find the centipede's tail embedded within his abdomen. An ambush? I permit the ambush. I allow you to strike. Mo Xie's ferocity surged forth as he pressed his left hand against the centipede's head, repeatedly thrusting the knife into its limbs. I have not ambushed you. What right do you have to ambush me? By what right? Under Mo Xie's frenzied onslaught, blood gushed forth from both combatants. The sole distinction lay in Mo Xie's rapid recovery from his wounds, his eyes ablaze with ferocity, unafraid of death. The tiger-headed centipede, however, was markedly different. After enduring so many strikes, an overwhelming fear flickered in its pair of vertical eyes. It merely arrived, drawn by the alluring scent of malevolence, with no desire for demise. Its tail, transforming from a thrust to a push, sent Mo Xie sprawling away. With a thud, Mo Xie fell to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Fingers traced the wound upon his abdomen, where the gash swiftly began to mend. Lifting his gaze, his captivating eyes embraced the tiger-headed centipede, relishing the sensation. Once more, as Mo Xie launched another assault, the limbs of the tiger-headed centipede writhed with urgency, violet luminescence converging rapidly along its tail, coalescing into a spherical orb of purple light within its maw. Roar! The violet sphere erupted, a colossal shockwave crashing against Mo Xie's form, the ensuing air current propelling him into the air. Boom! Mo Xie's body collided with an abandoned building, shattering through countless walls. This immense disturbance drew the attention of Lung Xian, who was aiding Hong Ying. Upon witnessing the chaos, Lung Xian unleashed a barrage of bullets to impede the advance of the tiger-headed centipede. Mo Xie, can you hear me? Mo Xie, can you hear me? Chapter 18, A Show of Power next. The voice of Lung Xian echoed through everyone's earpiece, yet silence reigned as they awaited a response amidst the battle. Wu Xiangnan took a deep breath, ready to head towards Mo Xie, determined to intervene. It is mine. Mo Xie's calm demeanor belied a fierce anger, asserting that no one was permitted to claim what belonged to him. Hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief. Chun Mai struck the mysterious figure with his blade, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. You little rascal, your tone remains as brash as ever. Wu Xiangnan, who had just prepared to throw explosives, discarded them behind him and refocused on the battlefield, noting the utter lack of respect for one's seniors. Amidst the swirling dust, Mo Xie rose within a cramped restroom, a malevolent aura cascading from him, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of the depths of hell. You are formidable, and I admire that. But your destruction of property is quite displeasing. Mo Xie's speed intensified, transforming into a deep purple blur as he leaped from the floor, delivering a devastating blow to the head of the tiger-headed centipede. The immense force caused the front half of the creature's body to plunge while the rear half lifted. With a swift motion, Mo Xie kicked the centipede's head as it neared the ground, sending it soaring like a football. Bang! The tiger-headed centipede curled into a ball and ascended into the sky, its wings fluttering as it spun mid-air. Do you think I cannot fly? Mo Xie's eyes narrowed as he leapt onto the adjacent building, utilizing the distance to gain momentum for a powerful jump. A blade imbued with dark energy extended rapidly, spanning several meters. Come to me. Descend now. The colossal purple blade sliced through the heavens, overwhelming the other two battlefields with its sheer force, cleaving into the tiger-headed centipede. The disparity in dark energy became apparent as Mo Xie's malevolent aura swiftly eroded the creature's protective layer. Under the tremendous power, the tiger-headed centipede plummeted from the sky like a meteor. In the battlefield where Hong Ying and her companions fought, merely 200 to 300 meters away from Lingchi's home, the ground trembled violently upon the centipede's arrival. Having just sent Hong Ying flying, the evil fire lion, alongside Hong Ying and Lingchi, turned their attention to the tiger-headed centipede embedded in the earth not far from them. A purple light descended from above, landing upon the creature. Amidst the dissipating dust, His blood-streaked face bore an exaggerated grin, his crimson eyes causing a shiver to run through the onlookers. Although his gaze was fixed upon them, his focus remained on the tiger-headed centipede, as his blade, flowing with dark energy, pierced into the creature's body. I will make you fly, make you roar at me. My skill in this piercing technique is honed. A mere few thrusts will not suffice to end you. Ahaha, gulp. This moment left the evil fire lion and Hong Ing swallowing hard. Is this a human? Has his condition deteriorated further? Are there such lunatics among the Night Watchers? Surely, they wouldn't force me to join them? The three factions harbored varying thoughts. Hong Ing and her companions contemplated seeking a healer for Emocia, while lingchi wished to expedite the relocation of his aunt. The infernal lion now yearns only to flee, never to return to the city again. The Night Watchers are far too merciless. Block its escape. Do not let it run. Wu Xiangnan was the first to regain his composure from the visual shock, witnessing the infernal lion's limbs poised for flight, and he bellowed in determination. Hong Ing, too, with her feet upon the flowing flames, leaped from the air to obstruct the infernal lion. Si Xiaonan unleashed the boundless threads, ensnaring the lion's limbs, while Wen Qima exerted mental control to hinder its speed. Zhao Kongsheng, near Lin Chia's residence, clapped in encouragement. Roar! The infernal lion let out a fierce roar, disregarding all else, solely intent on fleeing. Yet, as it took its first step, a chilling purple wind swept across its neck. Stiffening, it turned its head to see a blade radiating a violet glow embedded in the building beside it. Where do you think you're going? Mo Xia stored the purple elixir and consumed 3 smaller white pills from the system space to replenish his spiritual energy. Rising from the heap of mangled flesh that was once a beast, his eyes glimmered with insatiable desire. I am not yet finished with the slaughter. Mo Xia advanced step by step, an aura of malevolence enveloping him, as the discarded blade returned with accelerated speed. Grasping in his hand, he positioned himself to block the infernal lion's retreat, tilting his head and raising the blade, pointing it directly at the creature. You are next. The infernal lion instinctively recoiled 2 steps, but upon regaining its composure, its eyes blazed with an even deeper crimson. Roar! With a furious roar, torrents of flames erupted from the infernal lion, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The replenished spiritual energy from the white pills was recklessly unleashed by Mo Xia. A tempest of energy akin to twisted phantoms, commanding destruction. Both sides charged forward simultaneously, colliding with a thunderous impact. Flames and malevolence intertwined incessantly, the sound of crackling explosions echoing continuously. Clang! Clang! Mo Xia's blade illuminated the battlefield, each strike against the infernal lion growing in rapidity. In that moment, despite both parties exhibiting signs of fatigue from prior battles, the battlefield remained intensely contested. Shall we truly remain spectators, doing nothing? Hong Ing repeatedly tightened her grip on the spear, inquiring of Wu Xiangnan beside her. With his temperament, how could we intervene? Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to lament, his tablet began to vibrate. Within his earpiece, Lung Xian's voice resonated once more, reporting the appearance of several ghost-faced beings attempting to breach residential homes. Remnants that had escaped during the previous cleansing mission in the Old City. Perfectly fortuitous, we have come for them. Wu Xiangnan shared the map with his companions, casting a lingering glance at the infernal lion and the golden eyes nearby. Let us proceed. This time, our mission is progressing splendidly. Our preceding skirmish has showcased the power of the mysterious forces, and now, it is time to separate and demonstrate the strength in numbers of the enigmatic. Ultimately, Wu Xiangnan still aspired to secure the position of a Seraph's agent. Chun Mai harbored the same sentiment. Otherwise, he would not have assigned Wu Xiangnan and his group to oversee the closest mystery to Lin Chia's residence. The emergence of these ghost-faced beings was indeed a delightful surprise. Lin Chia observed the fierce clash between Mo Xia and the infernal lion, swallowing hard. Although he remained unaware of the strength hierarchy, he comprehended that he was ill-equipped to engage in such a battle. Was this so-called mystery truly this formidable? In the distance, Several of those enigmatic beings we encountered last time reappeared, prompting the individuals to disperse in order to confront them. Are there truly so many of these mysteries? If they fail to safeguard Sunshine City, do I genuinely possess the strength to protect my aunt and the others? Chapter 19. The Haunted Sunshine Asylum? With a swift motion, Mo. Xie severed the head of the infernal lion, nonchalantly stowing away a purple elixir into the realm of malevolence before collapsing onto the ground. Heaving, his chest rose and fell rhythmically. In his eyes, the crimson world shimmered with an air of enigma. What a splendid battle. Chun Mai approached with his blade in hand, plopping down beside Mo. Xie. Can you still get up? Mo. Xie's nostrils flared slightly, his eyes narrowing, baring his teeth as he fixed his gaze on the knife in Chun Mai's grip. Did you leave me any of that mystery? Chun Mai, noting the fiery intensity in Mo. Xie's gaze, seemingly recalled something. Seizing the moment as Mo. Xie attempted to rise, he hastily reached out to strike the back of Mo. Xie's neck. Smack! Mo. Xie grasped Chun Mai's wrist, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, eyes glimmering with arrogance. Planning a sneak attack? Dream on. However, the moment his words fell, Mo. Xie felt his body grow weak, collapsing into Chun Mai's embrace. Wu Xiangnan peeked from behind Mo. Xie, rubbing his hands together while teasing, "Be careful he doesn't ascend further. We might not be able to knock him out. Should he rise any higher, he would officially enter the purview of the upper echelons. They would either cure him or assign someone to stay by his side." Chun Mai glanced towards Lin Chia's direction, carrying Mo. Xie. Lin Chia must be wavering now, right? Wu Xiangnan wiped the blood from Mo. Xie's face and adjusted his clothing. If he adhered to his previous refusals, he would undoubtedly be swayed, especially considering the arrival of 2 C-level mysteries in Sunshine City. They would need to seek support, which posed a threat to his family. This time, if he declines again, let's not extend another invitation. Chun Mai adjusted Mo. Xie's position for his comfort. He understood that when the miracle concluded, Lin Chia would have but one choice. I'm confident. Wu Xiangnan assisted in cleaning Mo. Xie's blade and, alongside Chun Mai, placed him in the back seat. The aura of these 3 mysteries bore a resemblance to the power emanating from the small malevolence, suggesting they were drawn to him. Chun Mai removed his gear, neatly arranging it on the auxiliary seat. Little did these mysteries know that in seeking the small malevolence, they had sought a living king of the underworld. Chun Mai whispered softly, unheard by anyone, "What can the king of the underworld do?" A fortnight passed. During this time, only one mystery had surfaced, encountered by Lin Chia on his way to school. By the time they arrived, Lin Chia's eyes were bleeding, having only dealt with one mystery. After Red Ing dispatched the other with a few gunshots, Lin Chia was invited once more. That evening, he arrived at the office. As for what was discussed with the captain, Mo. Xie remained oblivious. But from that day forth, Lin Chia came to the office for training whenever he could, though the captain adamantly refused to let Mo. Xie participate. What was he afraid of? Afraid that Lin Chia would feel inferior in his presence? Thus, during his idle moments, Mo. Xie set up a small stool at the door, regaling the nearby children with tales. Let me tell you, at that moment, everything happened in the blink of an eye. I witnessed that wretched creature attempting to escape and felt a surge of urgency. Could I allow it to continue fleeing and endangering innocent lives? As the heir of the great Xia, I certainly could not. Thus, I sprang into action. Mo. Xie stood at the entrance of the office, boasting to 2 children before him. I leaped into the air, brandishing my sword, and shouted, "Sword, come forth!" In that instant, the very heavens responded to my call. Mo. Xie was animatedly recounting tales, while Hong Ying, perched at the front desk and engrossed in short videos, casually munched on sunflower seeds with a slightly twitching mouth. This fellow was quite the storyteller, albeit a tad prone to exaggeration. Brother, did Pineapple Blizzard end up marrying Ninja Turtle Taro? The children listened with rapt attention, unable to restrain their curiosity. Pineapple Blizzard, when she confessed her love to Ninja Turtle Taro, was devour whole. Mo. Xie made a fierce expression and mimicked the motion of swallowing a villain in front of the children. Wow! The children screamed and ran off in tears, while Mo. Xie stood with hands on hips, laughing heartily. Children truly are delightful. They are far more entertaining than the mentally ill. As Mo Xie gazed at the sky, he suddenly thought of his companions in the mental hospital. He wondered if old Zhang had found a girlfriend. If he had, would she be yet another con artist after his money? I should return and check. Mo Xie retrieved the small stool and placed it behind Hong Ying's position. I will take a quick trip back to the mental hospital and won't be watching the shop with you. He waved a casual goodbye, disregarding whether Hong Ying consented, and hopped onto the motorcycle parked at the entrance. Just as he secured his helmet, Lin Chia approached from a distance, carrying a backpack. Xie, Chia, youth is a blessing. Just last night, I endured a beating, and here I am again on the weekend. Mo Xie extracted an ice cream from his storage space. On such a scorching day, it's wise to cool down before facing any conflicts. Thank you, Lin Chia replied politely. As Mo Xie revved the engine and sped past Lin Chia, he playfully slapped Lin Chia's backside. I'll bring you a gift upon my return. At the Sunshine Mental Hospital, Mo Xie parked beside the security room, feeling as relaxed as if he had returned home. Old man, I'm back. The old man quickly switched off his phone screen, where the sweet voice of a female streamer soliciting tips had been audible. What brings you back, you rascal? The old man, suddenly animated, pulled Mo Xie into the security room and shoved him onto the folding bed, mysteriously drawing all the curtains. No, old man, I don't want to be number one, and I fear your health might not withstand it. Mo Xie glanced at the tissues on the table in the dimming security room, his mouth twitching slightly. Old man, remain calm. Calm down. It was no wonder he thought along those lines. The old man watched beautiful women's videos daily, and what if he truly couldn't resist? Direct confrontation was not an option. You lad, what nonsense are you spouting? The old man sat beside Mo Xie, discreetly scanning the surroundings. Mo Xie discreetly shifted his rear a little further away. Let us get to the matter at hand. This feels too ambiguous, and I'm not accustomed to it. Listen to me. Hurry, there are ghosts haunting this hospital. The elderly man's voice trembled, his entire body shivering. For it had been 3 days since anyone had emerged from within. Upon his inspection, he found not a single soul, even during the night patrol. He had glimpsed ethereal apparitions drifting about. Oblivious to Mo Xie's peculiar gaze, he spoke to himself, confessing that he had not dared to lower the volume of his phone these past 2 days. The moment the sound diminished, a chilling sensation crept down his spine. As he spoke, he pressed Mo Xie's hand onto his shoulder, harboring doubts about his own vitality, despite having diligently practiced to enhance his strength. Is it haunted? Mo Xie rose and drew back the curtains, exclaiming, I adore ghosts. You stay put, old man. I shall venture inside. How could I allow you, a mere child, to take such risks? The elderly man, with an air of finality, produced a broom from seemingly nowhere. Should you dare to follow me and encounter a ghost, I shall flee, leaving you behind. Mo Xie's ominous voice rang out, and in the brief moment the elderly man looked down. The broom had already found its way back to the corner. This young rascal, truly lacking in martial virtue. Chapter 20. The disappearance of Zhang Zilai outside the ward of the Sunshine Mental Hospital. Mo Xie leaned against the window, peering inside, yet found no one within. After surveying over 10 wards in succession, he discovered not a single soul. Just as his uncle had described, there was nothing. Where could everyone have gone? Mo Xie strolled through the entire hospital leisurely, eventually pausing in the courtyard. A strange sensation crept over him, as though someone were watching. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his gaze fixed upon the half-buried joss paper. This thing. Shaking the joss paper in his hand, a realization struck him, prompting him to glance towards the 4th floor. Hadn't he seen joss paper in the director's office just moments ago? Quickly retrieving his phone, Mo Xie dialed Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain. The tone on the other end was evidently displeased. What is it? If you need something, go find your captain. What mysterious force could render someone invisible during the day, only to emerge at night, leaving remnants of joss paper behind? Have you encountered something mysterious? Wu Xiangnan's tone shifted, lacking any levity. Given the circumstances you described, this mystery is likely a special entity with spatial abilities, leaning towards the nocturnal. I haven't heard of joss paper being involved. Let me look into it. Just tread lightly and avoid making too much noise. He initially intended to caution Mo Xie to ensure his safety. But considering it was Mo Xie, he deemed it unnecessary. Given Mo Xie's current mid-tier prowess, even a captain might struggle against him. Spatial phenomena. Mo Xie muttered as he ended the call. I cannot wait until nightfall. It seems I must press on. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from Mo Xie, flooding the courtyard like a torrent. Under this sinister influence, the surrounding space began to warp. The violet aura swiftly pervaded the encroaching darkness, revealing an alternate reality that gradually expanded in Mo Xie's vision. This feels more like an illusion, doesn't it? Step by step, Mo Xie advanced towards the office building, where the fragrance was most potent. Ha ha! Don't steal my cow. What? Brother Nyo? I old son have arrived. Upon entering the office building, he encountered a flurry of patients dashing through the corridor. Red threads connected each patient, leading to the staircase at the end of the hallway. A power reminiscent of that of a spider. There were some differences. Mo Xie walked past the patients, traversing through them until he had passed them all. Clenching his fist tightly, the violet energy converged upon the red threads, declaring, "Those who dare to move against me, I shall see how many punches you can withstand." With a series of snapping sounds, Mo Xie wrapped the severed red threads around his fists and ascended the stairs. As he reached the stairway, his peripheral vision caught sight of the empty corridor, and a smirk crept onto his lips. "Little darling, Big Brother is here. Don't you dare run away." Mo Xie's voice echoed throughout the stairwell. On the second floor, he quickly peeked out, surveying the vacant staircase, feeling slightly disappointed. Nothing here. On the third floor, Old Zhang. Surprise. On the fourth floor, hee, so you were here all along. Mo Xie gazed at the few languid doctors loitering in the corridor and leaped from the staircase. It has been a while. Your eyes have taken on a lovely shade of blue. Mo Xie advanced step by step, his gaze sweeping over each doctor, yet he failed to find that familiar figure. His brow furrowing slightly. Transforming into a violet shadow, Mo Xie passed through the doctors, extinguishing the crimson threads behind them. With a composed demeanor, he strode deeper into the corridor, oblivious to Zhang Zilai's presence. You had better pray he is unharmed, or I shall make you wish for death. Mo Xie's voice resonated around him, met with an unsettling silence. With a forceful kick, he flung open the door to the director's office. His eyes fixated on the crimson egg sac suspended in the air. The malevolent energy in his hand gradually expanded, coalescing into an illusory purple blade. Kijing, I hope you can endure a little longer. With a swift strike, he cleaved the red egg sac, his gaze locking onto the red larva peeking out. The dark energy in his hand whirled, directly drawing the larva into his grasp. Creatures like you, capable of controlling others, must possess some intellect. Where is Zhang Zilai? Mo Xie's voice was as frigid as the depths of hell, causing the red larva to tremble uncontrollably, stammering, I have lost my memories before becoming an egg sac, and I have never seen this person. Are you deceiving me? Mo Xie's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent barely contained. This was his first battle after tasting the elixir crafted by the mysterious, devoid of bloodlust yet brimming with power. I am not deceiving you. The larva was evidently terrified, its body shaking incessantly. Since you know nothing, then perish. The malevolent energy in Mo Xie's hands transformed into slicing blades, rapidly severing the larva's body. Ack! The larva screamed in agony, yet Mo Xie seemed impervious to its cries, intensifying his output of dark energy. Witnessing the larva being reduced to mere pulp within his grip, Mo Xie's expression remained serene. For some inexplicable reason, he envisioned a figure irately adjusting their trousers. Old Zhang, whether in life or death, I shall find you. Although Zhang Zilai may have already met his demise, Mo Xie still clung to the hope that he was alive. He was determined to locate him. Boom! The dark energy erupted in Mo Xie's hands, leaving only a white elixir in its wake. In the instant of the larva's demise, the surrounding space shattered in layers, revealing the once tranquil director's office. Mo Xie cast a glance at the unconscious director on the floor before turning to exit. The entire psychiatric hospital lay in a state of unconsciousness. Although he had shattered that particular world, the control over them had not been established in a day or two. Naturally, they would not awaken swiftly. Neither the doctors nor the patients garnered a second glance from Emocia. He claimed to return to inspect the hospital. It was more accurate to say he came back in search of Zhang Zilai. Hello, is it resolved? Wu Xiangnan's voice broke the silence, unaware of Mocia's emotions. The Yangwang Psychiatric Hospital, correct? I have already arranged for the follow-up work. It will be addressed in due course. Oh, please help me find someone, Zhang Zilai. Whether alive or dead, I must see him. On the other end of the line, Wu Xiangnan sensed something amiss and spoke softly. I will do my utmost. Indeed, Mocia understood that finding a path without effort was the most efficient approach, but he had yet to reach that level. Raising his head, he gazed at the elderly man in the distance who was scanning the surroundings. Mocia pursed his lips, realizing that he initially intended to alleviate his mental strain, but it seemed he needed to elevate his abilities more swiftly. Chapter 21. Worries and time-limited slaughter as Mocia prepared to absorb the resentment and elevate his realm. He was notified of a mysterious arrival. I will be there shortly. You all discuss first, and I shall take action, he stated, redirecting his vehicle towards the office. He harbored a faint suspicion. Previously, he had reported on the circumstances at No. 2 High School, and Chunmai and Wu Xiangnan had been conducting a covert investigation. It was likely that they had uncovered something today. However, this time, Li Fei had not yet reported the incident. Montaxi, you must not project your emotions onto others. Control yourself. You must maintain composure. He fervently advised himself. With Zhang Zi having vanished without a trace, his spirits were low, and he could not afford to impart any negative emotions onto them. In the peacekeeping office as conference room, they decided not to wait for him. This situation is serious. Chunmai began, as they commenced their analysis, with lingchi nodding thoughtfully beside them. Regardless of whether it was analysis or prediction, these individuals were seasoned experts. Just as they were nearing the conclusion of their discussion, Mocia pushed open the door. He happened to overhear Wu Xiangnan struggling to articulate what the mystery entailed, and he took a seat, calmly interjecting, "It should be the Nanda serpent demon, controlling people through serpent seeds." The Nanda serpent demon? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan swiftly consulted the records, quickly projecting the data regarding the Nanda serpent demon onto the screen. The documentation of the Nanda serpent demon bore a striking resemblance to the current mysterious situation, and understanding its nature would facilitate a resolution. Wu Xiangnan appeared visibly excited. Kesting Montaxi an encouraging glance. Mocia's gaze met Lung Xian's, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. "Brother Lung, why are you looking at me like that?" he questioned. Having endured the trials imposed by lingchi, Lung Xian's resentment towards Mocia had diminished significantly in that moment. Montaxi is extraordinary talent, which could rival his own in mere days, was something he could not compare to. Before lingchi, he had regained his confidence. This single word of praise was a testament to Lung Xian's admiration for Mocia's innate skills, a born sharpshooter. Seemingly understanding Lung Xian's sentiments, Hong Ying and Zhao Kongchang discreetly diverted their gazes. Hong Ying placed her hand on Lin Chia's shoulder, cheerfully declaring, "Chia, we need not compare our marksmanship. We are still exceptional." Chunmai observed the group's dynamics, resting his hands on the table. "After discussions between Xiangnan and myself, we shall divide into 2 teams to operate simultaneously. One team will center around No. 2 High School, seeking out others who may have been implanted with serpent seeds. The other will infiltrate No. 2 High School to locate the source as swiftly as possible." Han Ying, Chia Xiangnan, and even Xiao Xie all fit the profile of high school students. Upon hearing this, all but Lin Chia wore expressions of hesitation. After all, they were uncertain of what Mocia might do if provoked. While they could typically devise strategies together, allowing Mocia into the school in a frenzied state could lead to innocent casualties. "I can easily discern the mystery," Mocia asserted, still perplexed by their hesitance. "To escalate matters, my strength within will result in an overwhelming advantage, swiftly eliminating all serpent seeds. Well, Xiao Xia, let us discuss this. When we are in a crowded area and carry out our tasks swiftly, could we refrain from employing such gruesome methods as the lingchi? Chen Mai's tone was already quite diplomatic. He feared that Mo Xia might perform a lingchi in front of the students, leaving them with psychological scars. Are you worried about this? Mo Xia's gaze was somewhat peculiar. When I enter, it is merely a matter of indiscriminate slaughter. A single strike suffices. Why would I exert unnecessary effort? At this moment, including Lin Xie, everyone seemed hesitant to speak. Although they had not witnessed the lingchi firsthand as Chen Mai had, the vivid memory of Mo Xia's frenzied assault on the mysterious figure lingered in their minds. Could you at least set a time limit for me? Mo Xia inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. With a time constraint, I certainly wouldn't waste it. After all, the mysterious figure had attacked him first. Was it wrong for him to retaliate? As for the lingchi, he merely intended to assist the Ghost-Face King in cleaning superficial wounds, and a few extra slices have been unfortunate accidents. Very well. Let us limit each strike against the mysterious figures to 1 second. Chen Mai chose to place his trust in Mo Xia. Without further ado, Lung Xian slammed his knife onto the table. Use my blade. Mo Xia accepted it without hesitation, turning to Hong Ying and the others. You are responsible for locating the core. I will eliminate them one by one to help narrow the search. Noticing the trio's unusual expressions, Mo Xia continued. In the past few days, I have constructed a small space with my mental energy. After eliminating the mysterious figures, I will collect their bodies so they remain undiscovered. Lin Xie feigned calmness, but in truth, he was anxious. The tension level for his first mission was at 20, but alongside Mo Xia, it soared to 100. Although this slightly younger brother was considerate, he feared being accidentally struck down. Given the speed at which Xiao Xia operated, the time spent locating the core would also be reduced. To prevent the core from causing significant chaos, they needed to complete their tasks as swiftly as possible. Wu Xiangnan calculated the timing. Ignoring travel time, even with 2,000 serpentkin, Mo Xia could finish them all in half an hour. Thus, this mission would indeed be executed rapidly. Half an hour later, Mo Xia and Hong Ying scaled the wall. Aside from Mo Xia clad in a trench coat, Lin Xie and the others wore their school uniforms. Let us see who can reach the other side first. The winner treats to barbecue. Mo Xia's lips curled into a smile, prompting an eye roll from Hong Ying. Are you hoping we will let you win? Just don't get caught. Hong Ying wanted. Fear not. I have a precise grasp of my positioning. I shall play the assassin. Mo Xia drew the star blade from beneath his garment and swiftly vanished into the shadows. Let us proceed according to plan and act separately. They approached the wall near the science building. Mo Xia's nose twitched slightly, leading him to the music room, where a janitor was mopping the floor. One person can be quite dangerous. Mo Xia pushed the door open. Before the janitor could react, he swiftly silenced her with a cut to the throat. The blood yet to spurt forth. The white elixir was grasped firmly, and the corpse subsequently entered the realm of malevolence. With a swift turn, the door was closed. Mo Xia executed these actions seamlessly and stepped into the office of the classroom. Both individuals exuded a fragrant aroma. Mo Xia gently pushed the door ajar, his body slipping through the threshold, and with a burst of speed, he secured 2 elixirs. He then turned to collect the 4 grotesquely contorted bodies. Having cleaved one directly in half with his previous strike, the building was desolate, devoid of life. Mo Xia proceeded into the adjacent structure, navigating corners of the restroom, the staircase, and the vicinity of the water dispenser. He moved like a specter, his presence unnoticed by the serpentine beings, who met their demise without realizing what had befallen them. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and his companions had just arrived in the classroom. With golden eyes, he surveyed the assembly, his enigmatic identity laid bare. Lin Xie suddenly felt a sense of urgency, as the numbers emanating from Mo Xie's voice through the earpiece escalated. 7, 8, 9. Chapter 22. Comrade, the nation requires your deceit, as he confirmed the mysterious number surrounding him and his classmates. Mo Xie continued his relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and her team, engaged in a search of the office building, felt the pressure mounting. Glancing at the human skin beneath the chair, Hong Ying's lips twitched slightly. Xiaonan, we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, we may find ourselves at a loss. Given their current search speed, it seemed unlikely they would achieve much within the hour. I realized it might be necessary for Qi Yi to concoct an excuse to exit the classroom. Si Xiaonan closed the door, and Hong Ying readily agreed to the suggestion. The main concern was Mo Xie's ruthlessness. Due to the large crowd at the flag-raising ceremony, Mo Xie refrained from direct action, opting instead to wait outside. After the ceremony concluded, he fixed his bloodshot eyes on the nearby building from behind a tree trunk adjacent to the girls' dormitory. The scent emanating from within was tantalizing, leaving him curious about how many were inside. Scanning the first-floor window bars, Mo Xie climbed onto the tree trunk and leaped gracefully onto the third floor. Upon landing, he spotted 4 girls, fragrant and poised to head to their classroom. "I cannot allow you to leave," he declared, dashing forward and swiftly eliminating them before they could react. Without waiting for their bodies to touch the ground, Mo Xie collected them and vaulted to the top of the corridor. Pressing his limbs against the wall, the exhilaration in his eyes intensified. The snake-like entities began to emerge in the corridor, each searching amidst the throngs of others. "More. I need more," he urged himself, fighting against his own impulses. The Nantawa snake demon must have sensed the rapid extermination of its kind and was anxiously seeking its own, ensuring an increase in their numbers. "I shall encircle and eliminate you." Mo Xie's malevolent aura began to spread across the corridor's ceiling, enveloping the entire area. Observing the dozen or so snake entities below, a manic grin crept across Mo Xie's face. The dark energy erupted at the top of the corridor, cascading down the walls with astonishing speed, converging on the ground. Among the victims were several ordinary individuals who fell unconscious from the overwhelming malevolence, lying motionless as nearby snake entities attempted to spread their contagion. However, they were denied the opportunity. Such excruciating restraint. Mo Xie, cloaked in dark energy, leaped from the ceiling. His knife, already enveloped in malevolence, was hurled to the left, while he himself transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging to the right. The sounds of blades shredding flesh and the ominous whispers of Mo Xie's dark energy intertwined, creating a ceaseless cacophony. Fortunately, the dark energy concealed the bloodshed. Otherwise, the evidence would surely betray him. After a brief halt, Mo Xie pivoted, deftly turning, and crushed the tiles beneath his feet. He accelerated towards the knife, still soaring through the air. Along his path, all the mysterious corpses and elixirs were swiftly absorbed into the dark energy space. As he gripped the hilt of the knife, the dark energy behind him tightened, and the blood surged collectively into that space. Mo Xie activated his earpiece and spoke softly, 23. Such an immense figure left Hong Ying and Lin Qi Yi momentarily stunned. Yet they swiftly redirected their focus, continuing their quest for the entity. Had the prolonged silence merely been a prelude to a grand revelation? In the distance, the pale-faced Lung Xian, who had just activated the Wujia Void, crouched on the rooftop adjacent to the school. Upon hearing Mo Xie's count, he too was taken aback. This ruthless killer truly was swift. Lin Qi and Li Yi navigated through the academic building, deliberately choosing to traverse the sides devoid of restrooms, hastening towards those that contained them. This was their method of departure. The moment Lin Qi caught wind of Mo Xie's tally, his pace quickened. The segment of personality belonging to the Nantua serpent demon quivered with frenzy. This was not within its expectations. The Watcher's detailed information was nearly complete, save for Mo Xie, and then they invaded. Moreover, through the perspective of the serpent kind, it had not discerned what the one who sought to eliminate it looked like. The rapidity of such losses incited an overwhelming urge to flee. Had it infiltrated the ranks of the Watchers? Whether it could survive the day remained a tantalizing uncertainty. Yet, it found itself unable to escape directly, with Lin Qi so close by. Should it seize control of its primary persona, Lin Qi would undoubtedly take notice. Convening an emergency assembly at the school was the only strategy that the non-Tuwa serpent demon could conceive. Only amidst chaos could it hope to escape. Just as it prepared to manipulate the principal into calling an all-school meeting, unbeknownst to anyone, Mo Xie, having cleared the female dormitory, turned to enter the male dormitory. Although the fragrance within was somewhat subdued, it was a waste to disregard it. Including the time spent climbing the stairs, 3 minutes later, the entire building was devoid of any serpent kind. Next, only the office building and the academic building remained. Mo Xie's crimson eyes, coupled with an enigmatic aura, made him appear truly mysterious. He needed to move faster. A second felt rather sluggish. Mo Xie's figure vanished from sight as he followed the scent, methodically eliminating the mysteries along his path, most of whom were merely security personnel or caretakers. In addition to these, there were considerably more than the 60 mentioned in the original narrative. 24, 25. Upon reaching the academic building, Mo Xie encountered a dilemma. A single classroom could not possibly consist entirely of mysteries. Should he take action, he would inevitably be seen by the ordinary students. Damn it, he had to remain cautious of these commoners. Mo Xie took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and dashed into the office building. After dispatching a few teachers inside, he plunged into the broadcasting room. Here, a teacher devoid of any fragrance was evidently about to announce something. Mo Xie stood behind the teacher, fixated on the nearby phone. Was the content of the broadcast sent by the principal? With a swift motion, Mo Xie reversed his grip on the hilt of his knife, pressing the blade against the teacher's head. Don't move. The instinctual fear of firearms caused the teacher's body to tremble, and he shakily raised his hands. Don't shoot. I surrender. Comrade, I am a police officer. The state needs you. Dangerous elements have infiltrated your school. In order to mitigate student casualties, it has been deemed necessary to declare the dormitory conditions unsatisfactory, compelling all boarding students to return to their residences for cleaning duties. Our comrades will cordon off the dormitory building to ensure the utmost safety of faculty and students. According to original accounts and Mo Xie's own analysis, the majority of those infected are boarding students. This strategy may effectively lure a significant portion of the serpentine thread out for extermination. So that is the case. You nearly frightened me to death, comrade. The teacher trembled, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. As she prepared to turn around, Mo Xie swiftly retracted the knife handle and spoke urgently. I am an undercover agent of the police, often engaged in perilous missions. The moment you see my face, both our lives will be in jeopardy. I implore you not to let your curiosity endanger your family. Very well, comrade. I shall not turn around. The teacher, embodying the demeanor of someone involved in a covert operation, resolutely grasped the microphone. She had never anticipated that, as a mere broadcasting instructor, she could utter a few words to save the life of her student. An overwhelming sense of honorable responsibility bolstered her resolve, allowing her to sit up straighter. Upon inspection, it was revealed that the majority of our dormitories exhibited poor sanitation. Consequently, all boarding students are required to return to their dormitories for cleaning. Chapter 23. The Counterattack of the Naga Demon Upon Inspection. The broadcast sound resonated, and Mo Xie quietly exited the broadcasting room, standing in the corner of the dormitory building, awaiting the target's appearance. Mo Xie, regarding the broadcast incident, Hong Ying had absorbed everything that transpired. Feeling both impressed by Mo Xie's remarkable abilities and concerned that such actions might attract the attention of the entity, it had already intended to flee. By the time I arrived at the broadcasting room, the teacher was prepared to announce a sudden meeting called by the principal, instructing all faculty and students to gather at the flagpole. Mo Xie gazed at the national flag in the distance, along with numerous emerging snake entities, realizing that it aimed to incite chaos within the school and then escape. Xiaonan nodded, pondering how many remained. Aside from the teaching building, I have cleared all other areas, eliminating a total of 27. Mo Xie appeared relaxed, observing the group of snake entities preparing to disperse, and shifted direction to circumvent them. On the teaching building side, I had located 43 individuals before the broadcast. Many had already retreated to the dormitory. After lingchi completed his report, he suddenly turned. Noticing the absence of Li Yifei. He doesn't reside on campus. He must have fled. Li Yifei, who does not stay at the school, has escaped. Just as lingchi was preparing to search for Li Yifei, a refined young boy poked his head out of the nearby window, gesturing towards the direction of Li Yifei's escape. "I am in Qingyu," he stated, observing lingchi's peculiar expression as he communicated with others before running off. And Qingyu glanced at the students and teachers, then leaped from the window, inquiring, "You must not be an ordinary person. Is there any way I can assist you?" Noticing that lingchi was preoccupied with his pursuit, and Qingyu hurriedly followed. Previously, I had detected something amiss among certain students at the school. Once, two classmates who were not on amicable terms quickly bonded, and previous adversaries managed to dissolve their enmity in a short span. Coupled with today's unusual flag-raising incident and several vacancies among the teachers, it was evident that you all had come for this purpose. Upon hearing this, lingchi looked at Qingyu in astonishment. "You deduced all of this so swiftly?" And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "I have long recognized that this world harbors undisclosed layers. The old district surrounding my home appears tranquil on the surface, yet I have heard that several residents have perished. One night, I was awakened by the roar of a beast, but when I arose with my binoculars to search, there was nothing to be found. Although I have never seen it with my own eyes, that does not imply it does not exist." The more Qingyu spoke, the more animated he became, as if he had glimpsed an entirely new world. Fixating on the scabbard behind lingchi, "You must belong to some mysterious organization. May I join?" At the school gate, Li Yifei gazed at the boundary of the void of no restraint, his expression suddenly turning frosty. It seems that without inciting greater chaos, there would be no escape today. Just as this thought crossed Li Yifei's mind, the remaining snake entities within the school erupted into violence, charging directly at the surrounding students without hesitation. Surrounded by an absence of students, all rushed towards the nearest classroom. Among them, a serpent of a particular breed slithered into a hidden corner of the school, seamlessly merging with the ground. Just as the serpent vanished, a nagas emerged from the depths, shedding its former shell. A deafening roar erupted, and this remnant creature charged towards the teaching building. It had gone berserk. Hong Ying gazed at the remnant with gleaming eyes, proclaiming, "This one is mine." Though she spoke, Mo Xie, in his current state, paid her no heed, surpassing her at an even swifter pace. At that moment, he turned to face her, declaring, "It belongs to me." "Ah!" Hong Ying, in a fit of frustration, tugged at her hair. Ever since Mo Xie joined their team, she had not engaged in a proper battle. Almost every encounter had him chasing after the mysterious, as if possessed by some ailment. "Mo Xie, I shall make you bankrupt." While her heart brimmed with fury, her words were not as harsh. Instead, she redirected her aim, dispatching a serpent with a single shot. "I can't deal with that brat, so you shall have to perish." Si Xiaonan, standing nearby, swallowed hard, astonished by Hong Ying's ferocity. Adhering to the principle of, if you cannot defeat them, join them, Hong Ying turned to Si Xiaonan, saying, "Xiaonan, dear, all of these are mine. Is there a contagion involved?" Si Xiaonan rolled his eyes before brandishing a knife in front of a student, urging, "Run." lingchi swung his blade relentlessly between the floors, aiding those students and teachers resisting the serpents. The techniques he wielded were fierce, perfectly embodying Chun Muye's style. "Who is that? The way he handles the sword is truly impressive. Isn't that lingchi? I couldn't see him before, but now I can." Lingchi, what a melodious name. lingchi remained unresponsive, darting through the classrooms. At this moment, he silently reflected on his fortune. Had Mo Xie not eliminated nearly half of the threats, the situation would have been far more perilous. Meanwhile, Qing Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, lingering momentarily on the protrusion at Lin Chiye's lower back. As he engaged in combat, she discerned the outline of a pistol. It was known that ordinary individuals could not procure such firearms. Lin Chi must be affiliated with a clandestine governmental organization. On the other side, Mo Xie cleaved the Naga's head with a single strike. The blade, forged from malevolent energy, was extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly bisecting the remnant creature. Unable to extract any elixirs, Mo Xie, standing atop the remnant, was visibly displeased. In a fit of rage, he stomped down, breaking its neck and casting it into the realm of malevolent energy. You dare deceive me with this? You're courting death. Mo Xie abruptly turned his gaze towards the school's entrance, where a group of students and teachers pounded against the edge of the boundless void, crying, "Let us out. There are monsters inside. Help. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." Bang. The sound of a gunshot shattered the cacophony, and silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 24. The mysterious maneuver of Hong Ying back away. All the monsters are dead. Lin Xie stood resolute, his grip on the pistol unwavering. Exudino imposignoha. Li Yifei. Do not move. His gun was trained on the shifting figure of Li Yifei, his expression grave. Chia, why are you aiming a gun at me? Li Yifei queried, bewildered, as he slowly raised his hands above his head. After taking careful aim at Li Yifei, Lin Xie reconsidered and thrust the gun into Qingyu's hands. Can you aim it? He held confidence in his marksmanship, believing it unlikely he would hit the target. Perhaps even Qingyu, who had never handled a firearm, would fare better than him. Lin Xie, how did you discover my presence? Li Yifei's expression twisted strangely before returning to normal. I didn't reveal anything. Because you fled, you ran away at a critical moment. While Lin Xie and Li Yifei exchanged words, Mo Xie was tightly embraced by Hong Ying. Xiao Xie, Montak Si, Xie, Xiedat. Hong Ying clung desperately to Mo Xie's waist, her face flushed with exertion. You cannot go and kill him. What if you accidentally harm someone? Si Xiaonan, also sprawled on the ground, clutched Mo Xie's legs, refusing to let go. Yes, your intention seems to be to devour that fellow whole. There are children around. Children. Let me go. He dared to toy with me. I will chop him into mincemeat. Tear him apart. Mo Xie's eyes blazed with fury, dismissing the consequences of his actions. As for the captain and the others' concerns, he believed he could simply drag the creature aside before dismembering it. Please, let us see how Chia fights, shall we? Hong Ying felt as though the sky were collapsing around her, tears and snot streaming down her face, filled with injustice. We can let this go. We are all veterans here. Losing a couple of mysteries is no great matter, but Chia is a newcomer. Let him practice against a stronger mystery. Hong Ying felt her heart aching for Lin Xie, even sensing her own limits begin to waver. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, at worst. I will refrain from intervening in the next mystery encounter, although Si Xiaonan's opportunities to act were few. Next time, I will let him handle the mystery to hone his skills. The crimson light in Mo Xie's eyes diminished considerably. He felt he had indeed compromised and finally released his grip. Not a chance. Even if you kill Xiaonan, I won't let go. Hong Ying tightened her embrace further. Who are you trying to fool? You think you can catch a mystery? It's a miracle you haven't killed it outright, let alone capture it. Bah! Si Xiaonan exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Why do you want to kill me? What have I done? Mo Xie inhaled deeply, his anger and wickedness swirling in his mind. Yet he could not strike at either of them. Moreover, the dense, gray resentment surrounding him surged into Mo Xie's body, requiring no effort to absorb, flowing in ceaselessly. The school, outside the office building, was a significant source of this resentment. Regrettably, the 7 deadly sins were fewer here, suppressing the burgeoning mental power within. While enduring the murderous intent and fury swirling in his mind, Mo Xie's body trembled. Holding Mo Xie, Hong Ying raised her head and exchanged a glance with Si Xiaonan, both sensing an ominous premonition. Their eyes communicated incessantly like telegraph machines. Hong Ying, he wouldn't actually strike at us, would he? Si Xiaonan, surely not. We haven't done anything to provoke him. Hong Ying, indeed, we have done nothing. It seems unreasonable. Mo Xie suddenly tilted his head back, his eyes rolling as he fainted from the overwhelming pressure. Redding, it appears he has lost consciousness, Si Xiaonan cautiously remarked, lifting Mo Xie's eyelid in shock. We merely embraced. Why is his temper so volatile? Hong Ying gently released her hold on Mo Xie, supporting him as she pondered their next course of action. How long will he remain unconscious? Si Xiaonan took his pulse, occasionally glancing at Mo Xia's eyelids, then shook his head. I'm unsure. It might take a while. Is that so? Hong Ying's gaze drifted toward Lin Qi, who was engaged in battle with the Nandu, snake demon. Biting her lip, she thought, if I refrain from assisting, will Xiao Xia awaken before the Nandu snake demon is dealt with? Her grip on her spear tightened with a surge of excitement. Throughout this period, she had felt stifled. Heaven knows how effortlessly Mo Xia, this newcomer, could overshadow her as a senior. She found herself inexplicably rendered inactive. Cursed be the audacious youth. Wait, Redding, did not just say that? If you intervene, how will you reconcile your earlier words? Si Xiaonan remarked, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Now, even the Watchers must employ stratagems against a mystery? After a moment of contemplation, Hong Ying decided to transfer Mo Xia into Si Xiaonan's arms. You hold him for now. I shall return shortly. Si Xiaonan, with his petite frame, struggled to support Mo Xia's towering physique, unsure of where to place his hands. Redding, please hurry. Hong Ying hoisted her spear onto her shoulder, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. I know. It has been ages since I faced the mysteries of the pool realm. I shall join the fray, enveloped in rosy flames. Hong Ying radiated heat as she called out. Qi, shift your rear. I am coming through. In the midst of battle, Lin Qi took a step back, his starry blade slicing through the Nandu, snake demon-s form. Before the demon could react, a spear descended from above. As it shattered a portion of the demon's body, Hong Ying planted her foot on the spear's shaft, leveraging the slight rebound to thrust forward. Jie, don't just stand there. Hong Ying demanded, ensuring Lin Qi had space to gain practical combat experience. Ah yes, Redding. Lin Qi, unwilling to squander this excellent combat opportunity, charged forward with his blade. Nearby, Qing Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she alternated her gaze between the fiery Hong Ying, the golden-eyed Lin Qi, and the bloodied Nandu snake demon. She felt overwhelmed by the vivid spectacle. How fascinating. This hidden aspect of the world is truly intriguing. I long to witness more. And Qing Yu's body trembled involuntarily. He retrieved a scalpel from his small bag, gesturing towards the Nanda snake demon, filled with curiosity about its anatomical structure. After a prolonged imitation, Qing Yu turned his gaze to the other side. Upon the arrival of Hong Ying onto the battlefield, he spotted Si Xiaonan and Mo Xia. They were likely the leaders of Lin Qi and his companions. I shall inquire. He believed himself to possess intelligence and talent, certain that he could join their ranks. With hurried strides, Qing Yu almost sprinted, halting before Si Xiaonan, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Esteemed sister, may I join you? Chapter 25, Awakening of Qinjiu in the late stage of the Sea Realm. He was outside the school. Chun Mai gently placed Mo Xia in the back seat of the car. Oh, he intended to plunge into the throng of students, eager to dismantle the Nanta serpent demon. But we thwarted his attempt, leaving him in a fit of rage. After the battle, Hong Ying experienced a sense of satisfaction, calmly leaning against the car. Si Xiaonan stood nearby, feeling somewhat awkward, his gaze fixed on the sky, while he nudged Zhao, conching beside him, remarking on the pleasant weather. The demeanor of the two suggested they were attempting to gloss over the incident, so Chun Mai turned his attention to Lin Qi, saying, Qi, you're the most honest among us. Please tell me what transpired. I am unsure at the time. I was engaged in combat with a Nantua serpent demon when Sister Hong Ying suddenly joined the fray. Lin Qi did not meet Hong Ying's gaze but glanced into the school, his tone somewhat hesitant. Chun Mai cast a sidelong glance at Hong Ying, then addressed Lin Qi gently, speak freely. I have a classmate with a high IQ who wishes to join. Qi, not everyone can become a night watcher. Your friend lacks the forbidden ruins. Joining us will be perilous. Even within our team, Zhao and Lung Xian are either elite warriors or possess exclusive forbidden items. Chun Mai endeavored to express his thoughts tactfully. The world is never short of prodigies, yet the Night Watcher's ranks are solely meritocratic. We must return. I understand. Once seated in the car, Lin Qi felt Mo Xia's drooping head slide onto his shoulder. In that instant, he remained motionless, fearful of waking Mo-Xie. Meanwhile, Ang Qinjiu, within the confines of the school, awaited Lin Chie's response, her gaze drifting to the head of the Nantua serpent demon. Since I cannot join, I shall first study it. Stealthily cradling the demon's head, Ang Qinjiu, with her small bag, descended into the sewer. Upon entering, her fingers brushed against the wound on the demon's head. Instantly, a surge of knowledge flooded her mind, information pertaining to the incision of the Nantua serpent demon's wound. The key to the door, in the river of time, trembled imperceptibly, and a hue of gray appeared in Ang Qinjiu's eyes. The unique correct answer successfully awakened. Time always slips away unnoticed. Soon, only half a day remained before their training commenced. During this interval, after participating in several missions, Lin Xie had not returned to school, but had officially become a reserve member of Team 136 under the guise of military service. Faced with the harsh realities of bloodshed, Lin Xie now sought to acquire greater strength to confront all possible future challenges. Captain, is an evil brother coming along? Lin Xie pulled along a suitcase adorned with Peppa Pig, glancing at Chunmai in the driver's seat. He, considering Mo-Xie's wealth and his unwavering vow to break through to the Sea realm, Chunmai slowly shook his head. He will come on his own. We should set off first. Sitting behind, Hong Ying placed a hand on Lin Xie's shoulder. It seems that during the training camp, that young lad's realm had already reached the sea level. When the time comes, having him cover for you would likely make the instructors seem nearly his equal. Huh? Is there even a need to participate in the training camp? Lin Xie felt somewhat perplexed at the idea of having a group of instructors teach someone of the same rank. Isn't that merely a waste of time? Moreover, given Mo-Xie's character, this training session is bound to descend into chaos. He had imperative matters to attend to during the camp. Wu Xiangnan, glancing at the information on his phone, nodded slowly. His equipment was prepared. As long as certain conditions were met, he could directly be promoted and even join a special squad. Seated behind, Zhao Kongchang felt a tinge of melancholy. He had long known that these two rascals possessed brighter futures, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly time had passed. Lung Xian remained silent, quietly observing the back of Lin Chie's head. Though filled with reluctance, his thoughts inevitably drifted to Lin Chie's shooting posture. Si Xiaonan discreetly slipped some candy into Lin Chie's pocket. The training camp was tedious and arduous. A little candy could certainly alleviate the monotony. Progressing to the sea level and joining a special squad is quite normal. But I only wish to remain in Sangnan City, Lin Chie stated earnestly. We're almost there, Chie. Don't heed Hong Ying's words. Focus on your studies inside. Those lessons will prove beneficial to you in the future. Chunmai adjusted the steering wheel, weaving into the forest. This time, Mo-Xie was not at the office building, but rather at the heart of several office buildings and schools. Now, at the pinnacle of the river realm, his capacity to absorb resentment had significantly expanded. This was the most efficient position. Currently, Mo-Xie was seated in a cross-legged position atop a supermarket, absorbing resentment from all directions, his limbs bound by iron chains, each linked to the corners of the rooftop. It was still somewhat taxing. Mo-Xie had refrained from actively absorbing large quantities of resentment during this period, primarily because his body and mind could not withstand the impact of such overwhelming negativity. The portion of resentment he automatically absorbed at the second high school had already pushed him to the pinnacle of the river realm. After a lengthy respite, he dared to attempt again. The shifts in class were exhausting. I no longer wished to tighten screws. Pride pervi. Greed 1. Laziness 1. The whispers in his mind echoed incessantly, and Mo-Xie shook his head repeatedly to process the cacophony within. Breathe in. Be quiet. Exhale. Don't crowd me with noise. Speak one at a time. His voice twisted momentarily, yet he continued to exert his utmost restraint. I will take my time. I can do this. His mental fortitude gradually ascended at a steady pace, soon breaking through to the initial strength of the sea level. This absorption lasted 2 days, during which he absorbed significant resentment during the day and minor resentment at night, ensuring ample time for digestion. Is this truly my limit at the late stages of the sea realm? Mo-Xie ceased to absorb any lingering resentment. instead accumulating the potent forces of the 7 deadly sins. Trembling, he rose to his feet and gazed at the designated spot that Chunmai had assigned to him. Being a punctual individual, he realized he would be late for the training session. Descending to the first floor, he mounted his motorcycle and twisted the throttle fully, speeding away in haste. From within the realm of malevolence, he retrieved a small bread roll, stuffing it into his mouth as he chewed, simultaneously placing the earpiece in his ear. "Captain, has a mysterious presence emerged?" he inquired. After a brief pause, Chunmai's voice responded, tinged with a hint of imploring. "Your tardiness is your own concern. They may understandably feel some frustration. Please do not take advantage of them. They have their own struggles." Chapter 26. Infiltrating the Training Camp. Bang. Within the training camp, a man clad in instructor attire slammed his fist onto the table. "In my years as an instructor, I have never encountered such a tardy student." His voice resonated with authority. "At your age, there's no need for such impatience." Beside him, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang exhaled a plume of smoke, savoring its flavor. Team 136 claims they are making a breakthrough. "A breakthrough?" exclaimed l'instructeur en incredulity. For a newcomer, even a transition to the pool realm should not take this long. This is sheer disorganization and lack of discipline. He clapped his hands in frustration. Why is it that other students aren't late? Lingchi, the agent of the Seraph, was the first to arrive in Sangnan City. Why should he receive special treatment? Hearing his old friend's continued grievances, Yuan Gang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. "They say they're breaking through to the Sea Realm." "The Sea Realm? What nonsense is this?" Hong Hao's expression suggested disbelief. "A newcomer breaking through to the Sea Realm? Are you jesting?" He plopped down on a nearby chair. "If Captain Chung bribed you, do inform me, so I may prepare to take your place." "Get lost." Yuan Gang glanced at the information on his phone, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and declared, "Let us go. They have arrived." At the entrance of the training camp, Mo Xie halted his motorcycle, storing it within the space of dark energy. As for how he arrived here, he had absorbed a considerable amount of resentment upon entering the mountains, particularly that of Hong Hao. Following the source of this resentment, he found himself here. Military restricted area. "Halt!" A soldier on guard stood firm, blocking Mo Xie's path with unwavering posture. "I am here to participate in the training." Mo Xie acknowledged his lateness and, feeling somewhat guilty, softened his tone. "The training students have already arrived over the past 2 days. I have missed the time." The soldier maintained his gaze ahead, unflinching. Observing the soldier, Mo Xie did not intend to force his way through. Turning aside, he sat down on the ground. "I shall wait here for a while." Unperturbed, he settled on the ground and retrieved prepared skewers from the space of dark energy, munching on them. "Would you care for some?" Mo Xie offered the soldier, who remained unresponsive. Undeterred, he focused intently on analyzing the new abilities acquired from the Sea Realm. Human weakness. The host can perceive the weaknesses within the hearts of people. Perhaps this could enhance one's eloquence. Frankly, he found the abilities granted by the system convoluted. Why not provide invincible powers directly? For instance, abilities like Star-Crushing Fist, Unmatched Physique, or Divine Insight. Understanding the weaknesses within one's heart seemed trivial. These are abilities possessed by the Evil Sword Immortal, fundamentally conceptual in nature. Moreover, some individuals or deities may find their sole weakness resides within their hearts. That shape-shifting ability is of no use to me now. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Mo Xie, prompting him to rise and clap his hands in mild regret. "I am late. It is my own doing, and I bear no grudge against others. Alas, I shall return in the next session." On the rooftop of the training camp, Yuan Gang and Hong Hao exchanged glances. Observing the departing Mo Xie, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, questioning how he could simply leave. "You're fast, go after him," Hong, the instructor, urged, pushing Yuan Gang's shoulder with a hint of frustration akin to that of a teacher dealing with a slow student. "Xiao Hong," Yuan Gang reassured, patting the instructor's shoulder. "You're doing great." Hong's sole focus was on retaining Mo Xie, disregarding everything else. A newcomer to the training camp, possessing the prowess of a sea realm, might soon ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. "Are you going or not?" Hong's voice crescendoed as he prepared to leap from the rooftop. "You're going to drive me mad," Yuan Gang exclaimed, grabbing the instructor midair, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Look!" Hong, held back by Yuan Gang, turned towards the entrance, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. "What is this ability?" Mo Xie strolled in, hands behind his back, nonchalantly facing Hong. "You've worked hard," he feigned sincerity, patting a soldier's shoulder. "Maintain your vigilance." Instantly, several soldiers saluted in unison. "Yes, Commander. We guarantee the completion of the mission." "Good, good, good," Mo Xie replied thrice, resembling an official on an inspection tour as he walked through the training camp. "Old Hong, what did you come out?" A fellow instructor greeted Mo Xie upon his entrance, cautioning him not to assume that his rapport with the chief instructor would exempt him from repercussions. "What do I have to fear?" Mosieri tortid, exhibiting notre pedastion, especially with Hong's presence looming over him. "Impressive, you." The instructor's eyes narrowed as he tucked away the cigarette he had just lit, demanding, "Who are you? What business do you have infiltrating the training camp?" "I am Hong Hao," Mo Xie began, noticing the shift in the instructor's gaze, and slowly turned. It was as if he were gazing into a mirror, observing Hong Hao, but with Yuan Gang accompanying him. How intriguing. They're strikingly identical. Neither Hong Hao nor Yuan Gang harbored any concern over Mo Xie's intentions. Rather, they were captivated, inspecting him with curiosity. Hong Hao even tugged at Mo Xie's sleeve, scrutinizing the faint scar, exclaiming in surprise at the identical detail. "Commander, aren't you going to apprehend him?" the instructor remarked, eyes gleaming with excitement. "This is a significant achievement." "Apprehend what?" "Just return to your true self," Yuan Gang waved, signaling the instructor to step back. Once Mo Xie reverted to his original appearance, he obediently stood aside, stating, "I'm not late. I merely wish to enter." Pleased with Mo Xie's compliance, Yuan Gang nodded approvingly. "Very well. We shall make an exception. Shall I escort you to a dormitory?" "That would be much appreciated, Commander." Mo Xie bowed at a 90-degree angle, meticulously crafting his polite persona. "Wonderful." Yuan Gong chuckled heartily, thoroughly satisfied with Mo Xie's demeanor. "Isn't he just a well-mannered and talented young man?" Mo Xie, filled with joy, felt undeterred by his tardiness. "Nice. Tomorrow marks the gathering of a special team, and it is imperative that you perform exceptionally well. Perhaps you will be granted the opportunity to join them directly." Yuan Gang continuously urged Mo Xie from the side, his admiration unmistakable in his gaze. "Indeed, I shall strive to excel." The dormitory. The moment Mo Xie arrived, a significant upheaval ensued. How could someone who arrived late still be permitted entry? What could possibly be their background? Could it be as formidable as that of the rotund heir of the Bailey family? Lingchi observed Mo Xie, then glanced at the beaming Yuan Gang beside him, his expression tinged with intrigue. "I wonder if you will still be able to smile after the wrath of Brother Xie is unleashed." Chapter 27. Captivating the attention of two special teams 7 nights. Do you refer to him as Evil Brother? Why do you seem unable to smile? Bailey, plump and curious, rummaged through the space around him. He pulled out a Rolex, then a Patek Philippe, yet remained indecisive. "Is this Evil Brother of yours impressive? Is he wealthy? What is his taste like?" No matter how Bailey compared, he found himself unsatisfied. 7 nights was his good friend. So surely Evil Brother deserved only the finest. Lin Chie observed Bailey's relentless watch selection with a silent eye roll. "You need not choose. Evil Brother is indeed quite wealthy and formidable." "Huh?" Bailey's expression instantly contorted in contemplation. "Then none of these seem adequate. Perhaps we should go for volume?" As Bailey pondered, Mo Xie approached him. "I am Mo Xie, and I conduct myself with integrity and kindness. Perhaps we could fight side by side in the future." Mo Xie introduced himself with genuine friendliness, firmly believing in his own character, although it perplexed him that none within his own team seemed to share this belief. Henceforth, he felt compelled to solidify his persona when introducing himself to others. "Would you like to be my friend as well?" "Excellent. I am Bailey Tuming, but you may call me Bailey Pang Pang, just like 7 nights. Let us fight together in the future." Bailey's expression of delight was utterly sincere as he handed a Patek Philippe to Mo Xie, placing it in his palm. This will look splendid on you. Really? Let me try it on. Though Red Tassel often devised schemes to treat him to meals, Mo Xie was well aware that Bai Li was the true affluent one among them. Surprisingly, it suits me quite well, little plump. You have a good eye. Mo Xie boasted as he showcased the watch to lingchi, while embracing Bai Li and envisioning their promising future. We shall pierce through the fog and trample everything beneath our feet. Ha ha! Lingchi watched the two, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he silently retreated to his dormitory. It was best not to linger too long. Such exuberance was easily infectious. Why did Seven Knights leave? Mo Xie turned to observe Lin Chia's hasty departure, puzzled. I'm used to it. He probably thinks my watch pose is too grand. Bai Li remarked, unfazed by the situation. Oh, shall we continue? Let us continue. As night fell, moonlight cascaded into Mo Xie's dormitory. Given that the number of occupants was odd, Mo Xie effectively resided in a single room. He lay on his bed, sound asleep, half of the blanket draped over the edge. Though his sleeping posture was ungraceful, he slumbered deeply, exhausted from absorbing negative energy over the past few days. However, while Mo Xie found restful sleep, others were not so fortunate. The news of his breakthrough into the sea realm reached the special teams. The Spirit Medium team remained undisturbed, but the Mask and Phoenix teams were far less composed. Inside a transport aircraft, a man cloaked in gold gazed at the information partially obscured on a tablet. He placed the tablet into the hands of the slumbering Xia Simeng. Captain, wake up, there's an anomaly. Anomaly? As Xia Simeng opened her eyes, she instinctively kicked Kong Shang across to the opposite chair. The force was modest, yet the arc of his flight was aesthetically pleasing. Unfazed, Kong Shang pointed at the tablet in Xia Simeng's grasp. Captain, there's a prodigy. Quickly, use your clearance to access the full details. What prodigy could there be now? Xia Simeng muttered as she glanced down at Mo Xie's profile, pausing at the identity and realm section. Not yet a confirmed sea realm. Her interest piqued. She unlocked the device with her fingerprint and iris scan, fixating on the subsequent details. After reading through, Xia Simeng rose abruptly. Hurry, turn the plane around. We must head to the training camp. Kong Shang was about to speak, but Xia Simeng thrust the tablet into his hands. You read it. After perusing the information, Kong Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Trembling slightly, he reached for his phone, hesitated, then decisively snatched it from Xia Simeng. Bully, Captain, can our Phoenix team receive assistance with part of our upcoming missions? We have urgent matters to attend to. At that moment, Xia Simeng's mind was racing, muttering incessantly. From the start until now, 3 months to reach the realm, albeit the initial stage. Each advancement signifies a monumental leap. Xia Simeng envisioned a splendid future, recruiting Mo Yi, awaiting his ascension to the pinnacle of human strength, and then the Phoenix team would have legitimate grounds for a holiday. With tasks easily accomplished, why not take a break? Who says the pinnacle of humanity doesn't belong to the Phoenix team, though we must be reassigned elsewhere? Nonsense. As captain, her refusal was resolute. Even if Yi Fan were to threaten her, she would not forfeit this precious holiday. Speed it up. We cannot allow Mask to seize this incredible opportunity. Her mind swirled with thoughts of various masks. Had she known such an individual existed, she would never have relinquished this special invitation to that Wang Mian fellow. When she encountered him, she vowed to be more assertive. Achoo! Achoo! Wang Mian wiped his nose. Who is talking about me? Upon reviewing the freshly updated profile of Mo Yi, his eyes gleamed with admiration. The latter's progress was astonishing. Beside him, Tian Ping rubbed his hands together, brimming with enthusiasm. Captain, our Mask team has always been small in number. I believe we need another member. The possibilities were neither negligible nor substantial. Wang Mian placed the tablet into Tian Ping's hands, staring blankly ahead at the cabin. What do you mean by that? What kind of talk is this? Tian Ping was momentarily taken aback. His advancement is so rapid that the higher-ups might prescribe 2 potential paths for him. One is to join an established elite team for training and upon a certain breakthrough, transition into the ranks of the Night Watch's upper echelons. In such a case, even if he joins our team, he would likely depart swiftly. One option is to form a fifth special team and appoint a captain for it. In this scenario, he would not join our squad. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the spark in Tianping's eyes dimmed significantly. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Why is he advancing so rapidly? Tianping pondered, feeling somewhat indignant about the masked team's missed opportunity for talent. Surely, Xia Simeng would rush over. Should we not follow? Tianping's mind immediately turned to the matter at hand. However, Wang Mian raised his hand to halt him. No, let us go and observe. We must discern how he has achieved such swift progress. Chapter 28. The training commences. All hail the Dual King. Early in the morning, the sound of the assembly whistle echoed throughout the training camp. Upon hearing the call, Mo Xie, still half asleep, continued to dress with his eyes closed. Once properly attired, he gracefully leapt to the nearby window, gripping the edges with both hands while resting his feet against the wall outside. With a sudden flick of his legs, he effortlessly landed at the assembly point, donning his hat with a fluid motion that captivated the attention of the instructors and fellow trainees alike. Can he really jump that far? How remarkably elegant. How did he manage to leap over so swiftly? Chia, I too wish to learn this. Can you teach me? Instructor Hong's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the latecomers trailing behind, his demeanor shifting abruptly. You lack Mo Xie's prowess. Get out of bed immediately. What are you staring at? Do you think you're exempt from this? After bombarding everyone with his sharp words, he began delivering a monotonous tirade, urging them to participate in the upcoming assessments. Mo Xie, however, seemed disinterested, his gaze gradually drifting into a distant state of reverie. We are the same age. How formidable can he truly be? Favoritism. Must be well connected. Is he really that strong? How can anyone know without having faced him? The voices of jealousy and arrogance echoed in his mind as Mo Xie silently turned his head away. A group of brash youngsters, their animosity and emotions, paled in comparison to the formidable forces of society, remaining comfortably within his control. I know, you all come from. Yuan Gang began his familiar speech. But Mo Xie found it tedious and kept glancing to the side. Recognizing Mo Xie's disinterest, Yuan Gang raised his voice. Stand up straight. I'm talking to all of you. Why does he get to stand slouched? A new recruit, noticing Mo Xie's posture, wore a look of defiance. Who do you think you are? You fail to grasp that there are always those greater than yourselves. On what grounds do you demand special treatment? Yuan Gang nearly shouted. Mo Xie, confused, surveyed the crowd, witnessing their expressions of indignation. Wait, old Yuan, I've been obedient. Why are you causing trouble for me? You all seem to harbor discontent, don't you? Yuan Gang, observing Mo Xie's influence stirring the camp's atmosphere, nodded with satisfaction. We won't submit. Why should we yield to him? Exactly. You treat us differently. We are not inferior. In the throng, Shun Qingzhu pouted, casting a disapproving glare at Mo Xie. We are the same age. Who is truly inferior here? As Mo Xie prepared to respond, Yuan Gang hastily interrupted. All right, since you refuse to accept this, I shall provide you with an opportunity to recognize your own limitations. Just as Yuan Gang reached for his walkie-talkie, Mo Xie felt an impulse and gazed skyward, where 7 dark figures descended alongside a resplendent phoenix. Why has the Phoenix squad arrived as well? Yuan Gang found himself perplexed. Wasn't he the special squad of the great Xia exceedingly busy? Suddenly, 2 had descended, one of whom hadn't even notified him. However, upon glancing down at Mo Xie, everything became clear to him. This was bound to be an exciting affair. In the sky above, Xia Simeng observed the 7 figures plummeting straight down, landing upon the back of a phoenix. She raised an eyebrow and mused, Gentlemen, are you intending to embody the spirit of nailing down and embed yourselves into the earth? Wang Mian, concealed behind his mask, silently rolled his eyes, thinking that if they spoke civilly, they wouldn't have to vie for recruits later. Young Master Wang, Gulme, join us up here. As she spoke, Xia Simeng playfully slapped Kong Shang on the shoulder. Old Kong, why are you so inept at socializing? However, she continued, our comrades in life and death should be united in mutual support. Faced with Xia Siming's rapid mood changes, Wang Mian and Kong Shang exchanged silent glances. Captain, we are about to land. We must maintain an air of mystery. Kong Shang expressed his fatigue. Xia Siming nodded vigorously. Strike a pose for me. Be striking, but not overly deliberate. Vortex gritted his teeth, suppressing a scream as he maneuvered slightly toward the direction of the scales, whispering, support me a bit. I cannot afford to lose face. Amidst the shock of the new recruits, Mo felt a surge of battle spirit. 2 special squads. They had come because of him, and soon, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. It was the Masked Squad and the Phoenix Squad. What brought them here? The arrival of these 2 special squads ignited the training camp like stars taking the stage at a concert. Wang Mian crossed his arms, his gray cloak billowing behind him, his eyes shining brilliantly beneath the mask. We are the Masked Squad. In the rear, Vortex trembled in his legs, barely managing to remain standing under the balance's finesse. Seeing Wang Mian's elevated demeanor, Xia Siming clasped her hands behind her back, her cloak fluttering in the wind. We are the Phoenix Squad. Gold and gray became the most radiant colors in the arena, causing the new recruits to collectively inhale sharply. Only Mo, deep in thought, propped his chin in contemplation, examining the entrance posture. It felt somewhat stylish, yet in terms of mastery, he could not compare to Zhao Ge. Lingchi beside him twitched his lips slightly, silently diverting his gaze. How'd he manage to focus on points so distinct from others? Instructor Yuan, we have numerous tasks. May we first engage that fellow? Xia Siming turned, casting a sly glance at Yuan Gang. The latter nodded, also glancing at the Masked Squad. Will you join us? No. We shall engage in one-on-one duels within the same realm. Wang Mian, gripping Ge Yuan, stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Mo. What say you? Montaxi, brimming with battle intent, realized he had yet to fully digest the mental energy coursing through him. Within the same realm, Mo had never been intimidated. Very well, I'll look forward to it. Mo gestured toward a nearby Chuan realm instructor, summoning the instructor's starry blade to his grasp. Yuan Gang called out urgently, clear the area. Everyone gather at the stands. In the vast expanse of vacant land, only Mo, and Wang Mian stood facing each other, a palpable tension in the air. You are at the pinnacle of the Sea Realm. Then I shall also remain at the pinnacle of the Sea Realm. Wang Mian's words instantly stirred a tempest, enveloping the entire training camp in an eerie silence. Apart from Yuan Gang and 2 special teams, no one had ever ascertained Mo's precise realm. It matters not. As long as you reside within the Sea Realm, you can never triumph over me. Mo's aura erupted, clashing with Wang Mian's in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Yet, no one had ever dared to utter such words in the presence of a divine agent. Wang Mian drew his blade with startling swiftness, the light of the sword slicing through the air. However, Mo, with an even quicker motion, sidestepped the blade's trajectory and swung his own weapon, aiming directly at Wang Mian's face. From this day forth it begins. Chapter 29. The indomitable, perpetual motion machine, the air reverberated with a cacophony of collapse, as a series of structures succumbed to the force unleashed by the 2 combatants. Yuan Gang and instructor Hong bore witness to the devastation, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Yuan Gang murmured softly, are these 2 ancestors intent on dismantling the training camp? With a resounding thud, Mo crashed to the ground, briefly rebounding before embedding his blade into the earth to stabilize himself. An aura of malevolence enveloped his left arm, and with 2 sharp cracks, his dislocated limb restored itself. Exuding an ominous presence, Mo lifted his gaze, crimson eyes fixated on Wang Mian emerging from the swirling dust, a manic grin spreading across his face, blissful. Wang Mian observed Mo's transformation and furrowed his brow. Is this his other persona? Come again. Mo twisted his wrist, unleashing torrents of violet energy from his blade. He then shattered the floor beneath him, propelling himself towards Wang Mian in pursuit of the arcane waves. Wang Mian was not one to yield easily. His grip on Ge Yuan trembled slightly as he countered the barrage of energy with his own. With a swift lunge, The two collided amidst the dissipating remnants of their power. Have you adapted to the strength? Then unleash your full might. Wang Mian exerted himself fiercely, directing his blade towards Mo Xie's hand. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Mo Xie's laughter took on a sinister tone, their exchanges accelerating to a feverish pace. Yet, no matter how fiercely Wang Mian struck, Mo Xie would rise anew, grinning maniacally as he charged once more. Does he not feel pain? Bai Li Pang shuddered at the sight of the seemingly deranged Mo Xie. The recruits who harbored doubts about Mo Xie's prowess fell silent, realizing that their instructor had indeed held them in higher regard than they had presumed. Compete? With heads? Even the most obstinate of them, Shun Qingzhu, shook his head, now viewing Mo Xie as a benchmark for his own growth. Chao Yuan cast aside his previous lethargy, his eyes gleaming with intent as he scrutinized Mo Xie's every move. Though he appeared equally deranged, there was a difference. Might there be a secret to his control? Yuan Gang surveyed the ruins of fallen structures and edged closer to Xia Simeng, lowering his voice. Captain Xia, when you make your move, could you keep the noise to a minimum? You know, this is the nation's funding. Every bit saved counts. Xia Simeng, entirely absorbed in the spectacle of combat, failed to register Yuan Gang's words, her expression a mixture of hesitation. On one hand, she was genuinely captivated by Mo Xie's formidable prowess. Yet, she pondered whether he could discern friend from foe. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding the authenticity of the documents she had reviewed. After much contemplation, Xia Simeng's gaze fell upon Dr. Li, who was quietly observing from a distance. Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. She struck her right fist in her left palm. Why not leave professional matters to the professionals? Why should I fret about this? I am truly a genius. With this realization, Xia Simeng also moved closer to Yuan Gang. Instructor Yuan, look at the immense workload of our Phoenix team. Could we have Mo Xie for ourselves? Yuan Gang was instantly overwhelmed with frustration. Are you not going to mention the matter? I just spoke of it all, and you still wish to request personnel from me? With a smile on his face, he subtly pressed for his demands. It had taken considerable effort to bring the mask team over this time. The primary issue stemmed from the special unit. If Xia Simeng were willing to speak up, he could effectively maintain his pretense in the future. That. Xia Simeng looked up at the sky, hesitating. The situation of standing on the platform during a mission was manageable, as it was simply part of the job. However, if it were during a break, standing on the platform would equate to overtime. And for Xia Simeng, her bottom line was strictly against overtime. Yuan Gang crossed his arms and rolled his eyes at Xia Simeng. Really now, you're unwilling to contribute anything, yet expect me to rush to provide you with personnel? Such a cunning girl. Xia Simeng slid her foot to the side, leaning against Kong Shang. You're full of clever ideas. Think of a way to persuade Instructor Yuan to give us the personnel without us having to assist him. Kong Shang, eager for a holiday, immediately began brainstorming, quickly advising. Captain, don't get too excited. We can't be certain that Mo Xie will truly join our team. If we agree now, and he ultimately doesn't arrive, wouldn't that be a significant loss? That makes sense. Let us discuss it further. Xia Simeng occasionally glanced at Yuan Gang while whispering with Kong Shang. This scene caused Yuan Gang's expression to darken. Was this truly acceptable? You young people are so disrespectful to your elders, making me appear so villainous while speaking behind my back. As Yuan Gang observed Mo Xie's battle, he perked up an ear to see if he could glean anything from Xia Simeng. Bang! Mo Xie had already lost count of how many times he had been slammed to the ground. Yet he was elated, immensely so. Ha ha ha! Mo Xie lay on the ground, laughing heartily. Gradually, he rose from the ground, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Wang Mian. Let us continue. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes involuntarily. His impression of Mo Xie had dwindled to just the word troublesome. No matter how hard he struck, Mo Xie would rise within 2 seconds, ready to engage once more, akin to an indestructible perpetual motion machine. Moreover, with each fall, Missouri Xie's power seemed to solidify further. Is this even entertaining? Wang Mian began to lose interest in wasting time. With his current strength in the Sea Realm, he could not defeat Mo Xie. While he could exhaust Mo Xie with his immense mental energy, That would be far too time-consuming. Once more, let us go. Mo Xie charged forward with his blade, unwavering. Wang Mian could only raise his weapon in defense. Lin Xie observed the situation and quickly interjected. In this scenario, we previously relied on knocking him unconscious. When he wakes up, he returns to normal. Knock him unconscious? Wang Mian swiftly moved behind Mo Xie, but before his hand could strike down, Mo Xie swung his blade backward, still attempting a sneak attack on me. In your dreams, Mo Yi let out a thunderous roar, dark energy enveloping his entire being as he reinforced the area behind him, forming a small yet formidable armor. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of blade lights assailed Mo Yi, during which Wang Mian struck his hand down upon Mo Yi's nape. It did not hurt, not in the slightest. Come again. With the protection of the dark energy, Mo Yi swiftly turned and retaliated with a strike. Clang! Wang Mian's expression shifted slightly to incapacitate Mo Yi. He had just unleashed the full force of his immeasurable realm. Lao Xie, quickly lend your aid and help him regain his composure. Chapter 30. The dark energy draws weakness. Mo Xie falls into a coma. Here they come. Xia Siming realized that when Wang Mian spoke, the situation had undoubtedly escalated. Casting Azid Gongshang, she leaped directly into the battlefield. Mo Xie, who was engaged in combat with Wang, swiftly turned, conjuring a violet barrier of dark energy to deflect Xia Siming's hasty strike. Another opponent. How exhilarating. Mo Xie took a step back, ensuring both adversaries were within his striking range before he swung his blade. Such immense strength. Xia Siming was genuinely astonished by Mo Xie's power during their first clash of blades. Wang Mian forcefully deflected Mo Xie's weapon, urging, "Let us not be distracted. We must incapacitate him together." Agreed. Xia Siming ignited with the flames of the phoenix, leaping into the air for a downward strike, declaring, "You are not at your peak. I will hold you off while you strike." Bang! Mo Xie knelt on one knee, raising his sword to block Xia Siming's blow. Wang Mian emerged from behind Mo Xie, aiming a savage strike at his nape with the back of his blade, lacking sufficient force. This was the only method available to him. The blade's back collided with the dark energy armor, and a faint violet mark appeared on Mo Xie's brow, only to quickly fade back to normal. Why? Why can't I just enjoy myself? Mo Xie's voice was now deep and hoarse, entirely different from before. From this day forth, do not even think of incapacitating me. With a surge of dark energy, he blasted Xia Siming and Wang Mian aside, exclaiming, "I have had enough." The dark energy rolled forth like a tidal wave, gradually expanding outward. The two were immediately struck with a grave realization. This is bad. You provoked him. Although Xia Siming was somewhat reckless, she understood the gravity of the situation. Phoenix team, subdue him. Wang Mian, without glancing back, quelled the turbulence of his own spiritual energy. Commanding, mask, team move in. Yes. The two specialized teams charged directly into the oncoming wave of dark energy. Yuan Gang's expression grew serious as he recalled Mo Xie's once innocuous smile juxtaposed with his current frenzied state, a profound sense of dissonance enveloping him. He swiftly maneuvered to position himself in front of the new recruits, guiding them to retreat. Not far away, Dr. Lee adjusted his glasses, his keen eyes piercing through the dark energy, fixating on Mo Xie's current condition. Just moments ago, it seemed a revelation was about to emerge. Had the second personality not yet fully awakened? Dr. Lee had previously sensed this phenomenon when observing Mo Xie's skirmish with Chun Mai. Afterward, he researched extensively, discovering that the potent dark energy combined with the fragmentation of personality could pose extreme danger. Yet, Mo Xie's ability to distinguish friend from foe indicated that the second personality had not completely manifested. The pressure from the two specialized teams should be sufficient to provoke its full emergence, thus facilitating treatment. Amidst the dark energy, Mo Xie, besieged, had reached his limit. "You, such feeble strength. How dare you disturb me?" The frenzied Mo Xie swept his gaze over the encircling night watchers, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. intricate patterns faintly revealing themselves within his pupils. Such an evident weakness. What do you possess to contend with me? With a mere glance, Mo Xie discerned their innermost vulnerabilities, the malevolence weaving through the air, ensnaring them. In an instant, the vortex of his gaze expanded rapidly, followed by their screams of panic. Ah, it's too high. I'm going to fall. One woman from the Phoenix squad collapsed to her knees, clutching her head, her eyes filled with despair. I've been working overtime for a year. My vacation. In that moment, those who remained standing against Mo Xie were limited to Wang Mian, Xia Simeng, and the resolute Tian Ping and Kong Shang. Was this power? Wang Mian gritted his teeth, his mind haunted by his most painful memories. Among them, he bore the least torment, as his heart held few sorrows and weaknesses. It was precisely this that allowed Mo Xie to magnify their emotions, igniting their fears. Unlike her teammates, Xia Simeng was confronted by images she wished to forget. Yet, as a divine representative and captain of the special team, she had long since learned to face such truths. Thus, she understood that Mo Xie's ability could indeed evoke the deepest, darkest corners of one's soul. How can one become a true warrior if they dare not confront their own flaws and past? Mo Xie spread his arms wide, laughing unabashedly amidst the swirling malice. Only by facing oneself can one be free of weakness, and such a self is destined to become a true powerhouse. He lifted the star blade, pointing it at Wang Mian and the others. Now strong ones need a whetstone. Kong Shang, Tian Ping, guard them. If anyone falters, send them out. Both Wang Mian and Xia Simeng recognized this as an excellent opportunity for growth. Although Mo Xie was deranged, he spoke the truth. They all possessed weaknesses, having been entrenched in perilous tasks without the chance to transcend. Overcoming their fears among comrades was certainly preferable to being exploited by foes later. Ignoring their teammates lost in their own anguish, the next moment, Xia Simeng and Wang Mian struck simultaneously. Yuan Gang, waiting outside, pondered for a moment before dashing into the swirling malevolence. Again, faster, Mo Xie, swiftly wielding his blade, clashed with the two special team leaders, occasionally staggering under their onslaught. Since they needed to incapacitate Mo Xie, Wang Mian and Xia Simeng took their chance to strike before he could fully recover. Consequently, Mo Xie lacked sufficient time to heal completely, yet the power of battle surged through him, enhancing his physical prowess, swordsmanship, and combat strength at an astonishing rate. With a swift gesture, Mo Xie summoned the star blade into his grasp, the dark energy wrapping around it. Though he wielded the left-handed blade with less finesse, it still provided significant defense against their attacks. As he blocked their strikes, a golden light descended from above. Yuan Gang unleashed a punch aimed at the back of Mo Xie's neck, the force behind it unabated. The golden ripples spread out, the fist poised to strike Mo Xie's nape. Do not let him escape. Wang Mian and Xia Simeng struck simultaneously, their blades clashing as they grasped Mo Xie's hands. A resounding thud echoed as ripples spread across the nape of Mo Xie's neck. With an eye rolling back, he collapsed onto the ground. The malevolent energy lost its support, dispersing into the air, and the entire battlefield lay exposed. The bewildered night watchmen gradually opened their eyes. Some were filled with dread, while others expressed a sense of relief. Clearly, some had overcome their own weaknesses. Observing the unconscious Mo Xie, Wang Mian and Yuan Gang instinctively exhaled in relief. Yuan Gang executed a somersault in midair before landing, glancing at the approaching new recruits and then surveying the chaotic battlefield. Sharing a knowing look with Wang Mian and Xia Simeng, they nodded slowly at the re-energized team members. For the remaining trials, select individuals from the two teams, they concluded. Chapter 31. An incurable condition and the alternative effects of human weakness. The subsequent trials that awaited lingchi and his companions were considerably less challenging. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of the Special Task Forces, the new recruits united in their efforts, only to be soundly defeated. The members of these elite squads, freshly reeling from the disheartening news of their captain's downfall, spared no effort in their pursuit of honor, swiftly annihilating lingchi and his team. The most they managed was to inflict a few setbacks upon lingchi and Xiao Yuan, yet the overall impact was negligible. In the medical room of the training camp, Dr. Li stood with several stacks of reports before him. What is their condition? Wang Mian and Xia Simeng inquired, standing beside him. They aren't suffering from any psychological trauma, are they? Xia Simeng could not suppress her concern. Given the high-pressure tasks they faced, there are bound to be some psychological issues. Wang Mian concurred, worried about his teammates' well-being. Dr. Li set down the reports and moved to the adjacent room, peering through the window at the two teams engaged in a card game. There is no need for concern. I believe MOCS approach can be effectively promoted within the Night Watchers, Dr. Li concluded before elaborating. During your previous examinations, it was evident that they were grappling with psychological challenges. Such issues either require healing or an outlet for release, yet they have had little time for either. MOCS ability amplifies these negative feelings, allowing them to be released through repeated experiences. Are you suggesting that they are not harmed, but rather benefited? Xiao Siming's interest was piqued. This MOCS truly is a treasure, capable in battle and possessing such utility. If only he could be tamed better to avoid potential madness. He will be perfect. While you have implemented certain restraints, do you not feel a sense of liberation now? Dr. Li turned to the two captains, a smile gracing his lips. They had overcome significant obstacles, and it was likely that future breakthroughs would come with greater ease. Such substantial benefits? Wang Mian could not contain his excitement. Isn't this akin to psychological massage? Indeed, much like how your team's vortex operates. According to his account, he once had a fear of heights, yet after jumping from a plane 100 times within MOCS constructed illusion, he now likely fears it not at all. Dr. Li retrieved the thickest report, his brow furrowing deeply. However, MOCS situation has become quite grave. He turned to another patient room, observing MOCS still in slumber, his expression grim. Schizophrenia is manageable, as is paranoia, yet the gravest concern lies in his second personality, which possesses an acute understanding of human nature and instinctively protects itself through its delusions. I attempted to treat him, but was met with a backlash right from the outset. So, there's no way to cure him? Xia Simeng's anxiety surged. If he can be healed, MOCS would be an invaluable asset. I have already made arrangements for his departure. In the absence of any governance, his second persona intertwines with his forbidden sanctuary, his paranoia, and his memories. There exists no remedy aside from a gradual alleviation. Yet, this gentle mitigation proves futile for him. At least, it does for me. Dr. Li has also resolved to abandon hope. MOCS condition resembles a tangled knot formed by dozens of ropes, each several hundred meters long. The Black King can seal away many things. But MOCS remains an enigma beyond reach. What if we employ forbidden objects? After pausing briefly on his blade, Wang Mian's eyes suddenly sparkled with enlightenment. Thus, we need not heal him, and the potential dangers would be minimized. However, one should not harbor excessive hope for such forbidden objects. Dr. Li, feeling helpless, gathered the reports and suggested, "This afternoon, I shall return. You two have unclean thoughts. Perhaps you could seek his assistance in alleviating them." With that, Dr. Li departed. Wang Mian and Xia Simeng stood silently at MOCS' bedside. Xia Simeng broke the silence first, inquiring, "Have you heard of such forbidden objects?" "No. Perhaps they are housed at headquarters or within the Baijia family's collection," Wang Mian replied. He acknowledged that while there are lesser forbidden objects, their effect on MOCS is minimal. "Ah, how did I fall asleep again?" Montaxi exclaimed, his legs rigid as he twitched a couple of times before opening his eyes. His gaze immediately met that of Xia Simeng and Wang Mian. "What are you doing? Didn't we reach a draw? Why am I in the infirmary? Don't you recall the previous events?" Wang Mian questioned, puzzled about the extent of MOCS memories. "Of course I do. In the end, it was 1 against 2. Those fellows standing by distracted me, so I allowed them to rest for a while. Then shall we also take a break?" Xia Simeng replied thoughtlessly, causing MOCS to momentarily pause before stiffly responding, "All right." MOCS pupils shimmered with intricate patterns, reflected in the eyes of Wang Mian and Xia Siming. Subsequently, two streams of malevolent energy slithered along Mo Xia's fingers, coiling around the two individuals in a spiraling embrace. Their eyes transformed into projectors, repeatedly controlling their hearts to enact the same actions. Mo Xia glanced at the synchronized images appearing in his mind, losing interest quickly. He absorbed the resentment, having encountered an overwhelming array of negative emotions. There was no need to discomfort himself further. He swiftly retrieved a set of clothing from the realm of malevolence and donned it. Wearing a hospital gown felt inappropriate, and he had not seen any training attire. Moreover, Mo Xia took a moment to eat and then indulged in a game. Huff Wang Mian exhaled deeply, instantly feeling a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. The harrowing scenes he wished to avoid became mere distant memories. As he relaxed, Wang Mian sensed the barriers of his realm loosening considerably. How refreshing, Xia Siming remarked, never having experienced such relief before. Even during vacations, it was incomparable. I feel completely unburdened. It is the perfect aid for cultivation. That's because you are among familiar company. Thus, you can recall each replay, ultimately leading to your liberation. With the appearance of these individuals to test the law, Mo Xia has come to comprehend the intricate connection between her human vulnerabilities and the formidable power of the Evil Sword Immortal. If she cannot retain the memory of each replay, at this thought, Xia Siming and Wang Mian could not help but draw in a sharp breath. As long as my mental strength is sufficient, I can ensnare him indefinitely. At that moment, what could he possibly use to defend against me? Montaxi, with a sense of triumph, handed each of them a hamburger, encouraging them to partake in a meal. Wang Mian cast a deep glance at Mo Xia. To be honest, although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. This transcends mere talent. It is a strategic trump card. I wish to draw closer to the masked one. Chapter 32. Journey to Shangjing City, call Old Xia, and join our Phoenix team. Here, we confront the mysteries from beyond our borders, ample in quantity and fraught with danger. Xia Siming said, observing a group of her teammates enveloped in sinister energy. While affectionately draping an arm over Mo Xia's shoulder, gently coaxing him, Mo Xia glanced down, and the towering figure beside him failed to perceive the enchanting view that the petite beauty should have noticed. However, he did observe that Xia Siming's leg was shaking quite rapidly. But isn't it true that dealing with just one or two at a time would ultimately waste precious moments on the journey? Xia Siming scratched her head, casting a pleading gaze towards Wang Mian, who feigned ignorance of her look. With one hand resting on Mo Xia's shoulder, he inquired, how about our masked team? Xia Siming's expression shifted to one of disbelief. But you promised me, she exclaimed. Oh, you thick-browed, big-eyed Wang Mian, are you toying with me? Despite his efforts to remain indifferent, Wang Mian couldn't help but wipe his nose. Don't look at me like that, making me seem like a heartless traitor. Haven T, I already turned you down? The mask team was tasked with handling the mysteries within the Great Xia territory, and their numbers appear to be rather limited. Mo Xia indeed found himself at a crossroads, hoping for a destination rich in mysteries, as that would make the engagements all the more exhilarating. Furthermore, with a year remaining until the end of the training camp, the intensity of the mysteries faced by Team 136 was somewhat inadequate for his aspirations. He truly needed to find a team that could foster his growth. The simultaneous rejection of both team leaders rendered the room silent, save for the occasional reactions from the other teammates, which kept the atmosphere from becoming too dull. Suddenly, Yuan Gang burst through the door, halting in surprise at the sight of the team members enshrouded in sinister energy. Have you begun to engage here as well? No, we're merely helping them overcome some psychological barriers. Xia Siming articulated the benefits of Mo Xia's approach, and Yuan Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a remarkable ability. Truly impressive, he exclaimed, handing a document to Mo Xia. This is a directive from above. You may need to visit Shangjing City as the commander wishes to meet with you. Additionally, the relevant mission details for the two special teams have been transmitted to your devices. Understood. Both Xia Siming and Wang Mian replied in unison, their expressions now markedly serious. Wait, why does he want to see me? Mo Xie questioned Yuan Gang, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him. Does this mean I cannot continue my training? I primarily came to enhance my physical capabilities. Yuan Gang instinctively took a step back as Mo Xie approached. I'm not certain, but the commander undoubtedly wishes to see the talents of Great Xia flourish. Very well, Mo Xie sighed, casting a wistful glance towards his training companions, lingchi and the others, lamenting the missed opportunity to cultivate their camaraderie before being reassigned. Our mission route will take us through Shangjing City. Why not accompany us? Xia Simeng seized the opportunity to foster friendship with Mo Xie, extending an invitation without hesitation. 20 minutes later, Mo Xie found himself aboard the Phoenix team's private aircraft, flanked by Xia Simeng and Kong Shang, one male and one female, in amiable company. Old Xie, you are quite handsome. Girls are sure to be fond of you. Just look at the way my teammates gaze at you. Kong Shang casually draped his arm around Mo Xie's shoulder, exuding familiarity. Nearby, Xia Simeng quickly turned her head, exchanging glances with her female teammates. Initially, she had planned to give up. However, the fact that Yi Fan wished to meet Mo Xie signified that Mo Xie's future path would involve his own input. The members of the Phoenix team immediately rubbed their eyes, adopting an expression brimming with affection. Mo Xie merely cast a glance their way, feeling an unsettling chill run down his spine. Were these gazes meant to devour him? Moreover, how insincere they appeared. Although these female teammates had entertained thoughts upon first encountering Mo Xie, any infatuation had swiftly dissipated after his outburst. If this were to develop further, it could lead to dire consequences. You all seem rather enthusiastic. Mo Xie silently rolled his eyes and turned to gaze out of the window. Strangely enough, the clouds below appeared far more appealing than these women with their feigned smiles. At least, they were a sight more soothing to the eyes. Observing the scene, Xia Simeng shot a glare at her teammates, then signaled Kong Shang with a look. He nodded in understanding, gently patting Mo Xie's shoulder. Old Xie, look at me. Since joining the Phoenix team, the Night Watchmen have been utterly envious of me. Seeing that Mo Xie still ignored him, Kong Shang continued unabated. You see, in an average team, there are hardly any women. But in our Phoenix team, working alongside such beauties certainly uplifts one's spirits. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, indeed. Montauk Xi replied absent-mindedly. Kong Shang, under Xia Simeng's expectant gaze, seized Mo Xie's hands, adopting a posture reminiscent of a leader comforting a newcomer. Huh? I must have dozed off. What did you say? Mo Xie turned his head away, slowly closing his eyes. I'm so tired. I think I'll take a short nap. Though he longed for battle, the presence of women, no matter how formidable, often proved to be a nuisance. Additionally, his existence seemed to unsettle them, so he opted to remain quietly until their arrival in the capital city. Xia Simeng immediately pouted, leaning against the side and also beginning to rest. Everyone should take a good rest. We have a fierce battle ahead. Kong Shang waved his hand, signaling the Phoenix team members to relax. Meanwhile, he picked up a tablet to delve into the specifics of their upcoming mission. This task certainly held some intrigue. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watchmen, Yi Fan sat in the commander's office, staring at the telephone on his desk. After extending his right hand toward it, he retracted it, feeling a surge of agitation as he rubbed his temples. How should he approach this conversation? Beside him, Zhuqing placed the latest information about Mo Xie on Yi Fan's right side. This data had just been compiled. Merely glancing at it, Zhuqing couldn't help but be astounded. This Mo Xie was truly an extraordinary talent. If they handled this well, he might very well become the sixth pinnacle of humanity in Daxia in the shortest time possible. Yi Fan's gaze lingered on Mo Xie's new information, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on Mo Xie's ability to overcome weaknesses. The greatest challenge in becoming the pinnacle of humanity lies in the transcendence of one's own mindset. The ability of Mo Xie allows individuals who stand at the zenith of the Klein realm to attempt to take that crucial step forward. Moreover, the rate at which this power escalates. Yi Fan simultaneously set aside Dr. Li's assessment report, gritting his teeth as he picked up the phone. Zhou Ping, are you busy? The dishes remain unwashed, and soon I must mop the floor. Shall I arrange for a fine young man to assist you? No need. I take pleasure in working. Zhou Ping's simple yet profound statement momentarily stunned Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing, who then both massaged their temples. Zhou Ping, please help. Chapter 33. The Training of the Sword Saint as a Server. Is this truly the headquarters of the Night Watch? Quite intriguing, isn't it? Accompanied by Zhuo Qing, Mo Xie strolled effortlessly through the headquarters of the Night Watch. Upon passing several offices, Mo Xie suddenly halted. Zhuo Qing, leading the way, turned his head. What is it? That individual appears to have some connection to the ancient god church, Mo Xie remarked, gesturing towards a young man organizing documents within an office. Are you certain? Zhuo Qing stepped back a few paces, focusing intently on the target Mo Xie had indicated. Indeed, Mo Xie replied, mentally recounting the contents of the documents, which pertained to the ongoing training session. He could discern the sinister thoughts of that individual. Even knowing precisely how he intended to relay the information, he would deliver it at the fateful CAF 2 kilometers away. Unfazed by Zhuo Qing's astonished gaze, Mo Xie continued onward. Zhuo Qing waved to those behind him, setting the necessary arrangements in motion. Better to trust than to doubt. Testing a comrade is also for the greater good. During their journey, Mo Xie pointed out 2 individuals in total. This is the commander's office, Zhuo Qing announced, knocking on the door. After receiving permission from Yi Fan, he ushered Mo Xie inside. Ah, you've arrived. Please have a seat, Yi Fan invited, gesturing for Mo Xie to sit on the sofa and offering him a cup of tea. What do you think of our headquarters? Quite satisfactory, though somewhat lacking in excitement. Remaining in the office prevents one from experiencing the thrill of vanquishing the mysterious, Mo Xie replied, feeling at ease as he began to crack open sunflower seeds from the table. Commander Yi, may I call you Uncle Yi? Zhuo has been rather taciturn throughout our journey, Mo Xie noted, provoking a momentary surprise from Zhuo Qing. Wait, I am the director of a special operations unit, and you are merely an unregistered member of the Night Watch. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Is this how the younger generation conducts themselves in the workplace? Yi Fan chuckled, observing Zhuo Qing's displeased expression. He playfully pressed Zhuo Qing back onto the sofa. Listen, you must heed the opinions of those below you. Do not be too serious. You young folks might not appreciate tea, Yi Fan continued, noticing Mo Xie's untouched cup. He retrieved a bottle of cola from a nearby cabinet. Director, Zhuo appears a bit stifled. How about you lend a hand? Mo Xie glanced between Zhuo Qing and Yi Fan, quickly grasping the latter's intent. It seemed he wished to personally verify Mo Xie's capabilities. Fixing his gaze on Zhuo Qing, Mo Xie released a malevolent aura, disregarding the frozen Zhuo Qing as he turned to Yi Fan with a grin. Did I not request Brother Xiangnan to submit an application for my trench coat? Certainly, it is merely a trench coat. However, only those who formally become members of the Night Watch are entitled to equipment. You must also undergo training, Yi Fan replied. Very well, I shall go at once, Mo Xie declared, preparing to return to Xiangnan without hesitation. Now hold on, what are you in such a rush for? Yi Fan exclaimed, pulling Mo Xie back on his sofa. Your training is not the same as theirs. Upon noticing the puzzled expression on Mo Xie's face, Yi Fan spoke softly. Are you familiar with the Sword Saint of the Great Xia? Uncle Ye's intention was clear, and Mo Xie couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement in his eyes. His training was to be directly overseen by the illustrious Sword Saint of the Great Xia. How splendid, yet it was rather peculiar. One must exercise a degree of tolerance. Naturally, I shall be accommodating, for it is only natural for a strong individual to possess a few minor quirks. An hour later, at Shijin City, South Xiang Road, Mo Xie found himself in the kitchen of the Sanjiu rustic cuisine restaurant, staring blankly at the grimy plate in his hands. This was not how Sword Saint training was supposed to unfold. Shunti, it resembled the structured sessions of Lingchi Yi and his companions, where they would seek out a designated location to commence their training. How is it that he ended up here, washing dishes instead? Hey, why are you dawdling? Uncle Sanjio's piercing gaze bore into Mo Xie. If it weren't for my little Ping washing quickly and thoroughly, I would deduct your wages. Uncle Sanjio always wished for his nephew to have an easier time, but hiring help was exorbitant. Thus, when a simpleton appeared, willing to work for a mere $800 a month, without room and board, he couldn't let that opportunity slip by. All right, M.O. Sia gritted his teeth in response, picking up the nearby phone to play a battle song. As the music filled the air, he took a deep breath, his determination sharpening as he grasped the plate, employing the speed he had honed over 2.5 years of washing dishes, vowing to excel. Thanks to his own cultivated realm, M.O. Sia's speed was indeed impressive, and he managed to maintain a steady control, ensuring not a single plate was damaged. He even found himself moving to the rhythm of the music. Witnessing M.O. Sia's escalating fervor, Uncle Sangio increased his own pace while chopping vegetables. Was this what young blood was like? Even slicing vegetables ignited a spark of enthusiasm. Zhou Ping, who had just entered the kitchen to serve dishes, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of these two competitors. Could it be that this fellow, Yi Fan, also took pleasure in washing dishes? The rustic restaurant was modest, frequented by loyal patrons. Therefore, those remaining after the lunch rush were familiar faces. Montaxi, stretching his back as he exited the kitchen, was greeted by several customers. You must be the new server? Quite the performer, aren't you? Indeed. Playing music while you work? Today's service is faster than usual. Not just that, the sound wafted outside. It felt as if someone was chasing me while I ate. How could one afford to eat slowly? Sighing deeply, M.O. Sia waved at them and plopped down onto a chair that Zhou Ping had just cleaned. Tossing the towel over his shoulder, he lightly tapped the table with his right hand. Waiter, I'd like to order. Zhou Ping. Just emerging from the kitchen, Uncle Sangio. Customers. Uncle San, this new hire is quite amusing, one patron remarked. He has a discerning sort. The wages you pay him are fully reinvested in your restaurant's meals. Zhou Ping was about to approach M.O. Sia when Uncle Sangio abruptly blocked his path. Xiao Ping, you sit aside for a moment. This lad has ignited my competitive spirit. Standing beside M.O. Sia with a smile, Uncle Sangio addressed the customers. What would you like to order? M.O. Sia tidied up her clothes and pretentiously glanced at the menu. Sour pickled cabbage with shredded potatoes, and then a serving of braised beef with potatoes, and this one. M.O. Sia ordered 3 dishes in quick succession, then glared at her third uncle. Do not use the plates I washed to serve the food. I labored hard to clean them. Third uncle. The plates are all together. How am I to distinguish which ones you washed? Montaxi, feeling she had overlooked certain details, hastily added, and please do not make a mess in the kitchen. It is exhausting for me to clean up. Chapter 34. Defeated by Zhou Ping, it was just past 7 o'clock, and the Sangio Flavor Restaurant had yet to close its doors. Though only a few regular patrons remained, engaged in conversation with the proprietor. In an era dominated by fast food and numerous dietary concerns, such quaint establishments seldom attract crowds. Only familiar faces appreciate the cleanliness of the place. Sangio, will step out for a moment. Zhou Ping's voice was not loud. Yet Sangio heard him clearly. Observing M.O. Sia, who was playfully making faces behind Zhou Ping, Sangio tossed a peanut into the back of his mouth. Crack! That peanut, emblematic of M.O. Sia, was crushed. This fellow is quite demanding when it comes to ordering food. Yet he is indeed generous with his money. Moreover, the prospect of going out with Zhou Ping brought an undeniable joy to Sangio. Zhou Ping would soon have a friend, albeit one who required a bit more patience. I tell you, this guy will surely be won over by my culinary skills, Sangio declared. Cut out. Let me tell you, my neighbor's fool of a husband didn't he even realize when his wife went off with another man. Now that's amusing. Old Lee, it seems like only you and your family occupy that floor. Old Lee, let us discuss this further. Let us not rush into action. Civility. At that moment, Zhou Ping quietly led M.O. Sia to a deserted patch of land on the outskirts. He gazed thoughtfully at M.O. Sia for a moment before drawing a pair of chopsticks from his sleeve, tossing one to M.O. Sia. You strike me. Oh. M.O. Sia caught the chopstick. Though he didn't quite grasp the intent, he respected the gesture. Gripping the chopstick, M.O. Sia hurled it at Zhou Ping's face. As Zhou Ping caught it with one hand, his mind briefly grappled with whether this act of throwing chopsticks could be considered an attack. Hitting is different from throwing. Zhou Ping tossed the chopstick again, and this time Mo Sia caught it, but did not throw it back. His expression shifted slightly. This was a test of his own strength. Given a chopstick, how could he not respond? Did he think of me as the great sword saint of the Xia dynasty? With a surge of malevolence enveloping the chopstick, Mo Sia's gaze grew serious. Here I come. You'd better be careful. 2 minutes later, Mo Sia lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, utterly unable to rise. Zhou Ping, feeling a twinge of pity, gently extracted the broken chopstick from Mo Sia's hand. How did you manage to break a chopstick? Zhou Ping pointed the tip of the chopstick at Mo Sia's forehead, and a surge of sword intent penetrated Mo Sia's mind. In the blink of an eye, clarity returned to Mo Sia's eyes, which now sparkled with newfound wisdom. So I've lost just like that? Mo Sia was quite discontent. He had believed that, while not the strongest, he could still consider himself a skilled fighter. Little did he know he had suffered a considerable defeat at Zhou Ping's hands. However, reflecting on the two vast realms separating their strengths, Mo Sia felt a sense of relief wash over him. Dusting off his backside, he looked up with a hopeful anticipation of someone awaiting praise from a beloved partner. So, how did I do? Not bad, Zhou Ping mused, contemplatively walking home, half of the chopstick still in hand. After taking just a few steps, Zhou Ping suddenly turned around and fixed his gaze on Mo Sia. Do not follow me. There's no place for you to sleep at home. All right. Mo Sia promptly nodded and turned to seek a hotel. Indeed, returning home with Zhou Ping would likely lead to a confrontation with that uncle of his. The night in Shijin City was ablaze with lights. Mo Sia stood on the top floor of the hotel, clad in a bathrobe, contemplating life by the window. The pressing question was how to cultivate his physical form. Was it merely through washing dishes and sweeping floors? Currently, as he absorbed resentment, he felt a slight ache in his body. Knock. Who is it? Mo Sia whirled around to face the door. The presence outside exuded considerable mental energy. Your package. Hurry up. I need to get to the next one, came a youthful voice that made Mo Sia's eyes sparkle. Could it be him? Mo Sia swiftly approached the door and flung it open. Lu Wuwei, wearing a helmet, placed a small box in Mo Sia's hands. This is the training equipment from Yifan. As he spoke, Lu Wuwei prepared to leave, grumbling about how others could perform such tasks too, and why he had to be the one to do it while he still had deliveries to make. Wait, Brother Lu, Montag si gaspet Lu Wuweishand. Could you do me a favor? I want to help. Lu Wuwei decisively declined. Had it not been for Yifan's persistent persuasion, he would have come here to deliver anything to Mo Sia. Then how about I place my next order? Mo Sia suggested. You can order through the delivery app, and the local couriers will take care of it. Lu Wuwei appeared indifferent, ready to depart. However, Mo Sia stepped directly in front of him. Help me find someone. His name is Zhang Zilai, a doctor at the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital in Songnan City. If you have any leads on him, I can grant you a request. Finding someone? Lu Wuwei recalled Yifan's words and scrutinized Mo Sia with suspicion. So that is how it is. He seems to hold you in high regard. After noting down Zhang Zilai's information, Lu Wuwei nodded. I've got it. Thank you. Mo Sia waved goodbye as he watched Lu Wuwei ride away on his little yellow bike. With Lu Wuwei around, he felt a sense of reassurance. Gazing at the box on the floor, a faint smile graced Mo Sia's lips. Old Yi, you're quite generous. It was unrealistic to expect Lu Wuwei to assist him with just a word. The reaction from Lu Wuwei upon hearing Mo Sia's request suggested that Yifan had likely advised him. Mo Sia picked up a wristband, the very device designed to aid in controlling mental energy through electrical stimulation. Once he donned the wristband, an electric current coursed through him, invigorating his muscles and prompting an instinctual urge to execute a backflip, only to be swiftly suppressed by Mo Sia's mental control. The unexpected surge almost led to an embarrassing moment. Gradually reducing his mental energy, Mo Sia focused on precise control. Once he was satisfied, he reclined on the sofa. Indeed, this delivery was merely a wristband. System, can you not see? I require a tool to enhance my physical strength. Mo Sia persistently pressed the system for assistance. He has perused numerous novels, and those systems have become exceedingly attentive. Yet, this one remains utterly unyielding. According to the old formula, I can assist you in altering gravity, as I have made some progress in my research on the Evil Sword Immortal these past few days. Montaxi, what are you up to now? Nothing much. I merely discovered that the Evil Sword Immortal can modify certain aspects of the world's rules, so I've been dissecting it into malevolent energy for research. Don't do anything just yet. Let me give it a try, M.O.C.S. said. Upon the system's declaration, M.O.C.S. felt a wave of sinister energy enveloping him from nowhere. This energy was even purer than his own malevolent essence. Yet, as it settled upon him, he felt an overwhelming pressure. This is a portion of the rule's power I extracted from the Evil Sword Immortal, precisely concerning gravity. This system has already integrated it into your surface. You can adjust the gravity to your desire. Meeting you is indeed a blessing for the Evil Sword Immortal. Indeed, Chapter 35, The End of Training and Departure. The early morning holds the promise of a splendid day. Early in the day, Uncle San, brimming with enthusiasm, swung open the door. Observing Montaxi, who appeared groggy and lethargic, dragging his limbs as he stepped into the shop, he elevated his tone further. Young man, one must possess a discerning eye. Look at Xiaoping. He has already begun working. Let's tidy up together. With that, Uncle San flexed his muscles for M.O.C.S. to see. Seeing Uncle San's exuberance, M.O.C.S. slowly raised his hand, feigning exhaustion. Let me adjust first. The gravitational weight he was testing was rather formidable, rendering him barely able to walk. And even raising his hand felt burdensome. Under the immense pressure, even breathing was a laborious task. Young people ought to practice moderation, Uncle San remarked, placing a bottle of mineral water before M.O.C.S. while he busied himself wiping down the cash register with cloth. Once M.O.C.S. reduced the gravity a notch, he could finally manage to move his sore limbs a bit more freely. After sipping some water, he too picked up a broom and began sweeping the floor. Noticing M.O.C.S. getting into the rhythm, Uncle San quietly remarked, "Water is $3. Scan the code later." Huh. Both M.O.C.S. and Zhou Ping turned to Uncle San in unison. M.O.C.S.'s lips twitched slightly. It truly was not his fault for opposing the elder. It was as if he was seeking out challenges himself. After finishing the cleaning, Zhou Ping handed M.O.C.S. a novel, suggesting they read together. As Zhou Ping settled down, he also presented M.O.C.S. with a stack of papers. This is your training plan. M.O.C.S. glanced at the plan, his lips twitching once more. The schedule was as follows. Open the shop in the morning and clean, then read novels, wash dishes and receive customers at noon, engage in physical exercise in the afternoon, wash dishes and receive customers at dinner, and finally, return home to meditate without any training at night. This was the regimen Zhou Ping had devised for M.O.C.S. Having reviewed his profile, which indicated primarily mental health concerns, the underlying issue was significant psychological pressure. Thus, he aimed to help M.O.C.S. find tranquility, after which he would subject him to specialized training. As for the novel, M.O.C.S. picked up the smiling, proud wanderer and began to read. He had once cherished the martial arts novels by the venerable Jin Yong, and revisiting them now posed no detriment. Seeing the two engrossed in their shared reading, Uncle San scratched his head in bewilderment. Could their mutual interest in novels be the reason they bonded so well? With this thought, a smile crept onto his face as he retrieved a magazine featuring beautiful women from the drawer, pondering how in this day and age, without any common interests, conversations could easily falter. Time swiftly slipped by. M.O.C.S. gradually set aside his restlessness, immersing himself in the daily regimen outlined by Zhou Ping, and he began to acclimatize to this lifestyle. The pressure, however, was somewhat overwhelming, as Ifan had sent him a tablet on which he needed to study essential knowledge pertinent to the Night Watchers. His moments of meditation and dishwashing became his most relaxing times. Before he realized it, half a year had elapsed, and the weather had turned colder. Now, I advise you to reconsider your actions. Restricting my freedom may lead to consequences. M.O.C.S. slammed his palm on the table, glaring defiantly at Uncle San. Oof. With arms crossed, Uncle San proudly turned his head away, declaring, "I won't let you leave until you clean the bowl you eat from. Look at him." M.O.C.S. turned to Zhou Ping beside him, pointing at Uncle San, with eyes full of sorrow. Aren't you going to do something about this? Zhou Ping glanced at Uncle San, then at Mo Xie, took a deep breath, and approached with a cloth in hand. I don't know. All right, you win. Old man, I'll wash it. Mo Xie grimaced and plunged into the kitchen nearby. Uncle San watched Mo Xie's vibrant back, momentarily lost in thought, leaning against the adjacent counter, pondering the conversation with a few regular customers nearby. What if I pay him a bit more, with meals and accommodation included? Could he stay? After living together for half a year, Uncle San found it hard to part with this intriguing young man. Young people can't stay in one place forever. They have their own lives, remarked a middle-aged man who often chatted with Mo Xie, resting his head on his hand, observing Mo Xie's bustling and animated figure. With his determination, he will surely succeed in whatever he pursues. Uncle San glanced at Zhou Ping, whose efficiency had noticeably declined, and sighed deeply. Once this kid leaves, the atmosphere around Xiaoping will be desolate again. Uncle San entered the kitchen, swiftly chopping vegetables with a knife. The sunlight cast a hint of orange, illuminating the glimmer in Uncle San's eyes, reflecting a soft glow. All done. Come outside and let's eat together. A little over 10 minutes later, Uncle San served Mo Xie a piece of braised pork. If you can't manage out there, just come back and wash the dishes. Running a restaurant doesn't hinge on your one mouth. Mo Xie's eating momentarily paused as he looked around. Familiar faces smiled back at him. Yes, when you return, we'll all order from you. As this elder spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Did you just say something ridiculous? It's close enough, kid. About that niece I mentioned last time. What do you think of her? Don't be absurd. Your niece isn't interested in this young man. If you ask me, my niece is a better match for him. Mo Xie silently consumed his meal, his eyes glistening with moisture. In the reflective sheen of the food, he seemed to glimpse the captain and others from Songnam City. Once I make a fortune, I'll buy this place and have Uncle San work for me. Placing his chopsticks down, Mo Xie wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and stood up, bowing slightly to Uncle San and Zhou Ping. I'm truly grateful for your care during this time. Thank you. Saying this, Mo Xie retrieved a pendant from his waist pouch. It was a small jade sword, custom-made at a considerable expense. Thank you, he said, fastening it around Zhou Ping's neck. I'm leaving now. See you again. With a swift turn, Mo Xie pointed his fingers away from his temple at a 45-degree angle to the upper left, stylishly tucking his hands into his pockets as he walked into the sunset. Beep! Closing his eyes, he dashed across the busy street, courting danger. After sending everyone off, Uncle San opened the cash register, gazing at a stack of money and a piece of white paper, momentarily frozen in place. After a brief moment of composure, he disregarded the money and picked up the note. Uncle San, I am leaving. Over the past 6 months, I have stealthily learned quite a bit about culinary arts from you. Consider this money as my tuition. As for you, do not be too harsh on Brother Zhou. The youth should be afforded a measure of freedom. By the way, I must mention, your collection of beauty magazines is nearly worn out. Are those ladies featured truly that captivating? I have purchased a few new editions for you, placed in the third drawer beneath the cash register. Ensure Brother Zhou does not catch sight of them, lest he be led astray. Oh, and just between us, I'm a second-generation wealthy heir, escaping familial matchmaking to experience life. Keep the money, and should you encounter difficulties in the future, call me. I shall summon 100,000 troops to your restaurant to place orders. Uncle San chuckled as he read the note, immediately pulling open the drawer. Upon seeing the covers of the 3 new beauties, a smile spread across his face, yet a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. That mischievous lad, devoid of chivalry, has tricked me into shedding tears. Chapter 36. The Special Squad Bloodshed. Broken Illusions. As Mo Xie boarded the plane bound for Shangjing City, he ascended through the clouds, the aircraft tilting slightly to unveil a panoramic view of Shijin City before him. This was the city's final farewell to Mo Xie, who had resided there for half a year, yet had scarcely encountered the enigmatic. The number of night watchers stationed in Shijin City was limited, primarily due to the presence of an extraordinary individual, a towering figure among humanity. Could one truly govern a city single-handedly? A woman to his left gazed at Mo Xie with sparkling eyes, captivated by his striking presence. You possess quite the charm. I represent the Hong Guo Talent Agency. May I have your contact information? She observed his robust physique and handsome features. Noting that his first-class ticket suggested he was not short on funds, perhaps future promotion and packaging costs could be saved. Sleepy. Just let me be. M.O. Sierra reclined his seat, crossed his arms, and promptly dozed off. He harbored little warmth towards these individuals. While it was easy to draw someone in, retreating safely was a different matter altogether. Don't ask him how he knew this. In his past life, a close friend of his, possessing slightly lesser looks, had signed with an agency, only to fade into obscurity and incur losses. Despite her disappointment, the woman could only lament under the allure of M.O. Sierra's appearance. Upon arriving in Shangjing City, M.O. Sierra spotted his driver, Zhuiqing, and without a word, took his seat in the passenger side. Zhuigu, you're personally here? This must be a hassle. He mused that this journey would serve as a reconnaissance for future trips to the headquarters. Zhuiqing activated the turn signal, maneuvered the steering wheel, and fastened his seatbelt. Why should we fear? With our current strength, even if the car were to explode, I'd be just fine. Though he spoke with bravado, M.O. Sierra obediently secured his seatbelt. What are your plans moving forward? Zhuiqing inquired casually, pressing the accelerator. Not much of a plan. Wherever there is a chance to engage in battle, I shall go. M.O. Sierra leaned against the car window, observing the streets of Shangjing City, slowly shaking his head. This past half-year, my cultivation has stagnated, and I intend to elevate my realm first. At this, Zhuiqing's curiosity was piqued. I've been meaning to ask. You used to break through to a higher realm every few days. How is it that you've only reached the pinnacle of the sea realm in these 6 months? Nothing much. My teacher has restricted my progress, claiming it's to build a foundation for me. And Mo Xiap pondered, unable to comprehend. Indeed, Zhou Ping had subjected him to considerable training, yet he saw no returns and was mystified by the man's intentions. Night Watcher Headquarters. As M.O. Xie re-entered Yi Fan's office, his gaze was drawn to a trench coat hanging nearby. The coat, entirely black with intricate white trim, exuded an inviting aura. What do you think? This was custom designed to fit your physique. With enhanced flexibility, Yi Fan remarked, equally fond of the coat, for being handsome was a lifelong endeavor. Regrettably, as the commander of the Night Watchers, he could not indulge in such extravagance. The materials for crafting capes were not abundant. Should he set this precedent, future Night Watchers might find themselves without cloaks. Yet, he was willing to make an exception for M.O. Xie, recognizing him as the second individual in the Great Xia capable of potentially transcending the limits of humanity. Satisfaction enveloped him. He was utterly pleased. M.O. Xie promptly began shedding his garments, draping a trench coat over his shoulders. Yi Fan arranged 2 long boxes and a small case upon the table. So, are you willing to form the 5th Special Squad and assume the role of its captain? He inquired, as M.O. Xie admired his own striking appearance. He turned to meet Yi Fan's resolute gaze, which inadvertently swayed him. Yet, after much contemplation over the past 6 months, he resolutely replied, I am unwilling. Yi Fan, undeterred by the response, took a seat and requested, provide me with a reason. M.O. Xie's fingers grazed the surface of the long box as he spoke softly. Though I am uncertain of the unforeseen events that may transpire during battle, I invariably awaken from unconsciousness, indicating that I must have engaged in some excessive behavior afterward. He raised his gaze to Yi Fan, reflecting on Zhou Ping's assessment of him and his own personality integration, leading him to contemplate his position. A person like me, acting alongside others, would only impede my teammates. After all, as captain, there is no guarantee even my comrades could subdue me. In the territory of Daxia, I can manage the mysterious. Beyond its borders, the prevalence of the mysterious tide is substantial, and I find enjoyment in this. Upon hearing this, both Yi Fan and Zhuiqing grasped M.O. Xie's implication. Did he intend to shoulder the responsibilities of a special squad alone? In fact, this duty seemed to surpass that of a typical special squad. Each special squad has designated responsibilities, with even the 5th Squad's mandate being merely to explore the fog. Yet, the subtext of M.O. Xie's words suggested his role was that of a harbinger of death. Zhuiqing cast a skeptical glance at Yi Fan. his eyes conveying a clear message. What had Zhou Ping imparted to him? Yi Fan, comprehending Zhuo Qing's unspoken thoughts, reached for a cigarette case, only to discover it empty, prompting him to retract his hand with a furrowed brow laden with concern. You alone, at the pinnacle of the ocean realm. As long as I am willing, I should be able to transcend a significant boundary in 3 days, Mo Xie proclaimed, his words stirring waves of astonishment within Zhuo Qing and Yi Fan. Very well. Yi Fan responded, rising. I shall grant you the privileges of a special squad, but without occupying an official squad position, to manage large-scale mysteries both within and outside Daxia. Understood. Mo Xie immediately stood at attention, genuinely appreciating this form of leadership, one that embraced his suggestions and respected his thoughts. Yi Fan then reached for the first long box, revealing a long blade. This is a forbidden object, bloodletting, which had been sealed by the Night Watchers for 40 years. It can absorb energy from corpses and also serves to restore vitality. Should you choose not to wield this blade, it must be returned to the headquarters of the Covenant for sealing. At a mere glance, Mo Xie was captivated by bloodletting, as if an inexplicable intuition whispered that this blade was destined for him. Especially the black and crimson blade seemed extraordinarily formidable. Grasping the hilt with his right hand, a scarlet aura coursed up Mo Xie's arm, harmonizing with the malevolent energy emanating from him. Satisfied, Yi Fan nodded approvingly and proceeded to unveil the second long box. The moment it was opened, Yi Fan appeared to have anticipated the release of the sword qi from within, swiftly interposing himself to shield against it. This is a forbidden object, Duan Wang, which had been sealed by the Night Watchers for 70 years. It possesses the ability to penetrate deep into an individual's psyche, striking at their vulnerabilities and rendering them as living corpses, making it a perfect match for your capabilities. The retrieval process is akin to that of Shuel Yao. Mo Xie lowered his gaze, fixating on the dazzling silver blade, as a familiar sensation surged within him. Observing Mo Xie's expression of comprehension, Yi Fan hastily added, do not presume that you grasp the peril posed by these 2 forbidden objects left unguarded. Shuel Yao once fell into the hands of a slaughterhouse owner, driven mad by bloodlust, harnessed the energy within the blade to massacre thousands. To capture him, several Night Watchers sacrificed their lives. Duan Wang was once an ordinary sword, but it eventually came into the possession of a psychologist. Witnessing the depths of human darkness and societal depravity, he succumbed to madness under the sword's influence, transforming nearly half the city into living corpses. Chapter 37. The Oath. Later Klein, do you trust me so deeply? Mo Xie grasped a sword in his left hand and a dagger in his right, the formidable powers of the 2 forbidden objects converging with his malevolent aura, completely under his dominion. Although he had yet to taste blood, Mo Xie was acutely aware that these 2 weapons were exceptional. No wonder they were sealed by the Night Watchers. Because Chun Mai and Zhou Ping are willing to place their faith in you, Yi Fan asserted with a resolute gaze. The former, despite a decade of frailty, had valiantly protected Shiva's grievance, and now faced imminent demise. The latter, a paragon of humanity, was the individual he trusted most. Both of them believed in Mo Xie, and thus Yi Fan too had faith, daring to wager for the future of the Great Xia. Moreover, it is not I who chose them, but they who have chosen you. Yi Fan placed his right hand upon Mo Xie's shoulder. When you last visited, these 2 forbidden objects exhibited fluctuations. They ceased immediately upon your departure. You are their rightful bearer. Very well. Mo Xie sheathed the 2 forbidden objects and turned his attention to a small box nearby. What lies within? Inside was a string of prayer beads. Yi Fan lifted the beads from the box and helped adorn Mo Xie's left wrist. The 2 strands of beads lay side by side, impeccably aligned. Yet the latter set was a deep mahogany, more solemn than the beads of the 7 deadly sins. This string of beads will aid in stabilizing your emotions. But you must comprehend that they possess their limits. Exceeding these limits may provoke a more violent outburst. You need to master your emotions. Mo Xie gazed at his wrist, and Yi Fan presumed he was admiring the gift, unaware that Mo Xie was actually contemplating the beads of the 7 deadly sins. Within them resided a considerable accumulation of power, He had estimated that they could elevate him by 3 minor realms directly. In this moment, Yi Fan had equipped Mo Xie with all the necessary gear. Zhuo Qing personally draped a cloak over Mo Xie's shoulders and affixed the Night Watcher's emblem upon him. Your codename is now Azura, and all operations will be under my direct supervision. Mo Xie felt a swell of emotion at the actions of these two leaders. How many could boast of receiving a blade from the hands of the Supreme Commander and the attention of the future commander of the Night Watchers? Though aware of the implicit meaning behind such gestures, Mo Xie could not help but feel overwhelmed. Lu Wuwei had not located Zhang Zilai in the Great Xia, but he was certain that he still lived, possibly lost within the mist. Yi Fan handed over a document while informing Mo Xie of Zhang Zilai's whereabouts. 10 minutes later, Mo Xie stood atop the headquarters of the Night Watchers, Zhuo Qing by his side, presenting a mobile phone. I have replaced your phone. All pertinent information has been transferred to the new device. It contains contacts for several special squads, including mine, the Commander S, and Zhou Ping S. I will issue your tasks through this. As Zhuo Qing straightened his attire, he grasped his emblem, his eyes gleaming as they fixed upon the national flag. Mo Xie quickly comprehended the situation, straightening his posture and removing his emblem, his gaze intent upon the flag. This was a tribute born of bloodline respect and reverence. Zhuo Qing clenched his right fist, firmly holding the emblem against his heart, his left hand resting upon the hilt of his blade. I, Zhuo Qing, solemnly pledge beneath the crimson banner of the Great Xia. Mo Xie, too, tightly grasped the article, placing his right fist over his heart. I, Mo Xie, vow beneath the crimson banner of the Great Xia. Should the dark night inevitably descend, should the dark night inevitably descend, I shall stand before countless souls. I shall stand before countless souls, with sword drawn towards the abyss. With sword drawn towards the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens. Blood shall stain the heavens. The voices of the two resonated across the rooftop. In this moment, the madman Mo Xie felt a newfound sense of responsibility, the duty to protect the Great Xia. Let us first strive for a breakthrough. May the winds be in your favor. After Zhuo Qing and Mo Xie took their vows, he stowed away the emblem, having successfully arranged a task for Mo Xie, with a special aircraft to be arranged for his transport. Previously, Zhuo Qing had inquired whether Mo Xie required assistance with his breakthrough. Upon being declined, he refrained from further inquiry, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. It was not his place to intrude. Once alone on the rooftop, Mo Xie gazed down at his formidable equipment, realizing he was no longer the Mo Xie who borrowed weapons. He had transitioned from a mere bird gun to a cannon. This time, without even meditating, Mo Xie stood firm, absorbing the resentment. The pinnacle of the ocean realm bestowed upon him an immense radius of influence. With resentment and the powers of the 7 deadly sins continuously converging within him. In his ears, the familiar murmurs once again echoed. The pressure of survival in Jing City was overwhelming. He longed to return to his hometown. Sigh, did they summon me only to bear the blame? With such meager compensation, it was clearly the fault of the leadership. If they cannot afford it, why partake at all? Such a waste of time, truly lacking in civility. The incessant murmurs piled in Mo Xie's mind, akin to hundreds of voices clamoring for his attention, each intent on being heard. Yet, just as a surge of irritation began to rise within him, a moment of clarity swiftly dispelled these whispers. This is the tranquil valley my teacher opened for me? Mo Xie could distinctly feel an itch at the center of his brow. Upon retrieving a mirror, he observed a white sword mark upon his forehead. Over the past 6 months, Zhou Ping had dedicated half an hour daily to instill sword intent at this very spot. At the time, he was unaware of Zhou Ping's intentions, naming it the Tranquil Valley, and when he inquired, he received no explanation. Only now does Mo Xie comprehend its purpose, with a heart as still as water, embracing the essence of unity. Zhou Ping's voice reverberated in Mo Xie's mind. Although the speed of absorbing resentment was akin to siphoning, Mo Xie's demeanor remained composed. Coupled with the rapid enhancement of his physical capabilities over the past 6 months, He resembled a purifying sponge, transforming vast quantities of resentment into pure mental energy. Initial stage of the infinite realm. Late stage of the infinite realm. Pinnacle of the infinite realm. Initial stage of the Klein realm. Late stage of the Klein realm. Within a single day, Mo-Sia reached this level. Yet this was not his limit. It was merely the extent of his current control. He needed time to fully digest his present strength before continuing to absorb malevolent energy for further breakthroughs. Surpassing the infinite realm in one leap feels rather splendid. Whoosh! Mo-Sia instinctively turned his head, feeling the sinister energy swirling in his palm as he glanced at the two figures behind him. Upon recognizing Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing, he immediately relaxed his guard, exclaiming, it's you two. I almost acted rashly. Have you already reached the later stages of Klein? Chapter 38. Two extraordinary abilities. The snow beast Zhuo Qing found it difficult to accept Mo-Sia's astonishing rate of advancement. In just one day, he had ascended to the latter stages of the Klein realm. At this rate, would he not soon breach the pinnacle of human potential? Once hailed as a genius himself, Zhuo Qing could not help but feel woefully inadequate by comparison. Is your mental fortitude so flimsy? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, prepared to offer Zhuo Qing some words of wisdom. However, Mo-Sia, anticipating Yi Fan's intent, quickly shook his head. It's fine. I simply need to engage in more battles. The greater the intensity, the better. He was anxious that Yi Fan might suggest Zhuo Qing lower the intensity for his sake. With just half a year until the cataclysm of Changnan, he needed to possess the strength to assert control upon his return, or perhaps leverage the power of the system to safeguard his captain. Noticing the resolute glint in Mo-Sia's eyes, Yi Fan pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well, but remember to prioritize caution. Inform me when you reach the apex of human capability. 5 minutes later, Mo-Sia's private aircraft took off covertly from the military airport in Beijing, heading towards the world's highest peak in the southwest. As the designated co-pilot, he had assumed he was merely replacing an elder to transport a special task force, or perhaps even ferry the leaders of the Night Watchmen. Little did he realize, he was tasked with transporting but a single individual. Who could this person be? Was he perhaps a high-ranking member of the Night Watchmen? Could he be so young? The pilot's mind brimmed with curiosity, yet Mo-Sia had no time to indulge him. Engrossed in the information on his phone, he felt a surge of interest. The peak was steeped in legends of the snow beast, and proximity to the mists signified undeniable peril. This time, the distress signal originated from the border warriors near the summit, reporting numerous shadowy figures and the potential for external mystical incursions. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Wait, are you even aware of your abilities? The system's voice interrupted his thoughts, jolting Mo-Sia back to reality. He realized that in his excitement over the breakthrough, he had neglected to heed the system's alerts while communicating with Yi Fan and Zhuo Qing and boarding the aircraft. This isn't my fault. My mind was overwhelmed with noise. How could I discern your voice among them? Mo-Sia defended himself, refusing to take the blame for missing the message. During that moment of breakthrough, his head had felt ready to explode with sound, leaving him unable to distinguish the system's voice. It's my oversight. Next time, I shall intervene to ensure my words do not become lost amidst the cacophony, the system conceded. Acknowledging its role as the first to harness the power of the Evil Sword Immortal to cultivate a host, requiring assistance in every regard. However, upon observing the two newfound abilities, Mo-Sia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon achieving a breakthrough into the infinite realm, he had acquired the ability of Evil Unending, and upon ascending to the Klein realm, he had gained the power of the evil god puppet. Evil Unending. The host can directly utilize malevolent energy to heal injuries. As long as the malevolent energy persists, the host shall not perish. The evil god puppet, under the condition of voluntary consent from the counterpart, upon their demise, they may transform into the host's malevolent servant, retaining all their combat prowess from life, with the host remaining immortal and the servant undying. This first ability serves as a formidable means of self-preservation, almost guaranteeing survival. It is crucial to note that he can incessantly absorb resentment and convert it into spiritual power, which can in turn be wholly transformed into malevolent energy. Coupled with his expansive absorption range spanning several hundred kilometers, his survival is nearly assured. As for the second ability, his mind conjures images of the fallen Night Watchers. Though he is aware of the narrative's trajectory, he cannot save every individual. Nevertheless, this evil god puppet offers an alternative means of safeguarding them. Regrettably, such an ability cannot manifest in a corporeal form, but rather operates as an ethereal presence capable of interacting with the physical realm. As Mo Xie becomes increasingly attuned to the spiritual energy within him, time accelerates. In unseen corners, numerous cities release vast amounts of the 7 deadly sins power, rapidly converging into the 7 deadly sins prayer beads, which glimmer with intensified hues. Unfortunately, he finds it challenging to absorb resentment at this moment. Arrived, the pilot turned to the cabin, gesturing to Mo Xie, inquiring whether he should descend or if Mo Xie preferred to leap directly. The pilot had previously heard of the special squad's peculiarities and high-ranking officials' penchant for jumping from aircraft. He presumed Mo Xie might share this inclination. Gazing at the snow-capped mountains mere meters away, Mo Xie nodded slowly. At this altitude, he could simply descend. Upon opening the cabin door, a rush of frigid air swept through, dispersing the warmth within. This cold invigorated Mo Xie's spirits, and with a sheathed blade strapped to his back, he leapt forth. In the instant before landing, he struck the ground with a fist enveloped in malevolent energy, utilizing the recoil to stabilize his descent onto the snowy terrain. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, leading Mo Xie to pinpoint several mysterious scents as he ventured deeper into the mountains. As he progressed, he retrieved a white elixir from the realm of malevolent energy and consumed it. It had been an eternity since he last savored such a flavor. A smile crept upon his lips, accompanied by an aura of murderous intent, causing the 2 long sheathed blades on his back to quiver in unison. Patience, we shall soon arrive. Mo Xie's tone shifted, resonating with the tremors of his weapons. The data suggested that snow beasts are either social or solitary, yet from the fragrance, Mo Xie deduced they likely fell somewhere in between, a rare, few snow beasts dwelling together, scattered across the area. While this may complicate matters, he is unperturbed by such inconveniences. With a subtle tremor of his right shoulder, the bloodthirsty blade emerged from its sheath, resting in Mo Xie's grasp, its black-red edge exuding a chilling aura. 3 minutes later, laughter echoed from within a snowy cave in the mountains. The blade of Bloodthirsty was drenched in a thick mist of blood, having fully absorbed the lifeless forms of 2 snow beasts at his feet. In the other hand, Mo Xie had already stowed away 2 elixirs, her expression tinged with displeasure. These 2 snow monsters were merely at the level of the pool realm, had I not sensed the presence of several infinite realm snow monsters. I would genuinely suspect that Xiaozhua had intentionally assigned me a trivial task. With her crimson eyes, Mo Xie directly referred to Zhuqing as Xiaozhua. Upon exiting the snow cave, Mo Xie ascended the mountain. By attacking from below, there would be no concern of them fleeing unpredictably. After only a few steps, Mo Xie abruptly turned her gaze towards the southern direction. Is someone watching me? Her nose twitched slightly, and her eyes grew increasingly enigmatic. Suddenly, she burst into uproarious laughter, having been somewhat unhinged for a while now, exclaiming, "So many delightful scents! How fragrant, how exquisite!" Chapter 39. Distorted communication beneath the snowy cliffs, he cast a glance our way. Would we remain undetected? To the south of the highest peak, 2 heavily bundled men hovered at the edge of the mist, intently peering through binoculars towards the summit. Behind the lenses, 2 pairs of brown eyes, slightly larger than those of the Daxia people, were partially obscured by hats, their dark brown hair dulled in the sunlight. Thick lips reminiscent of 2 black sausages hinted at their possible origins as currymen. Ali, although we had not anticipated the arrival of a night watcher. The fact that only one had come from across the way indicated that our actions remained concealed. The leader of the 2 men exhibited a notably stable demeanor. After all, I am a divine agent of the boundless realm. His cloak was unremarkable, not belonging to a special squad. So what could we possibly fear? VJ, you are indeed correct. Ollie mused, glancing back towards the mist. Beneath the fog, colossal mysteries lay still upon the ruins, resting quietly under the golden demon-slaying staff. There were at least 20 of them, each exuding an aura akin to that of the Sea Realm. Our mission was simply to usher them into Daxia, without requiring our direct intervention. Ollie bolstered his resolve and then turned his gaze towards the figure of Mo Xie making his way up the highest peak. His left eyelid twitched incessantly. While he ascended, we should hasten to allow the creatures to pass. Alas, there was no time to implement measures to conceal our presence. What a pity. If only this demon-slaying staff could suppress them for another day by the time that fellow departed. These mysteries would surely wreak havoc throughout Daxia. VJ, however, was not a reckless man. With the arrival of a night watcher, our plans had already been disrupted. Retrieve the demon-slaying staff. It seems they cannot wait any longer. Such impatience. Mo Xie halted midway up the mountain, his expression darkening. There remained only a few sea-dwelling and boundless realm snow beasts to be dealt with. Of all times to choose this moment. Mo Xie cast a regretful glance at the summit, pivoted his steps, and headed southward, eager to discover just how enticing these little treasures truly were. Lowering his head, he calmly surveyed the chasms below, then leaped into the white expanse of the world. Roar, growl, ugh. Various cries emanated from the mist, followed by the tremors of the earth. Snowflakes danced upon the accumulating snow, serving as cheerleaders for the impending battle. An additional course. Mo Xie's pace quickened, and as the mysteries gradually filled his field of vision, he began to run. A sinister aura radiated from his being, spreading across the terrain to enclose a medium-sized battlefield. As the blood from the bloodthirsty strike splattered across Mo Xie's cheek, his expression twisted into something almost sickly. Inhaling deeply, he relished the aroma, exclaiming, "So fragrant, so delightful." With a single stroke, he tore apart the crocodilian-shaped mystery before him, the power of bloodthirsty, instantaneously transforming the unfortunate sea realm mystery into a cloud of crimson mist. The blood mist, intertwined with malevolent energy, surged into the blade of bloodshed, mingling with the blood staining Mo Xie's face. Do not fear. Just a moment. It won't hurt. Be good. Let's not make a sound. What do you think you're running off to? Though Mo Xie's combat scene was shrouded in blood mist and dark energy, it still caused the two divine representatives watching from afar to tremble inwardly. The noise alone, this was no ordinary person, were it not for the fact that the figure wore the cloak of a night watchman of the great Xia. One might have assumed this was some aberration trained by divine realm. Moreover, this level of power had indeed reached the boundless realm, as Mo Xie had yet to fully assimilate his own mental strength. The two onlookers, one in the sea realm and the other in the early stages of the boundless realm, could not discern his true capabilities. We cannot fail the master's mission. Otherwise, we shall be doomed. Vijay, lost in thought, felt his eyes tremble uncontrollably, a manifestation of fear. Yes, I refuse to endure such punishment. Ollie, equally anxious, hurriedly flew back into the mist to summon a few more formidable entities. You keep watch. I will bring over several boundless entities. We must subdue him before our opponents arrive. Vijay quickly interrupted Ollie, insisting, you keep watch for now. If anything seems amiss, initiate an avalanche and let those boundless snow beasts from the mountain enter the fray. Once Vijay departed, Ollie, observing the encroaching dark energy and blood mist, exhibited no hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the power of thunder and fire swirled within his palm before being hurled to the summit. Boom! A tremendous explosion shattered the accumulated snow, causing the previously smooth surface to fracture rapidly. Under the combined force of gravity and the explosion's thrust, torrents of snow cascaded downwards. The snow beasts, previously dwelling in their icy caves, seemed startled by the blast and emerged to investigate, only to be immediately buried beneath the descending snow as they ventured forth. The significant disturbance prompted the border guard stationed at the foot of the peak to report the situation without delay. Zhuqing received the report promptly, frowning slightly. He pondered the implications of the Celestial Temple's interference at the border, given the potential involvement of foreign entities, which might even lead to the Celestial Temple's probing. Zhuqing decided to pass the information along to Yi Fan. This young man happened to be well-positioned to handle the situation. Yi Fan placed the documents on the table and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to Zhuqing, inquiring, "What is your perspective?" The absence of any intelligence from Wang Mian suggests that this is likely another test. The likelihood of divine realm forces being dispatched is minimal. Based on Mo's prowess, those entities should not pose significant challenges. However, for prudence's sake, we must ensure that the Phoenix squad is prepared for immediate assistance. Yifan regarded Zhuqing, unable to suppress his satisfaction. This commander he had nurtured was gradually maturing, yet they could not dismiss the possibility of the adversary deploying divine realm powers. Should the situation resolve favorably, Wang Mian might not return to inform them. Prepare my private jet and ensure communication on your end. I must acquire the latest intelligence from there. After giving his instructions, Yi Fan turned his attention to the documents laid out on the table. According to the information previously revealed about Mo's significant elevation in several realms, it is evident that Mo possesses such capabilities. Therefore, even if confronted by divine forces, Mo remains capable of engaging in battle. However, the decision to depart remains uncertain. The necessary documents must still be addressed. Meanwhile, the Phoenix team, silently altering their course in the southern skies of the Great Xia, was met with an unexpected situation. Xia Siming answered the call, her expression turning serious. Understood, but who is this, Azura? Chapter 40. The first undead has arrived. They have all come. Quickly gather my bowl. Mo clutched his blade, confronting the cascading avalanche. Within his line of sight, the tumbling snow had taken on a crimson hue. The surroundings were enveloped in blood mist, and malevolence swiftly merged with his essence, leaving no trace of mystery in his vicinity. Indeed, under his relentless efficiency in dispatching each enigmatic foe, the 20-odd sea-bound specters had scarcely withstood his onslaught for long. You are quite disobedient, consuming so rapidly. I haven't even performed my favorite slow dismemberment yet. Mo suddenly complained to Bloody Whisper, "This is rather displeasing. You ought to be more discerning in the future." Bloody Whisper seemed to comprehend, the hilt of the blade turning slightly in response. Such a good companion. Let us feast to our fill. Mo retrieved another white pill, tossing it into his mouth and swallowing it as one would savor a chocolate bean. The thunderous roar of the avalanche surged in Mo's ears, yet he perceived it akin to a melodic piano piece, gently tapping his thigh in rhythm. The sounds of nature and death carried a grand majesty. But you obstruct my view. Mo's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he swung Bloody Whisper. A blade of malevolence and sanguine energy sliced through the rushing avalanche with precision. Standing amidst the avalanche, he had locked onto the few sea-bound and boundless specters. The blade danced in midair, and in but the blink of an eye, several blades of energy shot forth. The sea-bound specters were instantaneously reduced to blood mist, which cradled white pills that fell into Mo's grasp. Meanwhile, the boundless specters were deflected, landing accurately before him. At this moment, Mo's gaze was drawn to a figure shrouded in mist, struggling to suppress the murderous intent swelling within him. Is there but one left? That other one shall serve as bait. With this thought, Mo's turned to the trembling snow specter before him. Little darling, do not fear. Let me see where the people you devoured have gone. Mo's advanced step by step, malevolence enveloping the boundless specter first. While clearing the snow caves earlier, he had encountered numerous human bones. On that basis alone, they all deserved to perish. Roar! The snow specter's brow shimmered with a snowflake mark, its sonic waves stirring the surrounding flurries. Everything around began to freeze rapidly. Is that all? Mo's stepped forward, unleashing formidable mental energy that shattered the encircling ice into fragments. Roar! The snow specter's second wave of sound coalesced the ice into sharp spikes. Akin to a chilling shadow technique, shooting toward Mo Xie. Shatter! With his second stride, Mo Xie's blade had already reached the specter, reducing all airborne ice spikes to mere shards. With a swift thrust, Bloody Whisper pierced into the specter's body, and as he toppled it to the ground, he mused, devouring humans and regurgitating bones. How pristine. Your digestion is rather efficient. Is this your stomach? Quite small. It seems you passed directly through the intestines. Not much of a heart. No wonder you deserve to die. In the span of mere moments, Mo Xie had gleaned every secret of the specter. Now absorb. Raising his head, Mo Xie gazed towards the direction of the mist, licking his lips in anticipation. Since you are slow, I shall take matters into my own hands. The blood mist spread behind him, continuously surging into the bloody slaughter. A sinister aura crept into the corners of Mo Xie's eyes, adding an extra layer of malevolence to his crimson gaze. With a sprightly step, he charged directly into the mist, leaving onlookers to mistakenly believe he was heading for a reward. Wait, don't go. Xia Simong, who had just arrived, descended from the sky. Witnessing Mo Xie about to plunge into the fog, she hurriedly rummaged through her pockets. Finally, she unearthed a silver iron shard, hurling it like a dart. Catch it. Just moments after jumping from the aircraft with her team, she observed Mo Xie dissecting a snow beast from the infinite realm. Although the act was somewhat brutal, Xia Siming remained unfazed. This madman was simply indulging in a minor transgression, which was hardly surprising. Mo Xie turned, deftly catching the meteor streaking across the sky. Examining the iron shard in his left hand, he found nothing particularly special about it and promptly tucked it into his pocket. He now stood at the edge of the mist. Looking up, Ali's eyes were filled with despair as the air beneath his feet exploded with thunder and fire, propelling him towards the fog like a cannonball. Do you think you can come and go as you please into Xia? Mo Xie squinted, suddenly appearing before Ali. Behind him loomed the mist, and in front stood a trembling divine emissary. I grant you but a single chance to strike. The bloody slaughter pointed ominously at Ali. There was no need for names. Huh? Oh. Although Ali was momentarily taken aback, he realized that he had no choice but to risk it all. As a representative of Angeli, despite being in the sea realm, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Channeling all his mental energy, he summoned a divine domain that intertwined with the essence of heaven and earth, condensing a fiery thundercloud above the layers of clouds. Do not underestimate me, Ali roared, nearly exhausting his mental strength. With all his might, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon Mo Xie. Is this all? Mo Xie, now enveloped in thunder and fire, merely felt a slight itch on his body, his eyes filled with disappointment. Useless. That disdainful look instantly pierced through Ali's fragile psyche. Why do you look at me like that? I did my best. I really did. Having endured such humiliation only once before, when he was still an inferior being, Ali's rage flared. I'll fight you, Ali shouted as he charged at Mo Xie, his hair standing on end beneath his cap. Angeli was merely a chief deity. It was the perfect opportunity to test my current strength. Patterns emerged in Mo Xie's gaze, swiftly pulling Ali into the shadows of his past. There, Ali, as a lowly individual, lived under the oppressive gaze of others. Mo Xie held no interest in lingering over such a past. Behind him, another long box trembled slightly, and Broken Illusions emerged on its own, landing in Mo Xie's left hand, its cold gleam piercing the air. I am eager to witness how a living dead person claims the mantle of a divine spokesperson, and what thoughts will occupy the mind of Angeli. As a cold gleam flashed, Broken Delusion cleaved through the past summoned forth by Mo Xie with a single stroke. Ali's once hollow pupils lost their focus entirely, rendering his eyes a stark white, as he gazed down upon Ali's form plummeting from the heavens. Mo Xie chose to disregard him completely and turned to plunge into the mist, for he had caught a whiff of an overwhelming fragrance approaching. Goodness, what manner of anomaly is that fellow? He has ascended to the late stage of the Klein realm with such rapidity. Observing Montaxis retreating silhouette, Xia Simeng and her companions hastened to Ali's side, poking his face with their fingers, yet he remained unresponsive. Captain, he's still alive, but judging by that gaze, he is devoid of consciousness, what is colloquially known as a living dead. After a thorough examination, Kong Shang promptly concluded that Mo Xie's recent strike had rendered him a living dead, condemned to a fate worse than death. As Xia Simeng surveyed the battlefield, devoid of even a trace of blood, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. The title of Azura indeed suits him well. Wait, hold on a moment, Captain. Kong Shang, stroking his beard thoughtfully, his gaze profound, questioned the necessity of summoning them given his formidable power and the enigma surrounding it. Indeed, Xia Simeng scratched her head, a puzzled expression overtaking her features. He has summoned a divine spokesperson. Should the deity intervene, what use are we? Chapter 41. The taste of divine blood in the temple of the deities, in July, engrossed in playing with human skeletons, suddenly looked up. Has that puppet perished? The death of Ali did not concern July in the slightest. After all, a representative of the divine is merely a vessel. If one grows tiresome, it is but a trivial matter to replace them. Since Ali had met his demise, another puppet could easily be summoned. July, communing with his principles of thunder and fire, discovered that a portion of his power remained unretrievable, prompting a frown. Could it be that he still lives? After another moment of introspection regarding that portion of his power, July confirmed that Ali was indeed dead. What then did this signify? As a deity who toys with representatives, he found himself momentarily bewildered. He decided to investigate further. With his hands clasped behind his back, he departed from his divine sanctuary. It was imperative that he comprehended this matter thoroughly. Losing a fragment of his power was one thing, but some tasks should not necessitate his personal involvement. Thus, he required a subordinate. It would be absurd to suffer a loss of power every time he summoned a new representative. July, where are you off to? Carrie emerged from her temple. Her curiosity piqued as she observed July's retreating figure. The recent collaboration between Ali and VJ was the result of their mutual deliberations. There seems to be an issue with the representative. I intend to investigate whether it is a plot from the great Xia. July could not divulge the truth, for that will be a source of embarrassment. How peculiar, Carrie thought, feeling a foreboding sense of dread. She scratched her head and gazed in the direction of the Divine King. May Brahma bless us with tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, she was soon to face a predicament akin to July's, for Mo Xie had already cornered VJ. Several kilometers from the peak, Mo Xie slashed down the last of the mysterious beings. Are there any more? He sheathed his blade, fixing a cold gaze upon the trembling VJ. I ask you, are there any more? VJ's legs quaked uncontrollably. In witnessing Mo Xie's demeanor, he was reminded of the elite. Memories of the past tormented him, instilling a paralyzing fear within. Was he destined to remain a lowly being forever? Truly a worthless wretch. A sinister aura emanated from Mo Xie, methodically shattering VJ's inner defenses with each step. Mo Xie merely teased him, and VJ was ensnared by his own history. With a swift strike, yet another undead emerged. Mo Xie remained unhurried, effortlessly dragging VJ toward the great Xia. With each step, he battled immense temptation, his body trembling violently. Once I eliminate the deities trailing behind you too, then I shall finish you off. On the edge of the fog, Mo Xie stepped forward, flinging VJ beside Ali. His crimson eyes fixated on the anxious Xia Simeng. Are you all attempting to seize my prey? In Mo Xie's eyes, the gathering of Xia Simeng and her companions around Ali was tantamount to an encroachment upon his quarry. No, no, no. Xia Simeng hastily waved her hands, and the members of the Phoenix squad retreated 10 steps in unison. We are merely observing, merely observing. Those who knew of Mo Xie's affliction displayed no hesitation whatsoever. What is this? Xia Simeng gazed intently at the newly arrived undead. VJ, her eyes gleaming. You didn't kill him outright? How peculiar. Does this mean Mo Xie's illness has been cured? A wave of disappointment washed over her, and she exhaled softly. Even if he were healed, it was too late. There was no possibility of Mo Xie joining the Phoenix team now. Killing them would only jeopardize the chance of capturing greater prey. Mo Xie's gaze burned intensely in the direction of the mist. I have yet to slay a deity. Though he was mad, he understood that he lacked the strength to contend with the divine realm at present. Xia Simeng, Phoenix team members. Slaying deities? You truly are my harbinger of death. At that moment, Xia Simeng merely wished to flee, to escape swiftly. She feared that this madman might attract a god, ensnaring them all in his wake. Her eyes desperately conveyed a message to Kong Shang. Hurry, bind him and let us go. Kong Shang's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, exuding a sense of resolute defiance. In their current predicament, taking Mo Xie with them carried a minuscule chance of survival. When the gods arrived, death might be a luxury, followed by various tortures, culminating in a threat to the great Xia. Are you all prepared to act? Naturally, Mo Xie perceived the slightest movements of the Phoenix team. He turned, his bloodthirsty gaze locking onto the group. Kong Shang immediately lost all intention of attacking, his fingers anxiously tugging at Xia Simeng's clothes. Captain, we must leave. We cannot perish here. Despair engulfed Kong Shang. He couldn't overpower Mo Xie, nor could he persuade him. What were their options now? Xia Simeng absent-mindedly patted her pocket, gazing at the gently swaying clouds above. What splendid weather today. One must seize the opportunity to explore. Under the oppressive gaze of Mo Xie, Xia Simeng stealthily moved behind a large rock and discreetly dialed Yi Fan's number, whispering cautiously, not daring to speak too loudly. Commander, trouble is brewing. Come quickly. Mo Xie is losing his mind. Yes, he is unharmed. The mystery has been resolved. What do you mean? That's good? Have you lost your senses? No, that's not what I meant. He has turned 2 divine representatives into undead, claiming he wishes to lure the deities and then slay them. Upon hearing the sound of a chair sliding on the other end of the line, Xia Simeng wiped non-existent sweat from her brow. Commander, are you still there? Yes, I will stall him until you arrive. Xia Simeng's expression grew increasingly furtive as she clutched her phone, wishing she could shrink away, saying, Our Phoenix team needs a stamp for our leave. Beep. The busy tone elicited a curse from Xia Simeng. Yi, you scoundrel. Hey, why aren't you all coming over? Stowing her phone, Xia Simeng adjusted her hair, theatrically peeking from behind the large rock. When her gaze met Mo Xie's crimson eyes, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Xia Simeng gently shifted her focus, glancing at her teammates who were fervently shaking their heads, then at the serene Mo Xie, who leaned casually against the stone. What a coincidence. So you have caught up with us? Oomph. Mo Xie let out a cold snort and turned back to stand beside Ollie and Vijay. You may leave first. I am determined to experience the taste of divine blood today. His current strength at the late stage of the Klein realm had not yet fully settled, and he was continuously absorbing all the resentment within his vicinity. The range of his absorption perfectly encompassed the Sunlight City to the north, where the population exceeded 1 million. The resentment generated there was sufficient to propel him to the pinnacle of human potential. As for Xia Simeng's message, Mo Xie felt no particular emotion. After all, Yi Fan had instructed him to notify, so Xia Simeng's message was just the same, though it had come a bit late. Chapter 42, The Great Battle of Invincible Boom. A series of thunderous explosions echoed through the mist. A man with brown skin, bearing the thunderfire cloud, emerged at the edge of the fog. Invincible cast a wary glance at the national monument not far away, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. He then turned his attention to Ollie, his brow furrowed. Was this a living dead? Since when did the great Xia resort to such tactics? Understanding the situation, Invincible no longer felt rushed. Instead, he confronted Mo Xie directly, declaring, You, an insignificant insect, dare to touch my people? You have arrived a bit late. Mo Xie ascended into the sky, positioning himself parallel to Invincible, surveying his surroundings and noting the weaker women nearby. Invincible confirmed there were no other ambushes and regained his composure. I shall end your life, right here. The great Xia cannot utter a word against it. As he spoke, divine power surged within his palm, and he regarded Mo Xie as if he were already deceased. Prepare yourself, not wishing to waste words. Lest reinforcements from the great Xia arrive, Invincible raised his hand, unleashing a pillar of thunderfire that surged towards Mo Xie. The searing heat and violent force struck Mo Xie, causing him pain, yet he smiled. Channeling his energy into a single slash, he unleashed a massive blade of energy to collide with the Thunderfire pillar. Denying the pillar any chance to breach his defenses, Mo Xie swiftly appeared behind Angelai and struck downward at the latter's head. Presumptuous. Angelai, noticing the glint above him, immediately infused the air around him with Thunderfire, causing it to tremble violently. At the moment Mo Xie closed in, it erupted. Boom! Caught off guard, Mo Xie was hurled away by the explosion, akin to a meteor crashing into a snow-capped mountain. Ha ha ha! Delightful! In the human-shaped snow pit, dark energy surged within Mo Xie, and his previously bleeding wounds healed instantaneously. Once more, with a powerful step, he shattered the frozen ground around him, sending snow flying as he launched himself like a cannonball. Open for me! The crimson light of bloodthirst flickered, and a purplish-red blade of energy sliced through, creating an opening in the Thunderfire-enshrouded area. At that moment, Mo Xie wielded Duan Wang, breaking through the barrier. Thunderfire enveloped him, tearing his body apart piece by piece. Yet, thanks to his relentless regenerative abilities, he maintained a precarious balance. In that instant, with bloodthirst in his right hand and Duan Wang in his left, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, inflicting wounds upon Angelai. You claim the divine realms cannot be harmed by ordinary men? I beg to differ. Mo Xie, cloaked in dark energy, does not fall within that category. You have angered me, insect. Angelai transformed the lightning in his palm into a spear, deflecting Mo Xie's most potent weapon, bloodthirst. The chasm between us is unfathomably deep. Angelai's Thunderfire morphed into a colossal figure, and, as the spear descended, an ocean of relentless Thunderfire surged forth. The lightning that permeated half the sky converged into the spear, which he hurled, creating a series of sonic booms as Mo Xie was pinned to the snow-covered mountain. The pristine white, snow-capped mountains erupted violently, revealing a small patch of darkness within. Mo Xie gazed at the spear that had pierced his chest, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. This is it. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. With a sudden lunge forward, Mo Xie willingly allowed the spear to impale his abdomen. In that fleeting moment of separation from the spear, his wounds had already mended completely. The relentless flow of malevolent energy transformed from his mental prowess not only healed his injuries, but, harnessing the power of this maneuver, enabled Mo Xie to master the late stages of the Klein realm and ultimately ascend to its pinnacle. Yet this was not sufficient. Once more, Mo Xie planted a foot upon the spear, utilizing the recoil to propel himself toward Ingili. He did not focus on Ingili's vulnerabilities, at least not at this moment. He sought a sharpening stone that could truly challenge him. A series of thunderous explosions erupted upon the battlefield between Mo Xie and Ingili. The shockwaves of the conflict tousled Xia Ximing's hair, and she marveled at the ferocity displayed, beyond what any human pinnacle could achieve. She witnessed a presence rivaling divinity within the form of a Klein realm practitioner, and it appeared remarkably formidable. Xia Ximing turned and grasped Kong Shang's collar, shaking him vigorously. I feel as though I've lost 100 million. 100 million. Kong Shang, seemingly resigned to his fate, allowed her to jostle him. Even upon hearing the ringtone of a phone, he calmly retrieved the device from Xia Ximing's grasp. Captain, it's your call. It's the commander. Oh. Xia Ximing released her grip and promptly answered the call. Kong Shang plopped down onto the ground, unfazed, and after brushing off his backside, he regarded his teammates with a puzzled expression. What are you all looking at? Did my backside get wet from the snow? After a brief glance at his rear, Kong Shang resumed his focus on the aerial skirmish. Boom! Another explosion resonated as Mo Xie forcefully shattered numerous stones, sending them crashing into the depths of the snow-capped mountain. Meanwhile, Ingili, covered in scars from blades and arrows, staggered back several paces. His eyes brimmed with a tempest of rage. Yet he could not suppress the creeping doubt in his heart, contemplating retreat. This human is undoubtedly problematic. Not yet at the pinnacle of humanity, and yet able to contest with him to such an extent. The healing of his wounds is alarmingly difficult. This situation is perilous. Should others arrive, and I find myself unable to escape. While Njili relished in challenging the great Xia, he also feared for his life. Human, you may be an adversary, but you are far from my equal. With a haughty snort, Njili turned to flee into the mist, leaving no trace of sentiment behind. Yet, his fingertips harbored malicious intent as they conjured a bolt of thunderous fire, aiming to rend Mo-Yi to pieces. Should the dead rise again, he could reclaim a portion of his lost power. Trying to escape? Did I permit you to leave? Within the depths of the snow-capped mountain, the malevolent energy within Mo-Yi surged, shattering the icy exterior of the mountain in an instant. Chunks of ice and stone flew forth from beneath his feet like cannonballs, hurtling toward Njili. Defiance. Behind Njili, a pair of thunderous wings emerged, unleashing lightning strands that instantaneously ensnared all the icy stones in place. Flames flickered as each shard of ice ignited, resembling a meteor shower poised to descend upon the earth. Mo-Xie darted through the fiery fragments, and as he approached Njili, he swiftly raised his dual blades. Two sinister waves of energy sliced through the thunderous wings, soaring straight into the mists. As Njili's speed diminished, Mo-Xie hurled Duan Wang into the air, gripping Njili's neck with his left hand. With brute strength, he forced the latter down towards the ground. The pressure of his power stirred the snowflakes, scattering them around and forming a mist of snow. Before the snow mist could dissipate, Duan Wang descended from the heavens, landing in the man's grasp, and in the blink of an eye, a flurry of blade light and sword rain erupted. Since you have arrived, allow this insignificant ant to entertain you properly. Chapter 43. The efficiency of Yi Fan. Now that you have arrived, allow this insignificant ant to host you properly. The moment Mo-Xie's voice echoed, the sinister energy enveloping the surroundings coalesced into a multitude of violet claws, curling back to form a purple domain that confined Njili within. Above this malevolent aura, an endless tempest of thunder and fire gathered, as flames surged accompanied by the roar of lightning, relentlessly cascading upon the dark energy. From all directions, unseen gray resentment continuously merged into the sinister force. In that moment, the mass of dark energy resembled the eye of the ocean, exhaling boundless resentment and malice. Such power has invoked divine retribution. Is this the crossing of tribulations? Xia Simeng paused her conversation, and apart from this solitary exclamation, she had no further thoughts to share. Although they had retreated time and again, the residual waves from the clash of the two forces were still palpable. Yi Fan stood behind Xia Simeng, watching the scene unfold, gripping his blade tightly, ready to rush forward to assist. Given Njili's fierce counterattack, it was evident that Mo-Xie truly posed a threat to his life. Moreover, Njili was merely exuding the aura of a main deity. Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with divine light, as if he could glimpse the future were Xia vanquished a god. Let me assist you in slaying the divine. Yi Fan's blood surged with fervor, his fighting spirit ignited, and he prepared to charge ahead. However, unexpectedly, Xia Simeng embraced him from behind, while Kong Shang and his companions exerted their strength behind her, collectively halting Yi Fan's advance. What are you doing? This opportunity is fleeting. Yi Fan turned to face the exhilarated Xia Simeng, aware that she understood the gravity of the situation, urging her for a reason. If you rush in like that, he will perceive you as someone attempting to seize his prey. Should he turn his wrath upon the commander, who will grant us permission slips in the future. Despite Xia Simeng's harsh words, there were occasions when Yi Fan did indeed approve such requests. What if the next commander is not as accommodating as Yi Fan? This commendable commander shall be protected by her, Xia Simeng. Seizing his prey? Yi Fan had genuinely not considered that angle. Assisting you, does that equate to taking your prey? Defiant, he pried open Xia Simeng's grasp and surged forward a short distance, only to unleash a blade aura that cleaved through the sinister energy, declaring, "He is mine. No one shall take him from me." Mo-Xie's frigid voice momentarily stunned Yi Fan. Furrowing his brow, He glanced back at Xia Siming. Was he truly fighting with such fervor? He was aware of Mo Xia's condition, yet he had not anticipated such fervent aggression from him. Engaging a deity in a desperate struggle within such close quarters. Could a being of Klein realm truly achieve this? Otherwise, how could a mid-tier Klein expert like himself possibly remain standing outside? As Xia Siming concluded her thoughts, she realized her slip of the tongue. You are the true expert. The true expert. Nevertheless, Xia Siming spoke the truth. After all, he was a representative of Athena and bore the bloodline of the Phoenix, naturally inclined towards battle. It was indeed a great pity that she could not partake in such a confrontation where a Klein being defied a god. Those two, were they the living dead conjured by Mo Xia? Yi Fan gazed upon the two motionless corpses and instantly comprehended Mo Xia's intentions. A clever strategy indeed, although it defied the heavens. Transforming divine representatives into living corpses was no simple feat. After all, they were safeguarded by divine might, rendering the revelation of their inner vulnerabilities exceedingly challenging. It was astonishing that Mo Xia could so effortlessly breach the protection of divine power, indicating that Duan Wang had indeed found the most suitable ally. With one already present, the next was likely to arrive soon. Yi Fan scrutinized the mist, contemplating, and pulled Xia Siming and the Phoenix team to take refuge behind a massive boulder. Why don't you all proceed to complete other tasks while I keep watch here? Yi Fan suggested, observing Xia Siming and the others standing idly, engrossed in the unfolding drama, while recalling the mysterious occurrences reported by Zhuqing. It seemed that human resources were not being utilized to their fullest potential. Xia Siming exclaimed, "What? At such a critical moment, you want us to leave? Is that even possible?" As they boarded the specialized aircraft, their complaints echoed, one muttering about Yi peeling skin, the other echoing the same sentiment. Yi Fan, already anticipating Xia Siming's reaction, chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, he needed to arrange their rest schedules, as the intensity of the tasks was overwhelming. Murmuring softly, Yi Fan continued to gaze into the mist, waiting. Should the second deity arrive, he must hold the ground. If Mo Xia could truly slay a god, then he would restrain the second deity, allowing Mo Xia to achieve a remarkable dual victory. This would serve as a substantial deterrent to any who dared to enter the Great Xia. One must be prepared for death to venture into its realm. At that moment, Kali was also hesitating about whether to enter the Great Xia. She stood within the temple of the celestial deity, before the shrine of Enjili, who had yet to return. Both of our tasks were delegated to the representatives, and it seems our representatives have encountered issues sequentially, yet Enjili has not yet returned, Kali pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. I cannot reclaim that portion of divine power at this moment. Given Enjili's character, this must be the reason. Therefore, I shall not proceed. It is merely a waste of divine energy. If necessary, I can forego future tasks regarding Great Xia. With that thought, Kali turned to head back to her own shrine. As the goddess of darkness within the temple of the celestial deity, her intellect was undoubtedly sharp. Kali! A grandiose voice resonated from the heart of the temple of the celestial deity, the ethereal sound piercing Kali's ears. Upon hearing the voice, Kali promptly clasped her hands together, raising them to her forehead, her thumbs brushing against her brows. Esteemed Lord Brahma, the goddess of darkness, Kali heeds your teachings. Within the temple of the celestial deity, she was one who completely adhered to Brahma's will. Enjili is battling in Great Xia. You must ascertain the cause of this matter. We cannot endure such hardship any longer. The voice of Brahma gradually faded into silence, leaving no trace behind. Kali, shedding her previous composure, now exhibited a fervent glint in her eyes. Lord Brahma, I shall not disappoint you. She burst forth from the confines of the temple, and wherever she traversed, darkness followed, light extinguished. This darkness would only be dissipated by the mist after a considerable time. Within the sacred hall of the temple of the celestial deity, a towering golden Buddha statue stands majestically, with 4 arms and 4 faces, each gazing toward the cardinal directions, palms pressed together in a gesture of reverence. Merely by sitting there, waves of sacred chants resonate throughout the surroundings. He is the supreme deity of the temple, Brahma, the creator, At the very moment when Kali departed, Brahma slowly opened his eyes, golden light emanating forth and illuminating the entire hall. His voice, imbued with divine authority, proclaimed, "The great Xia bears no sin. Yet, those who wield this power for malevolent purposes shall be deemed the architects of evil. Only by adhering to the righteous path can one bring forth the blessings of ultimate bliss." Chapter 44. The human ceiling and Yi Fan's concerns begone. What strength do you possess? To have reached this point in our clash is already sufficient boasting. Yet you wish to delay me? Angelai unleashed the tempest of thunder and fire surrounding him, the tremendous shockwave sending Mo Xie hurtling through the air. Get lost. Angelai relentlessly tore at the malevolent energy binding him, his contorted visage, under the purplish malevolence, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. So close, damn it. So close. Mo Xie gradually rose from the ground, his grievous wounds healing at an astonishing pace, limbs contorting and then swiftly straightening. His predatory gaze fixated on Angelai. Are you useless? Angelai? At this moment, you still dare to blame me? Are you out of your mind? Useless. Use the strength you consume for your meals. Mo Xie spun through the air a dozen times, wielding a blade and a sword to create a circular arc of cutting edges, culminating in a downward strike aimed at Angelai. You wretched human. Today, I shall go all out against you. Angelai spread his arms wide, flames and thunder coalescing. The left hand wielded a spear of fire, while the right brandished a spear of lightning. Angelai charged forth like a maddened bull, engaging Mo Xie in brutal hand-to-hand combat. I'm going all in. All in. Mo Xie cast aside all other thoughts, colliding with Angelai. The spears and blades clashed vehemently, devoid of any technique, relying solely on raw strength. Mo Xie, confident in his recuperative abilities, continued to strike relentlessly, even as each blow threatened to dislocate his arms. The ferocity of his weapons surpassed even that of Angelai's spears. I will obliterate you. Angelai, relying on his divine form, embraced Mo Xie, unleashing a tempest of thunder and fire that erupted around him. He refused to believe that this human's body could withstand his might. Boom! 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 A cacophony of minor explosions echoed in Mo Xie's ears. He had lost count of how many times his body had been shattered. Yet instinctively, he absorbed all the malice, rapidly restoring his form. Crack! The sound of a boundary being shattered resonated within Mo Xie's being. He had finally stepped into the realm of the human ceiling, becoming one of the apex warriors of the great Xia. Mo Xie's gaze met Angelai's, intricate patterns swirling in the depths of his eyes. He pierced through layer upon layer of Angelai's defenses, delving into the tragic memories hidden deep within his heart. In Mo Xie's mind, he too witnessed this scene. In comparison to trivial human matters, the past Angelai dreaded most was the arrival of the mist. When the mist descended, the divine powers of the gods were eroded, their divinity destroyed, plunging all deities into despair. It was not until one god, fearing for his life, sacrificed tens of thousands of humans to stand before the mist that the surviving gods learned this method of survival. Brahma decisively ordered the preservation of life through sacrifice. And from that moment, Angelai tirelessly hunted ordinary people, competing with other deities for souls. Amidst the endless wails and the deaths of companions, Angelai finally amassed enough souls, barely surviving after the sacrifices. Subsequently, he, along with the surviving gods, continued to capture humans, seeking to restore the essence of their divine kingdom. In a world where humanity has dwindled to a mere fragment, only a select few remain, confined within a realm as a precaution against the impending scarcity of divine origins. Within this haunting memory, Angelai grapples with an overwhelming fear of death, a relentless terror that grips him, leaving him uncertain of his survival. Witnessing this, Mo Xie feels a surge of anger. These deities truly regard humanity as expendable. The current existence of the divine realm, shrouded in mist, stands atop countless lifeless corpses. Yet, in this harsh reality lies an opportunity for Mo Xie. He resolves that his retribution will be merciless, mirroring the cruelty inflicted upon humanity by these gods. or even surpassing it. If the deities sacrifice humans, he shall sacrifice the divine. Mo Xie has extricated himself from Enjali's nightmares, yet Enjali remains ensnared within them once more. However, Mo Xie perceives a marked resilience in Enjali's spirit, far stronger than that of all previous souls. After several cycles, if Enjali's mental defenses hold, he may awaken from this torment. Nevertheless, Mo Xie takes a step back, preparing to absorb the malevolence to transform it into spiritual power. Despite his recent breakthrough, the absence of commensurate spiritual strength renders the achievement futile. Indeed, the pinnacle of humanity's potential reveals itself. His spiritual energy far exceeds that of the Klein realm. With unwavering determination, Mo Xie absorbs the resentment, conjuring a gray vortex beyond the circle of malevolence. Though Yi Fan cannot perceive this gray hue, he senses the potent aura of humanity's zenith emanating from the center of the malevolence. His eyes widen with astonishment. Such rapid ascension to the apex of human potential. There seems to be no barrier to overcome. Yet, Yi Fan's expression soon darkens. Given Mo Xie's pace of advancement, the next step is imminent. But how can the frail human form withstand the force of the loss? His meticulously established research facility merely investigates the capabilities of Zhou Ping, and that crucial step remains solely within his purview. If Mo Xie truly ascends to divine status, then Yi Fan's brow furrows in deep concern. It is indeed a precarious situation. He cannot simply allow Mo Xie to suppress his breakthrough indefinitely. The crux of the matter is that this suppression is not within his control. Should Mo Xie lose his sanity, the realm would be indifferent to such a transformation. Just as Yi Fan prepares to contact Zhuqing to connect with the laboratory, the light at the edge of the mist fades, leaving only darkness. It has arrived. Yi Fan stows away his phone, his left hand resting on the hilt of his celestial blade, advancing step by step toward the border. A nameless wind sweeps across the national boundary marker, causing the edges of Yi Fan's attire to flutter audibly. As the supreme commander of the Night Watchers of Xia, confronting the divine is no new endeavor. With a swift motion, the blade is unsheathed, its edge angled toward the ground, as his gaze fixes on the emerging figure of Kali from the darkness. This is Xia. You are not welcome here. Kali, with her obsidian eyes fixed on Yi Fan, glances at the swirling mass of malevolence. Without a moment's hesitation, she raises her hand, conjuring a massive palm of dark divine energy to seize the malevolent entity. Having been underestimated, Yi Fan unleashes the full might of humanity's pinnacle, his aura erupting violently, nearly lifting his cloak to a horizontal position. A colossal golden Buddha, towering hundreds of meters, emerged behind, its hands clasped in reverence. The resplendent golden light and sacred chants illuminated the snow-capped peaks, almost suffusing the entire summit. Yi Fan remained motionless as the golden Buddha unleashed a single palm strike, shattering Kali's dark hand effortlessly. In the wake of this divine force, Yi Fan advanced with his blade, charging towards Kali. Silence. Chapter 45. The Omnipotent Ceiling? Yi Fan falls into the abyss. The two divine battles that erupted in the southwestern region of the Great Xia immediately captured the attention of numerous deities. However, no divine realm dispatched a representative. Firstly, they remain uncertain whether the deities of Great Xia are present. While the two gods from the Temple of Heavenly Deities may not reveal much, they still provide a means to gauge the current strength of Great Xia. Secondly, the pantheon of gods is not entirely united. Even if these two deities were to perish in Great Xia, it would bear little consequence for them. In particular, those gods wielding the powers of darkness and thunderfire secretly hoped that Great Xia would eliminate these two, thereby augmenting their own mastery over these forces. The deities of the Temple of Heavenly Deities are few in number, although the creator Brahma is curious about the method that influences the divine spokespersons. Dispatching two deities to investigate is a perilous endeavor. Moreover, humans cannot slay gods. At most, they can retreat, thus rendering this probing within a manageable scope. Certainly, The upheaval of the divine battles also attracted the attention of several human paragons, albeit merely in observation. Lu Wuwei glanced towards the summit before resolutely pressing the accelerator in search of Loki's whereabouts. The master, meanwhile, indulged in tea and literature within the confines of his retreat. Zhou Ping, sensing the presence of Yi Fan and Mo Xie, cast a few extra glances before serving dishes under the guidance of his third uncle. Their thoughts aligned. Since Yi Fan had not reached out, it indicated the situation was manageable. They resolved to focus on their own lives. Only Zhu Qing, stationed at headquarters, felt a twinge of anxiety, unaware that Mo Xie had ascended to the pinnacle of human potential. However, upon receiving a detailed report from Xia Simeng, his worries eased considerably. Yet, he soon felt a sense of numbness. He was acutely aware of the trials he faced to reach the current peak of the Klein realm. Yet, inexplicably, Mo Xie had caught up to him. Despite this, his heart brimmed with joy at the emergence of such a prodigious talent for Great Xia. Unbeknownst to Zhu Qing, Mo Xie's elation surpassed his own. With a sinister smile, Mo Xie plunged the bloodied blade into the abdomen of Injili. The reason for his ease in this endeavor? As Injili writhed in pain, clarity momentarily returned to his eyes. Yet Mo Xie's left hand wielded the broken illusion to strike again. Injili's gaze grew hazy once more, allowing Mo Xie's blade to penetrate his being. Indeed, seizing the opportunity while Injili remained ensnared in his past nightmares, Mo Xie aimed to sever Injili's consciousness with broken illusion. While it might not render Injili akin to Ali, it could significantly impair his mental faculties. Thus, in this fleeting moment, Mo Xie continued to mercilessly stab Injili. After all, Injili's moments of confusion were dwindling, and it seemed the nightmare could not confine him for long. "I will pierce you. I will pierce you." With crimson eyes ablaze, Mo Xie gradually tore apart Injili's divine form. He was acutely aware of how swiftly the divine body could regenerate. As one devoid of the power of loss, even a minor wound would heal before the next strike could land. Thus, Mo Xie could only swiftly tear open the wound with utmost speed. "Do not fear. The anesthesia may take a while, but I shall cleanse your body thoroughly." His voice grew louder, ultimately echoing with a frenzied roar across the battlefield where Yi Fan and Kali were engaged. Yi Fan turned to observe Mo Xie madly eviscerating Injili, then glanced at the significant wounds on his own body, his lips twitching slightly. "Goodness, this fellow is extraordinarily fierce. I'm merely a hindrance here?" Kali, watching the tumultuous battlefield, felt a surge of trepidation within her heart. Her gaze towards Yi Fan softened involuntarily. What a commendable opponent he is, possessing an upright demeanor. He lacked the ruthlessness to inflict such cruelty upon her. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Yi Fan's mind. He leapt directly into Mo Xie's malevolent aura. The dark energy instinctively attempted to envelop him, yet upon contact, it recoiled swiftly. Mo Xie abruptly turned, fixating his gaze on Yi Fan, the uninvited guest, while his right hand severed Injili's leg and continued to plunge into his chest. "Mo Xie, let us confer about a matter," Yi Fan said, noting the bewildered expression in Injili's eyes, which allowed him to infer a few things. Rubbing his hands together, he squinted slightly. Could we not incapacitate that woman as well? After all, I cannot kill her, and I shall leave her to you shortly. You could slay too. Mo Xie seemed to only register those 3 words, his face alight with excitement as he turned to Kali. The moment their eyes met, Kali fell under the spell of the intricate patterns in Mo Xie's gaze and plummeted from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, broken delusion was unleashed once more, casting Kali into a similar state of disarray as Injili. With a mere thought, Mo Xie enveloped Yi Fan's blade in dark energy. Yi Fan, rubbing his hands together with a grin, dragged Kali to Injili's side, mimicking Mo Xie's earlier actions as he savagely thrust the blade towards her neck. Unlike Mo Xie's unadulterated madness, Yi Fan was cunning. He aimed for the neck, heart, and third eye, significantly increasing the likelihood of a fatal strike. With each thrust, Yi Fan found himself reveling in this newfound sensation. Compared to his previous battles, which were fraught with hardship. This liberating feeling of unfettered aggression was exhilarating. He glanced at Mo Xie, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Yi Fan felt a twinge of confusion and instinctively turned his head away. How could the commander of the Night Watch be led astray by a madman? Mo Xie, observing Yi Fan's technique, could not help but display a satisfied expression. I am not alone on this path. There is potential. I like it. In his elation, the surrounding dark energy enveloped Yi Fan. Just as he prepared to make a move, he sensed an unusual sensation from his wounds, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. What the hell? He watched in disbelief as the dark energy rapidly replenished his lost flesh, with smaller wounds healing almost instantaneously. What the hell? Yi Fan could hardly contain his excitement, feeling his previously expended spiritual energy swiftly rejuvenating. At that moment, he regarded Mo Xie as though he were a precious treasure, capable of resilience, combat, and control, and now even providing sustenance. As for the madness, that was merely a trivial concern, easily dismissed. What is this paragon of humanity? Yi Fan could not help but contemplate the battles that lay ahead. All of humanity's finest would unite against the divine. With Mo Xie providing support even amidst the fray, they were certainly capable of slaying gods. Yi Fan's movements with Kali became increasingly fluid. Unconsciously, he found himself synchronizing with Mo Xie beside him. Just as Kali and Angelai began to show signs of awakening, Mo Xie delivered a decisive strike with broken illusion. A stealthy maneuver, and then 2 more chapters. Chapter 46, The Fall of the Dual Deities, Yi Fan's arrangement when Angelai regained consciousness. He felt as though his very soul was fragmented, and his body seemed to have been severed into multiple pieces. Glancing down, he realized that his limbs were detached from his torso by at least 30 centimeters. Nevertheless, thanks to his remarkable resilience, his limbs remained intact. Yet at that moment, Mo Xie continued to stir something within his neck with a knife in hand, rendering him incapable of articulating words. Without a moment to ponder, Angelai swiftly summoned the power of the Thunderfire Principle, using its energy to reconnect his limbs to his torso. Suddenly, blood surged forth from Angelai's mouth. Just as his divine form began to fully restore and he prepared for a counterattack, Mo Xie's demonic whispers echoed ominously in his ears. Finally, at last, I have discovered the location of your divine essence. A smile crept across Mo Xie's lips as he plunged the bloody blade directly into Angelai's neck, driving it straight into his mind. The blade's tip lodged itself against the skull, ceasing its movement. However, the divine essence, which housed the Thunderfire Principle within his mind, was swiftly devoured by the malevolent energy of the bloody blade. What have you done? Angelai's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend. The divine essence was supposed to be condensed within their soul. How could it manifest within a mind? The divine form he took pride in was betraying him. Oh, my lord of the celestial heaven, I have betrayed myself. This situation was undeniably amiss. Yet, Angelai had no opportunity to examine his own body. Be quiet. Must you incessantly chatter? Why can you not wait quietly for death? Mo Xie continuously absorbed the Thunderfire Principle, immersing himself in the cleansing power of the principle. This was the ability he acquired upon breaking through to the pinnacle of humanity. What I see, I absorb. What I see, I absorb. The host's malevolence can reveal and shatter a deity's divine essence. Following this malevolence, the host can absorb the adversary's principles to refine their own body. Under this refinement, he felt his strength significantly increase, the density of his flesh and bones continuously enhancing. This augmentation was precisely what Mo Xie required. The enhancement of his physical form, alongside his mental prowess, left him without weaknesses. The path to invincibility lay before him. Angelai gazed in despair, his eyes wide open, the shattering of his divine essence, leaving him incapable of connecting with the Thunderfire Principle. All he could sense was the ebbing of his vitality. You will surely die a more miserable death than I. You will die far more tragically. Angelai let out a final roar, his pupils losing their last glimmer of light, his vitality extinguished. The once mighty thunderfire god of the celestial temple perished due to his own curiosity and greed for the principles. Falling in the land of the great Xia, Xia lightly licked the divine blood from the corner of his mouth, a satisfied expression gracing his features. The taste of divine blood was infinitely more delectable than the mysterious flavors he had encountered before. Turning to gaze at Yi Fan's equally exhilarated eyes, Xia felt an overwhelming urge to slay another deity in quick succession, fueled by the exhilarating thrill of his recent conquest. You promised to let her be mine. The only lamentable aspect is that bloodthirst can only absorb a limited amount of divine blood. Exceeding the threshold would surpass bloodthirst's capacity. After all, while this blade is indeed extraordinary, it remains within the realm of the forbidden, possessing its own limits. Step aside. I shall comply. Yi Fan, somehat unsatisfied, thrusts once more before obediently retreating behind Xia, his gaze occasionally darting to Kali's wound, yearning to deliver another strike. The demeanor befitting a supreme commander quickly brought him back to reality. He needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, should news of Angeli's demise reach back, and if more deities were to descend upon them, they might very well meet their end here. They will return? Xia turned, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he fixated on Yi Fan. Are there more deities for me to slay? Yi Fan responded, Is that truly what I meant? Do you wish to linger here? The crux of the matter is whether you can engage in a one-on-one duel or face 5 adversaries, or even confront an entire divine realm alone. Damn it, I must consult Dr. Li upon returning. Communication with the patient is utterly hampered by our language barrier. No, I misspoke earlier. Yi Fan hastily crouched down to amend his words. After all, Xia was a treasured asset that must be safeguarded. They had just vanquished 2 deities. Would they dare to return? Moreover, lingering here would hinder Xia from eliminating other mystical beings. Dare not return? Xia's face fell in disappointment as he plunged his blade into the back of Kali's neck, piercing into her very essence. The divine essence, which bore the weight of dark laws, shattered under the malevolent force. The dark laws and remnants of thunderfire simultaneously tempered his body, transforming Xia's aura into something entirely different from before, his flesh subtly imbued with divinity. Is she truly dead? Yi Fan observed the lifeless Kali, astonished as if he had encountered a ghost. He quickly grasped Xia's shoulder. Do you have some secret? Is it merely about stabbing them in the brain? Is there a specific angle or force to consider? Yi Fan yearned to capture this moment on film, hoping to experiment on a deity in the future. This was, after all, the first recorded experience of slaying a deity in the Great Xia. Because it feels good? Feels good, so that alone allows one to slay a deity? Yi Fan, beside the 2 divine corpses, could hardly contain his exhilaration. These were undoubtedly materials of research befitting divine caliber and their deterrent power. Could you leave these 2 corpses to me? Though Yi Fan suspected Xia might not have use for them, he felt compelled to ask. For Xia's rationale eluded his comprehension. A corpse obsession? I see. Xia rose, unleashing a flurry of blade and sword flourishes, deftly sheathing bloodthirst and broken illusion into their scabbards, his crimson eyes fixated on Yi Fan, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. These are for you. Remember to take advantage while fresh, but exercise restraint. The surrounding malevolent energy retreated into Xia's being, restoring the area to its prior snowy splendor. Upon concluding his words, the string of prayer beads in Xia's grasp began to emit a gentle glow, granting him a moment of clarity before he plunged into the snowy mountains. His final reason reminded him that he needed the cold to regain his composure. No, Yi Fan gazed at the motionless Xia lying in the snow, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. How have I become a necrophiliac? This rascal is truly outrageous, fabricating such a grand rumor about himself. Does he not care for his dignity as a commander? Such audacity. He must be severely reprimanded. A thorough 2,000-word self-critique is indispensable. Yet, upon observing the 2 divine bodies that had autonomously restored themselves, Yi Fan took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions. For the sake of these 2 entities, I shall endure. Yi Fan swiftly retrieved his phone, locating Zhu Qing's number. But after a moment's reflection, he switched to calling his mentor. Mentor, could you come to the summit? I require your state of mind to assist in transporting something. What is it that you need me to transport? Oh, nothing much. Just accidentally killed 2 main deities. Their bodies need to be moved. Yi Fan's pride was unmistakable in his words. Under his command, the night watchman had indeed slain gods. Turning his gaze back to the snow-covered mountains where Mo Xie had disappeared, Yi Fan wiped his nose, thinking how swiftly that little rascal had fled, unaware of his destination. Nevertheless, Yi Fan harbored no concerns. Behind him lay the mist, yet he had not seen Mo Xie traverse that path, indicating that Mo Xie had entered the Great Xia. Since he had entered the Great Xia, Yi Fan felt entirely at ease and promptly dialed Zhu Qing again. Zhu Qing, immediately notify the laboratory to commence research based on all available data on Mo Xie. Once the divine corpses are transported back, inform all night watchmen in Great Xia, particularly the deputy director of the Special Operations Division, the newly ascendant pinnacle of humanity, Shura, who has slain 2 main deities. Do not disclose his photograph or name, but circulate his primary characteristics. I have already sent you the images of the divine corpses. With a single statement, Yi Fan effectively appointed Mo Xie as the deputy director of the Special Operations Division. Were it not for Mo Xie's mental issues, his strength could easily match the rank of Yi Fan, the Supreme Commander. Additionally, please assist me in contacting Dr. Li to form a dedicated team to study Mo Xie's condition. If he requires personnel, I shall provide them. If he requires funds, I shall allocate them. Regardless of the cost, we must ensure his recovery. Notify the other human elites that these deities will not relent, and the moment of reckoning draws ever closer. So be prepared to support the borders at any time. Yi Fan, with no time to return, promptly organized a series of arrangements via phone, preparing to convene the highest meeting of the Night Watchmen, with the agenda focusing on the phased special training of the Klein Realm's peak members and the future of Great Xia. Chapter 47. The cottage of my past life, it must be sliced. Where am I? In a pitch-black expanse, Mo Xie gazed around in confusion. The malevolent energy within him surged, poised to strike at any moment. He had just regained some awareness in the snowy terrain when he suddenly sank into the snow, only to find himself transported here. He was oblivious to the nature of this place. A low, mournful sound resonated from all directions, stirring a sense of agitation within Mo Xie, who had yet to fully regain his composure. Pretending in front of me, the long scabbard behind him quivered slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade known as Bloodthirst obediently came to hand. Mo Xie unleashed dozens of cutting energies, scattering them in all directions. These energies contained only malevolent force, devoid of any blood essence, as there was no need for it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts echoed as the cutting energies struck against something solid. This was not what Mo Xie had anticipated. Given the potency of his energies, a typical Klein realm would be unable to withstand them. Yet something here had managed to block them directly. Snap! With a light snap of his fingers, the malevolent energy ignited like flames, illuminating the surroundings. Although it was a purplish glow, Mo Xie could discern his environment clearly. It was a small cottage, with a bed occupying the majority of the space, and the bathroom and kitchen were less than a meter apart. Yet within this modest abode, Mo Xie's mind suddenly became remarkably clear, unprecedentedly so. The obsession and madness that had clouded his thoughts vanished, leaving him feeling like a sane person. Who conjured this illusion? Who is responsible? Show yourself. How could this cottage exist here? How could it possibly be here? Mo Xie unleashed another barrage of cutting energies against the surrounding walls. Bang, bang, bang. The same sound reverberated once more, and upon observing the scars left on the walls, Mo Xie was convinced that this was not an illusion. He casually placed the vial of medicine from the table into the drawer, pausing briefly over the knife rack and sword stand before gently closing his eyes. This cottage had supported a person struggling to survive in society for several years. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he had traversed realms. What is happening? System, did I not cross over? Why has my past life as Cottage appeared here? You understand? I utilized the power of the Evil Sword Immortal to bring you across. But as it was my first attempt, I was somewhat inexperienced, and thus the Cottage came along with you. It was the nearest location to here, so I arranged it within the snowy mountains. Afterward, you left the snowy mountains and, after a series of twists and turns, entered Sunshine City, where it miraculously restored. Mo's memories from his previous life and this current existence aligned perfectly. At this moment, he vaguely discerned why he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing those two forbidden items. With a gentle flick of his finger, he noted that the blade atop the rack was identical to Bloodthirst in his hand. But why do Bloodthirst and Broken Delusion resemble the two weapons I had collected in my past life? You are aware that the Evil Sword Immortal possesses formidable power. Within this room, several objects have absorbed a portion of that power. When you departed years ago, you inadvertently projected this power into the past, resulting in the creation of two infamous forbidden artifacts. Should the host now merge these two original components with the two artifacts, both will ascend to the level of divine weapons. Mo reached behind him to place the swords into the long sheath, the blades traversing through it, seamlessly melding into the bloodthirsty and fragmented illusions. He could distinctly perceive the oppressive aura emanating from these two artifacts, which had intensified significantly. Before Mo could pose further inquiries, the system's tone shifted to one of uncertainty, even bordering on fawning. Host, I apologize. This is my first time, and I am somewhat inexperienced. I assure you, I will improve next time. Coincidentally, the Evil Sword Immortal, that wretched creature, has recently accumulated some power and attempted to flee. But I have apprehended him. I shall extract a substantial portion to create a realm of malevolence for you, as compensation. As soon as the system finished speaking, an immense wave of malevolence enveloped Mo, a circular domain expanding outward from him. However, once it reached the size of the room, the domain paused for a considerable time before retracting back into Mo's body. Wait, I merely unintentionally brought your room along. What fault lies with me? The system began to sense something amiss. My actions clearly added more to your possession. I was nearly deceived by you. Furthermore, I am no longer the same system as before. This servile mentality must be reformed. The system fell silent. Though it was its first experience as a system, it was not easily fooled. Anger welled within the system, and it resolved to ignore Mo for the next few days. Mo found the system's reaction amusing. With a mere thought, he activated the realm of malevolence, concealing the room within its depths. At the moment he retracted the realm, Mo reappeared on the snowy plains. Indeed, while the system was vexed, the domain had been effectively bestowed upon him. Was this the audacity of a system endowed with new energy? Mo surmised as much. According to the system, he was likely nearing the pinnacle of human capability without expending any energy. The cost had been minimized to an extraordinary degree. Demonstrating the domain briefly, Mo comprehended its expanse, several kilometers in radius, sufficient for ordinary combat, yet potentially inadequate when confronting deities. System, how can I augment my domain? If you continue to ignore me, beware of my wrath. If you have the audacity, confront me directly. I can subdue the Evil Sword Immortal. Can you match that? Mo was not inclined to lose his composure with the system. Turning to survey his surroundings, he noticed Yi Fan was nowhere to be found. How much time had elapsed during his stay here? Checking the time on his phone, Mo turned eastward and realized 2 days had swiftly passed. He decided to return at Songnan for a visit. Songnan City. What shall I have for lunch today? Hong Ying rested her chin on the counter, pouting as she gazed at the videos on the tablet. Bored, she scrolled aimlessly, none of the clips managing to hold her attention for even 3 seconds. She couldn't help but wonder how Mo Yi and Chi Yi were faring at that moment. Their presence had once brought an abundance of mysteries, but now, without them, the enigmatic allure of Songnan City had diminished significantly. Moreover, the workload at the agency was scarce. Her days were largely spent watching over the shop. Calm down, Hong Ying. How could one expect to encounter mystery? Si Xiaonan, seated nearby, quietly folded origami, far more subdued than Hong Ying. Xiao and An, can't you see? Hong Ying is missing them, Wu Xiongnan remarked, shaking his head as he continued to peruse the latest information on the tablet. They're currently in intensive training, wholeheartedly enhancing their abilities. With Xiao Xie's talent, he should emerge as at least a boundless realm powerhouse. Damn! Wu Xiongnan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he leapt from his sofa, startling the newly arrived Chen Muyi. What has got you so worked up? Chen Muyi hung his coat on the rack, taking a sip from his drink. As the vice captain, he needed to maintain composure. Look at this. The description of Shura bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Xie. Wu Xiongnan thrust the tablet into Chen Muyi's hands, kneeling on the sofa, still recovering from his earlier excitement. Let me see. Chen Muyi accepted the tablet and read intently. Purple Malevolence, a specially crafted black trench coat, dual weapons. Special note. Do not compete with Shura for targets. Beware of being slain. Upon finishing, an image of Mo Yi involuntarily emerged in his mind. The cautionary note seemed to be a direct reference to him. 99% certainty that this Shura is Xiao Xie. The title fits remarkably well. Chen Muyi looked up at Wu Xiongnan, who had yet to read the entire report and was unaware of the implications of the term Shura. Wu Xiongnan said little, simply scrolling back to the previous report. The newly emerged pinnacle of humanity and deputy director of the Special Operations Division, Shura, who has slain 2 deities of the Divine Temple, namely Injali and Kali. As Chen Muyi finished reading, an eerie silence enveloped the agency. Holy hell! Is he cheating? Zhao Kongcheng, who had been dozing in the corner, abruptly sat up. I don't even have a forbidden realm, and that kid has ascended to the pinnacle of life in just 6 months? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan gathered around Chen Muyi, incredulous. Wasn't he still in training? How did he jump straight to being the pinnacle of humanity and deputy director of the Special Operations Division? Was there no transition through the special team? Is it impossible for mere mortals to harm gods? How did Xiao Xie accomplish this? Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It defied all logic. Yet, with photographs and videos as evidence, the corpses of those 2 gods appeared entirely unblemished. Slice it. It must be analyzed. When Mo adjusted his glasses, his keen eyes glinting with wisdom. I have a premonition. If I learn this, I too could ascend to the pinnacle of humanity by tomorrow and slay a god. Just as Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying were poised to respond, a familiar voice echoed from outside the agency. You want to slice me? Be careful, or I might slice you instead. Chapter 48. I'm Weary Ding Dong. Welcome. The mechanical voice echoed at the reception. Mo Xie, clad in a trench coat and bearing 2 long boxes, entered the office. Ki Montak. Today is not like any other day. I have returned with a vengeance. Mo Xie dramatically swung his coat, striking a pose. 6 months ago, you took advantage of my honesty, belittled me, and scrutinized me. Today, I, Mo Xie, have come back. An air of youthful bravado enveloped Mo Xie, instantly cooling the excitement of those in the office. What Special Operations Deputy Director? What pinnacle of humanity? The ailment remains unhealed. Wu Xiongnan lounged casually. The earlier readiness to meet the leader dissipated. Still the same little Xie, just a bit more theatrical. I shall not regard you as the Special Operations Director any longer. Hong Ying embraced Mo Xie and playfully punched him in the stomach, then naturally extended her right hand. You, teach us the secrets of your breakthrough. I wish to become the pinnacle of humanity too. Now, little Hong Ying, heed my warning. Do not provoke me, or I might just put you in your place. Mo Xie bared his teeth, only to be immediately embraced by Wen Chi Mo on the other shoulder. Little Xie, how have I treated you? Not particularly well. Vain Ki Montak. Captain, when I first arrived at the training camp and faced the special team too fiercely, they just tossed me elsewhere for 6 months of training. After explaining to the captain, Mo Xie clasped his hands behind his back, feigning an air of profundity. Now, if you all call me Brother Xie, I shall devise methods to enhance your strength. Brother Xie, Brother Xie. Without hesitation, Hong Ying and Wen Chi Mo exclaimed, though the Wen Chi Mo's tone was slightly more exaggerated than Hong Ying's. Wu Xiongnan, Zhao Kongcheng, and Chen Mai remained silent, while Lung Xian merely observed Mo Xie with calm interest. As he surveyed the room, Mo Xie suddenly recognized the distinctiveness of Team 136. Chun Mai was living on borrowed time, his perseverance in keeping Wu Xiangnan alive largely due to seeking vengeance for the former Blue Rain team after healing. Zhao Kongcheng and Lung Xian, devoid of the Forbidden Realm, found no significance in enhancing their power. Contemplating the remnants of the law's aura lingering on his body and the efficacy of his dark energy, Mo Xie mysteriously proposed, "Old Zhao, Lunge, what if I could attempt to help you awaken the Forbidden Realm?" Zhao Kongcheng and Lung Xian both sprang to their feet, astonished and exhilarated as they gazed at Mo Xie. How is that even possible? Zhao Kongcheng trembled, for the Forbidden Realm existed only in his dreams. Lung Xian's gaze quivered as well. Was a sniper truly that formidable? Just average, really. He too yearned to fight alongside his comrades, rather than watching from a distance, waiting for support. Noticing their reaction, Mo Xie turned his attention to Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain. Could he not drop the vice title? Wu Xiangnan merely rolled his eyes, remaining motionless. What if I could potentially heal your injuries? Mo Xie's tone was calm, yet it struck a chord within Wu Xiangnan. In a swift motion, Wu Xiangnan stood up, his clenched fists trembling. Really? The thought that miracles could heal this wound strengthened Mo Xie's resolve. "Captain, we shall continue our conversation shortly," he said, as he walked towards the basement of the office with his hands clasped behind him. "Siego." Zhao Kongcheng hurriedly trotted to Mo Xie's side. "Allow me to guide you." "Little Xie, I would also accept if you simply call me Vice Captain," Wu Xiangnan chimed in, rejuvenated as he walked alongside Mo Xie. "Wait. Why are we moving so quickly?" Chen Mai closed the office door and followed closely behind. The training ground awaited. The remaining members of Team 136 were seated on the ground, while Mo Xie and Chen Mai stood opposite them. "First, assist those two in awakening their forbidden realms," Mo Xie instructed, channeling a thread of residual power from the laws into the forms of Lung Xian and Zhao Kongcheng. "I grant you this opportunity solely to draw forth the awakening of your internal forbidden realms. I cannot guarantee success." Mo Xie was aware that he could not awaken a forbidden realm in someone who lacked one. He felt confident about Zhao Kongcheng, but harbored uncertainty regarding Lung Xian. Thus, as he spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Lung Xian, who nodded calmly in understanding. Mo Xie unleashed the full force of his malevolent energy to ignite the power of the laws, striving to coax their forbidden realms into awakening. Once he confirmed they were in the right state, he grasped Wu Xiangnan's injured hand, saying, "Do not resist." The dark energy coursed over Wu Xiangnan's hand, relentlessly eroding the remnants of power in his wound. The two forces clashed continuously, but gradually, Mo Xie's relentless malevolence gained the upper hand. In Wu Xiangnan's eyes, the wound on his hand began to heal at an astonishing speed, and the constricting sensation lessened. "It truly works." Wu Xiangnan felt an involuntary surge of excitement. If this wound were to be healed, he could cease merely surviving and seek vengeance in Takamagara. "Captain, do not rush into revenge. Let us first accompany everyone through the remaining half-year, and then I shall join you," Mo Xie whispered close to Wu Xiangnan's ear, careful not to disturb the man consumed by the flames of vengeance. The remaining half-year? Wu Xiangnan turned to Mo Xie, his eyes widening. What does this mean? Could it be that Team 136? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he seized Mo Xie's wrist. "What did you just say? Let us wait until this half-year has passed, shall we?" Mo Xie did not answer verbally, but conveyed a meaningful glance to Wu Xiangnan. The latter nodded with effort, closing his eyes to forcibly suppress the tumult of speculation within. At that moment, he began to doubt whether he was the one bringing misfortune upon his comrades. Hong Ying and Wen Qimao were oblivious to the turmoil within Wu Xiangnan, gazing at Mo Xie with eager anticipation. "I will evoke the past you wish to avoid the most, minimizing the barriers to your breakthroughs," Mo Xie declared, his gaze sweeping over the two before leading them into the illusions of their past. "Little Xie," Wu Xiangnan could not hold back any longer. Mo Xie transmitted his voice directly into Wu Xiangnan's mind. Captain still has over half a year to live. Please wait a moment, if you would. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan turned sharply to look at Chen Mai. Holding a magnifying glass, Chen Mai was scrutinizing a few of his teammates. To Wu Xiangnan, he appeared unchanged from before. Yet, could such a person have merely half a year left to live? Wu Xiangnan glanced once more at Mo Xie, who slowly nodded and then shook his head. Deputy, should you not also strive to overcome your own limitations? With that, Mo Xie took Chen Mai to the conference room as everyone settled into their roles. Captain, the miracle cannot endure much longer, Mo Xie stated candidly, causing Chen Mai's previously calm expression to shift abruptly. You are aware? Indeed. My ability is known as evil god puppetry. If you agree to forge this pact with me, you may live again at the moment of your death. Chen Mai remained silent, gazing steadily at Mo Xie. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply and spoke. I understand your intention. I have forsaken my wife and children for nearly a decade in this place. I am reluctant to leave it and all of you, but I am weary. The mere utterance of weariness shattered all of Mo Xie's plans for Chen Mai. Chapter 49. Yuan Gang. Now it's settled. Chen Mai did not consent. After confirming the status of the others, Mo Xie ascended to the rooftop of the office alone. Sitting at the edge, he poured milk into a wine glass and gently swirled it. The breeze tousled his hair, yet it could not calm the ripples stirring within his heart. The captain mentioned feeling weary. The vice captain was anxious to reach the high heaven, while Cold Brother still had not awakened the forbidden ruins. Sister Xiaonan, must I merely watch as miracles fade, with Team 136 scattered far and wide? Taking a sip of the milk, he found a taste amiss and drank it all in one go. Below, the water flowed over the stone bridge, winding towards the horizon, while the empty streets lay desolate, seldom traversed by passers-by. The milk reclaimed its remnants clinging to the glass, and Mo Xie raised his glass, toasting the moon before him. Let be, shall we? He turned to meet Cold Xian's gaze. Cold Xian arrived just as Mo Xie lifted his glass to the moon. Thus Mo Xie was certain that Cold Xian had not heard the mention of Team 136. Not sleeping? Cold Xian seated himself beside Mo Xie and poured himself a glass of milk. ISNT milk, supposed to aid sleep? Mo Xie produced another glass and a bottle of white liquor. Would you care for a drink? Cold Xian had yet to awaken the forbidden ruins. Unlike Hong Ying and the others, he remained ensnared by his own vulnerabilities. Alcohol could impair a sniper's acuity. Cold Xian set the liquor aside, regarding Mo Xie with utmost seriousness. I have mentioned this before. Am I not merely drinking milk? Mo Xie retracted the liquor. Indeed, he refrained from drinking. Had it not been for his concern over Cold Xian's emotional state, he would not have brought it out. Cold Xian averted his gaze, sitting in silence. After a considerable pause, once he had comforted himself, he spoke softly. It's all right, I've grown accustomed to it. The absence of the forbidden ruins is not your fault. Cold Xian, in turn, comforted Mo Xie. He had thought that Mo Xie's presence here was related to his own lack of awakening. Retrieving a box from his bag, Cold Xian produced a photograph. This is the first picture I took after joining Team 136. At that time, I'd already found my place. With the mobile armory at my disposal, I was well equipped. Seeing Mo Xie prepare to tuck the photograph away, Cold Xian snatched it back. This is mine. I'll show you the new ones later. Actually, Cold Brother. Mo Xie longed to express that his arrival here had little to do with Cold Xian. Yet, the words fell silent on his lips, and he could only forcibly rephrase. Would you like to try extracting some strategic weaponry from the mobile armory? Strategic weaponry? Cold Xian immediately envisioned fighter jets, tanks, and missiles. Mo Xie, beside him, coaxed. Perhaps something like a mushroom bomb? Such ocean mysteries would not suffice for your endeavors. Cold Xian, can we still discuss this topic? If I could yield such weaponry, would the mobile armory still be at my disposal? Lung Xian drained the milk from Mo Xie's glass and rose to retreat. Was my idea not audacious enough? Mo Xie truly could not comprehend. An armory should encompass all manner of weaponry. Never mind. I shall find a hotel to rest. The following day, Mo Xie had yet to rise from her bed when her phone rang beside her. Our deputy director. Director Zwa mentioned that the influx of mysterious entities has significantly increased recently. Xia Ximing's voice on the other end of the line was tinged with evident excitement. Increased significantly? Where? How many? Mo Xie's instinctive responses only heightened Xia Ximing's enthusiasm further. Since we cannot rally a team, we shall employ a secondary strategy. With a superior so eager to personally confront the mysterious, it is incumbent upon me to harness my talents as a strategist. On the private jet, I reviewed the routes for several missions. There were numerous entities to the east, several to the north, a handful to the west, and a few to the south. I could not discern what Xia Ximing had conveyed, as all I received was uninformative chatter. So they are scattered? They have yet to converge. Beep, beep, beep. Mo Xie decisively hung up the phone. Your intentions are all too clear. Next time we meet, you are finished. Without needing to ponder, Mo Xie had already made a reasonable guess. If she were to eliminate all the mysterious beings, they would surely be entitled to a break. Awakened by this call, Mo Xie's drowsiness vanished. She changed her clothes and prepared to leave the hotel. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks resounded at her door, followed by Hong Ying's voice. Xiao Xie, hurry and open the door. Great news, great news. What is it? Upon opening the door, Hong Ying wasted no time and seized Mo Xie's hand, dragging her outside. Slow down. If I fall, I swear I'll hit you. With the new year approaching, Qi is coming back. We should go greet him. Jie? Mo Xie's eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. Qi returning home for the holiday, the ancient god cult planning, something an opportunity for me to strike. Why are you running so slowly? Mo Xie grasped Hong Ying's wrist and summoned her motorcycle from the abyssal space. With the throttle twisted tight, they sped off, lamenting the lack of efficiency. Slow down. Hong Ying was met with a mouthful of northern winds, clinging to Mo Xie's back to evade the harsh gusts, cautioning against speeding. Training camp. Yuan Gang was on the phone with Xiao Pingge. Captain, could you discuss with the higher-ups whether it is prudent to send this batch of recruits to Cangnan City? It's not that I doubt Team 136, nor do I lack faith in Captain Shun. I simply cannot bear the thought of my soldiers being injured due to my inadequate arrangements. I am still searching for insiders and cannot possibly deploy all the instructors to ensure their protection. You say Mo Xie is in Cangnan. Then it's all right. Captain, focus on your work. Leave no detail unattended. While I'm not there, you mustn't slack off. Yuan Gang was genuinely concerned about fostering this captain's enthusiasm for handling administrative affairs. After all, it cannot be left solely to me forever. The call was abruptly terminated, and Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, leaning back against the chair and stretching luxuriously. This moment felt exceptionally secure. Now I can truly unleash my potential. With a being capable of divinity residing in Cangnan City, the ancient god church would find no one effective against us. Chief Instructor, do we have good news? Instructor Han inquired as he approached, seeking updates. Deploying so many new recruits in Cangnan City raises concerns. One cannot predict the troubles that may arise should the ancient god church harbor ill intentions. Moreover, they are investigating traitors, intending for Team 136 to intercept the ancient god church. You've arrived just in time. You need not worry about the new recruits. They're quite safe. We are currently dedicating all efforts to uncover the traitors. Although Instructor Han was unaware of the information Yuan Gang had received, he could sense the stability in Yuan Gang's demeanor. Wait for me. What should I do next? Chapter 50. Are you planning to displace us? I protect those new recruits. Mo Xie connected the call while on his motorcycle, glancing at the vehicle alongside him. If I do this, what will my captain and the others do? Protect together? You know me too well. His words rendered Zhuqing speechless. Zhuqing wiped his nose and looked at Yi Fan, who was perusing documents nearby. Have you resolved all the enemies? But this time, it's not about mystery. How did you pinpoint their location? I will only protect this time. By the way, if there is a divine representative this time, I will employ the old method. I wish to witness what divine blood transforming into blood mist looks like. After hanging up, Yi Fan finally raised his gaze to Zhuqing. Does he still intend to lure the divine to kill? Zhuqing nodded and placed a new document on the table. The probability of a deity directly entering Sangnan City is quite slim. Ordinary deities would not take such risks. So what are you worried about? Yi Fan signed the new document, then handed another one to Zhuqing. You need to coordinate personnel effectively. Ensure that the upcoming movements of Klein's peak personnel do not disrupt the guarding forces across various locations. Doesn't he seek to hunt down the concentrated mysteries? After that, let him visit Shenangjia, the islands in the South China Sea, and the northern regions like Xingling one by one. As for Dr. Li and the research lab, keep a close watch yourself. Zhuqing promptly nodded in agreement and then leaned closer to Yi Fan, eyes filled with curiosity. Commander, what truly transpired back then? Since your return, your aura feels distinctly different. My blade has tasted divine blood. Naturally, my demeanor has changed. Yi Fan reclined in his chair, spinning around. How about it? Once you break through, will you accompany Mo Xie on an outing? As he spoke, Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with reminiscence. The sensation of plunging his blade into a deity still vivid in his mind. No need for that. Zhuqing discreetly rolled his eyes and turned to leave with the documents in hand. Yi Fan's considerable transformation was understandable to Zhuqing. After all, the pressure faced by the Night Watch commander was unprecedented. Yi Fan had endured for years, and with Mo Xie as the new pinnacle of humanity, along with the potential for more such individuals in the future, life would surely become much easier. Qi awoke from a faint, still processing Mo Xie's capabilities and identity. The speed of this enhancement is truly inhuman. I possess an entire mental asylum within my mind, and under normal circumstances, I should inherit numerous divine abilities. After enduring half a year of arduous training at the training camp, I have only managed to break through a few realms. Comparatively, it's infuriating. Qi laughed. We shouldn't compare ourselves to this freak. Hong Ying affectionately wrapped her arms around Lin Qi's head. You are an unparalleled genius. The third in the great Xia. Hong Ying. Lin Qi cast a resentful glance at her. Your encouragement bears little practical effect. Chan Muye sitip with formarth. Gently pushing Hong Ying aside, placing a hand on Lin Qi's shoulder. Qi, consider it from a different perspective. He will be your greatest support in the future. Support? Lin Qi murmured softly, yet he remained ensnared by the weight of his own disillusionment. In the early days of his awakening, he could still convince himself with the pretext of Mo Xie being the first to awaken. But what rationale could he now employ to deceive himself? Look at you. Why are you still standing here? Wu Xiangnan pulled Mo Xie along as they exited. Let us discuss the protective measures. Upon reaching the living room of the Hongying Villa, Mo Xie spread his hands in exasperation, for such was the plight of a genius, often burdened by the pressures of his subordinates. Enough already. Just a few words, and you're gasping for breath. Wu Xiangnan released his grip and settled onto the sofa. After all, Qia was now a dual deity's proxy. Undeniably a rare prodigy among the vast populace of Daxia. A little constructive criticism was acceptable, but the weight of Wu Xiangnan's words was rather excessive. Such excellence can truly be a double-edged sword. Mo Xie lamented, shielding his face as he turned to gaze out the window. Vice Captain, do you think this pose is stylish? Away with you. Wu Xiangnan nearly lost his composure and kicked Mo Xie. By the way, how do you intend to communicate the protective measures to me? Mo Xie inquired, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Will you report the positions, and I shall ascend to eliminate the threats? Aren't we responsible for the protection as per the orders above? Are you attempting to undermine us? Wu Xiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief, and this time he truly could not restrain himself from kicking Mo Xie. You dare kick me? Mo Xie turned, crimson threads creeping into his eyes. Are you proposing a spar? As Mo Xie brandished his long box, Wu Xiangnan felt his heart skip a beat. And no, I merely brushed against it by accident. Wu Xiangnan instinctively took 2 steps back. When Mo Xie, the pinnacle of humanity, went mad, who in Sangnan City could contain him? The beads on his wrist flickered faintly, suppressing Mo Xie's tumultuous thoughts. Just a mere accident? Then it's all well and good. I thought you were challenging me. Mo Xie sheathed the long box into the realm of malevolence and languidly reclined on the sofa. Vice Captain, do you suppose I possess any means to ascertain the identity of the intruders in Sangnan City instantaneously? Alas, there's no such method. Wu Xiangnan shifted slightly on the sofa, wary of any further declarations of defiance from Emocia. There are ways to uncover mysteries, yet this time, we are dealing with humans, and humans cannot be pinpointed as targets. How then do you determine the whereabouts of newly awakened individuals? Montag Xi questioned skeptically, as it was known that all watchmen sought newcomers through discovery. What of those that remain undiscovered? After all, a city with millions of inhabitants can pose a challenge when the watchmen number merely a handful. Even searching the busiest streets would take days without conclusion. Surely, there must be some method to locate them. Yet, therein lay a contradiction. If a watchman could indeed pinpoint the awakened, why hadn't Xingyu remained unnoticed in the sewers? Even the loss of the mystical element was merely a precaution. There is but one method at our disposal, to perceive through mental energy. Wu Xiangnan poured 2 puddles of water, one large and one small, from his teacup onto the table. Within the awakened, the mental prowess significantly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With a heightened state of awareness, one can ascertain their surroundings with relative ease. In the case of an awakened divine emissary, the process is considerably simplified. Influenced by divine laws, such individuals often manifest extraordinary phenomena. Therefore, in theory, if I can calm my mind, I should be able to discern the locations of all awakened individuals in Sangnan City. Mo Xie struck his left palm with his right fist, his eyes gleaming with hope. What a brilliant idea. It is perfectly suited for me. When it comes to perception, I possess unparalleled patience. Chapter 51. Focus your attention. Allow me to speak at the pinnacle of the tallest building in the heart of Sangnan City. Mo Xie sat in a meditative posture, embodying tranquility. Zhao Kongchang leaned against a nearby wall, observing Mo Xie from a distance. His sole task was to embrace Mo Xie's legs when he succumbed to madness and to soothe him with gentle words. He had rehearsed this countless times with Wu Xiangnan the previous night. Now, he was fully prepared, both in terms of speed and emotional reassurance. Alas, the sheer number of people in Sangnan City was overwhelming. Mo Xie gazed at the multitude of luminous points of spiritual energy in his mind, feeling as though his head might split open. It was not that his mental capacity was insufficient. Rather, he simply could not comprehend the myriad of lights before him. Focus. Concentrate. As he muttered to himself, he absent-mindedly scratched at his backside. He could not fathom why stillness often led to such an irritating itch. Zhao Kongcheng, exasperated, covered his face and looked up at the clouds above. How could one possibly perceive anything under such circumstances? After 5 minutes of meditation, he had spent 3 of them merely scratching. After an indeterminate number of games, Mo Xie finally conceded defeat. With a look of deep reproach, he fixed his gaze on Zhao Kongcheng. Was this method truly effective? All he saw were countless little points. How could he discern which were incorrect? This certainly could not be a flaw in the method, Zhao Kongcheng quickly asserted, gently shaking Mo Xie's shoulders. Look, you are the pinnacle of humanity, are you not? Indeed, Mo Xie nodded decisively. There was no fault in that statement. You have perceived so many points of spiritual energy in Sangnan City, which indicates you possess this ability. Does it not? Zhao Kongcheng continued his line of reasoning. Yes, I possess this ability. That statement held true as well. The fact that you have reached this point demonstrates that the method is sound. And how could the vice captain possibly deceive you? It must be that the enemy is extraordinarily cunning. They have concealed their tracks, preventing you from locating them within this multitude. Zhao Kongcheng found himself somewhat impressed with his own reasoning, pondering how much the vice captain owed him. It made sense. Once I capture them, I shall crush them. Mo Xie clenched his fists, his expression seething with determination. Yes, crush them, Zhao Kongcheng echoed enthusiastically, guiding Mo Xie down the stairs. Though Mo Xie felt somewhat misled, he retained his faith in the logic presented. After all, he could find no fault in it. Did he lack ability? That was impossible. He was Mo Xie, the pinnacle of humanity. Could the vice captain deceive him? Absolutely not. There was no justification for that. The captain himself is cooking. Hong Ying, what did you sneak in? Come out from the kitchen. Be careful not to set the pot ablaze. Zhao Kongchang leaned against the kitchen door, tugging at Hong Ying's hat. During the New Year celebrations, we should be lighting firecrackers in joy, not igniting pots and filling the air with smoke. Zhao Kongcheng had witnessed Hong Ying's culinary skills before. On ordinary days, it might be tolerable, but it was New Year's Eve. Carelessness was not an option. Old Zhao, are you exposing my secrets? Hong Ying placed her hands on her hips and pulled Wen Qima closer, asking, do you believe I am capable of wreaking havoc in the kitchen? Wen Qima, with a pleading gaze, glanced around and ultimately dragged Wu Xiangnan, who was stealthily concealing liquor, in front of him as a shield. What does the captain know? Wu Xiangnan, who had been entirely focused on hiding the alcohol, was oblivious to their conversation, his head filled with question marks as he checked if the liquor was well concealed. Qima, I understand what you mean. Hong Ying's fist rotated twice on Wen Qima's shoulder, surveying the surroundings before plopping down between Mo Xie and lingchi, declaring, just you wait. Wen Qima immediately felt wronged. If I speak the truth, you're displeased. If I remain silent, you threaten me. We're both vice captains, you just called out for the captain. Wu Xiangnan interjected, clearly hearing Wen Qima's words, his fists clenched. However, he refrained from further commentary, deciding to address the matter later and first ensure the liquor was well hidden. Honestly, it's typically fine to drink during the New Year. But this year, we have Mo Xie around. Things can get quite wild as they are, and if we add alcohol to the mix, it must be well concealed. Vice Captain, what are your hands doing under the table? Mo Xie, seated opposite Wu Xiangnan, had already noticed. Nothing much, Wu Xiangnan replied, nudging Si Xiaonan with his elbow, whispering, did you buy the orange juice? Yes, Si Xiaonan said, placing the orange juice on the table and nudging it towards Mo Xie. All right, we can start the meal. Chen Mai emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food, only to find his carefully reserved spot taken, his smile fading. Especially upon witnessing the gleeful Hong Ying whispering to Mo Xie and Qie, he silently set the dishes down. He then moved Hong Ying's chair aside and took a seat between Lin Qie and Mo Xie. Hong Ying, serve the dishes this way. We can consider it a shared effort. Chen Mai fixed his gaze on the bewildered Hong Ying, a smile gracing his face. What are you still sitting there for? Once all the dishes were served, Zhao Kongxing was just about to pour the orange juice when Mo Xie abruptly pulled him back, exclaiming, on such a fine day, let's have some white wine. With a swift motion, Mo Xie filled all the wine glasses with white liquor, sending a chill down Wu Xiangnan's spine. Despite my precautions tonight, I still didn't foresee you personally bringing the alcohol. Don't worry, Xiao Xian knows his limits, Chen Mai said, rising with his wine glass. I have a few words to share. This year we welcome 2 new members. It's a wonderful year. I believe next year will be even better. As Mo Xie waited for Chen Mai to finish, he decisively stood up before Wu Xiangnan could, saying, I just want to say, Qie the Scorpion is yours. If any grand mysteries arise, do not forget to repay me. Lin Qie, wiping his nose, nodded quickly. I will. Wherever there are mysteries, I will definitely inform you. All right, let us eat together. Xiangnan, just stop talking and let us enjoy. Chen Mai rose, raising his glass. Cheers. Cheers. The toast echoed as the first cup was raised. Mo Xie cradled Chen Mai's leg with her left arm, while her right arm held on a Hong Ying's. She took a whiff of the left and then the right. Ultimately, she disdainfully pushed Hong Ying's leg aside, finding it lacking in substance, merely unimpressive. On Mo Xie's swaying head, a pair of reddened eyes stood out conspicuously. Such a firm and mysterious allure you possess. It must be quite formidable in the great Xia. Allow me a taste. With that, Mo Xie opened her mouth and sank her teeth into Chen Mai's calf. Ow! Let go. Chapter 52. Lingchi Surgery, Malevolent Methods. You're strictly prohibited from drinking. Quickly, let's go. Wen Qima urged, hastily pulling Mo Xie past a group of inebriated youths. This was a command from Chen Mai, resolutely forbidding the notoriously heavy drinker Mo Xie from consuming any more alcohol. Such an edict was truly stern, to the point of neglecting the fact that Mo Xie was his superior. I merely wanted to observe what brand of beer they were indulging in. I had no intention of drinking, Mo Xie retorted, puzzled by the exaggerated reactions of the revelers. He thought to himself, having merely succumbed to intoxication and desiring to bite, was it really such a spectacle? After all, many had behaved far worse in their drunken states. What could one truly reckon from the antics of the inebriated? Reluctantly, Mo was dragged by Wenchima to the middle ground where Li Pang Pang and Lingchi were located, separated by several kilometers. Wenchima remarked, "Others may be drunk, but their words are mere trifles, incapable of inflicting significant harm. Your bite, however, nearly severed a piece of the captain's flesh. Relying on your superior human faculties and terrifying healing speed?" Yet, before Wenchima could complete his thought, Mo covered his mouth, hushing him. Turning away, Mo inhaled deeply, an expression of excitement illuminating his eyes. The wave of spiritual energy resonated similarly to those so-called divine beings. It must be their spokesperson. In a flash, Mo vanished from sight. By the time when Wenchima regained his composure, Mo had already disappeared, leaving him bewildered. 2 kilometers away, Mo perched atop a rooftop, his gaze fixated on a woman below. The serpent woman swayed her body alluringly, her hips enticingly oscillating, drawing the attention of numerous men. Her obvious target being the bar ahead. Is this the spokesperson of Medusa? Rather underwhelming, Mo mused, observing the snake woman. With a swift motion, he grasped her, summoning her into his grasp. He then produced the dream whisper to project his voice downward. "Who are you? Let me go." The serpent woman's realization came in an instant, and she began to channel her spiritual energy, attempting to return to the eyes she had left at the base. Having finally caught her, Mo was determined not to let her escape. Dark energy surged within his palm, imprisoning all of her spiritual power. "Tell me, where are your accomplices? What use is it to kill a mere pool level? If you wish to execute, then eliminate everyone behind me in one fell swoop." Although the serpent woman feared Mo's strength, she was far more terrified of the punishment for betrayal from the ancient god church. "Dream on. Shoo." Before she could utter another word, Mo placed a finger upon her crimson lips. "I will ensure your cooperation. Trust me." Mo's expression loomed large in the serpent woman's vision, a chill inexplicably coursing through her, penetrating to the very core of her being. "What do you intend to do? The night watchmen cannot abuse their power. I'm a captive. Be good. Don't be afraid," Mo whispered, covering the serpent woman's mouth. After retracting the dream whisper, he sped towards the outskirts of Sunshine City. There lay a derelict area filled with abandoned buildings, long forsaken and devoid of life. However, today is unlike any other. The atmosphere is undeniably charged, perhaps even with an otherworldly essence. Do not be anxious. Have you ever heard of the lingchi procedure? Mo's fingers incessantly grazed the blade of the blood-soaked knife. You, the snake woman, bound to the table, almost gasped for breath. This man appears quite handsome, yet his heart is so malevolent. Is not lingchi a form of capital punishment? When did it transform into a method of coercion? Fear not, for I possess experience with the lingchi procedure. Alas, the last attempt was rather unfortunate. His recuperative abilities failed him, and I could scarcely remove 3,000 slices of flesh before he succumbed. The expression on Mo's face, coupled with the grim surroundings, chilled the snake woman to her core. The white cloth beneath her body would surely be drenched in crimson soon. "No, I must take action. No, please do not." Her limbs, shackled by sinister chains, thrashed in desperation. "Fear not. I can compensate for your lack of resilience, enabling you to accomplish this remarkable feat." Mo produced a tray, placing it beside him, and then positioned a pillow under the snake woman's head. "I have always admired doctors since childhood. They wield knives to slice through flesh. I am grateful that you can serve as my ally. I will speak. I shall tell you everything." The snake woman's inner defenses crumbled instantaneously. Witnessing her own flesh being carved away piece by piece was utterly brutal. "I do not know many, but at the Haixing Hotel in the southern part of the city, 3 of my subordinates await. The vendor selling jianbing in the west may be my superior for this operation. Han Xiaoyan. He does not trust me, as I have seen him in secret, uncertain if he has relocated. The snake woman divulged nearly all the names she knew without reservation, albeit with slight modifications. There was no alternative. The ancient god sect's punishment for traitors is exceedingly severe, and such information could still be deemed as false intelligence. Mo. Siet delicately pressed the blade. The first cut was retracted. How can I know whether you are deceiving me? Mo. Siet smiled, for your body is rife with resentment and malevolence. How can I trust your words? No, please no. The snake woman watched helplessly as she was subjected to the lingchi procedure, her eyes vibrating in terror. I will tell you. I shall reveal all. Blood dripped onto Mo. Siet's dark energy. With a twist, the snake woman transformed into a mist of blood, merging with the blade. Mo. Siet turned away, his brow furrowed. The ancient god sect is indeed wicked. Such candor triggers annihilation. Under the influence of the lingchi procedure, the snake woman recounted the truth, but just as she finished, her mental faculties erupted, leading to instant cerebral death. No wonder she was so terrified that she dared not reveal the truth to me. After straightening his garments, Mo. Siet incinerated all traces of the previous encounter with a malevolent flame. First, I must locate Han Xiaoyan. Those three subordinates can certainly assist Hong Ying in achieving her victories. Mo. Siet leapt down the side of the building, gracefully landing on his motorcycle. Sister Hong Ying, at Building 13, Unit 301 one of the Limin community in the south, 3 members of the ancient god sect are present. They're not very formidable. Consider them dispatched. After ending the call, Mo. Siet set off towards the northern part of the city. Indeed, Han Xiaoyan is not located in the west of the city, but rather in the north. However, the pancake stall is not deceiving. The area is quite expansive. The northern region lacks the vibrancy of the southern part, characterized by some of the older structures in Sangnan City. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining. It is less crowded, making it easier for Mo. Siet to locate individuals. The roaring sound of motorcycles is not to everyone's liking. At least, it does not appeal to Han Xiaoyan. The noise is bothersome, and even when he is not resting, he finds it distasteful. Brother, don't mind this. These young folks just enjoy the ruckus, oblivious to the dangers. An elderly woman stood before the stall, pointing at the meat floss in Han Xiaoyan's hand. Break up some of that meat floss. Give a lady a generous portion. She loves it. And add more of that salad dressing. Lettuce is cheap, so throw in a bit extra. Han Xiaoyan remained silent, skillfully adding the meat floss, a vague sense of unease lingering in his mind. Whoosh! A motorcycle zipped past Han Xiaoyan's pancake stall, the gust of wind shielded by the elderly woman standing outside. Are you out of your mind? What if the wind blows dirt in? How can one eat then? You ought to be reported and apprehended. The woman continued her tirade, while in that fleeting moment, Han Xiaoyan noticed something peculiar. The fabric of Mo. Siet's trench coat seemed strangely familiar. Moreover, he realized that his mental acuity could not penetrate it. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoyan turned and dashed into the alley behind him, discarding his gloves along the sides as he ran. Brother, the city management hasn't even arrived. Why are you running? Chapter 53. The death of Han Xiaoyan and a new task indeed. The ant was not mistaken. There was no city management present, so why run? At the intersection of the alley, Han Xiaoyan was changing his attire. Upon hearing a voice from above, he paused momentarily. Raising his head, he met the teasing gaze of Mo. Siet. How did he manage that? Was it truly a challenge for a being at the pinnacle of humanity? Mo. Siet's legs swung carelessly in the air as he idly groomed his nails. Do you wish to attempt an escape? Han Xiaoyan unleashed all his mental energy, remaining immobile in his place. He had questions on the tip of his tongue, yet they were firmly suppressed. Let's strike a deal, Mo. Siet proposed. Landing beside Han Xiaoyan. Do not resist. I shall see if I can trace Whisper through you. For this, I have even prepared 2 outfits. Take a look. How do you find these? Mo. Siet presented a SpongeBob pajama and a Patrick pajama before Han Xiaoyan. What a pity. It seems Whisper has not reached that stage yet. Should I wait another half a year? Mo. Siet hesitated, contemplating a cosplay showcase with Whisper. Yet, the temptation to eliminate Whisper was overwhelming. Just kill me. Han Xiaoyan spoke with an unusual calmness, one that was eerily composed. In that moment, the will of Whisper converged with his own. a profound yearning for death reaching its zenith. Merely the phrase, the pinnacle of humanity, was sufficient to capture the attention of the hunted Whisper, even to dominate a portion of the believer's consciousness. Whisper would never allow a being at the pinnacle of humanity to locate one who had long desired to die. In comparison to his own safety, all enjoyment derived from observing the struggles of the weak could be disregarded. Thus, Whisper now only wished for Han Xiaoyun's demise. If I eliminate Whisper, you shall be free. Han Xiaoyun's gaze remained serene, undisturbed by Mo Xie's words, even acquiring an additional layer of deathly stillness. Han Xiaoyun, since that fateful day, had already perished. What remained was the 13th seed of the believers. Han Xiaoyun swiftly drew a knife from his sleeve and cast it to the ground. Kulme. Whisper attempted to compel Han Xiaoyun to take his own life. But under Han Xiaoyun's struggling consciousness, this was unattainable. The distance between them was simply too great. Han Xiaoyun took a step forward, then paused once more. Is it necessary to seek my consent? No sooner had he uttered these words than he returned to his previous state of deathly silence. A great calamity. Whisper sought to control Han Xiaoyun and launched an attack directly. Little Whisper, you are truly disobedient. Mo Xie seized Han Xiaoyun's arm. Wait for me. I shall come looking for you. An aura of malevolence enveloped Han Xiaoyun, nearly safeguarding his entire being. It ultimately reached Han Xiaoyun's mind. The essence of Whisper was well concealed, extracting this fragment of energy from Han Xiaoyun's consciousness. Yet, Han Xiaoyun still remained under Whisper's control. Now, he was merely isolated by the malevolence. Eliminate Whisper. Han Xiaoyun's right hand rested against his temple, as a blade of wind pierced through his very being. Why is it that each individual seems so enamored with death? Mo Xie gathered Han Xiaoyun's lifeless body, scrutinizing the essence of murmur. System, I've boasted quite a bit. How am I to trace him by this aura? I shall need to investigate further. The capabilities of the Evil Sword Immortal in this regard appear rather limited. For now, I will preserve this essence for you. No sooner had the system spoken than the aura of murmur vanished without a trace. Montaxi. To put it delicately, one might call this an insatiable curiosity. To put it less charitably, you are simply miserly. Meanwhile, Hong Ying returned to the office, her long case slung over her shoulder, and collapsed onto the sofa. Just 3 individuals, 2 in the realm of light and 1 in the realm of pool, had stirred her blood to a boil. This was also a precautionary measure, a reminder to be mindful of her own ambitions. Chen Mai, sipping tea nearby, turned to see Mo Xie disembarking from a vehicle. Instinctively, he curled his legs into his embrace. Captain, what is the matter? Hong Ying inquired, curious about Chen Mai's peculiar posture. Was there an issue with his joints? Be more vigilant. Zhao Kongsheng Gyojed, Puding Yongyin Gazid. Come with me to switch defenses at Chia. Together, they advanced. As the trio was about to exit, they fortuitously encountered Mo Xie. I just dealt with a sea-level believer. The subsequent foes should not pose a significant threat. Mo Xie settled onto the sofa, patting the space beside him. Aren't you all joining me? Upon seeing Mo Xie, Chen Mai felt a twinge of pain in his legs. That little rascal, we're off to switch defenses. You should rest a bit. Allericht, Montag Xi replied. Chen Mai glanced at Mo Xie, then at Zhao Kongsheng and Hong Ying beside him, and gently patted Mo Xie's shoulder. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Mo Xie turned to recline on the sofa, flicking on the television nearby. While you're out on missions, don't neglect yourself. If funds are insufficient, just let me know. He waved his hand at Chen Mai, decisively producing skewers and cola as he began a movie. Having dealt with the Snake Woman and Han Xiaoyun, this recent assault was rather unremarkable. Call me, and I shall arrive within 10 seconds. Hong Ying gazed enviously at Mo Xie before being pulled away by Chen Mai. It's wonderful to possess strength. Zhao Kongsheng, too, felt a pang of envy, unable to suppress his sentiment. With strength comes the burden of greater responsibility. Chen Mai cast a glance back at the office, his brow furrowed. Little rascal Mo Xie had reached the pinnacle of human potential and ought not to squander time in Songnan. Though with Mo Xie present, the sea-level believers posed no concern for them, it still felt amiss. Yet she, Hong Ying fell silent as well. Emotionally, she wished for Mo Xie to remain in Songnan. Yet, logically, he truly should not linger there, wasting time on movies. Of course, Mo Xie had only watched the opening sequence when he received a call from Zhuqing. Is there a mission? What do you need me for? Montaxi. There have been quite a few mysteries emerging in the Shenanjia region these past few days. Would you care to make a visit? Zhuqing succinctly reported a figure. The quantity is approximately in the dozens. If you choose not to attend, we shall, as per our customary practice, send the Mask and Phoenix teams together. No. Upon hearing the numbers, Mo Xie found himself unable to remain still. Just as it happens, there should be no pressing matters in Songnan, so I shall make my way there now. Yuan Gang has already concluded his tasks and is en route to Songnan City. You need not worry about that, as a private aircraft awaits you at Songnan City Airport. As Mo Xie was about to hang up the phone, Zhuqing's voice took on a noticeably somber tone. Mo Xie, both the commander and I do not recommend that you attempt to transcend to the divine realm, for the human body cannot withstand the laws governing it. We have commenced our research and will discover a solution. Just as Mo Xie closed the door to the office, he held the phone with his head, feeling a warmth spread through him. It is worth noting that the privilege of research has only been granted to Zhou Ping by Yifan, highlighting the considerable resources this endeavor consumes. Now, since they are willing to expend resources for him, no need for that. Please inform old Yi that my talent allows for the continual enhancement of my physical form. Once I reach a certain level, I will be able to bypass the process of transformation and securely ascend to the divine realm without requiring time and effort on my part. Chapter 54. The 8 blades clear the field. Blood mist approaches. Excuse me. Are you the leader of Azura? Upon boarding the private plane, the pilot's excited gaze turned toward him. Is there a problem? Mo Xie draped a cloak over himself, rising to adjust his attire. No problem. The pilot inhaled deeply, his lips trembling with excitement. Initially, he had merely thought he was serving a high-ranking official. This alone felt like a stroke of fortune. Now, realizing he was transporting the legendary Azura, he felt as if his ancestral grave was ablaze. Finally managing to steady his emotions, the pilot soared into the sky with Mo Xie. Shenanjia, an expanse of several thousand square kilometers. All residents had long since evacuated. Here, the army of the Great Xia was stationed, with the core area heavily fortified, where several cloaked sentinels awaited. Captain, where's the special squad? There was a surge of the mysterious last night, and we still have no idea how many mysteries are inside. The captain, standing at the forefront, gazed skyward at the passing aircraft. The other team members followed the captain's gaze to spot the plane, but their expressions were not filled with excitement, only curiosity and concern. Why is there only one special squad this time? Will they be able to handle it? Is it possible that the other squads are otherwise occupied? Enough bickering. The captain raised his hand, signaling to the troops, we shall retreat. This time is not a special squad. Not a special squad? Correct. It is the new pinnacle of humanity, Azura. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mo Xie transformed into a streak of purple light, descending directly into Shenanjia. Before they could peer inside, a violet domain unfurled, enveloping a small part of the core area. System, how do I expand the range? Seeing that his evil domain could not suppress the entirety of the area, Mo Xie's mood soured. What if I miss any mysteries? The host can directly diffuse the evil energy to expand the domain. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mo Xie remained stationary, momentarily disregarding the gazes of the mysteries surrounding him, focusing instead on several cities hundreds of kilometers away, which collectively housed millions. Were it not for the core area's location at the edge of Shenanjia, he likely would not have found such a plentiful source of resentment. Endless resentment traversed hundreds of kilometers, coalescing into a gray vortex above Mo Xie's head. As the resentment poured down, it was transformed by Mo Xie, dispersing the evil energy into the domain. The domain rapidly enveloped the entire Shenanjia at a visibly accelerated pace. Countless mysteries hidden beyond the core area, along with the station soldiers, were drawn into the domain by Mo Xie, which ceased at the very edge of Shenanjia perfectly concealed from external view. Thus, the soldiers stationed outside remained oblivious to the anomalies within. Enough, there is no time to waste. Mo Xie stood quietly, eyes closed, as the entirety of Shenangjia unfolded before him. The mysteries and soldiers appeared to him in two distinct hues. Draped in crimson, the enigmatic figure has long stained itself with the blood of its own impending demise. The prowess of domain-type abilities proves immensely advantageous, indeed. The domain serves as my very eyes. With a snap, the bloody blade is unleashed. Brandishing a sword in my right hand, Mo Xie pivots and releases a stream of violet sword energy towards the southwest. The sound of slicing fills the air. Any entity ensnared by the blade's energy bursts into a mist of sanguine vapor. Soldiers stand transfixed as the energy cleaves through them, obliterating a recently emerged foe not far away. Their minds struggle to comprehend, what manner of ability is this? Southwest, west, northwest, south. 8 streams of violet energy soar forth, annihilating all entities along their trajectory. As the violet blades approach the sentinels, they deftly bypass them to avoid triggering any instinctual defenses, thereby conserving precious time. Is this what it means to be Azura? Such formidable strength. Before they can fully grasp the situation, the 8 blades merge into the domain's confines. In the next instant, spectral violet sword energies manifest around the remnants of the entities within the domain, severing them with precision. Once the lesser beings have been eradicated, Mo Xie retracts the domain, maintaining it solely within the core area. The violet hue dissipates, and the crimson mist scattered throughout the Shenangjia region coalesce towards the nucleus. With 8 blades clearing the field, the blood mist flows freely. At this moment, the entirety of Shenangjia is enraptured by the majesty of Mo Xie's 8 strikes. A silence enveloping the crowd. Standing upon the Shinnong altar, Mo Xie offers a slight nod to the statue of Shinnong. This grand effigy, imbued with a profound sense of history and gravitas, instills a deep-rooted confidence within Mo Xie. This confidence is born of bloodline and the indomitable spirit of the people of the Great Xia. Regardless of his current state of madness, this place shall not permit the existence of such foul entities. Turning around, the bloody blade plunges into the earth beneath him, dark energy swirling within the ground, culminating in explosive eruptions on the surrounding mountains, as massive entities are violently expelled from the soil. With one hand behind his back and his scarlet eyes ablaze with murderous intent, Mo Xie declares, "Shinnong stands before me. Here, you shall not be allowed to wreak havoc, you wretched beasts." Chapter 55. Golden Leaves, Triangular Confrontation. What? Are you not going to speak? Mo Xie's gaze swept over the 8 mysterious figures, and with a swift motion, he drew his weapon, Bloodthirst. Step by step, he descended the stone steps, enveloping the battlefield in a domain of malevolent energy, asserting control over the area before the Shinnong altar. Since you choose silence, you have consented to your demise. Among the 8 enigmatic entities, 6 were of the infinite realm, while 2 belonged to the Klein realm. Although Mo Xie could not fathom why they chose to remain, it was inconsequential. As long as these mysteries existed, the cycle of slaughter would not cease, to preempt any potential harm they might inflict in the future. He had no choice but to send them to their deaths. The 8 mysterious beings glanced at Mo Xie, then at the colossal statue of Shinnong behind him, their eyes reflecting a profound struggle. They were reluctant to leave this place, but were equally terrified of death. These conflicting emotions were evenly matched. "Thank you for revealing that this place is extraordinary." Mo Xie understood that their ability to make such a choice indicated the presence of something here that held value equivalent to life itself, yet they could not perceive it. Within this domain, Mo Xie reigned supreme over these weaker beings. The malevolent energy coalesced into violet longswords, forming a dragon of blades that surged towards the mysterious figures. Meanwhile, Mo Xie remained in place, gracefully wielding Bloodthirst. A burst of violet energy shot forth. Indeed, the sword dragon created by the domain was sufficient to rend them asunder. This strike was merely to absorb their essence. Roar. Howl. Although the 8 mysterious entities resisted the sword dragon, from the moment the light of bloodthirst cast its shadow upon them, Mo Xie no longer paid them any mind. With an upward motion of his palm, he summoned the accumulated white elixirs from within the domain into the realm of malevolent energy. Shenong, what secrets do you hold? Mo Xie's inquiry received no response. He sheathed his weapon and stood quietly, fixated on the statue of Shenong. Behind him, the 8 mysterious entities exploded into a mist of blood, coalescing behind Mo Xie. Although they flowed into bloodthirst, it appeared as though crimson wings unfurled behind him. As if aware that the battle had concluded, the beads on Mo Xie's wrist shimmered gently, aiding him in suppressing this bout of frenzy. Perhaps in the Shenangjia, his calmness had accelerated significantly, and soon, clarity returned to his eyes. Old Yi, Mo Xie dialed Yi Fan's number. He could not believe that the Night Watchers were completely oblivious to the numerous mysteries that had manifested in Shenangjia. Thus, with the system unresponsive and Shenong absent, he had no choice but to consult Yi Fan. Wasn't he I just called Brother Yi before? Yi Fan, taken aback by Mo Xie's address, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. So, did one naturally descend in rank with the elevation of power? Upon breaking through to the divine realm, would he become Little Yi? This was of little consequence. Mo Xie wiped his nose, his gaze never straying from the statue of Shenong. He felt an oddity about this statue, which, despite its weighty presence, seemed peculiar. I have eradicated all the mysteries, both inside and outside Shenangjia, having just eliminated 6 beings of the infinite realm and 2 of the Klein realm. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan sat upright. Such remarkable efficiency? Considering Mo Xie's departure time, this brief interval hardly seems sufficient to traverse the entirety of Shenangjia. How could this be achieved? I wish to inquire why these mysteries congregate around the Shenong altar. What exactly lies within this place? Mo Xie scrutinized the surroundings, yet found nothing discernible. You must come to the capital. This matter cannot be discussed over the phone. However, you may press your blood handprint at the very center of the Shenong statue. As Yi Fan broached this topic, a flicker of realization illuminated his eyes. Very well, I shall leave a fragment of my power here, until this power dissipates. For every mystery that emerges in Shenangjia, one shall perish. Upon terminating the call, Mo Xie opened his palm, allowing his blood to envelop it entirely. He then leapt forth, pressing his hand firmly upon the statue's central point. The wound, which had been on the verge of healing, was torn open once more, and a torrent of blood flowed into the Shenong statue. Before the naked eye, a faint golden light began to envelop the entire statue. Suddenly, a wave of invisible energy radiated outward, propelling Mo Xie several meters away. This sensation, Mo Xie gazed at his healing hand and then at the glowing Shenong statue. Just moments ago, he appeared to glimpse the figure of the orphanage director who had raised him in a past life. A feeling akin to being embraced once more, reminiscent of home. Golden rays shot forth from a location of the handprint, inscribing a leaf-shaped mark upon Mo Xie's heart. This sensation was profoundly warm. As he inhaled deeply, his breathing became labored, and his eyes rapidly filled with a crimson hue. I do not require these feeble emotions. Depart from my body. Begone. Dark energy surged within Mo Xie. He remained oblivious to the small purple sword that had manifested upon his brow. Begone. Kill. 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 Suddenly, a torrent of sword intent erupted from within Mo Xie, as a silver-white sword imprint hung inverted above the purple sword, shimmering brilliantly. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, resting far away in Shijin City, abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the surge of sword intent. Was it beginning to manifest? With fingers poised like a sword, he pointed towards Shenangjia. Yi Fan had shared Mo Xie's situation. According to the narrative-esque trope, the persona concealed within Mo Xie was a malevolent entity, while within the story existed a sword immortal who wielded sword intent to assist his disciple in combating that darkness residing in consciousness. Thus, He had meticulously prepared this method for Mo Xie. Now it was time for his master to unleash his power. The two forces collided rapidly. Although aware that the purple sword intended to expel him, the golden leaf at his chest gleamed softly, effortlessly suppressing both energies. Like a nurturing mother, it soothed the two unruly children. Before long, clarity returned to Mo Xie's gaze as he surveyed his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable familiarity envelop him. His perception of resentment had seemingly expanded exponentially, now encompassing at least 1,000 kilometers. What has happened to me? Mo Xie pondered, gazing at his hands in astonishment. Raising his gaze once more to the statue of Shinnong, he perceived a transformation in its expression, imbued with a newfound warmth. What could this phenomenon signify? Indeed, to the capital, retrieving a small pendant shaped like a sword from the depths of the system space, he infused it abundantly with malevolent energy. His intention was to establish a realm of darkness within the core area, ensuring that should any mysterious occurrence arise later, he would be poised to eliminate it swiftly, thereby creating a fixed location for monster spawning. It would not significantly affect him, after all. Once prepared, Mo Xie positioned the pendant directly opposite the statue of Shinnong, confident that it would sustain its power for half a year, at which point he would reassess the situation. He expanded the domain, enveloping the entirety of Shinnongjia once more. With a single step, Mo Xie utilized the domain to teleport to the edge of Shinnongjia, adjacent to the area where his private aircraft was stationed. However, this mode of travel was rather ostentatious and not suitable for regular use. As the night watchman and the military observed the domain vanish once again, they remained oblivious to the fact that Mo Xie had already departed aboard his aircraft. It was only when the plane streaked across the horizon that they reluctantly began to grasp the reality of the situation. Ajuro, what manner of forbidden realm is he from? No, the realm of the divine. Chapter 56. The Fortune of Humanity? Lead the way. In Shangjing City, Mo Xie swiftly unfurled his domain, teleporting and retracting it within a single second. Although this interval was brief, it did not escape the notice of several powerful individuals, including Xiaopinga. Henceforth, refrain from employing such methods for movement unless absolutely necessary. After signing a document, Yi Fan glanced at Mo Xie, who was reclining on the sofa. Despite the fleeting moment, it was still perceptible to many. Just this once, I was merely conducting an experiment. Mo Xie hastily indicated with his right index finger, gesturing animatedly before Yi Fan. Very well. Yi Fan regarded Mo Xie with unfeigned fondness. How could he not admire someone so formidable and intriguing? That's good to hear. Mo Xie resumed a bold posture, maximizing his contact with the sofa. Old Yi, let us converse. Observing Montag si estimiano. Yi Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. After all, he was the commander of the night watch. With legs propped on the table and arms crossed at his waist, he addressed Mo Xie. Now, my young friend, it is time we had a serious discussion. Just then, Zhuoqing pushed the door open, witnessing the standoff between the two and momentarily hesitating at the entrance, uncertain whether to enter. Excuse me, Zhuoqing said, about to leave. The atmosphere in the office felt peculiar. Do not depart just yet. Yi Fan shifted his legs, reaching for the documents on the table and tossing them towards Zhuoqing. Handle these files and distribute them. We have matters to discuss, and you can escort them below. Zhuoqing caught the files awkwardly, shutting the door with a stiff demeanor. As the door began to close, he quickly leaned in. Commander, remain calm. You may not stand a chance against him. Not daring to gauge Yi Fan's reaction, Zhuoqing hurriedly shut the door. The office fell silent once more. With Zhuoqing's endorsement, Mo Xie reclined even more ostentatiously. Indeed, if old Yi could not best him, why should he restrain himself? Yi Fan's expression darkened further. While this may have been true, did he not care for his pride? It seems Zhuoqing bore too light a burden. Yet, over the years, Yi Fan had developed a thick skin, his mental fortitude shrouding the entire room. You know, in our great Xia, there exists a national fortune, yet this fortune is merely a superficial manifestation. Thus, the fortune of humanity? Mo Xie immediately contemplated this notion. Yes, Yifan's eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence, a confidence that stemmed from deep within, as if he had already anticipated the forthcoming discussion. Sitting upright, he continued, "According to records from the Heavenly Court, it appears that, apart from the deities of the Heavenly Court who support our great Xia, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of our history have merged with the fortune of humanity, bolstering the national fortune of Xia. Even if we exhaust the national fortune, the fortune of humanity still grants us the audacity to fight tooth and nail." Therefore, the Shenangjia Xia straightened himself, feeling a profound resonance within. The ability to confront the Cthulhu and still possess the audacity to fight spoke volumes about the weight of that confidence. Certainly, the Night Watchers may still be oblivious to the matters concerning the divine entities. However, possessing the audacity to stand against several divine nations is more than sufficient. Within the Shenangjia region lies the corporeal remnants left by the legendary Shinnong. There are 2 other locations akin to Shenangjia in the Great Xia. Yifan fixed his serious gaze upon Mo Xia. This matter is known solely to the successive commanders of the Night Watch. I instructed you to utilize blood to awaken the statue of Shinnong in order to channel a fragment of the human destiny to assist you. Yifan's expectant eyes were entirely focused on Mo Xia, for you are indeed a vital part of the current strength of the Great Xia. Mo Xia was profoundly moved. Yet aware of the mysteries surrounding Shenangjia, he refrained from inquiring further. "You disclose matters that only the commander knows. What is this? Do you wish for me to become the next commander? Spare me. The burdens of command are wearying. Rather than experience the authority of an office, I would prefer to engage directly in battle. Old Yi, your solemnity is somewhat disconcerting. It almost compels me to assume the role of commander. Kulme, let us return to our previous demeanor. You cheeky rascal." Observing Mo Xia's return to his prior audacious demeanor, Yifan shook his head. "I am uncertain why those mysteries do not emerge from Shenangjia, but I am aware they cannot manipulate human destiny, nor can they even perceive it. Thus, there must be something else at play there." "Well, what you have said is tantamount to saying nothing at all." Mo Xia glanced over the mound of pills within the malevolent aura. 90% of these were procured from Shenangjia, with 30% being purple pills akin to the evil fire lion. "System, can I discern the difference regarding these purple pills?" He had tasted them before, yet like the white pills, they merely restored mental fortitude. "Oh, I seem to have neglected to mention that these purple pills are reserved for enhancing the strength of the evil attendants." The system felt a bit awkward, having been preoccupied with researching the Evil Sword Immortal and thus overlooking such details. "To compensate you, I shall reveal that only upon contact with the mysterious entities and the substance that flows from your abode can they transform into purple pills. So, there exists something related to me within Shenangjia." Upon this realization, Mo Xia sprang upright from the sofa. "Old Yi, I must take my leave at once." The instant Mo Xia rose, he was blocked at the door by Yifan. "Little Xia, look, you are now the strongest individual in the Great Xia. There is just one matter. Yifan beamit randiantri. For the sake of Great Xia, a little smile 1T hurt. Get to the point. Your demeanor gives me goosebumps." Mo Xia preferred to regard Yifan in his serious countenance. "Such a smile feels as though one is scheming against me. I have informed that currently the pinnacle of the Klein realm is within the Great Xia. Could you assist them in overcoming their psychological barriers? Is that all? I thought you were about to sell me off." Mo Xia clasped his hands behind his back, instantly adopting a commanding air. "Lead the way. Not far. Not far at all." Yifan indeed led the way, chuckling all the while. If the Great Xia could acquire 2 more individuals at the pinnacle of humanity, it would significantly enhance its safety and alleviate a great deal of pressure from himself. What is the number? 3. Yifan also appeared somewhat embarrassed. There is no alternative. This is the current predicament of the Night Watchers. Presently, there are only a handful at the pinnacle of the Klein realm. While there are others within the Klein realm, they have yet to reach the stage of overcoming their mental barriers, thus merely squandering time. How can you be certain that after Mo Xia assists you in surmounting your initial challenges within the Klein realm, you will not encounter other mental barriers when you ascend to its zenith? The three individuals in question are Xiaopinga, Bu Li, and Zhuqing, with the most troublesome likely being Bu Li, the captain of the medium team who bears the weight of a painful past. I hope you will extend your assistance to him. Chapter 57, Breakthrough. The 9 ceilings at the headquarters of the Night Watchman. There exists a dedicated training chamber. Zhuqing, what have you summoned us here for? Xiaoping Gu sat on the ground, his hands propping him up as he stared vacantly at the light above. Bu Li, with his head bowed and voice low, replied, I still need to pursue the whisper. I am Buse. We are all but a step away from the heart's barrier. Today, the commander has finally managed to bring someone who can assist us, so please do not remain in this state. Break through the heart's barrier. Xiaoping snapped out of his stupor. If I can achieve that, will I not be free from dealing with those troublesome documents? In comparison, enhancing one's strength seemed secondary. Bu Li fell silent, closing his eyes to adjust his state. Over the years, he had made numerous attempts, yet the heart's barrier remained as imposing as Mount Tai, indifferent to his struggles, only forcing him to retreat. If he could break through to that point, he would have the confidence to directly seize the whisper. Outside the training chamber, Mo Xia halted at the doorway, his gaze resting on the figures adorning the walls. They were the mediums. The mere mention of Yi Fan, 5 characters, commanded deep respect. Each mission featured only one living member of the mediums, worthy of the Night Watchman's commander's reverence, for they were a group that fought even in death, truly the most admirable souls. Mo Xia harbored great admiration for such individuals, although he knew he could not emulate them. Stepping inside, he spotted Zhuqing, crouching down, and could not help but feel a bit speechless. Little Zhua, you are rather unhelpful. Did you not try before? You mentioned it lasted barely 2 minutes. Is that sufficient time? Zhuqing chose to selectively ignore Mo Xia's remarks. That fellow has brought forth a ceiling. The image of Chun Mai flashed in Xiaoping Ji's mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I am Xiaoping Ge. I know, Mo Xia replied, his gaze finally settling on Bu Li. Brother, I will give my all to assist you shortly. Thank you. Although Bu Li was uncertain of how Mo Xia intended to help, he trusted he would not harm himself. With practiced ease, Mo Xia exchanged a glance that conveyed everything, drawing them into the depths of his heart. Ignoring the relatively acceptable pasts of Zhuqing and Xiaoping Gu, Mo Xia was captivated by Bu Li's history. He had witnessed the deaths of all his comrades, those with whom he had shared countless days and nights, becoming the sole survivor and taking on the mantle of captain. Alongside him was another medium, Wu Xiangnan, who had endured similar experiences and was prepared to seek vengeance, even at the cost of his own life. Bu Li, who had managed to survive, was internally burdened. Each day, he carried the concealed bodies of his fallen brothers, traversing the vast lands of the Great Xia. The people of Great Xia held a profound respect for the dead, adhering to the principle of returning to one's roots, finding peace in the earth. Yet, Bu Li bore their corpses with him, immersed in battle daily, as if all were still present. However, only Bu Li was aware of the guilt he harbored for his comrades, the guilt of having allowed them to die without rest. This guilt forged an unbreakable heart's barrier within Bu Li. What is his condition? Yi Fan discerned that the 3 exhibited varying states. Zhuqing appeared the most relaxed, while Bu Li seemed the most troubled. It is indeed a grave matter, and I find myself powerless. I even fear that he may not withstand the trials ahead. I can only devote all my energy to his side. As I speak, Mo Xia accompanies Bu Li through the harrowing moments of witnessing their comrade sacrifices, along with the subsequent feelings of guilt. Each time Bu Li falters, Mo Xia pauses briefly, using a touch of dark energy to gradually mend Bu Li's fragile spirit. Boom! Zhuqing breaks through, becoming the first among the trio to achieve this milestone. Not wanting to disturb the others, Zhuqing simply sits cross-legged, silently absorbing spiritual energy. Before long, Xiaoping Gu also officially reaches the pinnacle of humanity. Suddenly, the number of humans at this zenith rises to 8. After a lengthy struggle, Bu Li emerges from his mental blockade, taking so long that Zhuqing nearly replenishes his spiritual energy. Boom! Witnessing the surge of power emanating from Bu Li, The Great Xia now boasts 9 individuals at the pinnacle of humanity. Yi Fan immediately envelopes Mo Xie in a hearty embrace, patting his back repeatedly, exclaiming, "Well done. Well done." Mo Xie rests his head on Yi Fan's shoulder, his eyes glistening with a hint of red, teasing, "Did you just ambush me from behind? Come at me for a duel." Huh. Yi Fan suddenly realizes and quickly withdraws his hands. Mo Xie maintains a half embrace, a smile gracing his lips as he locks eyes with Yi Fan, beckoning him closer. "I truly am." Yi Fan glances at the 3 individuals practicing nearby, then back at Mo Xie, placing his hopes upon the Buddhist beads adorning Mo Xie's wrist. Swish! Mo Xie throws a punch, his vision clearing just in time. Yet he inadvertently tumbles into Yi Fan's arms. Initially, Yi Fan intends to evade, but upon recalling that Mo Xie is his cherished companion, he catches him decisively. "Are you all right?" "All's well, except you're too close." Mo Xie pushes Yi Fan away with a frown. Honestly, what else with 2 grown men standing so close? Confirming the state of the 3, Mo Xie strolls outside with his hands behind his back, saying, "Old Yi, I'm heading back. Call me for any significant mysterious events or divine occurrences in the future. I'll be immensely useful." Just as Mo Xie steps out of the training room, before Yi Fan can catch up, a hand suddenly appears at his side, grasping his arm. "I just had a thought. How about we give it a try?" "Doctor." Li's face beams with hope. He indeed has conceived a crucial therapeutic question for Mo Xie, but is uncertain of the outcome. "What are you doing?" Mo Xie hardly has time to refuse before Dr. Li pulls him aside. "If you keep this up, I might use some force. This could genuinely be quite amusing, Doctor." Li, sensing Mo Xie's burgeoning curiosity, finally leads him to an empty room nearby. "What is so amusing?" Mo Xie sits in a chair, feeling a tinge of anticipation. The psychologist holds a somewhat mystical perspective, or at least he believes so. He is eager to uncover what new tricks the remnants left by lingchi might reveal. Dr. Li is brimming with confidence. Mo Xie's current predicament lies in his refusal to acknowledge the existence of a second personality. Once he recognizes this truth, it will pave the way for further developments. This is a notebook, and this is a pen. Now, inscribe your thoughts on any matter upon this page. After Dr. Li handed over the items, he fixed his gaze silently upon Mo Xie's eyes. "Once you have completed your writing, what follows? Then, you shall repeatedly affirm your ailment until I instruct you to begin, at which point you will articulate your perspective on the matter once more." Chapter 58, The Black Hat? A curious situation. Dr. Li gazed at numerous identical phrases, his mind ensnared in contemplation. Standing nearby, he found himself engulfed in existential doubt. How could these statements be so uniform when he was clearly experiencing a red-eyed state? It was quite amusing, he felt deceived. Mo Xie cast a sidelong glance at the disillusioned Dr. Li, hands clasped behind his back, and ambled away from the Night Watch headquarters. What a farce. Once Mo Xie departed, Yi Fan entered from the opposite side of the room, perplexed by the situation. Dr. Li placed his notebook aside, pondering the enigma of addressing the mysterious elements, assisting his teammates, and managing. Wait, all of it was strikingly similar. This constituted the crux of the dilemma. For Mo Xie, the normal state and the manic state were 2 polar opposites. One was obedient and playful, while the other was brutal and murderous. Yet, the responses to the myriad scenarios Dr. Li had envisioned remained astonishingly consistent. Was this a case of split personality? In truth, Mo Xie's reasoning was rather straightforward. Whether sane or insane, the goal was to eliminate adversaries. Simple as that. It was merely a pursuit of satisfaction. Yet, no one comprehended his mindset. So, do you believe that both his personas adhere to a singular philosophy, albeit with differing temperaments? Yi Fan set the notebook aside. He could discern that the entries were candidly articulated. How to deal with the mysterious. Annihilate them all. How to handle allies. Issue a warning, swiftly neutralize the opponent, and prepare for action. Will have a deity aiding their cause. Exercise restraint initially, assess the situation, and if all else fails, eliminate them, allowing their faction to inherit the laws. How to treat a divine spokesperson. assist him in overcoming subsequent deities, incapacitate others, and ultimately vanquish the remaining gods. Each response aligned perfectly with Mo.Sie's temperament. Yet, it was unexpected that the typically well-behaved Mo.Sie shared such a congruent philosophy with his own madness. This left Yi Fan in silence. How would he approach those who assisted him in the future? To indiscriminately eliminate all deities would not bode well for the prevailing ideology of the Great Xia. You are the expert in this matter. I seek only results. Yi Fan returned the notebook to Dr. Li, stating without exaggeration that curing him was far more crucial than healing 10 high-ranking officials of the Great Xia. I understand. Doctor. Li exited the headquarters, gazing upward at the night watch's specialized aircraft as it ascended, igniting his fighting spirit. Surely, they weren't aware of each other's existence while sharing a body, were they? Within the aircraft above, Mo.Sie lay calmly, turning his gaze toward the cockpit. Brother? What shall I call you? You may refer to me by my code name, Peregrine Falcon. I acquired this moniker because I can pilot this aircraft at a maximum speed of Mach 3, distinguishing myself with both speed and audacity among other pilots. That is quite impressive. I shall henceforth call you Little You. Mo.Sie reflected on his exchanges with Yi Fan. Contemplative. Little You, navigate through the air above Shenangjia at your usual pace. No need to wait for me. He could not remember what was missing from that room. He could only rely on the sensations it evoked. Anything that had exited his own space would undoubtedly carry a sense of familiarity. Indeed, although he was unaware of Mo.Sie's intentions, the Falcon did not hesitate, redirecting its course toward the Shenangjia region. After all, he possessed absolute air superiority, allowing him to traverse any aerial route. Before the private jet even entered the Shenangjia area, Mo.Sie had already utilized his domain to arrive at the heart of Shenangjia. Closing his eyes, he began to perceive that familiar feeling. Nothing? His perception could not be mistaken. Was it mobile? Mobile, could it be that black cat? The day before his arrival here, he had indeed brought home a newborn black cat, a little creature that had lain at his doorstep, nearly drowned by the rain. Reflecting on the faint whimpering sounds he had heard after entering that room, Mo.Sie confirmed his suspicion once more. He repeatedly brushed his hair back from his forehead, revealing a proud expression. This little one was indeed remarkable, flipping over effortlessly, truly a reflection of my own prowess. What self-absorption! If it were not for my fortunate crossing, would it have this opportunity? With a swift motion, he returned to the private jet after expanding his domain. The Falcon was completely unaware that Mo.Sie had stepped out. Half a year later, since Mo.Sie returned from the capital, he had not left Songnan City again. Chi was about to return. Should we go and greet him? Hong Ying rested her chin on her hand, feeling a surge of excitement. If there were a mysterious ambush, I could truly showcase my abilities. She was now at the late stage of the Chuan realm. Indeed, with Mo.Sie present, the enhancement rate of Team 136 was uncontainable. Of course, it was not that Mo.Sie was providing them with an unfair advantage. Rather, he was transforming their grievances into pure mental energy for them to absorb. Their mental prowess had not lagged behind. Zhao Kongchang clenched his fists, eyes filled with excitement. Yes, I'm now at the early stage of the Qi realm, and I truly wish to see who is stronger now, Qi or I. Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian also felt uplifted by lingchi Ye's impending return. Captain, Mo.Sie observed the ringing phone, the caller unmistakably Yi Fan, and he rose immediately, saying, "You all discuss this first. No need to wait for me. Someone is looking for me." Stepping out of the conference room, Mo.Sie answered the call. Typically, any matters were communicated to him by Zhuqing. Furthermore, with 3 new human paragons, he had not received any tasks. This was the first time in half a year that Yi Fan personally called him. "Old Yi, what's up?" Mo.Sie leaned against the wall, his right hand idly tapping the surface. A divine presence has appeared within the southern mist. Would you and Zhuqing like to investigate? Understanding Mo.Sie well, Yi Fan did not involve others but directly mentioned Zhuqing. On one hand, Zhuqing, as the next commander of the Night Watch he recognized, needed substantial achievements to support his position. On the other hand, there was concern that other paragons might develop disagreements with Mo.Sie regarding the divine distribution. Now that it had appeared, wouldn't the reason be insufficient? Mo Xie was no fool. Although excitement may lead to divine slaying, it might also involve the captain, who must ascertain the situation. The Shiva's resentment has not been exposed, and there are no reasons for those deities to arrive. Previously, you dealt with 2 gods, resulting in the emergence of several formidable entities in the Great Xia. These gods are likely suspicious of our utilization of divinity to catalyze humanity's potential. Alternatively, having divided their interests, they may have decided to unite in pursuit of the reasons behind the Great Xia's divine slayings. After all, slaying gods without adhering to any laws poses a considerable threat to them. This is Yi Fan's analysis. I understand, Mo Xie nodded. After ending the call, he entered the conference room and beckoned Chun Mai, saying, "Captain, we need to discuss something. The Shiva's resentment cannot remain with the captain. I do not know when I will return from this journey. I must take Shiva's resentment with me, as this may prevent further conflict in Sangnan City. At the very least, it will allow the captain to spend more time with Qi Yi and the others." "What is it?" Chun Mai sensed that the call might have been from the commander, yet he was merely curious about its content. Pulling Chun Mai into a nearby room, Mo Xie expanded a small portion of his domain. "My domain isolates everything. Captain, please entrust Shiva's resentment to my care." Chapter 59, Front Desk in Qingyu. The 3 main gods. Little Evil, the whereabouts of Shiva's grievance, must remain a mystery. Chun Mai decisively opened the underworld palace and relinquished Shiva's grievance, yet retained the cloth that enveloped it. He utilized the power of the underworld palace to meticulously safeguard the aura that lingered on the cloth. "I must leave a trace, allowing this essence to fade alongside the entire city of Sangnan." Indeed, entrusting Shiva's grievance to Mo Xie was an exceedingly astute decision. No one in the Great Xia possesses the strength to protect this object as Mo Xie does. The Sword Saint may be capable, yet he lacks the ability to conceal the aura of Shiva's grievance. However, this presents a dilemma. As long as Shiva's grievance remains undisclosed, these gods will continue their relentless search throughout the Great Xia. This matter could drag on indefinitely. The only solution is to serve as bait, setting a trap for the deities in Sangnan City, using my inevitable demise to obscure the location of Shiva's grievance, thereby sparing some scrutiny from the Great Xia. Though weary, I feel compelled to exert my final strength to assist the Great Xia. "I understand your intent," Mo Xie said, patting Chun Mai on the shoulder before enveloping him in a tight embrace, her hands firmly pressing against his back. "Captain, regardless of what I may be doing at that moment, I shall certainly return to see you off on your final journey. Little Evil, after I depart, please take good care of Hong Ying and the others, and lend a hand to Xiangnan as well." Chun Mai returned the embrace tightly. He was somewhat aware of Wu Xiangnan's past. Since Mo Xie had already lifted the curse, Wu Xiangnan would undoubtedly leave at some point thereafter. Although he was uncertain how Wu Xiangnan would execute his plan for revenge against Takamagara, he hoped that among Team 136, only he would fall. And Qingyu is a promising talent who could assist Qi Yi in the future. Mo Xie released Chun Mai, and after Chun Mai stored the underworld palace, Mo Xie withdrew her domain, placing Shiva's grievance into the depths of the room where it would remain concealed. "Be careful, don't fight recklessly." Chun Mai watched Mo Xie depart, his eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and concern. He was thankful for the past decade, which allowed him to experience the camaraderie within Team 136. He also appreciated this final moment, having encountered promising juniors like Mo Xie and lingchi. It is precisely because of these two that Chun Mai could leave with peace of mind. With their presence, the future of the Great Xia is assuredly bright. At the front desk of the office, Qingyu was engrossed in studying the mysterious materials on her tablet. Upon noticing Mo Xie passing by, she lifted her gaze, asking, "Are you leaving?" And Qingyu's feelings towards Mo Xie were somewhat complex. On one hand, Mo Xie had rather brusquely pulled her from the sewers, directly assigning her the role of a reserve member of Team 136. Yet on the other hand, Mo Xie had granted her several mysteries to investigate. No longer needing to operate in secrecy, She could collaborate with like-minded companions, which felt rather delightful. You will return soon. You two should engage more with each other then. Mo Xie placed his hand upon Xingyu's shoulder, a gesture laden with significance. Do not follow Hong Ying and her companions in their frivolities. Even if your deranged ambition leads you to desire my dissection for research, it is evident that your lack of strength confines you to mere theoretical musings. Upon hearing the term dissection, Xingyu's gaze transformed, brimming with an insatiable thirst for the unknown and an ardent quest for truth. Are you implying that once I surpass your strength, I shall be able to dissect you? With a swift motion, Mo Xie delivered a sharp slap to the back of Xingyu's head. Get lost. Is that truly what I meant? Tend to your duties. With a huff, Mo Xie turned and exited the door. He mounted his motorcycle and cast a glance at Xingyu, who was observing him from the reception desk of the office, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth and a shiver down his spine. 6 months prior, he had brought Xingyu here to foster a bond between him and Team 136 to prevent any potential harm to them later. However, he had not anticipated that Xingyu's desire for research would align so perfectly with Hong Ying and her cohort. Xingyu, Hong Ying, Wen Qima, and Si Xiaonan spent an entire day engrossed in self-examination. Upon learning about Mo Xie's exploits, Xingyu's desire to dissect him had far surpassed that of Hong Ying and the others. Once Qi arrives, there will be someone capable of dealing with you. Mo Xie twisted the throttle and headed toward the designated aircraft. In the southern region of the Great Xia, the previous fog had enveloped land, but this time, the mist lay over the sea. Zhuoqing stood atop the water surface, his left hand gripping the hilt of his sword, the cloak behind him billowing in the wind. He had no intention of entering the fog, for only 8 iron plates could traverse it, and apart from one in Mo Xie's possession, the remainder was reserved for the 5th Special Squad. What are you doing standing here so early? A flash of purple light signaled Mo Xie's arrival beside Zhuoqing. Peering into the fog, he saw nothing. It was impenetrable. We are merely guarding against their entry. Rushing into the fog would be detrimental to us. Zhuoqing, seemingly apprehensive of Mo Xie's impulsiveness, grasped his wrist firmly. Do not act recklessly. We cannot ascertain the situation within the fog. If there is more than one deity present, we may well meet our demise today. More than one deity? Mo Xie's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With the radius of resentment absorption spanning thousands of kilometers, coupled with the densely populated southeastern region, why should he fear multiple deities? Not only had his bloodthirst and the 7 deadly sins beads amassed considerable power, but Mo Xie had also begun to employ both courage and strategy when confronting divine beings. It was perplexing how the God King perceived the situation. Now, even the ants of the Great Xia could slay deities, yet they still required us to enter and confirm this? What offense had I committed against the God King to warrant such a perilous test of my mettle? Entering now would surely mean death, while returning might merely result in punishment. Perhaps I should simply return. These deities from various realms are utterly foolish. They have formed a temporary alliance, yet still choose to scatter. Do they truly wish to flee? Why should the heavenly temple remain uninvolved? It is merely the demise of 2. A torrent of resentment surged from the depths of my mind, enveloped in mist. Mo Xie's eyes gleamed with increasing intensity. One who dozes off is offered a pillow. The resentment emanating from these 3 individuals, combined with my own positioning, is ample for me to indulge in a true divine cosplay. Furthermore, through the incessant waves of resentment, I can likely discern the identities of these deities. These deities, from left to right, are City of the Sun, Goddess of Death, Supreme Deity; Nephthys, Asgard, God of Sunlight and Abundance; Supreme Deity, Freyr, Olympus, God of Travel and Thievery; Supreme Deity, Hermes. 3 supreme deities, among whom there is even a rogue like Freyr. This is a challenge to test my prowess with divine lives. Mo Xie licked his lips, his gaze, hungry for divinity, appeared exceedingly terrifying, truly hard to resist. Do not be overzealous. Do not be overzealous. Zuo King hastili restreint montaxi. He could not allow Xie to recklessly plunge into the mist. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would not seize Xie's target. Huh, do I look like a fool? Xie's large eyes met Zhuqing's. His earnest gaze caught Zhuqing off guard, yet his hands remained firmly clasped. You are certainly not foolish, but you are mad. Although he did not voice this thought, Xie discerns Zhuqing's inner musings. A malvol aura cascaded downward, and at the moment it reached his feet, Xie transformed into the likeness of a woman. This is the manifestation of Nephthys through the ability of perfect duplication. Xie's delicate, alabaster arms gently lifted Zhuqing's chin, drawing near his lips and revealing a mischievous smile. Tell me, when they resemble you, shall I grant them a blade? Zhuqing glanced at their poses, feeling a chill run down his spine, and instinctively retreated 2 steps. What is this ability? Chapter 60. The Beauty Trap, the Conspiracy of Nephthys. It is indeed the power of transformation. Xie slightly twisted her delicate fingers, and as her left hand fell to her waist, she suddenly clenched it tightly. Dark energy coursed through her body, and as Zhuqing beheld the identical reflection of herself before her, she was momentarily taken aback. How many abilities does this individual possess? Furthermore, this replica of herself was indistinguishable, even in the essence it exuded. I knew that the 3 of them were currently positioned separately. Xie's tone and manner of speech mirrored Zhuqing's exactly, even to the minutiae of her facial expressions, which Zhuqing could find no fault with. I am leaving. Xie turned, her hips swaying slightly as her figure seamlessly transformed into that of Nephthys. Of course, these movements were not merely for show. Xie's mimicry was so precise that every action was instinctual. As she watched Xie vanish into the sea, Zhuqing remained in a state of disbelief. With such a transformative ability, where could Xie not go? The disguise was so convincing that even the original could not discern it. Just how many powers does this person wield? Surely, she cannot be akin to lingchi, a dual divine agent. While Zhuqing continued to question her existence, Xie had already stepped into the mist. At the moment she entered the fog, she slightly expanded her domain, controlling the violet aura at ground level, temporarily excluding the presences of Nephthys and Fry, while simultaneously fabricating a false aura of Fry. In the distance, a tall figure wielding a golden staff entwined with twin serpents emerged, none other than Hermes of Olympus. Xie approached Hermes, her hips swaying as she did so. The one from Asgard is a fool. I have no time to waste on such a person. I believe we can collaborate. Once Hermes confirmed that Xie's aura of Nephthys was genuine, a sinister smile spread across his face as he gently wrapped his arm around hers. My beautiful Nephthys, you are indeed correct. Fry is nothing but a fool. Observe the twin serpent staff in my grasp. Damn it, I am as formidable. As Xie felt Hermes' hand moving along her arm, she struggled to suppress her murderous intent. Was this man taking advantage of her, even though she had approached him herself? Right? Xie subtly twisted her waist and began to rotate behind Hermes, activating the patterns in her eyes. Hermes, being a god of thievery, possessed a natural caution. Xie's control could only ensnare him for a brief moment. Yet, that fleeting moment would suffice for Xie to accomplish much. With a gentle stroke she extended the duration. Come. Xie remained unchanged, merely utilizing, to pierce through Hermes' neck and directly into his mind. At the moment the divine essence shattered, Xie withdrew a portion of her domain, releasing Frey's aura, while simultaneously allowing Nephthys' presence to vanish. What is happening? Fry, who had been hesitating whether to return, suddenly sensed the absence of Hermes' aura, while Nephthys' essence inexplicably shifted to Hermes' side. Hermes cannot possibly have perished. Can he? Nephthys must have been the one to strike him down. Fry swiftly advanced towards Hermes' direction. He seemed to have discovered a glimmer of hope without even entering the Grand Realm. What means of divine slaying could possibly exist within the Grand Realm? It was undoubtedly the work of those from the Sun City aiding in his demise. Their ultimate aim was to seize the laws. This was an extraordinary achievement, one that would surely elicit a grand reward from the God King upon his return. As Fry drew closer to Mosia, he beheld with his own eyes that Hermes had been obliterated into a mist of crimson, his divine essence merging into the chaos. A demon, a demon. You resorted to attacking Hermes in service of the cursed blade. Fry gazed upon Nephthys' exquisite visage, twisted in a manic grin, and was overtaken by dread. This smile, she was reveling in it. Oh heavens! She was indeed relishing the moment. Truly, the heart of a femme fatale. Without a moment's hesitation, Fry turned and sprinted towards Asgard. He must convey this alarming news to the world. The nefarious intentions of Nephthys. He has taken a bait, observing Frey's trajectory. It aligned perfectly with that of the original Nephthys. Mosia discreetly retracted all his domains to conceal his presence, stealthily tailing him. How delightful it would be to witness allies turning against one another. The anticipation was exhilarating. Mosia's body trembled with excitement, and given his current form as Nephthys, his ample assets were notably pronounced. After all, these gods were destined for demise. To toy with them before their end was indeed a splendid opportunity. It was merely unfortunate that inhabiting a woman's body presented its own complexities. Run faster. Run faster. Fry exerted every ounce of his speed, glancing back intermittently. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he collided directly into the embrace of Nephthys herself. You worthless fool. Why do you crash into me? Huh? As Fry beheld Nephthys' countenance, his eyes instinctively marked her with a sinister label, causing him to plummet onto the ground in terror, emitting a piercing scream. Chapter 61. The true and false Nephthys, are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Nephthys exclaimed, her eyes filled with displeasure as she glared at Fry. What a useless waste. You wish to flee even before anything has transpired? Truly, you are no divine hero. Is this all that Asgard has left to offer? Please don't use that enchanted blade. I am not ready to meet my demise. Fry scrambled towards Asgard in a panic, his speed nearly rivaling that of a deity specialized in swiftness. Nephthys could not help but mutter under her breath. His sanity is questionable. With Hermes' presence now absent, she pondered why she lingered behind. Upon realizing this, she turned back towards the Sun City, knowing that in the end, no blame would fall upon her. After all, she was the one who had held her ground until the very last moment. Come on. If you do not leave, how could I possibly? Mosia followed closely behind Nephthys, taking his time. The thought of his impending actions filled him with excitement. Surely, a clash between the realms of the gods would be quite entertaining. Stay composed. I must remain steadfast. After traversing over 900 kilometers, Mosia finally intercepted Nephthys upon the ocean. Where do you think you're going? Why not compare our appearances, yours or mine? You. Nephthys stared at Mosia, whose visage mirrored her own, her eyes widening in astonishment. The memory of Frey's earlier behavior flashed through her mind. Is it you? Are you Loki or someone else? The first name that sprang to Nephthys' mind was indeed Loki, the only one capable of employing deception to assume another's form while maintaining a low probability of detection. I am you. Bloodshed and broken illusion manifested in Mosia's grasp, his lips curling into a sinister smile. The black markings on his face contorting into a fierce expression. I shall become you. Nephthys furrowed her brow, her frown accentuating the dark patterns upon her skin, revealing her fierce gaze. Do you take me for mere ornament? I am the goddess of death of the Sun City. A slender whip materialized in her hand, its barbed edges gleaming ominously. Crack! The long whip sliced through the air, imbued with the weight of deathly laws as it descended upon Mosia. There is still time. I shall indulge you. Mosia had anticipated Fry's speed, calculating that it would take some time to return to Asgard. The blade of bloodshed glimmered ominously, the accumulated vitality beginning to stir. It is worth noting that this blade had absorbed the essence of countless mysteries and the blood of an entire deity. Even if this strike did not encompass its full might, it was sufficient to grievously injure an unprepared Nephthys. The sanguine energy, entwined with sinister purple miasma, coalesced into a blade strike that surged forth, colliding with Nephthys' whip under the influence of Mo-Sia's mental prowess. Crack! The two forces held their ground for but a fleeting moment before the blade cut through the whip, barreling towards Nephthys. Boom! A tremendous explosion sent waves crashing, and at the heart of the turmoil, the intensity in Mo-Sia's eyes intensified. For Nephthys had not sustained significant injury. Her expression merely paled as she braced against her protective shield of laws. What a formidable blade! You're not Loki. At present, is the supreme deity at its pinnacle. Or is it? Nephthys perceives a looming threat of death upon Mo-Sia. Loki lacks such offensive prowess. Who else could wish them harm? Nephthys immediately thinks of the Temple of the Gods. The temple had not participated in this operation, having previously lost 2 deities. Could this be a scheme to inflict losses on other divine realms as well? Though Nephthys speculates, she continues to engage in relentless combat with Mo-Sia. Chains of deathly laws emerge from the void, their ends resembling piercing swords, intent on impaling Mo-Sia's form. As the goddess of death from the Sun City, she has truly forged her path through bloodshed. Yet, Mo-Sia appears oblivious to these chains of law, even allowing several to pierce her body. Seizing an opportunity to dash forward and confront Nephthys. Take this. With a flurry of blades, her relentless assault rains down upon Nephthys, though many strikes are deftly parried. Delightful. Again. Mo-Sia disregards the deathly laws that ensnare her, wielding her weapons with fervor against Nephthys. The longer the reach, the greater the strength. Yet, the shorter the length, the more perilous the encounter. Moreover, the long whip only maximizes its potency at a certain distance. Now, faced with Mo-Sia's close-quarters aggression, Nephthys finds herself with no recourse but to erode Mo-Sia's body with her powers of law. Furthermore, the 4 formidable entities before them are uncomfortably cramped together. You are misbehaving. Look at you, your blood has stained my neckline red, greatly diminishing my allure. Mo-Sia thrusts her blade and sword repeatedly into Nephthys' body, a sinister chuckle escaping her lips. Fear not. You are the goddess of death. You ought not to fear death. Mo-Sia permits her weapon, bloodletting, to remain embedded within Nephthys' form, unleashing a torrent of malevolence that binds them together while resisting the encroachment of deathly laws. Let's play a game. Montaxi, with her free hand, gently sweeps aside Nephthys' disheveled hair. I know this will not kill you. Let us dream together. You madwoman, pervert, what kind of divine battle is this? Nephthys quakes with trepidation. Mo-Sia's combat style is utterly chaotic. In typical divine conflicts, one engages from a distance with laws, then closes in for proximity combat, ultimately determining victor and vanquished before parting ways. Yet, this madwoman defies all norms. Initially, in a ranged battle, she charged right through my law-based assaults, seemingly unperturbed by being pierced multiple times by my chains. The close-quarters combat hardly lasted long before devolving into this frenzied entanglement. Which lunatic engages in divine warfare like this? Am I the goddess of death? You are the living embodiment of madness. Thank you for the compliment. Mo-Sia graciously accepts Nephthys' heartfelt praise, her grip tightening around Nephthys' neck, drawing her closer. The god of death remains immortal, which seems rather implausible. The intricate patterns in Mo-Sia's eyes began to manifest as she softly spoke before Nephthys was influenced. I shall utilize your corporeal form to accompany your friends in comprehending the laws of death. Thus, in your next life, perhaps your mastery of these laws will progress with greater swiftness. A chilling glimmer flashed as Nephthys' gaze lost all focus. Drawing upon her intimate knowledge of Nephthys' body, Mo-Sia deftly extracted the bloodied blade and plunged it into the nape of her neck. A crack resounded as the divine essence shattered, the essence of death coalescing upon Mo-Sia's exterior. With a thunderous explosion, Nephthys' divine form disintegrated into a mist of blood, swiftly merging into the blade. The weapon quivered visibly, causing Mo-Sia's right arm to tremble in unison. Based on my experience, the essence of these death laws shall linger upon my surface for 2 days. It is time for me to journey to the Sun City. Mo. Xie envisioned the vacant gazes of deities at the moment of their demise, her body quaking with exhilaration. As she advanced toward the Sun City, she cast a glance toward Asgard. Freyr, let the news be spread far and wide. I, Nephthys, shall become the pride of the Sun City. Chapter 62. Infiltrating the City of Sunlight. The repulsive Geb. Oh no. Oh no. This mission is a conspiracy. A grand conspiracy. Fry nearly exhausted himself as he hurried across the Rainbow Bridge, returning to Asgard. The dashing and robust Thor, clad in golden hair and red attire, was leisurely wielding his hammer of thunder, and upon noticing one of his comrades, he approached with concern. Fry, what has transpired? What conspiracy is afoot? The goddess Nephthys of the City of Sunlight has been offering a cursed blade. She used it to slay Hermes, leaving not a trace of his body. I barely managed to escape. Fry gasped for breath, finally articulating his distress. After he spoke, a weight lifted from his shoulders as he grasped Thor's arm, glancing back frequently. You must protect me. I almost didn't make it back. Thor followed Frey's gaze, his expression turning grave. Do you suspect that the rumors of the Great Summer being able to slay deities stem from the discovery of the corpses of the two gods slain by Nephthys? Though not the sharpest thinker, Thor could arrive at this conclusion. Nevertheless, the situation in the Great Summer was unclear. Their newly formed alliance was already embroiled in conflict, resulting in casualties. Steady yourself. Thor clapped Fry on the shoulder, the divine energy causing Fry considerable internal distress. You shall accompany me to meet the All-Father. This matter demands clarification. Fry nodded while clutching his chest. Though somewhat slow-witted, he recognized the advantage of his current wounds. Together, they made their way to the heart of Asgard, the throne of the All-Father. We seek an audience with the All-Father. We have significant matters to report. Thor suppressed his greed as he gazed at the majestic hall. As a candidate for the throne, he knew that one day he too would stand within, reigning supreme over the entirety of the Norse realms and Asgard. Enter. A booming voice resonated from within the hall. City of Sunlight. With the dual authentication of Nephthys aura and divine principles, Mo. Xie successfully entered this divine realm. Everything around her could only be described as a hue of yellow. Yes, an expanse of yellow. Aside from a few grand palatial structures, the other temples were constructed from divine bricks, evoking a sense of grandeur and ancient splendor. After only a few steps, Mo. Xie was intercepted by a man draped in dark yellow robes. Nephthys, how did you return so swiftly? Has something occurred? Observing the man's lascivious demeanor, Mo. Xie subtly adjusted her attire to conceal her figure. I am filled with anger and was just about to report to RA. Clenching her fists, she strode past the man with her arms crossed. Her destination was the place in the sky where 9 pillars stood. That was the assembly of the 9 pillars, located nearest to the palace of the sun god Ra. For Ra's throne lay directly behind the 9 pillars, positioned beneath the blazing sun. Nephthys, do not be hasty, fly slowly. If any god has displeased you, inform Geb, and I shall deal with him. Geb appeared more enraged than Mo. Xie, and one might think that someone had pilfered his fortune. What a sycophant! Mo. Xie discerned Geb's true nature with a mere glance. Suit yourself. This retort was crafted specifically to align with Nephthys' character. Clearly, Geb exhibited no signs of discontent. Instead, his ire intensified. Who could have provoked such fury in Nephthys? What would happen to his health if he remained this agitated? Following the resonance of the laws, Mo. Xie alighted upon the death pillar belonging to Nephthys. He turned and saluted the sun pillar, seeking an audience with the great Ra. I have matters to report. The other deities glanced at Nephthys, unable to suppress their curiosity. Had Dasha truly developed a means to slay gods? How did you return so swiftly? If you ask me, those insects possess no such capability. It must be a case of misinformation. Amidst the deities' discourse, Mo. Xie maintained Nephthys' expression of anger and disdain, refraining from participating in their conversation. The wrathful goddess of death was not one for idle banter. Her sole focus was on banishing her enemies to the underworld. The moment Ra appeared, Geb could not contain himself and called out, drawing the attention of all the gods. What's transpired? Ra's gaze revealed little fluctuation. His prompt return could only signify that the rumors of Godslaying were unfounded. When I and Hermes from Olympus, along with Fry from Asgard, reached the borders of Dacia, we planned to approach from 3 directions for testing. However, before we could act, Hermes and Fry fled in succession. They ran away. Ra opened his eyes, his fiery gaze fixed upon Nephthys. No reason? None. Hermes departed suddenly. Being the god of travel and thievery, it is not surprising that he could do so. Mosia paused, allowing them time to absorb this information. Once he confirmed their acceptance of this explanation, he continued. As for Fry, he feigned a panicked demeanor and collided into my arms before hastily retreating to Asgard. Afterward, I scoured the vicinity for several hundred kilometers, but found nothing amiss. What? He collided into your arms. Geb's jealousy clouded his judgment. Yet, he managed only a single utterance before the laws of the earth pillar swiftly silenced him. His mind was now consumed with thoughts of eliminating Fry. He had long regarded Nephthys as his goddess. Although his power was formidable, he relished in wildness. Nephthys, with her dominion over death, coupled with her striking figure and beauty, was rumored to possess a fervent nature. Geb yearned to experience such fervor himself, thus falling uncontrollably in love with Nephthys. Now, discovering that his goddess had been taken advantage of by another deity, he seethed with rage. Ra cast a glance at Geb, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he nodded. You may withdraw and rest. I shall demand an explanation from them regarding this matter. Subsequently, Ra turned to all present deities, urging them to remain vigilant against a potential alliance between Asgard and Olympus. The meeting concluded swiftly. Just as Nephthys was returning to her temple, Geb intercepted her, a pair of eyes unabashedly fixated on Mosia's chest, proclaiming, "Look at my robust physique. Surely, I can indulge in wild escapades with you." Gabe, at this moment, is consumed by an overwhelming desire to possess Mosia. In the face of urgency, his first instinct is to claim what he covets. Mosia, however, finds his patience with this individual nearing its breaking point. Despite having transformed into the visage of Nephthys, he is, in essence, still a man. It is absurd for someone who appears more muscular than himself to gaze hungrily at his chest and speak of shared madness. Gabe is treading a perilous path. Mosia retorts, "Very well. Shall we retreat to your temple? Let us do so discreetly, without drawing the attention of others." Mosia suppresses a wave of nausea, conjuring a whip with his left hand, while his right index finger rests upon his crimson lips. "Let no one see us, nor let anyone be privy to our actions. Otherwise, I shall cease all communication with you henceforth." Chapter 63. Transformation of Identity. The confrontation begins. No one is watching, right? Within the Earth Temple, Mosia reclines nonchalantly on the divine throne, facing Geb, who is closing the door. "No one will know. I have deliberately employed the laws of the earth to transport us here." Geb rubs his hands together, gradually inching closer to Mosia. "Are you planning to use a whip on me?" Geb's eyes gleam as he observes Mosia brandishing the whip. Such unrestrained depravity right from the start. How delightful. Geb lunges forward, intent on leaping onto Mosia. Impatient, Mosia spins around and gently pushes Geb onto the divine throne. "Look into my eyes, are they beautiful?" Mosia leans closer, revealing intricate patterns in his irises. "Beautiful." Geb utters a single word, defenseless, his gaze losing focus. A swift strike. "I shall incite your madness." Mosia swiftly draws and plunges it into Geb's mind. Crack. The divine essence bearing the laws of the earth shatters upon impact. "Your brain is as worthless as this place." Mosia relentlessly stabs Geb multiple times until he erupts into a mist of blood. The divine blood mingles with the vapor that envelopes the blade. Ugh! Gazing at the empty throne, Mosia cannot suppress a spittle. "I came to this divine realm to stir chaos, nearly losing my purity? Such an affront cannot be tolerated. I shall make you wish to defy me." Mosia retracts the throne and puts away, commencing a thorough search of the temple for anything imbued with divine power. "I shall empty this place. Divine bricks, torches, platforms, tables, and chairs. These weapons possess but a trace of divine power, they are mere trinkets. Mo Xie collects various weapons from the temple, intending to repurpose them as offerings for the Watchers. The divine bricks used to construct this temple also harbor considerable power. Mo Xie meticulously clears the temple, and after reducing it to merely a layer of divine bricks, he quietly exits the Earth Temple. Upon returning to his Death Temple, he sits upon his throne to ponder. Geb has been eliminated. It won't be long before he is discovered, and with Olympus exerting pressure on the Sun City, Mo Xie's eyes gleam with increasing intensity. This was the right target, the perfect target. Mo Xie swiftly rises to search for any remaining items imbued with divine power, methodically packing everything away. By the end, the entire Death Temple is stripped down to a mere layer of divine bricks. Beholding his handiwork, Mo Xie is filled with joy. With a swift transformation, he assumes Geb's appearance. As he entered the Sun City, he had already garnered considerable resentment from Geb. This is precisely what he needs. A few minutes later, standing outside the empty Earth Temple, Mo Xie adjusts his dark yellow robe. Who is there? Show yourself. Mo Xie, mimicking Geb's voice, stirs the entire Sun City. What is happening? What is it? Hades and Set arrive promptly. Geb, why are you shouting like that? What am I doing? Mo Xie stared with wide eyes, fixated on Xiao and Set, pointing towards the Earth Temple. Look, my temple has been completely hollowed out. How can I not be agitated? Mo Xie portrayed Gabu with remarkable authenticity, leaving Xiao and Set oblivious to any discrepancies. I believe we must remain vigilant. Vigilant? Are you suggesting that outsiders have infiltrated the Sun City? Set immediately grasped the situation, turning to observe the unusual phenomena in the sky, his eyes widening in realization. Someone was attacking outside the Sun City. Let us go. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Sun City, the atmosphere was tense. Ra stood face to face with Zeus and Odin, his expression dark and foreboding. Among the crowd, Mo Xie spotted a familiar figure, Freyr, being held aloft by Odin. Some of your people left midway, and before I could inquire, you dare to assault my Sun City? Ra was genuinely furious. Did these two truly wish to confront him? Bring Nephthys forth. What does her killing of Hermes imply? Do you think we of Olympus are easy to bully? Zeus, too, was aflame with anger. Hermes represented Olympus. Although he had anticipated the possibility of Hermes remaining in the Great Xia, he could not allow him to perish at the hands of his allies. This was a slap in their faces. What evidence do you possess? Ra turned to glance at Xiao and Mo Xie, his eyes conveying a silent message. Set hastily nudged Xiao beside him, urging, you must return and summon Nephthys. He understood that clarity was imperative today. Otherwise, complications would surely arise. Meanwhile, Mo Xie's portrayal of Gabu, who harbored feelings for Nephthys, could not be permitted to fetch her. Understood. Xiao quietly retreated back to the Sun City. However, this subtle maneuver did not disrupt the confrontation among the three titans. Freyr, having witnessed the events firsthand, saw Odin glance at Zeus before bringing Freyr before him, revealing a portion of his memories for their scrutiny. Oh, all right. Freyr promptly closed his eyes, channeling his divine power to project the scene of Mo Xie slaying Hermes. He was unaware of the transaction between Odin and Zeus. He simply needed to comply. Witnessing this, Ra and Set's expressions darkened, while Mo Xie feigned disbelief. Impossible. It cannot be. Set quickly embraced Mo Xie, urging, stay calm. Remain composed. We await the truth. Set too was skeptical, but feared Mo Xie's potential outburst. Mo Xie began, wiping away tears beside Set, while I remained eagerly fixed on the unfolding scene. He secretly wished for the three to engage in a fierce battle. The more intense, the better. Is there any further denial? Zeus's finger was poised to jab at Ra's face. Dare you continue to dispute? Summon Nephthys at once. Ra realized he had been outmaneuvered by Nephthys. Should the situation today not be resolved satisfactorily, only trouble awaited the Sun City. When Xiao returned, he trembled, exclaiming, this is dire. I could not locate Nephthys. The Temple of Death has been completely emptied. Emptied? Mo Xie's legs went weak, and she collapsed into the void, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Why? Why did she have to treat me this way? Chapter 64. Scavenging. Peak performance. The disgraceful fellow, with a scowl on his face, hurled Mo Sia several hundred meters away. Mo Sia, having barely landed, found himself seated on the ground, questioning his very existence. Yet, as he beheld the tense standoff among the three divine kings, a smile blossomed within him. Nephthys was dead. With no witnesses to contradict this fact, whether acknowledged or denied, it was a truth that placed him firmly in the role of the victim, effectively absolving him of any suspicion. Let the battle commence. Mo Sia's inner murmur seemed to resonate as Ra struck out towards Zeus. To venture into the Sun City for reconnaissance, he could reluctantly accept the presence of one divine king, but the prospect of facing two simultaneously posed an excessive risk. The clash among the three divine kings had only just begun, yet the reverberations from their conflict stung Mo Sia's face. He swiftly retreated several kilometers, watching their battle with rapt fascination. How exhilarating! However, Ra, how dare you cast me aside like that? Do not expect me to remain polite. With tears staining his cheeks, Mo Sia rose from the ground. Horus, Set, I shall retrieve her. She must provide me with an explanation. His expression, a grimace of determination, would lead one to believe that Nephthys had wronged him gravely. Do not despair too much. We shall part ways, each pursuing a different direction. We must locate her. Set clapped Mo Sia on the shoulder, urging, Brother, you must understand what is of utmost importance now. Indeed, everything for Ra and the Sun City. Mo Sia clenched his teeth and turned, charging towards the direction of the divine palace. Horus and Set observed the other deities of the Sun City dispersing around them and shouted, All those at the pinnacle of the divine hierarchy, assist Ra. The rest of you, seek Nephthys, alive or dead. We must find her. Having issued the command, Set determined his own path. Little did they know, Mo Sia was a man of earnest intentions. He would not linger in seeking retribution against Ra. At this moment, within Ra's Sun Temple, Mo Sia surveyed his surroundings. Feeling akin to a rustic entering the Forbidden City, every sight was a revelation. The artifacts displayed, adorned with resplendent embellishments, and even the divine bricks that constituted the temple exuded a richness surpassing that of other shrines. This endeavor could sustain one for an entire year. Without a moment to ponder, Mo Sia hastily discarded the nearest chair into the space of malevolence, simultaneously dismantling a layer of divine bricks from the floor. Goodness, even this soil carries divine power. It appears I have been remiss in my experiences. Transforming his palm into a blade, Mo Sia swiftly severed dozens of cubic meters of divine earth, stuffing it into the malevolent space. His hands deftly scavenged everything within reach. Occasional tremors from the ongoing battle outside, and the sounds of divine exchanges filled the air, almost as if he were digging to the very depths. Mo Sia soon emptied the Sun Temple, leaving only the central divine throne and a few artifacts behind. These items would prove challenging to acquire. Even from a distance, he could sense the potent aura of solar principles emanating from the throne. Clearly, Ra had made preparations here. No, the throne can be disregarded, but that divine sword must be taken. Mo Sia's gaze burned intensely upon the silvery divine sword before him. If my teacher were to be reborn, it would undoubtedly require something of exceptional quality. No, I cannot afford to discard this guise of Geb. A solution has emerged. With a swift twist of her form, Mo Sia transformed into the likeness of Nephthys, seizing the divine sword and promptly securing it within the realm of malevolent energy. Without uttering a word, she crashed through the wall of the sun god's temple and darted into a nearby sanctuary. Quick, eliminate her. At the moment the connection to the divine sword was severed, Ra sensed it immediately. A fleeting glance confirmed that the aura belonged to Nephthys. Regardless of whether she had pilfered from her sanctuary, her existence posed a threat to the Sun City. The gods of the entire Sun City surged toward Mo Sia's direction. Even Odin sought an opportunity to charge forth. Capturing the living Nephthys would not only inflict greater losses upon the Sun City, but would also require the sacrificial magic blade of a deity, a formidable artifact indeed. Their speed was alarming. Mo Sia executed a roll, halting abruptly. With no time for contemplation, the blood energy of the bloody blade erupted from her grasp, manifesting as a blade aura that cleaved toward the north. This strike possessed the power to gravely wound a major deity, slicing through several sanctuaries in succession. Without a moment to spare, Sia shattered the floor beneath her feet and surged forward in the direction of the blade aura. Hurry! Strike her down! The approaching deities of the Sun City wasted no time, invoking their laws in an attempt to annihilate Nephthys right there. Yet, amidst the swirling dust, Sia vanished, morphing back into the appearance of Geb. Her crimson eyes brimmed with exhilaration. The thrill of this escape was undeniably addictive. Allow me to showcase the pinnacle of my performance. The bloody blade flashed, striking her own chest. Rest assured, this blow was not intended to be fatal, yet it did carve a substantial wound upon her exterior. Sia hastily masked the scent of her blood with malevolent energy, hurtling backward into the awaiting arms of Sue. How are you? Sue, cradling Sia, hesitated to advance. Even the formidable Earth God nearly split in two from that strike. Charging forward would certainly be perilous. I intended to use the Earth laws to pull her back, but I never anticipated she would turn on me. Sia's reddened eyes, filled with doubt, stirred a pang of sympathy in Sue. Truly, a man of deep emotion. Brother, rally yourself. Sue, redirecting his focus, unleashed a wind blade into the swirling dust, bellowing to the deities of the Sun City, since she could strike against Geb, who loves her dearly. It signifies her complete betrayal of the Sun City. Pull nothing back. Sia lay motionless in Sue's embrace, crafting her alibi. Sue was content to maintain this distance, continuing his ranged assault. Incompetent fools. Zeus erupted, intercepting while Odin seized the opportunity to materialize amidst the dust. As he took his stand, Odin furrowed his brow. No one here? Were they enacting? With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the swirling dust. The emptiness that followed was sufficient to confirm that Nephthys was absent. The deities of the Sun City, who had initially unleashed their powers, suddenly halted their actions. Where has she gone? Have you witnessed her wielding the laws of death? It must be that dagger. Sia clutched the undamaged area of her chest, recalling how, just as she was struck away, she had seen her cleave a spatial passage with a crimson blade. Are you certain? No sooner had Sia spoken than Zeus, and Odin materialized before her, their gazes fixed on the exaggerated wound on her chest. They immediately discerned a peculiar force impeding Sia's recovery, one that utterly suppressed the laws of the earth. I beheld it with my own eyes. Sia strained to maintain her injury with malevolent energy, resisting its natural healing. Then, with her eyes aflame, she fixed her stare upon the three divine sovereigns, asserting that had she not been so eager to depart and had unleashed her full strength, that strike would have surely claimed my life. Chapter 65. Alliances and Loyalty Rest. Take good care of Geb. After assigning tasks to rest, he exchanged glances with Zeus and Odin, and they vanished in unison. In this world, there are neither eternal friends nor eternal foes. A greater interest now lay before them, rendering the death of a single deity insignificant. Outside the Sun City, within the small realm they had created, Hermes' demise demanded an explanation. Since it was Nephthys who wielded the blade that claimed his life, let her repay the debt with that very weapon. They would not demand a life for a life in the Sun City. Zeus, exuding an air of confidence, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, though the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. It must be noted that Nephthys, merely a deity, had nearly slain Geb, another god renowned for his defenses, with a single strike, and had effortlessly breached the divine barriers of the Sun City without arousing any suspicion. This indicated that the knife was almost as powerful as a supreme artifact. If the wielder were to be himself, could he not also aspire to slay the supreme? Under such immense temptation, Zeus was eager to pursue Nephthys immediately. Odin and were not naive. They laid their cards on the table, stating plainly that as ancient tricksters, the one who first claimed the blade would rightfully possess it. Very well. The three turned and dispersed into the ether, each selecting a different path. However, it was not long before Odin located Zeus several hundred nautical miles away. We have forged an alliance before. I am willing to assist you in acquiring that blade. But you must vow not to strike against Asgard and join forces with me to eliminate the Sun City first. In the end, you must aid me in accomplishing that task. Zeus nodded decisively. Indeed, Olympus and Asgard shall remain eternal allies. Shortly after Odin departed, Ra sought out Zeus. I am willing to relinquish that blade to you, but you must return Nephthys to me. What do you mean? Zeus feigned ignorance, which irritated Ra somewhat. The one who discovered the knife must surely possess considerable prowess. You wield the blade, and I will seek other means. It is a fair arrangement. Ra's proposition was one Zeus could not refuse. Agreed, we shall form an alliance. Zeus assented without hesitation, regardless of Ra's true intentions. Yet, this alliance was as insubstantial as air. Should he choose to disregard it, what could Ra do? During their earlier confrontation, Zeus observed that Odin had been holding back while still managing to match him in combat. He might have taken a significant step forward, and they ought to collaborate to eliminate Odin post-haste. Very well. After their pact was sealed, several hundred nautical miles away, Ra and Odin reunited. En alliance? Indeed, an alliance. They found common ground, with Ra stating, I can relinquish the blade to you, but you must return Nephthys to the Sun City once you locate her. Their agreements mirrored one another, with the only alteration being the target they sought to eliminate had shifted to Olympus. Thus, the trio formed 3 separate alliances. In the Sun City, within the temple of the Earth deity, Ra gazed upon the desolate expanse of the temple, a hint of discontent tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lying on the ground, gravely injured, Sia endeavored to soften his tone as he spoke. You know Nephthys best. Can you predict where she might appear? Grasping Ra's arm with a sudden intensity, his hollow eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. A fit of coughing erupted from his excitement. Take it slow, take it slow. Ra conjured a bed, elevating Sia slightly. At that moment, he felt a pang of compassion for his subordinate. The goddess he adored had inflicted such grievous wounds upon him, leaving him destitute. The term impoverished scarcely encapsulated his plight. As the deity of death, she now wielded a magical blade, undoubtedly lurking among scattered deities within human realms or among organizations with sparse divine presence. As Sia spoke, a tear rolled down his cheek, his grip on Ra's hand tightening. Ra, you are my last vestige of faith. Do not let anything happen to you. All right. As Ra soared toward the Sun Temple, he glanced back at the ravaged Earth Temple, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Who would have thought that this foolish giant? Without further ado, henceforth, Geb would be my trusted confidant. Amidst his reflections, Ra entered the Sun Temple. A single glance caused him to retract his step as he looked up at the now vacant spot where the plaque once hung, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Yet, fixating on the familiar divine throne, Ra could no longer contain himself. Just as he had felt sorrow for Geb, he now faced a similar fate. Although a few sacred artifacts and the divine throne remained, to him, it felt no different from having nothing at all. Seeking death. Seeking death. Ra's fury stirred the sun in the sky, causing it to tremble violently. Find her. Bring her to me. Meanwhile, Sia, indulging in ice cream within the Earth Temple, glanced up at the towering beam of light before the Sun Temple and grimaced. His mental state was far from stable. He thought to himself, look at me. I have nothing left, and yet I remain silent. Divine lights converged towards the Sun Temple, clearly believing that something significant was transpiring there. Crossing his legs in midair, Sia began to contemplate other plans. I cannot remain in the Sun City indefinitely. Calculating the time discreetly, he dove into the surrounding temples to scavenge. The timing was perfect. After all, he had no fear of Ra summoning him forcefully. His earlier display of loyalty, despite his near-death state, had already left Ra in a precarious position. Sia gambled that Ra would be reluctant to let him perish on the way. This place was truly shabby, hardly comparable to the Sun Temple. Seizing the opportunity while the deities were absent and their defenses lax, Sia swiftly plundered one temple after another. After making a wide circuit, he returned to the Earth Temple. If they have kept their thrones, I shall retain this bed. Surveying the surroundings, he found the place desolate. Suddenly, he felt weak, his pale visage suggesting to an observer that he was on the brink of death. The resources here were scant. It was time to depart. Clutching his chest, Mo Xie ascended slowly to the front of the Sun Temple. What brings you here? Long ago, Ra dispatched his divine envoy to seek out Nephthys. Upon the arrival of Mo Xie, Ra's demeanor softened considerably. A kindred spirit coupled with my most trusted confidant. He comprehended my intentions entirely. I shall find her for you. Mo Xie's resolute gaze sent a tremor through Ra's heart. Without affording Ra much opportunity for response, Mo Xie continued, I am aware of your care for me. Yet I possess the deepest understanding of her. My chances of locating her are the highest. Moreover, I sense a nascent opportunity for breakthrough. Though I cannot foresee the duration of my absence, I am certain this journey will yield personal growth, and upon my return, I shall dedicate everything to you. Very well. Very well. Ra's hand rested upon Mo Xie's chest. I shall assist you in suppressing your injuries. Make haste and return swiftly. I await your good news. Was Gabu truly a loyal follower? No, he was unmistakably a soldier of his own design. With every ounce of strength, Mo Xie endeavored to slow the divine healing of the sun god. Ultimately, once restored, Mo Xie knelt on one knee, expressing, Thank you. I shall depart now. Chapter 66. The last 3 days, Yifan's deployment, damn it. That pervert has finally stopped watching me. Mo Xie had no idea how many nautical miles he had flown before he felt the oppressive gaze lift, and he could finally return to his true self. He turned around, transformed back into his original form, and plunged into the sea. After traversing several hundred nautical miles beneath the waves, Mo Xie emerged on a secluded island. The sinister energy space needed expansion as it was overflowing. This time, instead of inquiring about the system's method for expansion, Mo Xie intuitively employed his dark energy to augment the sinister space. With the space doubled, he sprawled on the shore, seeking a moment of respite. Heaven knows how many hours he had managed to sleep during this period. The nights in the Sun City were nearly non-existent, disrupting his usual sleeping patterns, leaving him unable to discern how much time had actually passed. For this duration, he had been either lurking or contending with the deities surrounding him, inciting conflicts among the 3 supreme beings while plundering over a dozen temples. Undoubtedly, the most arduous task was suppressing the murderous intent that simmered within him. Reflecting back, the lingering sense of those gods seemed to still dance at the edge of his nostrils. Sooner or later, I shall breach their defenses. Yet, considering that his body was not yet capable of bearing the laws, Mo Xie deemed it essential to remain undercover in several divine realms. He envisioned a day when the supreme beings would regard him as one of their trusted confidants. Would that not be more formidable than Lin Chiye's Nightfall team combined with the commemorative Shang Xie Society? The information painstakingly gathered here might very well be orchestrated by me. Glancing at the time, Mo Xie closed his eyes. October 20th. Has it nearly been a month since my emergence with so little accomplished? The Tsangnan battle is on October 24th. By the calendar, only 4 days remain. Discounting today, merely 3 days are left. Although this time might be slightly delayed due to his own actions, it would not extend by more than a few hours. Meanwhile, in Tsangnan City, Chen Muyi stood atop the office rooftop, gazing down at Lin Chi Yi conversing with Yu. A look of satisfaction etched across his face. Previously, during the mysterious events, an unimaginable synergy had erupted between the two. Little Xia was right. They are all promising candidates. Behind Chen Muyi, the ethereal silhouette of the Yama Hall materialized, a corner of the cloaked aura gently unfurling, releasing a portion of the Shiva's grievance energy. As Chun Mu Yi looked skyward, he could not help but softly utter, Little Xia, will I ever see you one last time? The actions he undertook at this juncture were directly commanded by Yifan. To ascertain this timing, Yifan consulted both Wang Mian and the Seraphim. Only by exposing the aura at this precise moment could it facilitate Lin Chi Ye's accelerated growth. Only through witnessing darkness firsthand could one strive to elevate themselves, clawing toward the light. Mo Xie could not form a special team. Thus lingchi became his next election. Zhou Ping could step forward at any moment. His time was running short. In a bid to choose the most promising candidate to confront future crises, he was willing to go to any lengths. In the capital city, Yi Fan gathered all the documents, donned his cloak, and gripped his straight blade tightly. The moment he stepped out of the office, the door closed automatically behind him. On either side, Zhuqing and Xiaoping stood quietly opposite one another, adopting the same posture. Commander Yi Fan gazed through the corridor window at the distant fiery clouds, his grip on the knife tightening. After a decade, how could one endure yet another encounter with such ominous skies? Were it not for the grievances of Shiva, the Great Xia would now boast 2 human paragons, revered as the black and white impermanents. Commander, Zhuqing gently spoke, pulling Yi Fan back from his reverie. Xiaoping clenched his knife, his gaze fixed on the direction of Songnan City, his pupils trembling slightly. Commander, may I go to Songnan? He wished to accompany his brother on his final journey. In the past, ignorance had led to misunderstanding, but now, with awareness came only desolation and reflections on the capriciousness of fate. Yi Fan neither nodded nor shook his head. Instead, he proceeded step by step down the corridor. Zhuqing, you will head north and west. Inform Zhou Ping to proceed to the east coast. Notify the master to go to the south coast. Lu Wuwei will fully pursue Loki, Xiaoping. Xiaoping paused, his breath quickening. Songnan City. At the staircase, both Yi Fan and Zhuqing halted, turning in unison to regard Xiaoping's reddened eyes. I have several bottles of fine wine in my cabinet. Let us see him off. Yes. Xiaoping immediately stood firm, shedding his previous lethargy. With renewed vigor, he kicked open the commander's office door, akin to a brigand, and proceeded to plunder all of Yi Fan's fine wines. In Shijin City, Zhou Ping hung up the phone, displaying no outward reaction, returning to his customary task of washing dishes. Xiaoping, was that the call from that lad? What did he say? Is he not faring well out there? Uncle San, hearing Zhou Ping's phone conversation, poked his head out from the kitchen, unleashing a barrage of questions like a rapid-fire cannon. Uncle San, I will be going out the day after tomorrow. Zhou Ping set aside the cloth, casually picking up a plate. I'll strive to bring him back to see you. All right. Uncle San glanced at his old friends engaged in a game of chess at the Earthy Cuisine restaurant, abruptly shifting his tone, as if I hope for his return. Hurry back. Uncle San's demeanor prompted laughter from several old friends nearby. The personnel stationed outside the Earthy Cuisine restaurant did not urge them on. Instead, they quietly awaited some meters away. The Sword Saint merely needed to arrange his tasks. With 3 days remaining, he typically chose to depart the day before. At the retreat, the master set down his teacup, his thoughts shifting the surrounding environment swiftly. Everything came to a standstill, and he found himself back inside the carriage. The young disciple lightly leaped onto the carriage, grasping the reins. Master, where to? To the south coast. It's not far, no need to rush. However, the disciple did not heed this, driving the carriage forward with determination. His years of driving experience told him that summoning the master was never a trivial matter. The coastline likely faced external deities. It was better to arrive early than to be late, which could lead to greater casualties. With a restless heart, he concluded, let us hasten. It is best to prepare provisions early. The master savors his tea, unhurried indeed. There are still 3 days remaining. Moreover, the number of human pinnacles in the Great Xia has long surpassed the previous count of merely 5 individuals. Even accounting for those in seclusion, there remain 8. An hour and a half later, the sun has completely set. Xiaoping arrives in Songnan City. The streetlights in front of the office elongate his shadow. As he looks up, Xiaoping and Chunmai, separated by a decade, share a gaze once more. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Chapter 67. Loki breaks in on the rooftop of the office. The moonlight bathed the white liquor, illuminating the faces of the 2 men. Their raised glasses stood still, unyielding. Aren't we drinking? Xiaoping gently nudged his glass forward, his eyes fixed on Chunmai, attempting to wear a smile. At this hour, we ought not to indulge in alcohol. Chunmai's glass remained unmoved as he earnestly gazed at Xiaoping, striving to commit every detail of his visage to memory. Indeed, we should refrain from drinking. Xiaoping retracted his glass and downed its contents, declaring, "Mu gu, this toast is for you," even though the glass was now empty. He did not relinquish it. "You." Chenmai gently pushed his glass towards Xiaopinggu, their empty vessels clinking softly. "Just this one." Xiaopinggu summoned his mental energy, drawing 2 streams of liquid from a nearby bottle to fill their glasses anew. "This toast." He paused momentarily, then silently finished his drink. Some sentiments are difficult to articulate, yet Chenmai comprehended them all. "What can I do? I am indifferent. So why should you be troubled?" Chenmai downed another glass, this time pouring more liquor for Xiaopinggu, saying, "Qi and the others are good kids. Please keep an eye on them for me." "Is this a will?" Though they both understood the imprudence of drinking, the 2 men willingly succumbed to intoxication. A bottle of liquor could not inebriate them fully, yet they found themselves inebriated nonetheless. "Chenmai." After finishing his drink, Xiaopinggu lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent Chenmai sprawling. "Am I the kind of person who would spill everything?" In that moment, Xiaopinggu resembled an ordinary man, striking Chenmai's face. Chenmai, however, suddenly smiled, letting go of his burdens as he reclined against the night sky. Perhaps after venting his frustrations, Xiaopinggu lay beside him, reminiscent of the days long past when they reclined in the training camp. "Ha ha, ha ha." Their laughter echoed into the night, their hands clasping tightly in the air. "Brother, brother." The following day, the unexpected arrival of Xiaopinggu stirred various thoughts within Team 136, particularly for Wu Xiangnan, who remained silent for half the day. At the front desk, and Xingyu tugged at Lin Qiye's arm, crouching beneath the front counter. "Qiye, last night I saw the captain drinking with that superior on the rooftop, but I didn't catch any useful information." Lin Qiye turned to observe Hong Ying, and when Shima peering down from the front desk, 2 rushed to speak, instead reflecting on the oddities of the past few days. "Do you think something significant might occur in Songnan City?" Lin Qiye's greatest concern lay with his aunt and cousin, a matter he dreaded confronting. "Should we inquire with the captain?" When Shima appeared equally bewildered, reasoning that if a major incident were imminent, they would have received an alert. Yet, if nothing were amiss, it was unlikely the captain of the Jing City team would come here merely to share a drink. The most crucial point was Xiangnan. His spirit seemed to be in disarray. As they conversed, Xiaopinggu issued a decree in the name of the Night Watch's upper echelons, commanding the lockdown of Songnan City. This time, Chenmai did not permit Hong Ying and the others to leave Songnan City. Instead, they awaited together as a family. The emergence of the Shiva's wrath stirred several divine nations in an instant. Although they were all eager to locate Nephthys, they were still inclined to retrieve the visible Shiva's wrath from the Great Xia. After all, that entity had proven remarkably effective in slaying the citizens of Great Xia. Considering the possibility that Nephthys had previously aided Great Xia with a magical blade, they speculated that she might be concealed within its borders. The number of deities dispatched this time amounted to 10, including the solitary Loki. The total reached 11. Among them, were from the Celestial Temple, as Shiva's wrath was a manifestation of their divine power. In Asgard, Odin sat upon the throne of the Divine King, a flicker of barely perceptible crimson glimmering in his eyes. As for Loki, he must devise a way to infiltrate Great Xia and swiftly ascertain the precise location of Shiva's wrath. We cannot afford to be as foolish as those imbeciles from Olympus, who advocate for an assault from the borders. Odin was reluctant to divulge the matter of the magical blade to Loki. The self-proclaimed clever one would undoubtedly ensure that the blade would not end up in Odin's possession. Subsequently, a plan must be formulated to transform Loki into an ally. The god of deception, though not exceptionally formidable in combat, was undeniably practical. Odin gazed at the empty temple, slowly closing his eyes, whispering softly, "Loki, oh Loki, you shall be next." Achoo! At the highway entrance of Shangjing City, Loki, disguised as an ordinary office worker, awaited his toll payment, when he suddenly sneezed and wiped his nose. Who is plotting against me? However, acquiring information about that location proved to be quite a challenge. Reflecting on the difficulty of gathering this intelligence beneath the watchful eyes of several human elites over the past few days, Loki felt it was worth the effort. Who could have imagined that Songnan City harbored such a significant secret? Yet, he overlooked that, while the information was hard-won, it was not insurmountably so. Beep beep. A familiar honking sound erupted from behind, causing Loki to widen his eyes, his finger tapping on the car as the power of deception surged forth. How infuriating! I have cloaked my presence with cunning. So how can he always locate me? Loki pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling through the checkpoint. Before the toll collector could reach for the phone to report, a yellow taxi sped past, prompting him to lean out and call out in warning. Sir, you cannot drive an electric vehicle on the highway. It's dangerous. Danger. Hello, 110? There's someone breaching the checkpoint at the Shangjing City Highway entrance, and another yellow taxi is pursuing them. It appears to be a troublemaker masquerading as a concerned citizen seeking shortcuts. Driving at a brisk pace, Wu Wei observed the car ahead, tightening the accelerator. It was indeed moving swiftly. Mo Xie was unaware of the upheaval in Great Xia, but within the fog, he could still sense several deities approaching the region of Great Xia. Mo Xie swiftly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the time, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to days of slumber, and there was still time. After ascertaining the direction of the Great Xia, Mo Xie unleashed his domain, advancing through a blink of an eye. Although the mist imposed limitations on the extent of his domain, it was still sufficient for him to encompass several hundred kilometers. Within the fog, the Great Xia appeared as the very source of resentment, strikingly evident to Mo Xie. The mundane grumblings of ordinary folk transformed into a guiding beacon leading him home. Captain, you must wait for me. Chapter 68. The Descent of the Gods upon Songnan City. Time, fleeting passes. On October 24th, Chun Mai, impeccably attired, stood atop the office building, casting a glance over his teammates before finally resting his gaze on Lin Chia behind him. Chia, perhaps it is time to visit home, he suggested. Although Lin Chia was perplexed by Chun Mai's intentions, he did not acquiesce, asserting, I'm not one to flee at the last moment. Listen, even a brief conversation would suffice, Chun Mai replied, his eyes fixed on the ominous clouds above as he tightened his grip on his weapon. At the moment Loki arrived in Songnan City, two spatial portals opened on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city. Team 136. Everyone except Lin Chia, follow me. With that, Chun Mai leapt from the rooftop, swiftly charging towards the destination. Just as Lin Chia prepared to follow, Xiaopinggu placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to remain. It would be wise to heed Mai's advice. Visiting home may be prudent. Allow me to escort you. With those words, Xiaopinggu and Lin Chia materialized before the familiar house. Go on, take a look. Can I truly discern what is about to transpire? Lin Chia pondered, longing for his aunt, yet he was not naive. Given the gravity of the situation, with teammates rushing into danger, it was implausible for him to return home. They, like Mai, were destined to vanish. Vanish. Lin Chia's eyes widened in astonishment, yearning to voice his concerns, yet Xiaopinggu had already begun to stride towards the eastern outskirts, where battle loomed imminent. He needed to prepare for action. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Chia removed his cloak, apprehensively approaching the familiar corridor. Each footfall reverberated within the depths of his soul. Last year, he understood the necessity of acquiring the strength to protect his aunt and Ajin. Yet he could not fathom why his aunt would disappear a year later. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, and Lin Chia momentarily forgot to lower his hand. Who is it? Ajin, go answer the door. His aunt's familiar voice echoed in his ears, devoid of warmth, instead instilling a sense of foreboding. Brother, what brings you back? Ajin scrutinized Lin Chia's eyes before glancing towards the eastern outskirts. At this hour, this is unexpected. I came to check on home. Lin Chia embraced Ajin, the tangible warmth providing him with a measure of comfort. Vanish? At least not yet. Chia has returned. His aunt burst from the room, nearly leaping in joy as she enveloped Lin Chia in her embrace. You've lost weight, yet you seem stronger. After spinning him around a few times, concern creased her brow. Have you encountered trouble in the army? Why return so suddenly without even a call to prepare me? Ajin, what are you lingering by the window for? Go fetch your brother something to eat. All right. Ajin hurriedly departed, and Lin Chia turned to gaze out the window. The nearly 100-meter spatial passage on the eastern outskirts was conspicuously visible. Captain, on the eastern outskirts, Team 136 was embroiled in fierce combat against the frost giants. As adversaries of ice, Hong Ying's prowess on the battlefield was unparalleled. Do you truly believe Hong Ying is merely a FAAD? Witness my meteor strike. The rose-hued flames soared, piercing through the body of a frost giant with a single thrust. In an instant, the ice melted away, and the inferno bestowed boundless warmth upon the frost giant. As the red tassel fell to the ground, a blade sliced through the air before her, embedding itself in another frost giant. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan stepped forward, gripping the hilt with fervor and delivering a fierce strike. With a twist of her body, she severed the head of the frost giant. With a slight shift of her feet, she fought alongside Chun Mai, inquiring, "Captain, I wish to know the outcome of this battle." Chun Mai's blade cleaved through another frost giant, the power of the underworld instantly causing its demise. "We shall prevail. What is your fate?" After Wu Xiangnan kicked aside a frost giant, she did not rush to deliver the finishing blow. Chun Mai took a deep breath, relinquishing all his burdens. "I shall live on in your hearts." No sooner had he spoken than a larger spatial portal opened above the two existing ones. A massive, blood-soaked hound, towering over 100 meters, fixed its ferocious gaze upon the distant city, its roar echoing like distant thunder. The hellhound of the Klein realm, mythical beast, Garm. The portal remained open, and after Garm, a colossal squid crawled forth, its size dwarfing even Garm by several meters. The Kraken of the Klein realm. The emergence of these two mythical beasts instantly captivated the attention of all on the battlefield. Yet, before the 136 squad and the army could succumb to despair, the clouds above coalesced into 6 swirling vortices. Figures radiating divine presence descended one by one. Xiaoping's steps were steady as he ascended into the air. Approaching the 6 deities, clad in a green divine robe and wielding a branch-like spear, Vita, the chief god, deity of the Asgardian forest, armored and brandishing a massive axe. Ares, the chief god, deity of war from Olympus, bald and barefoot, with bronze muscles clad in exotic dark yellow trousers. Indra, the chief god of the temple of thunder and rain. The weakened Jabiro, the chief god of fortune from the temple of the gods. Donned in white, Nut, the chief god of the sun, with golden hair and a sword at his back. Tyr, the chief god of war and valor from Asgard. Originally, Odin intended to enter Sangnan city with arrangements for the gods of Asgard, but upon discovery by other deities, the allocation at the border was settled on an equal basis. Even in the face of the oppressive presence of the 6 gods, Xiaoping did not retreat a single step, continuing to ascend. With the manifestation of the underworld behind him, he matched the pressure of several chief gods with the might of humanity. His cloak billowed freely in the air. "How can I allow you to overwhelm us with numbers in my brother's final battle? 1 against 6, he pondered. Surely, he would be left battered and drooling. Yet, as long as you returned on time, there would still be a chance to play. Moreover, the commander was so confident. There must be factors at play unknown to him. The standoff above left the Phoenix squad, who had just leaped from their aircraft, utterly stunned. The eruption of divine warfare at the border is already quite astonishing. Yet there are 7 deities present. Are they preparing for a decisive battle against the Great Xia? But why has only this particular elite squad arrived? Above the Phoenix, Xia Simeng incessantly typed on her phone, contemplating sending her farewell letter to the commander early, lest she miss the opportunity. Captain Kong Shang tugged at Xia Simeng. "Look, what is it?" Xia Simeng lifted her gaze, witnessing columns of lightning descending from the heavens, standing resolutely along the essential route from the eastern outskirts to the main city. At the center of these lightning columns, Billy slowly raised his head, radiating an aura of unparalleled human supremacy, merging his might with that of Xiaoping, significantly amplifying the pressure exerted by the deities. And I as well. Even if another arrives, Loki remains unconvinced of the great Xia's chances. This time, you shall not withstand our onslaught. Even if your so-called pinnacle arrives, it will make no difference. Loki, standing beside Lu Wuwei, brimmed with pride. Even in a one-on-one, they could easily eliminate these human paragons within Great Xia. "We certainly have our own methods," Lu Wuwei mused, his mind drifting to that young individual, the strongest among the human paragons, Xia. He should be arriving soon as well. Chapter 69. Ferocity. The dispersal of miracles 2 days prior. As Mo Xie approached the realm of the Great Xia, he was struck by a sudden assault from the heavens, toppling him into the ocean. Upon regaining his footing, he found himself utterly alone. Who was it that dared to strike me? Mo Xie scratched his head, a peculiar sensation lingering within him, one he had never encountered before. It was reminiscent of a divine presence, yet distinctly unlike one. How audacious to launch a surprise attack. Seeking death, are we? Mo Xie's eyes began to redden, his nostrils flaring as he stood frozen in place. An abhorrent aura. His eyes transformed into a fierce crimson. Emitting a roar akin to that of a wild beast, you dare to strike me. With a swift motion, he drew forth bloodthirst, a small violet blade materializing at his brow. Before Mo Xie's Buddhist beads and the silver sword could unleash their power, a sinister energy surged forth. His eyes glowed a purplish red as he glimpsed an unhealed fragment in the void. This strike shall serve as interest. We shall settle the remainder at a later time. The purplish-red blade sliced through the void, vanishing upon entering that fragment. Mo Xie appeared momentarily dazed. As the violet blade dissipated before the other two artifacts could manifest their effects. Though the strike had been delivered, he remained immobilized, ensnared by a bizarre force that encapsulated his being. Deep within, Mo Xie stood quietly in darkness, a beam of light illuminating his path. Before him stood a man, an exact reflection of himself, their gazes locked. His own eyes were white, while his counterparts burned a fierce crimson. You should not hold back, if we so desire. We can vanquish all our foes. The other Mo Xie smiled, placing his hands upon Mo Xie's shoulders. Do not stifle your true self. Let us carve out a resounding world. Rest assured, I shall. Mo Xie placed his hands on his counterpart's shoulders in return. What is this talk of split personalities? What second persona? They were, in essence, one and the same, indistinguishable. Raising his gaze towards the singular source of light, Mo Xie dismissed the trivial internal dialogue. There was a slaughter to attend to. With eyes wide open, his body began to twist slowly. In that fleeting moment within, the external world stood still. The residual echoes of the divine battle at the borders indicated that at least 2 days had elapsed. Mo Xie had no time to spare. He dashed into the Great Xia. He had made a promise to the captain. He would return. As for those who obstructed his path, they would not escape their reckoning. Revenge would come in due time. Songnan City. Boom! The striking entrance of Xiaopinggu and Bu Li resonated as they crashed to the earth. Was it still insufficient? They faced 3 adversaries, already prepared to maneuver at the moment of engagement. Yet, they were still met with grievous injuries. Time seemed to slip away. Xiaopinggu glanced at Chunmai, wiping the blood from his lips as he slowly rose from the ground. He could not afford to fall. Budi remainit silent, resolutely striving to stand. Do 2 of you think you can hinder us 6? Indra raised his right hand high as thunder converged within the clouds. Let the city meet its demise. A tempest of thunder coalesced above, descending directly towards the heart of Songnan City. With the strike, Indra exerted all his might solely to obliterate this city. Regardless of who wielded the Shiva-esque grudge, death was inevitable, and thus it could be claimed. This blow plunged nearly the entire Songnan City into desolation. What an awe-inspiring force this is. Halt! Xiaopinggu and Bu Li simultaneously drew their blades. Yet before the blade energy could even be unleashed, they retracted their weapons. From the skies above Songnan City, a figure manifested. Boom! The malevolent energy emanating from Mo Xie cascaded down, his left hand grasping the thunder, continuously refining his form. At a mere glance, Mo Xie appeared more akin to a god of thunder. To stir Songnan City, have you sought my permission? His flesh, recently ravaged by lightning, rapidly regenerated under the influence of the dark energy. With his right hand wielding a sword, he cleaved forward. The blade energy surged skyward alongside the thunder, shattering the storm clouds above. The blade's edge pointed toward the 6 deities in the heavens, particularly Indra, whose overwhelming presence erupted forth. Today, you shall remain here. The violet domain unfurled as Mo Xie yanked the 6 deities into its depths, where divine power and malevolence clashed violently. He did not spare the battlefield below either. With a swift stroke, the illusory blade energies within the domain severed the frost giants beneath into fragments. The most substantial of these energies cleaved through Gam and Kraken, transforming them into a mist of blood. Goodness, this fellow is astonishingly ferocious. Hong Ying watched in awe as Mo Xie returned, challenging 6 adversaries simultaneously, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Yet, her confidence in Mo Xie was unwavering. Having known him for so long, he had never tasted defeat. For if he were to lose, he would fight on relentlessly until victory was his, thus maintaining an unblemished record. Yet, concern lingered. Bully was about to rush in to assist when Xiaopinggu halted him, cautioning against entering, as Mo Xie had become somewhat unhinged in battle. Though he had heard tales of it, witnessing the chaotic shadows of combat within the domain filled Xiaopinggu with awe at Mo Xie's ferocity. Mu Yi, could this lad be secretly ascending to divinity? Turning his gaze, he spotted golden sparks radiating from Chun Mu Yi. At that moment, Xiaopingji's heart began to tremble. Could be time? Yes, it was time. Chun Mu Yi sheathed his sword with utmost seriousness, turning to face team 136, pausing for a moment on Wu Xiaonan, before entrusting the sword sheath to Hong Ying. Leave this blade for Qi Yi. Captain, what has happened to you? Hong Ying was on the verge of tears, attempting to grasp the dissipating golden sparks, but it was futile. Do not frighten me. The miracle had come to an end. Chun Mu Yi lifted his gaze, and throughout Sangnan City, golden sparks floated in the air. Many individuals began to recollect memories, all bearing smiles akin to Chun Mu Yi's. The golden sparks swirled like a torrent, ascending into the atmosphere, vanishing without a trace. Everything, as if a fleeting dream, shattered abruptly. I have awaited this day for a long time. Chun Mu Ye's gaze swept across the faces of those present, a smile gracing his lips. He turned toward the direction of Lin Chi Ye's home, and upon seeing Qi Yi, he said, "Remember to thank him for me." Gratitude enveloped him for the miracle bestowed upon him. As Chun Mai's words lingered in the air, his entire being transformed into a cascade of golden scintillas, ascending into the heavens to merge with the flowing gold, creating a resplendent tapestry in the sky. Chapter 70, Half-Step Supreme, decimating 6 gods come forth and fight. Cowardly insects! Ares cleaved the malevolent domain with his axe, questioning why it ensnared them. Indra unleashed a bolt of thunder, shattering numerous manifestations of evil, appalled that they dared to belittle them with such insignificant power. You seek death. How audacious! Do you still ignore us? He thundered. You scoundrel! Break free and slay him. The gods began to show signs of vulnerability. Mere moments ago, they had towered above all. Now, they found themselves ensnared within this domain. Though they could dismantle it with combined efforts, the confinement was irksome, stifling their movements. Mo Xie paid them no heed, steadfastly maintaining the malevolent domain. As the miracles began to dissipate, his gaze remained fixed on the captain's direction, silently bidding farewell to Chun Mai as he vanished into the horizon. Safe travels, Captain, he murmured softly, turning to glance at Loki, who had a firm grip on Lin Xie. A glimmer of illumination sparked in Mo Xie's eyes. With Xiaopinggu and Buli present, he harbored no concerns for Lin Xie's safety. Furthermore, since Loki's presence was merely a projection, cornering Lin Xie would not bode well for him. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed behind him as the malevolent domain fragmented. The 6 gods who broke through it were like wildfire, instantly locking onto Mo Xie. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Ares, quick-tempered, swung his axe with fervor, followed closely by Indra and the other deities. Various forces of laws surged forth, fueled by their indignation at Mo Xie's defiance. Now, nothing could distract Mo Xie. Calmly, he turned to confront the onslaught, his eyes igniting with a crimson hue. This time, the silver sword imprint and the Buddhist beads remained dormant, while the petite purple sword stood out prominently. Zhou Ping was engaged in battle, unable to suppress him with just the silver sword imprint. As for the beads, all he needed was to enclose them, obscuring his current state from their awareness. Thus, Whether or not he could maintain control over himself had always been a matter of Mo's own volition. Otherwise, how could he revel in freedom while being ensnared? Today, not just you, but I shall ensure a massacre. Mo's thoughts surged as the 7 deadly sins beads on his wrist flickered vibrantly. The powers contained within them rapidly fused into Mo's wrist, propelling his realm to new heights. Boom! The explosive surge of Mo's ascendant energy instantly repelled the 6 primary gods. The column of malevolent light thwarted their assaults, keeping their law-infused attacks at bay. If we were of equal standing, how could you withstand my blade? In but a moment, Mo's aura surged, matching that of a primary god. You've lost your mind. Xiaoping and Bu Li were acutely aware of the perilous cost of Mo's actions and attempted to dissuade him, only to be violently hurled away by his overwhelming power. His piercing gaze swept over them, instilling fear in the hearts of both Xiaoping and the 136 squad. "Oof, do you dare to meddle in my affairs?" With a swift motion, the blade in hand was raised, its tip pointed menacingly at the 6 deities. Such a multitude inevitably requires a few sacrificial offerings. I find your heads to be quite suitable. In an instant, as Mo's reached the precipice of transcendent mastery, he swung his blade towards the heavens. Amidst the myriad laws of the universe, a striking purple scar from his sword became conspicuously apparent. This was the law exclusively belonging to Mo's, the law of evil. All malevolent thoughts must adhere to his decree. Even could it be that the notion of freedom, too, constitutes a form of malevolence under this celestial order? Given that the system endowed him with abilities akin to conceptual prowess, this singular law became his self-imposed conceptual capability. As the law was inscribed, both the Great Xia and the realms shrouded in mist trembled in response. In the northern regions, Yifan narrowly evaded an assault from a male deity, yet in the following moment, the divine assailant refrained from pressing the advantage. Yifan, momentarily forgetting to resist, turned his gaze towards the direction of Songnan City. A human has ascended to godhood. How could this be? He. Utter madness. Yifan's face flushed crimson with indignation, his eyes wide with concern. To ascend to godhood now, without proper preparation, how many opportunities would one truly have to act? Moreover, how would the issue of the physical body be addressed? He had scarcely heeded Mo's previous words, for he felt the need to establish a layer of security. Thus, his inquiry into Mo's persisted. Contemplating this, Yifan glanced at the deity beside him, who, possessing intelligence, also refrained from immediate attack, instead retreating several dozen meters while preparing for both offense and withdrawal. It was indeed a first for humanity to achieve divinity. Yet they did not strike. On the eastern coast, the sword-wielding Zhou Ping and Poseidon simultaneously turned their attention towards Songnan City. Zhou Ping remained silent, his lips sealed, merely observing with a penetrating gaze. The turbulence in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Turning to the somewhat apprehensive Poseidon, Zhou Ping's sword intent soared skyward. "You have all pushed me to this." With a single stroke, he unleashed a blade of force that Poseidon barely managed to counter with the might of the ocean. But this was merely the first of Zhou Ping's strikes. As if untouched by fatigue, he continued to unleash blow after blow. Poseidon exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? I haven't even set foot on the coastline. What have I forced?" Indeed, Poseidon felt aggrieved. Among the 4 cardinal directions of the Great Xia, he was confronted by the most formidable. Well, Poseidon reconsidered and labeled it as the second most powerful adversary. What kind of luck was this? You claim he possesses greater combat prowess at sea? Nonsense. I, Poseidon, can equally showcase my terrestrial might. As for the several divine realms enveloped in mist, they were already in chaos. They were convinced of their ability to conquer the Great Xia solely because the people of Great Xia lacked the laws necessary to slay deities. Now, you inform me that a single individual not only ascended to divinity, but also inscribed his own law. The first law of humanity. They would stop at nothing. He must be eliminated. Humanity must never possess its own law. This was the unwavering bottom line for several divine realms. It is not yet a year later, and their relationship has not deteriorated significantly. After several exchanges, a consensus can still be reached in this regard. If the imprisoned deities are sent outside the Great Xia, and if one can slay the divinely empowered individual from Great Xia, any sins could be absolved. In an instant, the forsaken deities converged towards Great Xia. Mo Xia could foresee these developments, yet he remained indifferent. Feeling the formidable power of a half-step supreme deity coursing through him, he was quite satisfied. With such strength, he dared to invade a divine realm. However, glancing down at the fissures adorning his frail body, Mo Xia felt a deep disdain. Could such weakness truly be all he had? Raising his head, a domain even broader than before unfurled, enveloping the 6 bewildered deities. What had they just witnessed? A human, in such a brief span, achieving half-step supremacy? How could they possibly contend with that? But to flee now was certainly not an option. Let me go. I beg you. Spare me. I do not wish to perish here. Their pleas for mercy were met with Mo Xia's utter disregard. He would never forgive his enemies in this lifetime. They were destined for hell, where they could seek their own atonement. The law of malevolence surged into the bloodshed as Mo Xia struck with a single blade. A colossal purple blade, aura, nearly cleaved the heavens asunder. The necks of the 6 deities were severed as if sliced by a mirrored edge, their heads slowly descending. Simultaneously, Mo Xia thrust out his 6 fingers, malevolent energy piercing their foreheads. Crack! 6 divine cores shattered in response, their bodies below the neck erupting into a mist of blood. Merging into the bloodshed, turning to glance at Loki's position and observing lingchi in a frenzy, Mo Xia showed no intention of intervening. Merely a clone, he would soon annihilate the main body and let it be. With a flick of his wrist, he caught the 6 severed heads and, in a flash, appeared on the ground, his crimson gaze locking onto Hong Ying's equally fiery eyes. He placed the heads down and said, "Sister Hong Ying, let them accompany the captain in death." Hong Ying disregarded the heads on the ground, her focus fixed on the cracks adorning Mo Xia's neck, her hands trembling as if devoid of strength, unable to touch his face. "Little Xia, are you all right?" Thoughts swirled in her mind, but disbelief held her captive, forcing her to reassure herself. "It's all right." Gently lowering Hong Ying's hands, Mo Xia turned his attention to the hesitant Si Xiaonan. "Sister Xiaonan, do not fear. It is your freedom to choose who you wish to become. Fear no one. Coincidentally, I must make a trip shortly, and I will assist you in slaying Loki. Vice Captain, you will find this useful." Mo Xia placed a piece of iron capable of traversing the mist into Wu Xiangnan's trembling hands. As she gripped the iron, she seemed to see the visage of her fallen comrade from the Blue Rain team. Years ago, they had entrusted her with the iron, urging her to bring it back to Great Xia for the next special squad's deployment. And now, it was Mo Xia who returned the iron to her once more. It feels as though one is entrusting their fate. Mo Xia cast a sweeping glance around, imprinting the expressions of those present in his mind, knowing that this may be their last encounter. The elevation of his realm could only be sustained for another 7 or 8 hours. Failing to strike at the divine kingdom would be a grave miscalculation. However, once the deed was done, returning to the Great Xia would be impossible for the time being, and he had prepared himself for that eventuality. With a determined turn, he soared into the sky, racing towards the shrouded mists. All members of Team 136 fixated on Mo Xia's retreating figure, their hearts burdened with foreboding thoughts, although they were unaware of the perils that lay ahead. The cracks adorning Mo Xia's body spoke volumes. His form could hardly withstand the tumultuous power raging within. This parting could indeed be their final farewell. Xiaopinga and Buli gazed at Mo Xia's silhouette, their hearts tumultuous with unrest. This was a body pushed to its limits, seeking to vanquish as many deities as possible before the final breath, alleviating the pressure on the Great Xia. How did this differ from the ancestors who, in their last moments, charged into forbidden grounds? Regardless of Mo Xia's past deeds, they had become inconsequential. From the moment he inscribed the first law of humanity after ascending to divinity, slaying 6 deities with a single stroke and plunging into the mists with his battered form, he had already become a spiritual totem for the Night Watchers. On October 24th, the deputy director of the Night Watchers operations, the pinnacle of humanity, Azura, forcibly broke through the divine realm in Sangnan City, etching the first law belonging to humanity. Subsequently wielding his blade, he decapitated 6 gods in a single stroke, and, after offering their heads as a tribute to his captain, plunged into the mists. A great battle erupted within the fog off the southeastern coast, causing the sea surface to collapse by 10 meters. After the conflict, there was no trace of him, and he has yet to return. Top Secret Archives of the Night Watchers, Chapter 71. Crisis in the Mist, the flight alas, they have escaped. Mo Xia sensed the disappearance of several divine auras at the borders of the Great Xia, feeling an undeniable sense of disappointment. However, the myriad of other auras swirling within the mist invigorated his very being. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. His destination lay on the southeastern coast, necessitating a passage between Confucius and Zhouping. Typically, traversing such a route would be of little consequence. But why did the gazes from either side seem so peculiar today? Confucius dismounted from his carriage, his eyes fixated on the myriad cracks adorning Mo Xia's form, coupled with his palpable divine prowess, evoking a sense of deep admiration and tragic solemnity within him. It was already a formidable challenge to confront one divine entity, let alone 2. Although there were 4 human paragons in Sangnan City, there were also 7 outer deities. Perhaps, in his desperation, this was the path he felt compelled to take. Regardless of the outcome, Mo Xia was worthy of such a gesture. Nearby, the wounded scholar stood quietly behind Confucius, mimicking a soldier salute. A brave warrior departs and shall not return, he mumbled, only to be silenced by Confucius' hand over his mouth. Pa pa pa, such ill fortune. Spit it out quickly, or it will bring us misfortune. Zhouping planted his sword firmly into the ground, his gaze lingering on Mo Xia, reluctant to part from the sight of him. This was his student, his first pupil, who had surpassed him in the pursuit of divinity. He had already reached the threshold of the divine realm, yet Yi Fan had insisted he was unprepared. Indeed, the Great Xia required a trump card to advance further. One day, I too shall breach this threshold. Zhouping's eyes burned with fervor. Mo Xia epitomized the essence of chivalry for the nation and its people. As he watched Mo Xia's silhouette vanish into the mist, a sudden realization struck him. He turned to glance in the direction of Shijin City, feeling utterly at a loss. I had instructed my third uncle to bring him back. What now? Having successfully navigated the scrutinizing gazes of the 2, Mo Xia regained his excitement and plunged into the mist. The moment he entered, a barrage of attacks surged toward him. The divine beings appeared emaciated, yet they unleashed their assaults with unrelenting ferocity. Although a few among them harbored thoughts of defying the divine nations, they remained a minority. One need only recall that in the original text, it was only when the great Xia gods invaded Asgard that the imprisoned deities dared to intervene. Typically, they would not even dare to emerge when the gates were ajar. After prolonged confinement, they had become fearful of death. Yet, a handful of guilty deities lingered at the periphery, hesitant to advance, their eyes darting around, ready to flee. Is this the grand surprise that awaits me? Mo Xia faced the oncoming attacks with little trepidation. Although the quality of these divine entities was subpar, their sheer numbers were daunting. Even if one wielded a fragment of the laws, eliminating them could potentially elevate his physical prowess to a new echelon. Should he adapt to the current half-step to supremacy, future breakthroughs will become far less cumbersome. Receive the blade, Mo Xia declared, wielding his sword, and with a single stroke, he severed the onslaught of divine attacks, halting their advances in unison. Even with a swift and lethal counterattack directed towards them, how could it be possible? A mere human possesses such formidable strength? The deities were left utterly dumbfounded. Did they not inform their ranks that they were to confront a single human? Why does this human appear to be even more powerful than the peak of the supreme gods? To their eyes, this individual was no less than a transcendent being. What seemed to be a fleeting chance for survival instantaneously transformed into the butcher of their execution ground. Who could possibly endure such a stark contrast? No, no, spare me. Lock me away. I wish to remain imprisoned forever. Quickly, take me away, confine me. The gods in the front met their demise effortlessly, cleaved by Mo Xia as though they were mere vegetables. The gods behind them, some paralyzed by fear, instinctively knelt in surrender. Yet, many others scattered in frantic flight. They cannot endure this. Returning would be perilous. Remaining was tantamount to death. It was better to flee, albeit escape was a luxury for them. For the deities who had brought them here were no ordinary gods. From three directions emerged Ra, Odin, and Zeus, stepping forward one by one. They had initially been reluctant to engage, but upon witnessing the simultaneous demise of 6 gods, they felt compelled to act. After all, among them was Indra, a peak supreme god. To eliminate him would require at least the strength of a half-step transcendent. Thus, the 3 deities had no choice but to intervene. A single human ascending to divinity was already troublesome. Now this human had reached the level of half-step transcendence. He must be eradicated. At all costs, he must be eliminated. How flattering. Mo-Sia sheathed the blood-soaked blade, allowing the sanguine mist to merge into the blade's edge. Confronting 3 transcendent beings at once would certainly be beyond his capabilities. The most prudent course of action was to flee. Regardless, he could not afford to reveal this blade. The power he wielded as Nephthys was derived from blood energy, while now he utilized dark energy, 2 entirely distinct forces, making it unlikely for these gods to perceive his true nature. He intended to assume the form of Nephthys again and cause further chaos with this very blade. Casting a glance towards the direction of the great Sia, Mo-Sia opened his domain and vanished in a flash. Pursue. Odin and Zeus surged forward in pursuit of Mo-Sia. Ra, observing the remaining gods attempting to flee, wore a grim expression. Not a single one was heading towards the great Sia. He had initially intended to allow them entry into great Sia to probe for information regarding its deities. However, since they were so disobedient, they deserved to perish. You wretches, frightened by this individual to the point of not daring to enter great Sia, shall meet your end. Ra raised his hand, summoning a blazing sun above them. An endless wave of heat descended, incinerating the fleeing gods into mere ash. Below, the seawater boiled into a deep pit, and torrents of steam erupted from the surface. As the water surged back, Ra had already pursued after Mo-Sia. The Pacific Ocean. Mo-Sia had already run until he was utterly disoriented, unable to discern directions. The Duan Wang sword turned sharply and slashed, causing Odin and Zeus to pause for a fleeting moment before resuming their pursuit. However, the gravity of their expressions deepened with each passing second. This human was proving to be quite a formidable opponent. Despite their relentless chase, they had yet to subdue him. If a mere human could be so challenging, what would they do in the face of divine beings? Without hesitation, Zeus decided to take action, discarding his previous hesitations. Initially, they had intended to capture Mo-Sia alive for further study on how a human could transcend to the threshold of the divine and inscribe the laws. This knowledge would then enable them to devise a targeted strategy against the great Sia. However, since capturing the elusive Mo-Sia seemed impossible, they resolved to act decisively. Ideally, they would seize him alive, but if that proved untenable, they would eliminate him instead. Odin remained silent, weary from the prolonged pursuit. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal law, blocking half the sky and sealing the space around them. Both of them wielded creation-level laws, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary deities. It was madness. Mo-Sia felt the dwindling divine power within him, his expression darkening. The power of the 7 deadly sins was waning, and once it was depleted, he would revert to his original human limitations. Continuing to flee in this manner could lead to his downfall. Moreover, their recent actions had nearly locked down the very space itself. Harnessing his domain, Mo-Sia flickered to the periphery of the area, unable to break free. Upon glancing at the 2 divine kings, he steeled himself. All of his divine power and laws converged into his hands. His palms spun like swimming dragons, continuously rotating before his chest, coalescing into a sphere of energy. He had no choice but to rely on the strength he still possessed, embracing a desperate gamble for survival. I sensed that his law was extraordinary. Odin furrowed his brow. Mo-Sia's law seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not pinpoint why. His instinct urged him to exercise caution. The accumulation of law energy in his hands increased steadily. Zeus, sharing a similar level of insight, could also feel the mounting pressure. Mo-Sia's self-created law was perfectly attuned to him, allowing him to unleash its maximum potential. Furthermore, the law of evil encompassed numerous aspects, nearly on par with their creation laws, intensifying the sense of urgency. As the three amassed their strength, Law raced from a distance. Despite his swiftness, he struggled to keep pace with the relentless flight of the three. He had anticipated that Zeus and Odin would be able to dispatch Emosia. But witnessing the resilient figure of Emosia, he too wore a grave expression. He was not the kind of mindless antagonist who would act recklessly. Eliminating Emosia was not a trivial task. Two supreme beings against one on the cusp of divinity was no jest. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they were all preparing for a final attempt. How could such an affair transpire without my involvement? La summoned a great sun above his head, eschewing the typical scorching tactics, and instead raised the sun to strike directly at Emosia. Perish. The assault was akin to an ignition device, momentarily unleashing the full force of all three parties into the fray. Boom! A brilliant white beam surged from the heart of the mist. The shockwave from the explosion not only stirred up endless vapor, but also obliterated much of the surrounding fog. In a corner of the mist, Emosia lay upon the surface of the sea, the cracks upon his form particularly pronounced, his eyes closed as if he were lifeless. How did it come to this? Don't come seeking retribution later. Allow me to take control of your body for now and conceal myself. Chapter 72. See Xiaonan's confession. Why don't you get up and hit me? Hitting me means hitting yourself. The system's mocking voice echoed in Emosia's ear. Although he felt somewhat speechless, he remained quietly submerged in the depths of the sea. The surrounding water seemed to seep into the fissures of his body, rapidly exacerbating his injuries. Yet, he found himself unable to control his own body. Truly, the system lived up to its reputation. Stop playing around. Where exactly am I? Emosia's consciousness lingered in his mind, yet he could perceive everything around him. The water was deeply colored, resembling the abyss of the ocean. Under the influence of the system, it appeared that he no longer required oxygen. In the deep sea, the only way to shield you from that explosion was to transfer you here. Fortunately, I discovered the headquarters of the Shehue nearby, and I shall send you there shortly. In other words, they know I'm not dead? Emosia felt a sense of displeasure upon realizing that he would be discovered the moment he left the deep sea. Wasn't he this merely bullying him further? Rest assured, outside the 5 elements and 3 realms, they can only determine your life or death through the evil law you inscribed. Once you perish, the evil law will fall dormant, awaiting the next being to wield it. If you remain alive, you can communicate with the evil law at any time. Emosia attempted to reach out and realized that his spirit indeed could not sense the evil law, instantly illuminating his thoughts. Because my elevated realm has reverted. My current human pinnacle is insufficient to communicate with the law, so in their eyes, I am considered dead? This revelation brought him solace. As long as he existed, the evil law would not be inherited by another. Thus, the evil law would forever belong to him, waiting for his realm to return to divinity for communication. Smart. However, this time, I could not summon the power of the Evil Sword Immortal in time to rescue you. Shouldn't we settle the score? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is far more challenging. Having experienced the alternative effects of the Evil Sword Immortal's new energy, the system had become infatuated with the state of energy flowing in but never out. Look at you. Investments come with gains and losses. You must accept that. Emosia chose to ignore the system. This system was truly stingy. The energy earned from him could probably save him thousands of times over. Hurry and send me over. Well, since you aren't in a hurry, let us drift over naturally. It saves some energy. Montaxi. Fine, let be as it will. Drifting over one take too long. He quietly closed his eyes, awaiting the restoration of his body by the malevolent energy. While he found peace in his own world, chaos reigned in the Daxia realm. Daxia, Songnan City. Loki stood surrounded by Lu Wuwei, Xiaopinggu, and Bu Li, facing the frenzied lingchi. It was Loki's own fault for impulsively taking lingchi away just as the miracle was about to dissipate. This left lingchi only to witness the distant scene of his aunt vanishing. The departure of his aunt was a pain lingchi could not accept, and Loki had even robbed him of the opportunity to bid farewell. In lingchi's eyes, she had already become a ghost. Loki intercepted lingchi's blade, his eyes flashing with madness. Surrounding him were 3 human ceilings, and there was no escape for this avatar. Furthermore, lingchi bore Merlin's legacy, still imbued with remnants of miracles, and Loki felt somewhat outmatched. Xiaopinggu gripped his knife tightly, wishing he could strike Loki directly. Yet he understood that a genius like lingchi needed an outlet. Otherwise, bottling up emotions could lead to calamity. At the edge of the battlefield, Team Phoenix and Team 136 stood in perfect stillness, their gaze fixed upon the unfolding clash. They regarded Loki as though he were a specter, while their eyes on lingchi were filled with deep concern. Team 136 had already lost their captain and possibly Emosia. They could not afford to lose lingchi as well. Even Loki's envoy, Si Xiaonan, quietly scrutinized him, regardless of her fear of Loki. Whether for Team 130's sake or due to Emosia's final counsel, she felt no trepidation. What was more terrifying than death itself? No matter how Loki's psyche affected her mind, she remained tranquil and unmoving. As Loki's incessant noise grew unbearable, Si Xiaonan gently pressed her finger to her forehead, sealing a portion of her mental power. She approached Buli, questioning if he could control her. Sensing the shift in Si Xiaonan's aura, Buli wasted no time in suppressing her with his psychic energy, casting a surprised glance at Loki. To his astonishment, Loki had an envoy as well concealed indeed. Xiaonan, seeing Si Xiaonan ensnared by Buli, Hong Ying clutched Ares' head and spoke, "Sister Hong Ying, I am actually an undercover agent, a spy sent by Loki to infiltrate the Night Watchers of Daxia." Si Xiaonan recalled the figures of Emosia and Chunmai, followed by the faces of everyone in Team 136, and suddenly smiled with relief. "I do not wish to harm anyone, nor should I bring harm to Team 136. She gently tossed Indra's head into Qingyu's hands. The latter embraced the severed head, her desire to dissect it overshadowing a fragment of sorrow. "I believe that after Loki's demise, we shall meet again." With that, Si Xiaonan closed her eyes, tears gliding down her cheeks, standing quietly beside Buli. Initially conflicted, she had just glimpsed a message from Lu Wuwei, which solidified her resolve. The order bore Mo-Sia's name, and then that name vanished. She understood all too well its significance. Whoever's name was inscribed could be located, while a name's disappearance signified that person was no longer present. Whether it was Chen Mai's care over the years, or Mo-Sia's willingness to spend his final moments aiding her in vanquishing Loki's true form, she felt indebted to both trusts. As for the outcome, it was evident from Loki's current state that Mo-Sia had failed. She could scarcely fathom what calamity had befallen a being capable of slaying 6 deities to meet demise within the mists. Thinking to escape my control? Dream on. Loki unleashed his deceptive powers in the midst of battle, casting a shroud over Si Xiaonan. The agent found himself somewhat satisfied, yet from the moment he betrayed his own, everything changed. He would rather extinguish Si Xiaonan than allow this humiliation to linger under the protection of the great Xia. Witnessing Si Xiaonan huddled on the ground, Xiaopinggu and Bu Li were stirred. Such audacity! They disregarded whether lingchi could release his pent-up frustration. Si Xiaonan, too, possessed cunning and would be instrumental in their future dealings with Loki. Moreover, as a night watchman, Si Xiaonan could not be permitted to perish at Loki's hands. In a flash, 2 blades of light cut through the air, as lingchi deftly utilized the power of miracles to evade Loki's treachery. In that fleeting moment, as the blades pierced Loki's form, lingchi drove the miraculous blade into Loki's heart. Death. Can deities not be slain? In times past, Emosia had demonstrated otherwise by vanquishing 2. Now, lingchi, wielding a miracle, had once again dispatched a fragment of a divine being. In his final moments, Loki's gaze fixed intently on lingchi and Si Xiaonan, his lips curling into a maniacal grin. "I shall find you again." With those parting words, silence enveloped the scene. They had triumphed, yet the price was exceedingly heavy. The great Xia had lost a paragon of humanity. Meanwhile, Xia Simeng, upon seeing the order from Lu Wei, appeared as if her soul had been snatched away, her eyes locked onto lingchi. She had come today to intercept him. After missing Mo Xie, she swore she would not let Lin Qie slip away. However, the departure of Mo Xie had dampened her spirits. Though her acquaintance with Mo Xie had been brief, she had grown fond of his playful nature. Madness he may embody, yet he truly knew how to live. Captain, let us hasten to recruit Lin Qie. Unaware of any anomalies in the order, Kong Shang directed his focus toward Lin Qie. Noticing Xia Ximing's lack of response, Kong Shang took swift strides, saluting those around before approaching Lin Qie. My name is Kong. Yet before Kong Shang could finish his introduction, Lin Qie sidestepped and fell directly into his embrace. Gong Shang, was this an implicit agreement, a gesture of affection? Is this the unspoken understanding between men, one that requires no words? Chapter 73. The coronation of Blue Rain. 2 days later, in the Great Xia, at the fasting station, Si Xiaonan sat on a bench, gazing blankly at the sun. After reporting everything she knew, she arrived here alongside Lin Qie. Due to the suppression of the Forbidden Ruins, she now felt like an ordinary person, quietly relishing the warmth of the sunlight. The sensation of standing freely in the sun was truly delightful. Xiaonan, come over here. There is some activity on Qie's side. Let's go take a look. Dr. Li waved from short distance away. Although their time together was brief, Dr. Li had grown fond of this obedient and capable child. Additionally, considering her association with Lin Qie, he appointed Si Xiaonan as his assistant. Indeed, since Mo Xie had swiftly eliminated the enemies, Lin Qie was in a state of peak vitality, bolstered by divine power. With the involvement of Xiaoping and others, the miracles expended to vanquish Loki had not been excessive, leaving him with a substantial reserve of miraculous energy. This energy, at the moment Lin Qie fell unconscious, assisted in stabilizing his mental state and healing his physical injuries. Therefore, when Lin Qie entered another realm within his mind, he was, in fact, recovering rapidly. This time, he would not squander a year. Upon hearing Dr. Li's call, Si Xiaonan immediately sprang to her feet and rushed over. Is Qie awake? Should be soon. Take your time, Dr. Li urged, chasing after her. As they turned a corner, he cast a glance back at Wu Xiangnan, who was standing at a distance, observing. After pausing, he silently gave a thumbs up, his fingers curling in succession. Receiving the signal, Wu Xiangnan followed Dr. Li to the outside of Lin Qie's ward. Through the transparent one-way glass, Wu Xiangnan watched as Si Xiaonan stood beside Lin Qie's bed, rousing him, and a smile crept across his lips. Now that you're all right, I can rest easy. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he turned to leave. His left hand fiddled with a piece of metal inside his pocket, feeling unburdened at last. Have you truly made up your mind? Yi Fan asked, observing the action request submitted by Wu Xiangnan, lingering on the words Blue Rain for an extended moment. Seated in the commander's office, he clasped his hands, his demeanor grave. I want to give it a try, Wu Xiangnan replied, draped in the cloak of Blue Rain. His left hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, his eyes resolutely fixed on Yi Fan. I need to draw a conclusion for Blue Rain. Yi Fan instinctively averted his gaze from Wu Xiangnan's penetrating stare, silently scrutinizing the blue cloak he wore. Though Wu Xiangnan stood alone at that moment, he embodied the spirit of a heroic team, engaging in a dialogue with himself. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, slowly rising to his feet, his hands resting on Wu Xiangnan's shoulders. As for Team 136, Commander, from the moment I was healed by Xiao Xie 6 months ago, I knew that Mu Yi would meet his demise, yet I did not anticipate. Wu Xiangnan paused momentarily, then continued over the past half year. I have found contentment. They each possess their own futures, while mine has long been extinguished alongside Blue Rain in Takamagara. Wu Xiangnan produced a piece of iron. Cradling it in his palm, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Perhaps it was fate. This very piece was one I had once utilized, and just days ago, Xiao Xie returned it to me. This revelation struck Yi Fan profoundly. Take care. Yi Fan embraced Wu Xiangnan, his voice tinged with melancholy. Should the opportunity arise, return. Team 136, and I shall await your return eternally. Ultimately, Yi Fan bid farewell to Wu Xiangnan, unable to sway his soul burdened with a death wish and filled with vengeance. Wu Xiangnan, having thrived through Blue Rain, experienced countless rebirths within its fold, becoming its most devoted child. Now, with Blue Rain deceased, he must utilize his final breath, with the blood of the divine, to crown Blue Rain. Yet Yi Fan was willing to provide Wu Xiangnan with a final refuge, a path of retreat, and a glimmer of hope for his return. At the entrance, Zhuo Qing stared blankly at the blue cloak in the corridor for an extended period. Turning, he met Yi Fan's gaze. Did you not persuade him? How could I? Indeed, how could one offer counsel? Zhuo Qing sighed inwardly, approaching Yi Fan's desk. Zhou Ping mentioned that shortly after Mo Xie plunged into the mist, he sensed 3 powerful auras erupting from within, exuding an oppressive force that surpassed Mo Xie. Therefore, is it the Supreme? Yi Fan, hands clasped behind his back, gazed out the window in silence for an extended time. Only a half step to the Supreme could slay a peak deity, yet succumb to the hands of the Supreme. Is it truly so arduous for humanity to ascend to divinity? 3 Supremes intervened? After a prolonged silence, Zhuo Qing quietly stood behind Yi Fan. According to the data collected at the time, he did not ascend to the divine realm through natural means. Rather, he employed a previously seen secret technique to bypass the realm of the main deity entirely. According to Xiaoping Gu and Bu Li's assessments, had he halted at the moment of his breakthrough to the main deity realm, his physical form could have sustained it. After Yi Fan acknowledged this, he fell into silence once more. After several hours of contemplation, Yi Fan finally responded. Instruct the laboratory to adjust the data and conduct experiments concerning Zhou Ping's breakthrough. Once the data from the 6 divine heads is collected, it shall be included in the Hall of Honor for the Night Watchers. Prepare for the subsequent responses in Sangnan City. Seemingly with clarity of mind, Yi Fan issued a series of commands. Finally, he returned to his seat. Rummaging through a folder, he prepared to initiate the establishment of the 5th Special Teams Reserve, tentatively appointing lingchi as the captain. Notify the individuals to prepare for the highest council meeting of the Night Watchers, should they continue to manipulate the selection of the captain for trivial gains. I shall ensure they comprehend what is paramount at present. In a moment, you will have Wu Wei deliver an item. Finally, Zhuo Qing departed with documents and a series of tasks in hand. Yi Fan opened the drawer and retrieved a pixelated phone, decisively dialing a number, commemorating the moment. Soon, I shall send you a device containing the coordinates of Bloodbath and Broken Delusion. It is imperative that you keep them under your control. Ultimately, Yi Fan's tone faltered, laden with uncertainty. If possible, could you please check if there exists a body riddled with cracks in the vicinity of the 2 forbidden items? If such a body is found, kindly bring it home. After hanging up, Yi Fan set down the pixelated phone and picked up a nearby vial, pouring several pills into his mouth. A series of faint sobs echoed within the office. As the commander-in-chief of the Night Watch, he had already steeled himself for death. To jest, it is not the gods that have slain each commander-in-chief of the Great Xia, but rather these very pills. At least, that was the case for Yi Fan. The agony induced by the medication paled in comparison to the pain of losing Mo Xie. What was once a promising situation now felt as though it had reverted to its origin. If only were possible, I would gladly trade my life for yours. Chapter 74, Commemoration, Pixel Virtuoso, Montag Xi in Utopia. Commemoration gazed intently at the map before her, her brow furrowed in concentration. Discarding her pixelated phone, she pondered the retrieval of 2 forbidden objects. That corpse needed to be brought back. Yi Fan had merely provided a brief account of the battle over the phone, leaving Commemoration astonished by Mo Xie's existence. The 3 supreme deities conspired to eliminate the first human to attain divinity. Yet, he had vanquished so many gods. What a truly deranged individual. Commemoration couldn't help but reflect. Such a person was not merely a pervert, but also a hero. In truth, several days prior, she had already informed the Great Xia of the unusual movements within the mist. Upon receiving word that Yi Fan could handle the situation, she led a surprise attack on the Asgardian Circle. It was only en route that she discovered numerous deities were heading to the Great Xia, prompting her to conjure a pixelated sports car and hasten toward it. However, Halfway there, she turned back obediently, for she sensed the oppressive aura of the three supreme deities from thousands of nautical miles away. She initially feared that the Great Xia was under a full-scale assault from all the divine realms, and that this crossing would be insurmountable. If she were to perish there, the entire utopia would perish alongside her. Upon her return, she diligently studied the current situation, yet no news had reached her. After all, aside from the Great Xia, the only deities privy to this battle were the four gods who had fled, the three divine kings who personally engaged in combat, and the ever-watchful creator Brahma. Naturally, she had received no updates. Now, with this knowledge, she sank into her pixelated chair. He was nothing short of a legend. Commemoration had resolved to scour the entire sea where those two forbidden objects might appear. She must endeavor to locate Mo Xie's remains. The body of a hero must indeed be returned to its homeland. Fixating on the map of the Pacific Ocean, Commemoration meticulously analyzed potential locations for Mo Xie's corpse. Since the device had yet to arrive, she was compelled to rely on her own deductions. If he had fallen into the sea, the currents here were not favorable. Yet there was some possibility. Commemoration muttered to herself, and upon hearing a commotion nearby, turned to see Charles, the captain of the night squad, approaching swiftly. What has happened? Is there an issue with the human circle's reception? President, someone is knocking at the door outside Utopia, Charles replied, lowering his head slightly at the thought of the visitor's actions. What did you say? Commemoration was momentarily taken aback. Knocking? Her first thought was that the location of Utopia had been exposed. Was this a test from the deities outside, or a mere bait? After all, few could knock casually in the depths of the ocean. Take me to sea. Commemoration set aside everything and followed Charles toward the gates of Utopia. Along the way, she encountered individuals greeting her, to whom she could only respond with a forced smile. Given the current circumstances, genuine laughter eluded her. Outside Utopia, Mo Xie stood quietly in the deep sea, gazing at the vast expanse of pixels before him, filled with curiosity. No man could resist such temptation. He wondered if he could piece together a towering Gundam. Gently tapping the pixelated block, Mo Xie revealed a radiant smile while gazing at the almost reflective surface, as if peering into a mirror. Hurry and let me in, or I shall charge in and lie down. Mo Xie could faintly sense wisps of resentment emanating from within the pixel block. Perhaps these blocks, isolating his perception, allowed him to absorb only a trickle of the lingering malice, which was far from beneficial for his current state. He desperately needed this resentment to restore his strength, firmly believing that entering would enable him to absorb more. Still unwilling to open? I am quite bored and capable of anything. After calling out for an extended period, Mo Xie, finding the door still barred, adjusted his sleeves. Then I shall commence. He meticulously pried a fragment of pixel from the wall before him and settled cross-legged at the threshold, beginning to assemble the pixel blocks. The surrounding seawater seemed to have no effect on him, completely isolated by the malevolent energy. It wasn't a change in his nature. Rather, he feared that should he break through, he might disrupt the utopia. Thus, he resorted to this manner of alleviating his ennui. I am quite the dexterous individual, he mused. Mo Xie crafted a large square and placed it at his feet, designating it as the captain. Next, he fashioned a smaller square and positioned it beside the captain, dubbing it the vice captain. No, that won't do. He dismantled Wu Xiangnan's pixel puzzle and reassembled a slightly larger block, stacking 3 layers to symbolize 3 incense sticks for the vice captain. May you succeed. With a snap of his fingers, he sent the incense flying in segments. And Mo Xie suddenly burst into laughter. Just wait. Once I have regained my strength, I shall certainly assist you. The night squad stationed at the entrance of the Utopia gazed at the self-entertaining Mo Xie, momentarily at a loss for words. They had prepared for an impending clash, yet unexpectedly found him amusing himself outside. So the depths of the ocean have no effect on you, do they? How has he accomplished this? What is he assembling? They pondered, observing the blocks. Some were cubes while others were rectangular prisms, indistinguishable in their differences. Chapter 75. What transpired with the commemoration spar? Jinian approached the night squad, peering out to observe the situation. The night watcher's cloak. Upon seeing that familiar mantle, Jianian immediately recalled Yi Fan's description of the person who had delivered something to her. Since he is a night watcher, why isn't he allowed inside? With that thought, Jianian prepared to open the door. However, a member of the night squad halted her, saying, "President, look at him fiddling with pixel blocks over there. What is he doing? What can he do?" He asked, clearly inept. Jianian remarked, her gaze fixed on the large rectangular object in MOC's hands, her lips twitching slightly. Although she couldn't discern what MOC was attempting to assemble, it was evident that this rectangular block was a failure. With a wave of her hand, the pixel blocks of Utopia extended towards MOC. Following a series of operations, MOC was finally transported into Utopia. Finally, I'm inside, he thought, discarding the pixel block beside him. After a brief pause to observe Charles, he turned to survey his surroundings, his expression one of profound disbelief. This is not right. Not right at all. MOC, hands behind his back, looked left and right as if he were an unsophisticated individual who had stumbled into the wrong place. His demeanor caused Jianian and the night squad trailing behind to wear displeased expressions. Since you are here to deliver something, just leave it and go. No one appreciates an outsider lacking a sense of boundaries. Moreover, his disdainful gaze towards their Utopia was intolerable. Charles could hardly restrain himself from wanting to strike MOC. Of course, he merely thought it, while Jianian was bold enough to act. What do you mean? Do you look down on us? A fist descended from behind MOC, with Jianian swinging her arm with great force. Bang! Almost instinctively, MOC turned around and seized Jianian's fist. You wish to spar with me? Spow. I intend to strike you. Jianian gritted her teeth, staring into MOC's reddened eyes, filled with fury. So you think you're superior? Clenching her right hand, pixels coalesced into a large gauntlet enveloping her fist. Let us see who you think you're belittling. Interesting opponent. Although MOC's mental energy was only a third of its normal capacity, he was nonetheless among the pinnacle of humanity. Just a mere commemorative figure. Charles observed MOC's ominous aura, entirely devoid of a gentlemanly demeanor, and clenched his fists, readying to leap into action. However, the ideal scenario was far removed from reality. As soon as Charles entered the fray, he was met with a powerful punch from MOC, sent sprawling. Get lost. What level do you think you are at to engage with me? MOC shot a sidelong glance at Charles, effortlessly knocking Jianian aside. Now you're somewhat entertaining. MOC shook his head, stretching his body, which had been adrift in the sea for so long, now needing some movement. Jianian rubbed her fist in astonishment. This guy is among the pinnacle of humanity? She had encountered Xiaoping, Zhuiqing, and Bully before, and was familiar with the previous figures at the pinnacle of humanity. The final outcome is, you are MOC? The voice of Ji Nian trembles slightly, as she herself cannot believe it. How could he possibly survive the assault of 3 supreme beings? Moreover, judging by his appearance, there is not a single trace of injury on him. Enough talk. Let's battle. MOC lunges forward, charging at Jianian. As she is not a native of this realm, her ascension and methodology differ significantly. Thus, her current physical form aligns with her present mental prowess. This implies that her physical strength is comparable to her own. We are allies. Why must we fight? Spare me the chatter. Let us remain calm. Take a moment to rest, and then contact Yi Fan. Let us fight first. The frenzied MOC disregards Jianian's words, insisting on indulging himself first. Yin Nian. The repelled Charles. This lunatic is truly insane, managing to engage with the president in such a manner. Yet, why does it seem that the president treats him like a ghost? Is there something amiss between the two? Charles, lost in thought, suddenly felt intrigued. Oh no, it hurts. Are you out of your mind? Jianian instinctively retorts, but MOC's punches grow fiercer. What in the world is happening? Jianian is utterly bewildered. This guy is clearly an ally, yet he is striking with full force at every move. Could it be that Yi Fan, realizing he cannot persuade her back to Great Xia, specifically sent him to capture her, destroy the unattainable? Shaking her head, she dismisses these fanciful thoughts, gripping her palm tightly, enveloping MOC in pixelated blocks. Get away. The waves of energy emanating from Mo Xie disperse the surrounding pixel blocks effortlessly. It would be wise to remain within. Jinyan tightens her grip once more, attempting to confine Mo Xie again. Trapping you. Get away. Trapping you. The two engage in a playful exchange. Due to insufficient mental energy, Mo Xie has contemplated drawing out bloodshed several times. However, realizing this is merely a spar, he refrains from unsheathing his weapon. Jinyan exhausts Mo Xie until he regains consciousness, collapsing onto the ground beside her. She pays no heed to her image. Fanning herself vigorously, this guy is truly mad. Someone should carry him back and take care of him. Recalling the recent battle, Jinyan quickly grabs Charles nearby, reminding him to avoid moving him or speaking to him, for fear that he might eliminate all of them. She is uncertain of what might trigger Mo Xie's madness. It is better to be cautious. I will guard myself. Charles nods earnestly, signaling two subordinates to lift Mo Xie on a stretcher and carry him inside. Yinian, holding her pixel phone, hesitates several times before finally dialing the number. Her suspicions regarding Mo Xie's identity linger, but given Yifan's intense concern for him, it is prudent to inform him. Yifan, there is a... At this point, Jinyan swiftly glanced around, ensuring that Mo Xie was not present, before quietly speaking. A deranged night watchman recently engaged me in a scuffle on my territory. However, it perplexes me why he refrained from utilizing his abilities and opted for a mere physical confrontation. What does he look like? Do you know? His gaze towards me burned with a crimson light, and he showed no regard for my gender during the altercation. Jinyan raised his eyes to the heavens, casually placing one hand in his pocket while kicking the pixelated blocks beneath his feet. What do those two forbidden items resemble? Pray tell, have I not been of assistance to you this time? After conversing on the phone for over 10 minutes, Jinyan had managed to dig a small pit into the pixelated blocks beneath him before finally ending the call. Yes, you have always desired to lure me to the Great Xia. This time, just observe as I bring down your supporting wall. Jinyan busied himself, summoning his subordinates to prepare for beauty and feast while concurrently devising a strategy to deal with Mo Xie. With Mo Xie stationed at the Upper Xie Society, many of my aspirations could finally come to fruition. However, I must first seek a physician for this fellow, to remedy his affliction. In comparison to this, I find myself far too compassionate. The expanse of the Great Xia is vast, yet I never considered assisting him in curing his ailment. Chapter 76. Unsuccessful Persuasion. Returned to Great Xia in a splendid hotel within the Utopia. A charming young man found himself approached by a stunning blonde beauty, dressed in a revealing outfit, who fidgeted with her attire while gazing intently at him with her captivating blue eyes. Do you feel lonely? She inquired. As he reached the pinnacle of his journey, he discovered an enduring solitude, such as the loneliness of invincibility. Mo Xie, savoring barbecued delicacies extracted from a sinister realm, nudged his companion, Jinyan, with his elbow, suggesting a sip of beer. In response to the beauty's question, his mind conjured a spontaneous retort. Cooling? What relevance does that hold for me? It is merely flesh, bones, and skin, easily severed with a single stroke. Moreover, such feeble prowess hardly qualifies as worthy competition. Kulme, let us toast, Jinyan proposed, raising his glass before pulling the beauty closer. How about she takes care of your daily needs? Not a chance, Mo Xie replied, setting down the skewer and swallowing the morsel in his mouth. Shaking his head slowly, this place is unsuitable. No, it's far too splendid. Too splendid. Jinyan's eyes sparkled. If my place is so delightful, then let her stay with us. The exquisite cuisine prepared for this occasion paled in comparison to the aromatic barbecue and beer Mo Xie had brought. The beauty in Mo Xie's eyes resembled a lifeless entity, and her presence was evidently a failure. To his surprise, Mo Xie still deemed his own situation superior. What is this? A signal of persuasion directed towards me. No, it is precisely because it is too splendid that I cannot linger here. He adamantly shook his head. To add a humorous touch, he reflected on how it had taken him 2 full days to replenish his mental energy since arriving in Utopia. Indeed, 2 days to regain his strength. Upon realizing this, he felt utterly disheartened. The denizens of Utopia were individuals Jin Yin had rescued from the clutches of despair. Once living in wretched conditions, they now enjoyed a semblance of life. How could they harbor resentment? Though life was arduous, they were still alive, were it not for a few ungrateful souls among them. Mo Xie suspected he would have absorbed little of their discontent. Thus, he reiterated, "This place is far too splendid. Unlike Great Xia, filled with sweatshops and countless parasitic companies, all focused solely on academic performance." Jin Yin, bewildered, questioned, "What logic is this? Too splendid, hence you cannot stay? Do you believe we would disdain you?" Her mind struggled to comprehend his reasoning. "Come, indulge a bit more. Once you finish, I shall prepare to depart." Mo Xie served Jin Yin 2 plates of authentic Great Xia cuisine. "Do you not enjoy it? How can one leave without eating?" Noticing Jin Yin's skeptical expression, he lifted the dish and brought it to her lips, urging, "Open wide. Allow me to feed you." Caught in a moment of existential doubt, Jin Yin instinctively opened her mouth as food was deftly placed within. It was only when the delectable morsels filled her mouth, leaving traces of grease at the corners, that she quickly regained her senses. Wait. Cough, cough, cough." Jin Yin, having finally regained her composure, gazed at Mo Xie with a hint of lingering resentment. "Are you toying with me? Toying with you?" Mo Xie scrutinized Jin Yin from head to toe, promptly shaking his head. "There's nothing amusing here. I'm a straightforward person." Rising to his feet, he surveyed a room filled with beautiful women, slowly shaking his head. "Too weak. Collectively, they do not stand a chance against me." With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. "This utopia is of no interest to me." "Wait a moment." Jin Yin, rising from her seat, regarded Mo Xie with a complex expression. She flicked her wrist, tossing him a pixelated phone. "Take this. You can contact me if needed, and you may also use it to call Yi Fan." "Thank you." Mo Xie looked at the vividly crafted pixel phone, feeling a pang of heartache. Why is it that her creations resemble reality so closely, while mine are merely blocks? Yet, he recognized its value and knew it would come in handy in the future. Sigh. After Mo Xie departed, Jin Yin waved her hand, dispersing all the beautiful women, gazing pensively into the mirror. Am I truly so devoid of charm? Can I not even attract someone? Over the past few days, she had indulged in pleasures, considering status and treatment. Yet, Mo Xie remained impervious to her efforts. The doctor she had sought for Mo Xie had nearly been choked to death by him. What more could she do? Staring at her reflection, Jin Yin seemed to witness her own past life. No, it must be that he is too much of a straightforward man, lacking emotional intelligence. My leadership skills are undoubtedly sound. Next time, I shall surely attract someone. Charles, observing from the side, silently set down the skewer of barbecue. President, it seems he was engaging with you quite well. Indeed, because I can hold my own against him. Jin Yin, realizing Charles was avoiding her gaze, turned to him. You mean to say? No. How could a leader seduce their subordinate to join the team with their own body? You go run 15. No, 50 laps around this building. Where am I to go next? After leaving the Utopia, Mo Xie emerged from the sea hundreds of nautical miles away. Should I infiltrate Asgard, Olympus, and the Temple of the Celestials? That had been his original plan. Yet, such an approach seemed rather ineffective. When the time came to settle scores, he could likely wreak havoc directly without complicating matters. Moreover, his sinister realm was cluttered with materials in dire need of organization. The disorder was unsettling. While it was indeed entertaining to engage in undercover work, he could only pilfer a few materials. After rummaging through the sinister realm for quite some time, Mo Xie's gaze landed on the SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star pajamas, instantly illuminating his thoughts. The ancient god cult. How could I have forgotten about my good friend? Should I not infiltrate the ancient god cult? Contemplating the thrilling interactions that awaited him, Mo Xie hastened towards the daxia. How is it that while undercover agents from the sea and river realms are permitted within the ancient god cult, the pinnacle of humanity cannot infiltrate as well? Is it merely a matter of possessing the greatest strength? Is it a problem? After all, the ultimate fate of an exceptional undercover agent is to ascend to the highest position. Why not simply take charge yourself? A day later, Mo Xie reclined leisurely on the sofa in Yi Fan's office. Seated in his office chair was Yi Fan, his expression one of disdain as he exchanged incredulous glances with Mo Xie. You've returned, yet you haven't even checked on Team 136? They all believed you perished. Upon learning that Mo Xie had survived, Yi Fan was so elated that he couldn't sleep the entire night, a joy surpassing even that of winning 100 billion in the lottery. However, after lying there for an extended period, Mo Xie proposed an absurd suggestion that dampened Yi Fan's spirits. Following a harrowing life-and-death battle, Mo Xie still maintained a carefree demeanor, leaving Yi Fan with an inexplicable sense of irritation. Beside them, Zhuqing assisted with paperwork, occasionally glancing up at the two and shaking her head. Such childish individuals. Their behavior mirrored that of children returning home after school vacation. Initially, they were eager to play the guest, but soon enough, their presence became irksome. Consider this. You going undercover in the ancient god society. Does that not sound utterly absurd? It would be far more sensible for you to propose dismantling the ancient god society instead. Chapter 77. Little Yi. Reversed Heavenly Gang. Little Yi. Your thoughts have become rather rigid, which is quite erroneous. Mo Xie sat up straight, gesturing toward the nearby Zhuqing with evident admiration. Just observe little Zhua's composed reaction. Now, compare it to yours. How can one effectively assume the role of commander of the Night Watchers in such a manner? How can you lead the Night Watchers toward further advancement? Mo Xie's words were akin to a vacuum pump, draining the air from the office entirely. Yi Fan? Zhuqing. This is truly absurd. Has the outside world rendered you even more foolish? Calling me Little Zhua is one thing, but referring to me as Commander Little Yi, I dare not listen. With so many documents to sort through, I cannot fathom when I shall finish. It is rather unfortunate, though, as this room is excessively warm. I wish to relocate these documents to an air-conditioned room for processing. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. It seems he has yet to bestow the position of commander upon Mo Xie. Holding Zhuqing, who was preparing to flee, in place, Yi Fan waved at Mo Xie. Now let me ask you, when you entered, did you intend to seize power from the murmur? Would they acquiesce to your demands? I possess muscle. They will comply. Mo Xie rolled up his sleeves to showcase his biceps to both of them. But how is this approach any different from directly confronting them? Yi Fan realized he was struggling to keep pace with Mo Xie's thought process. You see, you aspire to infiltrate the ancient god church without eliminating them directly. However, they will inevitably vie for power against you or engage in deceit, leading to a necessity for violence in the end. What distinguishes this from dropping your trousers to relieve yourself? It is different. I possess charisma. Mo Xie stood up, as if it were self-evident, his eyes darting left and right, prompting the two to cover their faces. Charisma? Indeed. Do you intend to knock out a few youngsters with a punch? Yi Fan was reluctant to delve further into this topic. He waved his hand in resignation, stating, "Do as you wish, just refrain from involving them in nefarious deeds." What else could he do? Continuing to argue with Mo Xie would only lead to his own exasperation. Look, this is exactly what I mean. Mo Xie, with his hands behind his back, approached the door of the commander's office and turned to face Yi Fan and Zhuqing. The two lifted their heads, sensing something. Mo Xie, who had been waiting patiently, spoke decisively. You see, extinguishing the ancient god church is quite simple. However, without this internal adversary, our ranks may grow complacent. As the strongest among humanity of the great Xia, I cannot remain indifferent. I am willing to offer my sincerity to assist in reforming them, inspiring the Night Watchers to achieve new heights. With hands clasped behind his back, Mo Xie left them with a parting image. Little Yi, Little Zhua, the Night Watchers shall ultimately belong to you. You must understand that conflict fosters progress. As an undercover agent, I cannot allow friends and family to be aware of my identity. Thus, today, I choose to exchange my solitude for a better great Xia. With a flash of purple light, Mo Xie vanished, taking with him all the warmth from the office. Zhuqing turned his head rigidly, incessantly trying to soothe Yi Fan. Commander, do not be angry. After surveying the surroundings, Zhuqing leaned closer to Yi Fan's ear, whispering softly, "He is unwell, as you are aware. How could I possibly hold a grudge?" Yi Fan gritted his teeth, pondering that one might mistakenly believe he was the supreme commander of the Night Watch, with the next generation only passing the mantle to him. The ceiling loomed above, as if insinuating that infiltrating the ancient god society required a life sacrifice. "Have Dr. Li pay closer attention. I suspect his condition has worsened." Taking several deep breaths, Yi Fan finally calmed himself to address the documents. Outside the city of Jing, Mo Xie crouched by the national highway, his hands tucked into his sleeves. He was uncertain of his next destination, feeling stymied by the first task of infiltrating the ancient god society. He had no knowledge of the society's headquarters, only that it resided in the West. But when would he discern the specifics of this vague concept of the West? "Little brother, you cannot loiter here. Be cautious of oncoming traffic." A passing vehicle slowed down, calling out to Mo Xie before continuing on its way. Mo Xie silently turned away, presenting his back to the highway. "System, I have boasted in High Cow. I cannot lose face. Do you know where the headquarters of the ancient god society is?" "Little Xie, I am to blame for the aggravation of your illness. It was my decision to conserve energy that intensified your condition due to the aftermath of battle. Allow me to use the power of the Evil Sword Immortal to assist in your healing." Mo Xie's previous display of strength had indeed astonished the system. It had almost led him to believe that Mo Xie was the supreme commander of the Night Watch, adept at reprimanding others. Upon hearing of his illness, Mo Xie's eyes had already turned red, a surge of clarity washing over him. He felt an indescribable sensation, as if the world around him had become more vibrant. The headquarters of the ancient god society is indeed located in the West, but it holds little significance. The gods who founded it reside within their respective realms. The individuals you might encounter are likely within the Great Xia. Then help me locate Murmur. Mo Xia's primary objective was indeed Murmur. After all, who could match the intrigue of Murmur? He is currently on the East Coast. His real-time location is now displayed in your pupil. Be aware at this moment, Bu Li is leading a pursuit against him. He's quite the runner. Mo Xie couldn't help but exclaim. The fact that Murmur could evade capture for so long while being pursued by the ceiling was indeed remarkable. A flash of purple light hovered mere centimeters above the ground, and Mo Xie was instantly transported to the waters of the East Coast. Nearby, a small point of light flickered, revealing a gentleman peering cautiously. Mo Xie reached for the light, pulling Murmur out of his dream. Ernyo, one cannot cheat while playing hide and seek. Murmur? Chapter 78. The Musing of Doubt, Who Are You? The figure, with a fierce glare, hastily attempted to eliminate Mo Xie, only to quickly concoct another nightmare to obscure their traces. They were also apprehensive that Mo Xie might reveal their location, so they endeavored to conceal themselves as well. However, their menacing expression was akin to one intent on taking Mo Xie's life. Silence was the best course if one wished to survive. "I understand." Mo Xie cautiously peeked out, using his mental faculties to assess the situation outside. Bu Li and the Spirit Medium team were searching, and it seemed that Mo Xie's actions had inadvertently disclosed the general direction of the musing. "Don't go out there. Are you trying to get me killed?" Musing abruptly pulled Mo Xie back and stealthily extended their own head to observe the surroundings. Upon observing the external circumstances, Musing began to silently gather their strength. They still possessed a final trump card, a long-distance teleportation, albeit one that required considerable energy and preparation time. "Keep an eye out for me. Once I make my escape, I shall bestow upon you unexpected benefits." Although Musing harbored intentions of eliminating Mo Xie, they recognized the gravity of the situation. For now, they would bide their time, observe, and if Mo Xie survived, they would personally take action to eliminate him. Regardless of which city's night watchman he was, it mattered not. "I understand. I will surely protect you." Mo Xie, having subconsciously adopted the role of a follower, nodded earnestly. When one's subordinate sought assistance, it was imperative to respond. This was how one cultivated loyalty among followers. "Don't move." Mo Xie disregarded Musing's shocked expression and seized him, propelling them both out of the water's surface. This not only interrupted Musing's teleportation, but also positioned him prominently before Buli. What just happened? How did I end up here? Musing felt an unexpected lightness in his body. Regardless of the bewildered Musing and the astonished Buli, Sierra raised his right hand in front of Musing, declaring, "If you wish to lay a hand on my subordinate, you must first consult me." After delivering this righteous warning to Buli, Sierra cast a reassuring glance back at Musing. No, is he out his mind? This was the only thought coursing through Musing's mind. Your loyalty is commendable, but I am destined to perish here today. Realizing this, Musing began to covertly accumulate power in his palm. His long-standing principle of independent action had proven to be sound. A hastily recruited bystander was bound to lead to complications. As he faced impending doom, he intended to drag this individual down with him. Your subordinate? Buli glanced between Musing and Sierra, struggling to reconcile the two. Surely, this individual could not have survived, though perhaps his condition had deteriorated. Buli's piercing gaze remained fixed on the energy accumulating in Musing's palm, yet upon observing Sierra, he opted not to intervene. Instead, he decisively dialed Yi Fan's number, the contents of their conversation unknown, before placing the phone aside. I understand. After ending the call, Buli gazed deeply at Sierra. Yet before he could speak, Musing took action. A punch aimed at Sierra's throat was launched, while his eyes remained fixated on Buli, fearful of any interference. Yet, his concerns were unfounded. What are you doing? Sierra delivered a swift slap that sent Murmur spiraling through the air, twisting several times before crashing to the ground. His eyes were filled with confusion. What had transpired? Had this seemingly fragile young man truly cast him aside? Was it possible that his own dreams had turned against him? Murmur questioned the very essence of his existence. Yet Buli merely cast a calm glance at him, clasping his fists toward Sierra, urging him to enjoy himself. With that, Buli departed the area accompanied by a thunderous pillar. Enjoy? Murmur gazed at Sierra, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. To have a captain of a special team, a pinnacle among humans, bowing in respect and wishing him to have fun, it felt surreal. Was he not part of the Night Watch? Reflecting on the internal rumors of the Great Sia's Night Watch, Murmur lay flat on the ground, his eyes seemingly devoid of focus. Hadn't he perished? Ha! It was all a ruse. This individual intended to take matters into his own hands. Acceptance was the only path forward. Perhaps only as a divine emissary could he comprehend the true strength of the gods. And this fellow, snap out of it. Damn it, this Buli was indeed formidable. How had they managed to stalemate for so long? Sierra, gritting his teeth, did not awaken the despair within Murmur. Observing this, Sierra stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering if he had lost his wits. With this thought, he hastily donned his Patrick Star pajamas. SpongeBob, let's catch jellyfish, he exclaimed. Catch jellyfish! Catch jellyfish! Murmur suddenly transformed, his excitement igniting as he jumped up, shouting, Patrick, let us catch jellyfish. And let us have delicious crab burgers. Now, that was the spirit. The first subordinate he encountered upon entering must exude vitality. Sierra grasped Murmur by the shoulder and led him to the sandy beach. I wish to join your ranks. I am utterly weary of the constraints imposed by the Night Watch. Together, we shall grow strong and create a new era of glory. Murmur nestled within Sierra's embrace, unsure of how to respond. How can I trust your intentions? Clearly, you are here for your own amusement. You cannot genuinely intend to join their ancient cult, can you? Before becoming the pinnacle of humanity, perhaps the Night Watch had endured its own discomforts. Yet, attaining such a status as Sierra's, that position and influence could not be traded even for the entirety of the Bailey group. Murmur remained silent, but it did not deter Sierra from affirming his own standing. I have heard that within the ancient cult, status is determined by strength. Would you not agree? It must be so. Murmur dared not utter a word of dissent, already preparing to flee the moment he parted from Sierra, ready to escape the Great Sia. Regardless of what Sierra said, he would acquiesce. Then summon your followers. Allow me to assist them in elevating their spiritual realms. Certainly, Murmur eagerly lifted his gaze. Summoning them meant he could finally break free from this individual. What did he care if those followers perished? Do not worry. Simply utilize your abilities to gather them. No need to leave my side. Let's first embark on the elevation of our souls. Murmur? What elevation? Half an hour later, beside the crosswalk at the intersection. How can your gesture of assisting the elderly lady bring her any comfort? Mosia helped an old man to a safe spot and promptly directed Murmur. Although our intentions are noble, we must still emphasize the quality of our service. Yes, indeed. Dressed simply in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Murmur bowed his head, feeling aggrieved yet hesitant to retort. Initially, he contemplated fleeing, but when Mosia pinned him to the ground with a swift motion, all his hopes were dashed. His nightmares, it seemed, were of no use against this individual. Regardless of how intricately he wove his fears, they remained ineffectual against Mosia. Moreover, this was under the condition that Mosia was unarmed. He resolved to behave himself and adhere to the circumstances as they were. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but reflect on the fact that their ability to create a commotion in the Great Xia was solely because the Empire refrained from employing its true power. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, merely deploying a couple of human elites would suffice to eradicate them. Young man, you are all good children. Do not hold it against him, said the elderly lady, patting Mosia on the shoulder, her back hunched as she clutched a 50 yuan note and shuffled to the side. As she walked away, she couldn't help but admire the high standards of the youth. Well, we hired them to help us cross the street, 50 each this fee. Murmur rubbed his hands together. He actually had little money on him, as he usually relied on his abilities to gather enough funds when needed. But with Mosia present, he dare not use them. In this endeavor, you are cultivating yourself, thus it is only fitting that you bear the cost. But why should those you assist incur no charge? Because the individuals I help are merely those who need to cross the street and do not require hiring. Chapter 79. The Believers' Cleansing Squad. The following day, Mosia took to the streets with Murmur, diligently sweeping the bustling food street. Naturally, Mosia wielded the tongs, while Murmur donned gloves to pick up litter by hand, observing the ceaseless flow of refuse accumulating on the ground. Murmur felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate those who carelessly discarded it. Spotting Mosia engaged in conversation with a few nearby individuals, Murmur gritted his teeth. Never mind, he thought, best to continue working. Murmur had resigned himself to his fate. Yet he couldn't help but be captivated by the sight of several individuals watching from a distance of several meters. Could it be that the master has lost his sanity? The third seat fixated on the banana peel that Murmur had picked up with bare hands, momentarily perplexed. Was there some ulterior motive at play? The fourth seat couldn't help but ponder this. After all, gathering all believers except for the first seat must signify some significant undertaking. First, he would observe the surroundings. Once he confirmed the situation, he would approach to make contact, wary that this might be a trap. The second seat's gaze fell upon Shun Qingzhu, his eyes glinting as he noted, "10th seat, you're a fresh face, time for some close investigation." Indeed, Shun Qingzhu kept his hands in his pockets, making his way toward Murmur. Having recently joined, he needed to earn their trust. Thus, he resolved to maintain a facade of normalcy. Was it true that those under Murmur's control would obediently comply? Sometimes, one's actions do not reflect their innermost thoughts. As Shun Qingzhu approached Mosia, he hesitated momentarily. Turning, he gazed at the familiar face, unable to process his presence. How could he be here? Since joining the Believers after the training assessment, he had severed all connections with the Watchers. He was aware of a formidable individual, yet he had no inkling that this person was the very one who had acted so erratically at the onset of training. Was he under surveillance? Or was he an undercover agent sent by the Watchers? Shun Qingzhu struggled to suppress his astonishment, passing through Murmur and moving toward the opposite side. He has infiltrated too? After exchanging a glance with Mosia, his heart steadied further. Thus, he mused, there are indeed comrades within this undercover team. Now he could rest soundly. Upon sensing the arrival of his believers, Murmur felt an unshakable chill in his eyes. At this moment, he realized he was entirely under MOC's control. He wished to refuse, yet fear paralyzed him. As for leveraging their abilities to aid his escape, he could only imagine the wrathful pursuit of an enraged MOC. After surveying the surroundings, the second seat, clad in plain clothes, appeared beside Murmur, akin to two agents clandestinely meeting. In a hushed tone, he spoke, "Master, aside from the first seat, we have all arrived." Casting a glance at the expectant MOC, Murmur wiped his nose with his wrist and instructed, "Bring them all over." "Understood," the second seat replied, raising two fingers and making a subtle gesture. One by one, the believers approached the cleansing vehicle where Murmur was stationed. Come, brother. Take this." MOC decisively handed a vest, broom, and dustpan to the second seat. "That section is now in your charge. Brother, you appear rather feeble. Your sole responsibility will be to wipe down the lampposts and railings. All the necessary tools, such as cloths and small buckets, are readily available to fully equip these individuals." Thus, the faithful cleaning crew has been officially established, comprising 9 devotees. These devotees exchanged glances with Murmur, then turned to MOC in confusion. "Who are you to enlist us for public service?" they questioned. "Chief, say something." Murmur lowered his head, clutching the bag tightly, urging everyone to work diligently and divide the tasks so he could lighten his own load. Ultimately, a single remark extinguished the chatter. Although the faithful were still bewildered, they joined the ranks of the cleaning brigade. At 11 o'clock at night, Murmur gathered the devotees around MOC, who lay sprawled across the cleaning vehicle, visibly frustrated. "Sir, though I fail to comprehend your leniency towards him, I propose we eliminate him. He is utterly insufferable, treating us faithful as if we are insignificant." The second seat stood beside Murmur, gritting his teeth. This individual had been provoking them all day, pointing out every speck of dirt. It must be noted that they were devotees who could kill without a second thought. Should today's events be divulged, no one would believe it. "Not I. If you wish to test it, it has nothing to do with me." Murmur repeatedly shook his head. With a jest, did he truly think him foolish? Last night, while MOC slept, he had merely ventured 50 meters away, and a knife had been thrust before him. The bloodlust surrounding Murmur led him to suspect that the knife had witnessed the slaughter of millions. Unsurprisingly, MOC lay obediently on the street, sleeping soundly through the night. Very well. The second seat glanced at the other devotees. They all nodded in unison, concentrating their mental energy to launch an attack. Sunshine Psychiatric and the 9th seat remained motionless. One hesitated to strike MOC, while the other sensed danger and refrained from action. Whoosh! Before their attacks could reach MOC, a circle of purple energy emanated from him. Aside from Sunshine Psychiatric and the 9th seat, who were recognized as allies by MOC, the others stood frozen in place, enveloped by an aura of death. It felt as if they were on the precipice of demise. Cold sweat dripped incessantly from their foreheads, soaking their backs. What is this power? So formidable, so terrifying. Although Sunshine Psychiatric and the 9th seat could not fully grasp the sensation, they could still make inferences. "Look at Murmur, even his body is trembling," they observed. The heart of the one who had been attacked shattered instantaneously. Under such secondary trauma, unless one were to ascend to divinity, recovery was unlikely. The mere knife of one attack was already terrifying enough. Now, with multiple attacks extending to encompass this purple circle, it seemed as though one was indeed invincible. Once the sinister domain retracted, none of the assembled devotees dared to utter a word. The individual before them, fast asleep, could not be underestimated. Even combined, they were no match for him. In that moment, all eyes turned towards the first captive, Murmur. "Boss, could he be the target of this mission? It's no wonder you took matters into your own hands and engaged in such underhanded tasks. So what do you suggest? Should we lure him to the headquarters of the Night Watch, or abandon him in the capital?" This was their immediate thought. Such a formidable individual, appearing rather simple-minded, could easily be manipulated into madness. Is he not a walking catastrophe? Sunshine Psychiatric felt his mind was insufficient to comprehend the situation. How could they have possibly infiltrated with such a powerful being, who sends their strongest into the fray as an undercover agent? Moreover, Even the strongest must feign weakness at the outset to blend in, right? Enough of this. As soon as the second seat finished speaking, he was silenced by whispers. The surveillance doesn't add up either. Who sends cleaning tools to their own observers? You want to die, but I do not. Did you not see? I am his captive. He felt besieged from all sides. In front of him was a mysterious figure with unknown intentions, while behind him, his subordinates were applying pressure. It was a pincer attack. Everyone lay down around him. Remember, do not stray beyond a 50-meter radius. After, whispers issued the warning. He leaned against the wheel of the cleaning cart and closed his eyes. Surprisingly, after a day of fasting, fatigue began to envelop him. Shen Qingzhu glanced at the ninth seat beside him, who merely shook his head and lay on the pavement. After scanning the vicinity, Shen Qingzhu extracted a deflated air mattress from the cleaning cart and inflated it using air valve. Lifting his gaze, he was met with the earnest eyes of the ninth seat. You have a solution. Let us squeeze in together. Chapter 80. The connection and departure of two undercover agents the next day, as Mo Xie accompanied his followers to visit the elderly in the nursing home. He finally met Shen Qingzhu in a secluded corner of the facility. With his hands clasped behind his back, Mo Xie presented only his silhouette to Shen Qingzhu, murmuring, "You came after all." This phrase echoed repeatedly, yet Shen Qingzhu could not grasp its meaning. Eventually, Mo Xie abandoned the coded message entirely, lamenting the lack of prior agreement on the signal. Are you also an undercover agent? Is it true that you are an undercover agent? They both spoke in unison. Mo Xie sensed an unsettling tension. If his covert status was so apparent, why did Shen Qingzhu remain skeptical? It's nothing, Shen Qingzhu replied, his lips twitching as he scrutinized Mo Xie intently. Given your formidable strength, why not simply eliminate them all? Shen Qingzhu had joined the followers with the singular aim of dismantling their organization. With Mo Xie's considerable power, he could easily annihilate them. Handling the matter swiftly would indeed be a prudent course of action. Do you have any idea how many lives they have taken and how many families they have destroyed? Shen Qingzhu's voice quivered with emotion as he spoke. He recalled his two close friends, who had the potential to become guardians, but instead met their demise in those very woods. Why grant them another chance? Witnessing Shen Qingzhu's fervor, Mo Xie momentarily contemplated revealing the truth. I actually have a different plan, he said, his gaze earnest as he locked eyes with Shen Qingzhu. Given the disparity in their positions among the guardians, he felt no obligation to explain himself, especially since he had not done so for Yifan. Yet, Shen Qingzhu's relentless pursuit of vengeance for his fallen comrades, and the fury he felt upon learning of the followers' deeds, compelled Mo Xie to consider his words carefully. What plan? Shen Qingzhu, aware of his own emotional turmoil, hurriedly quelled his inner agitation. If Mo Xie chose to act, the followers would be eradicated in an instant. There are matters you remain unaware of, but I can divulge that within the mist, I require them to pave the way with their lives. I assure you, they will not return alive. Mo Xie had not merely returned to toy with the whispers of the past. The base of the Black Goat's offspring lay deep within the misty sea. While these followers could indeed provide him with a wealth of resentment, they paled in comparison to the significance of the Black Goat in his heart. The ability of the Black Goat's progeny ensured a continuous supply of resentment and vitality. Millions of Black Goat offspring awaited him. With the aid of the system, he had located their position. However, it was guarded by the key of the door and methods left behind by the Black Goat. Being someone who valued his life, he needed others to scout the path ahead. These individuals were indeed suitable for the task. As for their strength, he had already devised a solution. While he could not guarantee a secure ascension, an upgrade fraught with side effects was certainly achievable. All right, I trust you. Shen Qingzhu saw only sincerity in Mo Xie's eyes, leading him to place his faith in him. You may take your leave now and proceed to the capital city, continuing your role as a night watcher. Mo Xie tossed the emblem into Shen Qingzhu's hands, a token that would authenticate your identity. Shen Qingzhu clutched the emblem inscribed with Mo Xie's name, still contemplating whether to return it. The emblem signifies the identity of a night watcher and bestows upon them the ability to deliver the final blow. The matters shrouded in mist are surely complex. It would be more prudent for the emblem to remain with Mocia. Keep it. Otherwise, the scrutiny will be a cumbersome process. To be frank, I have no use for it. Whenever there are issues, he directly approaches Xiao Ye's office. Exhausting potential? He possesses his own power through the 7 deadly sins. Why would he need such substances to elevate his standing? By the way, this matter is equally pertinent to you. Mocia turned to glance at the 9th seat, who was eavesdropping from a distance. I will have whispers assist you with the questions swirling in your mind. Since you are a person of commemoration, Yi Fan will take good care of you. Outside, Mocia still addressed Yi Fan by his full name. While private discussions may be informal, public interactions must adhere to decorum. The 9th seat emerged from the shadows, astonished as he fixed his gaze on Mocia. Who on earth are you? How do you know my identity? It is worth noting that he is directly overseen by the commemoration. Very few are privy to such knowledge. Why should I disclose how I know? Mocia glanced at the 9th seat and then at Shun Qingzhu. From here on, I will be conducting obedience training with both of you. Your presence is merely a waste of time. Before long, under the influence of Mocia's intimidation, whispers gulped nervously, subtly shifting the sheath of the dagger at their neck aside. I will unfasten it at once. Now, it seems there is no pretense left to uphold. Yet, to discover that there are 2 infiltrators from different factions within my own ranks? How could I be so inept? As Shun Qingzhu and He Lin stepped onto the street, both found themselves momentarily taken aback. Is it truly this peaceful? Chapter 81. The establishment of the 5th Special Squad Reserve half a month later. Lingchi, officially discharged from the hospital, remained at the base of Team 006 in the capital city after making arrangements with Yi Fan. Lingchi exchanged prolonged glances with Shun Qingzhu seated across from him, then pushed a pawn back on the chessboard. Is it truly necessary for you to surreptitiously advance your pawn? Shun Qingzhu silently moved his pawn forward a space. Although I'm merely a pawn, I have undergone specialized training, allowing me to move faster than your foot soldiers. Then why can your rooks make multiple turns? Lingchi covered his face, feeling his blood pressure rise, marveling at the intricacies of life. I can drift with one hand while driving. Even with 2 cars racing simultaneously, it poses no challenge. Shun Qingzhu, with an air of nonchalance, decisively positioned both rooks in front of Lin Chi's general after he made move. You are playing unfairly. Why not just capture my general directly? Lin Chi felt somewhat agitated. What is the point of a game of chess if you play like that? What else is there for me to do? Because if I were to capture your general outright, how would my undercover piece fulfill its purpose? Shun Qingzhu captured Lin Chi's general using his own piece. You have certainly captured my attention. Lin Chi straightened his posture and used a nearby piece to eliminate Shun Qingzhu's undercover pawn in a straight line. My general has long been aware of your undercover piece, which is why my other pawn is my true general. After Shun Qingzhu had just cleared a row of Lin Chi's pieces with a laser cannon, a hint of a smile graced his lips. Laser cannon, Chancellor to a UN general. Lin Chi stacked 2 pieces atop the pawn below, forming a blockade. Because I have 2 chancellors to assist, after distributing power, I can move 3 pieces simultaneously. Lin Chi orchestrated a wave of commands. Let me show you the might of the swift steed. 2 knights dashed across the screen, decisively capturing many of Shun Qingzhu's pieces before halting beside Lin Chi's remaining cannon. 2 knights supporting the cannon form a rocket artillery. Thanks to mechanization, I employ fully automated attacks. It does not consume movement turns. Before Shun Qingzhu could react, Lin Chi's 3 stacked pieces swiftly obliterated all of Shun Qingzhu's remaining pieces. I have won. Lin Chi leaned back, reveling in the bewildered expression of Shun Qingzhu. Playing unfairly? Playing unfairly also requires intellect. Mere modern infantry. How could they possibly rival my combination techniques? Impressive. Shun Qingzhu gazed at the 2 stacks of Lin Chi's pieces with fervor. Let's play again. I have conceived a plan to construct a space-based weapon base using all my pieces. I shall certainly defeat you. Lin Chi's mouth twitched slightly. Is that how we are going to play? In a turn-based game, you would resolve everything in one go. I refuse to continue. Why not continue? Shen Qingzhu protested. Your idea is quite creative. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Fan had been observing their game with keen interest. Commander, the two promptly stood while Yi Fan took a seat. Call Xiaoping and go in from the doorway. Chia, Brother Zhu. Bailey Pang Pang peered out from beside the door, and upon seeing Lin Chia and Shen Qingzhu, he leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, You're all right. How splendid. Following Bailey Pang Pang, and Qing Yu and Chao Yuan also made their appearances. Despite Qing Yu being somewhat unfamiliar, the interaction among the five flowed harmoniously. Yi Fan handed a document to Lin Chia, stating, As we agreed, I shall gather them, and you will serve as the acting captain of this 5th Special Squad. Very well. Having resolved a matter that had weighed on his mind, Yi Fan whistled as he returned to his office. At that moment, he was halted by Zhu Qing, who bore a peculiar expression. Commander, what is it? Yi Fan hung up his coat, poured himself a cup of tea, and settled into his seat. Over the past fortnight, Mo Xie, along with the followers of Murmur, had engaged in various charitable endeavors, achieving a commendable satisfaction rate of 90. Was there any opposition? Ye Fan inuited, furrowing his brow as he examined the reports Zhu Qing had provided. None. Everyone has been exceedingly cooperative, and their cooperation has only increased as time progressed. Zhu Qing recalled the information reported by Shen Qingzhu, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Is there truly a place within the mist that he dares not enter? It seems we require a suicide squad. How is it that they remain so uninformed about this location? Double the dosage of the substance that attracts spirits and send it to Xiao Xie. Yi Fan concluded the document, handing it earnestly to Zhu Qing. Ensure utmost confidentiality. Aside from the two of us, this must not be shared. Information regarding the mist was scarce. The 5th Special Squad had languished for years, relying solely on the information shared by the Xie Association. Regardless of what Mo Xie had discovered, as the foremost powerhouse of Great Xia, he undoubtedly had his reasons. By the way, Commander, when we reassigned Bailey Tumming, the chairman of Bailey Group exhibited a rather strange demeanor. He should have been pleased. Yet I advise you to keep a watchful eye. Every matter must yield to the 5th Special Squad. After issuing his orders, Yi Fan bade farewell to Zhu Qing. He closed his eyes, reclining quietly in his office chair. Since the Chang'an incident, he had encountered Jiang Zia from the divine side of Great Xia. From Jiang Zia, he had gleaned much about the intentions of the Celestial Lords. Thus, Yi Fan was acutely aware of the esteemed position that the 5th Special Squad, led by Lin Chia, held within Great Xia, a position that warranted significant attention. According to the regulations of the Watchers, the reserve team of special squads was never intended to be singular. Lin Chia's attainment of the sole reserve qualification had indeed come at the cost of 3 vetoes. Rumors circulated among the higher echelons of the Watchers that Lin Chia was the commander's illegitimate son. Yet, he remained unfazed. A gardener never refrains from nurturing the seeds he has sown due to the provocations of others. His own veto power as the commander was a tool to counterbalance the potential disruptions caused by conflicts of interest among the higher-ups. A steadfast commitment befitting his role as the commander of the Watchers. All of this was largely thanks to that young man. Yi Fan couldn't help but recall Mo Xie's cheeky grin. Having confidence indeed brings a sense of inner peace. The Night Watchers are inherently placed beneath the great gods of the Daxia, unable to slay deities. However, the extraordinary existence of Mo Xie has forcibly elevated the status of the Night Watchers, positioning them just slightly below the great gods of Daxia. Thus, he is privy to more information from the Daxia gods. Yi Fan slowly closed his eyes, recalling the knowledge he had gathered about the Cthulhu gods, and a sense of unease began to stir within him. If Mo Xie were to entertain thoughts of confronting those deities, should he intervene? Moreover, a more pressing question arose. How did Mo Xie uncover such information? The Cthulhu gods are sealed upon the moon. Could they also exist within the mists? It seems there are still many mysteries that elude me. Yi Fan chose to place his trust in Mo Xie. Rising to his feet, he drew forth a sheet of white paper to analyze the current situation of Daxia. The great god of Daxia is still in the process of mending the heavenly court and has not made an appearance publicly. Meanwhile, in their eyes, Mo Xie is presumed dead. To prevent any further ascension to godhood among our ranks, the foreign gods are likely to take action during this critical period. After pondering for a considerable time, Yi Fan directed his gaze towards the north of Daxia. First, he would send them to Shaoxia to enhance their strength, and then have them venture northward to summon the Emperor of Fengdu as a safeguard. Chapter 82. Daily Settlements and the Enhancement of Spiritual Power. Can we truly earn money through these daily settlements? The sixth seat set down a bag of cement and inquired of the fourth seat, feeling that we are not much different from mere mortals at this moment. Let us get to work. We must submit 60 to 70 every day, or we shall face punishment. Mo Xie stood atop a nearby high-rise, surveying the believers engaged in various daily tasks within a radius of several kilometers. How can one strip another of their capacity for thought? How can one ensure compliance? The capitalists are the true masters here. Initially, he intended to rely on his own efforts, but upon realizing the inefficiency of his endeavors compared to that of the capitalists, he succumbed to their methods. Thus, he could barely scrape by each day, collecting 60 to 70 without anyone to oversee him. Mo Xie's gaze was primarily fixed on murmurs and the second seat, for these two were the easiest to manipulate. Proper control was imperative. Have you arrived? Mo Xie did not turn around, yet the 5 burly figures of the reserve team behind him were nonetheless detected. Qi Yi and Qing Yu exchanged smiles upon seeing Mo Xie's silhouette. They had heard of his survival, yet knowing was vastly different from witnessing it. As for Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu, they were left feeling restrained. The commander stated that you can assist us in swiftly elevating our realms. Lingchi, well acquainted with Mo Xie, now harbored a fervent desire for strength. Thus his words were straightforward. Of course, he spoke so candidly only because he understood Mo Xie's character. Il comprend mon taxi replied. Indeed, Yi Fan had made promises, and the method was of his own invention. By aiding Lingchi Yi and the others in their rapid growth, perhaps many things might change, and those who should not have left might find their way back. He had always been solitary. Only by directly eliminating all enemies, including Azathoth, from the outset could any transformation occur. Otherwise, he could not govern everyone. Chubby, I advise you against using forbidden items. Be cautious, lest I shatter them. Mo Xie turned to face the heavily armed Bai Li Chubby, a faint smile gracing his lips. What? Not a single item can be brought? Bai Li Chubby's countenance turned ashen, as his very life and fortune depended on these forbidden items, to be denied their use. However, to rapidly enhance one's power, must one destroy forbidden items? Despite his confusion, he was always one to heed advice, promptly placing all forbidden items into free space. Agreed. I shall assist you in elevating your realms, but whether you can stabilize them is entirely up to you. Mo Xie unfurled a portion of his domain, immobilizing the 5 men in place. Before they could react, the oppressive force of the domain surged forth. With Mo Xie's extraordinary manipulation abilities, he could precisely suppress them according to their current strengths. Among them, it was Lingchi Yi who first bent under the strain. Under the weight of gravity, the malevolent energy incessantly eroded their spiritual power, leaving them devoid of strength. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. Chao Yuan's eyes widened, and under the influence of the malevolent energy, a surge of hostility welled up from within him, causing his hand to instinctively reach for the hilt of his blade. Do not let him touch the knife. Lingchi gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, casting a glance at his equally oppressed teammates, placing all his hopes on Mo Xie. It's all right. I have experience with this. It's just the Black King. After all, not worthy of comparison to myself. Mo Xie merely intensified the gravitational force, effortlessly deflecting Chao Yuan's blade aside. The overwhelming strength radiated outward, pinning the 5 individuals to the ground. We're going to die. We're going to die. Bai Li Pang Pang emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Although he bore the least pressure, his inherent weakness rendered him vulnerable. And Qing Yu surveyed the surrounding domain with wide-eyed wonder, brimming with excitement. What a fascinating ability. I truly wish to understand its principles. But I wonder, can dissecting Mo Xie yield any insights? Shun Qingzhu, meanwhile, remained steadfast alongside Lingchi Yi. gritting his teeth in determination. He must grow stronger. He absolutely must become incredibly powerful. After all, it was merely pain. He could endure it. Only Chao Yuan intermittently revealed a sinister smile, his malevolence bubbling fiercely. Bang! Mo Xie stamped down on Chao Yuan's back, overwhelming his dark energy with pure malevolence. Behave yourself. The untainted sinister energy exerted full force against the Black King's dark aura. While the Black King was formidable, he paled in comparison to the unparalleled malevolence embraced by the Evil Sword Immortal. Thus, Mo Xie easily suppressed the dark energy emanating from Chao Yuan, leaving lingchi and the others in awe. Now, this is truly remarkable. As they felt their mental energy nearly deplete, Mo Xie began to siphon off the resentment of half the Great Xia. The continuous flow of resentment transformed into mental energy, enveloping Lin Xie and his companions. Each individual absorbed the mental energy like a sponge, replenishing their reserves. Meanwhile, the excess mental energy was converted by Mo Xie into sinister energy, integrating it into the domain as a reserve for future use. Goodness! Bali Pongpong's previously despairing wails transformed in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief. I've replenished my mental energy, increasing my total by 10%. At that moment, he ceased his lamentations. It's merely a bit of pain. I can endure this and reach the pinnacle of humanity. Brother Mo, no, my great brother. Feel free to ravage me. Bai Li Pang Pang adjusted himself into a more comfortable position, embracing the domain's pressure. Although the intensity had risen significantly compared to the previous oppression, it remained within his limits. Come on, get to me more fiercely. The others also sensed the change in mental energy, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The speed of this enhancement was truly exhilarating. Shen Qingzhu fixed his eager gaze on Mo Xie, silently pleading, "Can you elevate the intensity to my limits?" He understood that such opportunities would be scarce, if not non-existent, in the future. His innate talent might be lacking, so he must seize every chance for growth. Snap! Mo Xie snapped his fingers lightly, amplifying the sense of pressure once more. System, please assist me in monitoring this. I shall take a brief respite. Such energy-efficient endeavors were likely within the system's capabilities. After all, logically speaking, the greater the alteration to the world, the more benefits the system could potentially reap. The Nightfall Squad, having matured a year in advance, surely made a significant impact on the narrative. Over. Recently, the Evil Sword Immortal has been plagued by existential doubts, and fearing that he might drive others to madness, I decided to let him take a day to recuperate. Mo Xie could distinctly sense that the pressure exerted on Lin Chi Yi and his companions was judiciously distributed, generally aligned with their limits. As night descended, when Murmur returned to the rooftop with his followers, he could not help but cast a regretful glance at the sprawled figures before him. These unfortunate youths had fallen into the clutches of this perverse individual. Their youthful spirit of resistance was evident, as their sweat pooled upon the ground, suggesting they had persevered for the better part of the day. Remarkably, they showed no signs of relinquishing their resolve. Mo Xie was acutely aware of the inner turmoil of these individuals, yet he paid it no heed. This indicated that he had performed his duties effectively at this moment. He was indifferent to whether Lin Chi Yi and his companions were indeed the night watchmen. What lingered was the melancholy of being fellow wanderers in a vast and desolate world. "Bring it here," Mo Xie commanded, extending his hand to receive the day's wages from Murmur. They would rest here tonight and continue their endeavors come dawn. He gestured toward a nearby section of the rooftop, where some moss clung stubbornly to the surface, far from being as pristine as this spot. The numbed Murmur led them away, his vacant gaze betraying a complete loss of hope. Observing the departing figures, Mo Xie flipped his palm and discreetly withdrew, broken delusion, slicing gently through the air toward them. This strike was not aimed at their spirit, but rather at a fragment of their rationality, endeavoring to leave only obedience in their eyes. This was a clandestine effort he had been undertaking for the past month, and judging by the current situation, it appeared to be nearing fruition. "Are we to sleep here as well?" Bai Li Pang Pang lamented, sprawled on the bare concrete floor, surveying the desolate surroundings. If only I had the means, I would gladly fund our comfort. It was not a lack of funds, but rather, once the enhancement commenced, it could not be halted, leaving them to endure this hardship. M.O. Sierra retrieved a skewer of grilled meat from the realm of malevolence and squatted beside lingchi, inserting it into his mouth. Once lingchi bit down, M.O. Sierra pulled it away, urging him to eat a little. You must stay awake throughout the night. You need to maintain your vigor. After ensuring that the 5 young ones were sufficiently fed, M.O. Sierra procured a reclining chair and settled himself in the midst of them, facing Murmur and his entourage. Alone, he felt no fear, yet he was apprehensive about Murmur potentially taking action against Lin Chi and the others. Bai Li Pang Pang lay on the concrete floor, consumed by regret, thinking to himself, had I known, I would have invited my brother to secure us accommodations in a 5-star hotel. This is nothing but unnecessary suffering. Chapter 83. The massage parlor on the ground. Lin Xie and his companions had been lying there for nearly half a month. Each of them had essentially reached the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, while Lin Xie had even advanced to the early stages of the High realm. Of course, had they adapted to their mental prowess more swiftly, they would likely all be at the High realm by now. That's enough. Any further enhancement would be detrimental to you, M.O. Sierra remarked, casting a glance at the 8 individuals behind him, who resembled puppets, before finally focusing on Lin Xie and the others. I could still hold on. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, attempting to shift his position on the ground, yet found it impossible. The rapid enhancement of his mental strength had resulted in a situation similar to M.O. Sierra's. His physical form could not keep pace, leading to a lack of compatibility. That's enough. M.O. Sierra retracted his domain, causing the 5 to feel a sudden lightness. Yet they were still unable to rise from the ground. Is this still my body? Why does it feel so heavy? Bai Li Pang Pang struggled to prop himself up with an elbow, only to collapse back down with greater speed. With great effort, Shen Qingzhu managed to raise himself with both hands, striving to adapt to his own body as he looked at M.O. Xie, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. M.O. Xie assessed the condition of several individuals before enveloping them within his domain. He then leaped into a narrow alley, halting before a massage parlor. Good day, sir and gentlemen. The receptionist, observing M.O. Xie with his arms wide open, saw 4 men leaning against him, while the largest among them, the plump Bai Li, lay across M.O. Xie's back. She couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wait, are these individuals half dead? And instead of going to a hospital, they've come to our massage parlor? Is a massage deemed more vital than life itself? Moreover, these people are quite odorous. Can't you see? 5 of you. Assist them a bit and find the 5 best massage therapists for me in a private room. M.O. Xie had little interest in massages. It was not a battle. So what was the need for physical contact? Inside the largest private room of the parlor, M.O. Xie leaned against the doorframe, scrutinizing the 5 men with varying expressions. Lin Xie observed the hands of the girl massaging him, secretly learning her techniques. Although massages could indeed facilitate their swift adaptation to their bodies, receiving one from a woman made him somewhat uncomfortable, his face slightly flushed. Thus, he could only acquire massage techniques to augment his skill set. The pressure you're applying on this acupoint is incorrect. The muscles here are rather delicate. While it may relieve tension in the short term, it risks muscle wear. And Xingyu earnestly instructed the woman. He was exceedingly familiar with his own body. You can lower your hands by about 2-3 centimeters. Move your index finger to the right by the width of 1 finger and increase the pressure by 10%. That would be optimal for my muscles and tendons. Don't be nervous. Just follow my lead. The girl massaging and Xingyu glanced at her colleagues nearby, unable to suppress a cold sweat. The man she was massaging was remarkably professional and seemed quite knowledgeable about the human body. Could he be a star talent at some renowned parlor? Bai Li Pang Pang, however, had more opinions to share. With his recovering arm, he waved lightly. One is not enough. Bring in a dozen more. Let us have a comprehensive massage for my brothers. As soon as Bai Li Pang Pang finished speaking, he was abruptly halted by M.O. Xie, who delivered a sharp slap atop his head. You dare to think like that? Turning to the group of young women, she shook her head. No need, just the 5 of you. With that, M.O. Xie addressed the crowd. What you seek is not mere comfort, but rather a thorough engagement with your bodies through targeted massage techniques. Shen Qingzhu and Qiao Yuan felt somewhat uneasy. They were not fond of having a woman administer a massage to them. Although it was pleasant, it felt akin to mosquitoes crawling on their legs. How long will this take? Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, tensing his body. You can only stop once you succeed. The more you tense up, the longer it may take. She replied, I will do my utmost. Qiao Yuan poked Shen Qingzhu with his finger, suggesting, we could learn from Qi, learn massage techniques. Instantly, Shen Qingzhu's eyes lit up. Indeed, that might alleviate the awkwardness. Observing the group's demeanor, Mo Xie shook her head slowly, excluding the peculiar in Qingyu and the already accustomed by Li Pangpang. The remaining three were young lads who seemed a bit out of their element and had begun to learn massage techniques. Even lingchi exhibited a fervent enthusiasm for learning, as if he were destined to graduate from massage school the moment he stepped outside. With two others also engaged in learning, one familiar with human anatomy and the other who had been massaging since childhood, the future of Nightfall might very well include a massage service. Chapter 84. Slaying Balder, luring Loki. The payment had been made. After settling the bill, Mo Xie glanced back at the sign of the establishment, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he recalled the 5 individuals. Uncertain of how much the narrative had been altered, he dismissed any concerns. For the marks had been made, and it was time to attend to his own affairs. In a flash, Mo Xie appeared upon the southern expanse of the sea, stepping deliberately towards the encroaching mist. The moment he entered the fog, he had assumed the visage of Nephthys. Although visibility was somewhat hindered, it did not impede Mo Xie's perception. This time, let Nephthys become the nightmare of the gods. A smirk graced his lips as he surged toward the nearest divine presence. How could the territory of the Black Goat be left unaccompanied? He needed to attract more gods, such as the corrupted Odin or the creator Brahma, who had a poor sensitivity to the corruptive forces. Meanwhile, Balder, who was searching for Nephthys upon the surface of the sea, adjusted his golden hair, the strands cascading onto his white attire, yet no one noticed. Loki's claim that Nephthys possessed some divine artifact was utterly laughable. What could she possibly possess of value? As Balder traversed the waters, his keen eyes scanned the surroundings. Wait, what is that? Balder halted, fixated on the enchanting silhouette within the mist. That aura. He swiftly transmitted a signal to Loki and drew forth his sword of light, its tip aimed at Nephthys. Hand over what you possess. Is that so? What is it that you desire from me? Mo Xie turned, retrieving a nearly meter-long bloodthirst from his chest. Is this what you seek? Would you prefer a blade of purple energy, or perhaps red, or perhaps a maroon blade? His smile bore a hint of madness, yet with the grace of Nephthys' appearance. It appeared alluring. Stop your tricks and face me. Balder unleashed a strike, a wave of golden sword energy infused with the principles of light, cleaving the waters before him. The pressure of a supreme deity overwhelmed the entire sea. Is that all you can muster? A flash of disappointment flickered in Mo Xie's eyes, yet he soon found solace. Not all deities possessed strength beyond that of a supreme god. Most remained at the level of a typical deity. Since the news had already spread, he need not squander time here. Though you may be somewhat feeble, for the sake of stealth, I shall employ the red blade. Mo Xie summoned the blood energy stored within, bloodthirst, and executed a single slash. The crimson blade energy raced across the water's surface, colliding midair with Balder's golden sword energy. Despite utilizing only a fraction of his power, he maintained a clear advantage. It was worth noting that this blade had absorbed the blood of countless deities. Impossible. You truly possess such an artifact. Balder's eyes gleamed with avarice upon witnessing the dense blade energy devoid of any principle from Nephthys. What appeared to be a casual strike was able to hold its ground against his earnest blow. Perish! Mo Xie flashed before Balder, his eyes capturing the glint of greed that sparkled within Balder's gaze. With bloodshed in hand, Balder felt the encroaching presence of death, his eyes filled with fear. Without a moment to contemplate, he fused his divine power with the principles of light, unleashing a golden beam that repelled Mo Xie. Indeed, villains often perish from their verbosity. Even a righteous protagonist like myself must refrain from excessive chatter. Mo Xie was indifferent as he pursued Bader. Planning to flee? Is escape truly an option? In a flash, Mo Xie appeared directly before Bader. This is your end. In that instant, as Mo Xie immobilized Bader, he casually unleashed a blade of energy that shattered Bader's divinity. The mist of blood merged with the bloodshed, and Mo Xie turned his gaze toward a familiar presence nearby. Could it be Loki? Mo Xie, clutching his chest, sat upon the surface of the sea, having assumed Bader's form, concealing the bloodshed. Bader belonged to Loki's pantheon. Fortune seemed to favor me. Mo Xie had never forgotten. Eliminating Loki equated to liberating Sister Nan. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. So vigilant, Mo Xie gradually rose from the water, gazing in Loki's direction. Loki, since you have arrived, reveal yourself. I initially found Nephthys, yet I was indeed no match for that blade. Is the legend truly so formidable? Loki, believing he could deceive Mo Xie's perception, emerged behind him. Yes, it is indeed formidable. Had you not arrived in time, I might have. Mo Xie clutched his chest, attempting to approach Loki. However, Loki swiftly created distance. Is he afraid of me? Loki scanned his surroundings, thinking, I am merely slightly stronger. Why would he fear me? Loki's eyes narrowed in suspicion as he regarded Mo Xie, questioning whether he feared their combined assault. Mo Xie realized Loki was excessively wary, never anticipating such levels of suspicion. It seems a softer approach will not suffice. I must employ stronger tactics. Do you doubt me? Mo Xie seized Loki by the collar, his eyes fierce. I have devoted myself to you. You do not trust me? Loki replied, perplexed. Not at all. I merely harbor reasonable doubts. Why are you so defensive? Yet, Loki was no fool. Mo Xie's condition was indeed anomalous. Locking eyes with Bader, a glimmer of cunning crossed Loki's gaze. You are not Bader. He would not speak to me in such a manner. Loki began to weave his schemes, preparing to strike at Mo Xie. But Mo Xie moved faster, having been preparing even before Loki's arrival. Indeed, he would not address you in such a way, but I will. Mo Xie's chaotic domain distorted everything around him, altering the very logic of the world within. At that moment, the bloodshed was plunged into Loki's body. You employed deceit to manipulate the logic of the universe or circumstances to fulfill your desires. Mo Xie observed Loki's shocked expression, a manic smile spreading across his face. What is the matter? In my realm of chaos, altering logic through trickery proves to be quite the challenge, does it not? From a moment Mo Xie arrived in this world, he pondered how to confront the deities. His understanding of the frequently encountered Loki runs deep. While Loki's abilities may superficially resemble the nightmares of Murmur, they are in essence entirely distinct. Murmur's powers lean towards transforming dreams into reality to execute a myriad of attacks. In contrast, Loki's cunning revolves around manipulating the logic of existing facts, altering the course of events. To contend with Murmur, he requires no preparation. His system's capabilities suffice to counteract it. As for Loki's abilities, once he established his domain, he felt no further apprehension. For within this realm, all rules are set by Mo Xie himself. By sowing chaos among these rules, Loki's intricate schemes, rooted in prior regulations, would naturally become unviable. How could this be? Who are you? Loki is acutely aware of the vulnerabilities in his powers, and he conceals them adeptly. Yet, how does this individual possess such knowledge? Even if he must relinquish this avatar, this person must be dealt with. This time, Loki refrained from weaving a web of trickery. Instead, he ignited the divine power and deceit within his being. Creating an avatar to vex me was one thing, but to self-destruct? After Mo Xie thrust his blade and discovered he had not shattered Loki's divine essence, disappointment washed over him. Is it impossible for there to be a modicum of trust between individuals? Must one perpetually resort to such avatars? With a fierce swing, Mo Xie unleashed a blade of sanguine energy, piercing through Loki's projection. The resulting burst of blood mist naturally flowed back into the blade of bloodletting. It appears the objective has been achieved. Mo Xie fixed his gaze upon the trajectory of the crimson blade, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he transformed back into the visage of Nephthys. The form of this woman is rather cumbersome. I am grateful for your assistance. Chapter 85. The Escape of Sue, surrounded by the gods Nefertis. What do you think you're running? Sue and Set stood side by side, gazing at Mo-Sia from a distance. They were acutely aware of the formidable weapon in Nefertis's possession, and they had no desire to meet their demise. Their primary concern was ensuring that no one could escape. Am I running? Mo-Sia's lips curled into a manic smile, her crimson gaze barely contained. As the other gods made their way, she resolved to eliminate as many as she could. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Set. Set, be careful, Sue urged, conjuring a gust of wind that erupted between the three, sending them all hurtling backward. With urgency, Set and Sue empowered themselves with their laws and raced in the direction they had been blown. Boom! Mo-Sia's foot struck the air with a deafening sound, propelling her forward in pursuit of the two. Time was of the essence. Every foe eliminated was a victory. Gripping the hilt of the bloodthirsty tightly, Mo-Sia discreetly expanded her domain, flashing before the two men. Her domain now spanned thousands of kilometers, indicating her instantaneous travel could cover that same distance. Such speed, Sue and Set, well acquainted with Nefertis, found themselves momentarily dazed by Mo-Sia's velocity. Their eyes instinctively fell upon the bloodthirsty. Was this weapon truly so extraordinary? Indeed, it seemed capable of transcending space. Recalling the events that transpired in the Sun City, Sue and Set suddenly grasped the situation, yet understanding did little to quell their fear of death. Mo-Sia's gaze immediately fixed on Sue. Set, once proud to be the first god slain by Zhou, had his own shared notoriety, but Sue was the one who had uprooted an entire city from the Great Xia, a feat made possible solely through his mastery of laws. Thus, in this critical moment, Mo-Sia preferred to eliminate Sue first. It's over. Sue, upon meeting Mo-Sia's gaze, instinctively retreated. Why was she focusing solely on him? Surely, this meant his life was forfeit. Set understood that Nefertis harbored a deeper desire to vanquish Sue. Though unaware of their entangled history, he had no time to waste and fled. Nefertis' chilling voice echoed in Sue's ears, causing his eyes to widen in shock. With no time to escape, he summoned the law of wind, enveloping himself in a colossal tornado. In his haste, however, he neglected that the eye of the storm was a sanctuary. Mo-Sia's voice resonated behind Sue as the bloodthirsty pierced through his being. Crack! The divine essence shattered, and Sue stared at Mo-Sia in disbelief. His divine core obliterated. Having prepared numerous safeguards before confronting Nefertis, Sue had not anticipated that Mo-Sia would so ruthlessly shatter his divine essence. With his divine core destroyed, even if he were to survive, he would be reduced to a lesser deity. Unless that solitary possibility remained, igniting a flicker of hope within Sue. Without hesitation, Shio activated his contingency plan. In the temple of the god of wind, a column of raging winds erupted, instantly obliterating the sanctuary. The tempestuous force surged forth from the Sun City, flooding into the realm of the wind's law. I shall return. Shio's eyes widened as he transformed into a gust, dissipating into the ether. This maneuver left Mo-Sia utterly bewildered. Remarkably, it was the first time a deity had eluded his grasp. Mo-Sia glanced upwards at the laws suspended in the void. Logically, he had destroyed Shio's divinity. How could he still wield the laws? This conundrum eluded his understanding. However, there was no time to ponder. He swiftly turned towards Satyr. Unfolding his domain, he appeared directly behind Satyr in an instant. This time, he had no intention of exchanging words. He plunged his blade directly into Satyr's being. Satyr had no chance to summon the laws before Mo-Sia annihilated his divinity. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of blood energy, obliterating Satyr. A deity devoid of divinity is merely a lesser god, and such beings are easily vanquished by the pinnacle of humanity. It seemed that only Shio had managed to escape, but I must hasten my pace henceforth. Montauk Sea contemplated. An endless mist of blood merged with bloodshed. At the heart of this sanguine fog, Nephthys appeared as a formidable dark goddess. At least in the eyes of the approaching deities. 3 divine presences had vanished from this realm. Ra and Zeus exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with greed at the sight of the blade in Moc's grasp. A few fallen gods in exchange for a powerful artifact. Quite the bargain. Just as the two shared a moment of understanding, Odin arrived on the scene. He immediately suppressed the divine pressure, compelling Moc to relinquish the blade. Zeus and Ra simultaneously exerted their own pressure, forming a triangular stalemate with Odin, demanding the blade be handed over. Moc regarded the three with a slight smirk. Like an innocent penitent, he raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. He then positioned bloodshed before him, earnestly addressing the assembly of deities. I acknowledge my wrongdoing, and I am willing to surrender this blade, but for the sake of my survival, I wish to reveal to you where I acquired it. Moc's voice reverberated through the air, met with silence from the deities, who collectively held their breath. Their so-called honor mattered little to them. However, the location of the blade's origin was enough to stir the interest of every god present, who could guarantee that only one such blade existed. Hearing the heavy breaths of the deities, the countenances of several high-ranking gods turned grim. Nephthys' willingness to disclose this information would benefit them, but not at this moment. Not with so many present. She could not monopolize the prize. Odin's gaze fixed on the blade in Nephthys' hand, a spark igniting in his eyes. Could a weapon of such power be linked to that pantheon? If that is indeed the case, then that place should rightly be in our possession. Surely, one is more suited than all the deities combined. Moreover, if one can deceive them all, perhaps one could harness the power of the environment to corrupt them, turning them into loyal subordinates. Shall we venture forth together? Odin gazed at Zeus and Ra across from him, feeling assured that she would not resort to any treachery. Although Zeus and Ra were displeased with Moc's public declaration, they were nonetheless inclined to proceed. After all, at this juncture, no one could claim it all for themselves. Excellent. Upon hearing Zeus and Ra's response, both Moc and Odin smiled, having reached an unspoken understanding without prior consultation. And what of this dagger? Moc glanced at the 3 supreme beings, adopting a feigned expression of grievance reminiscent of Nephthys. You may hold the dagger for now. Zeus and the others were not foolish. It was indeed best for the dagger to remain in Moc's possession, ensuring their future collaboration remained unaffected. Ra extended his hand, transforming the solar principle into chains that bound Moc's form. Unfazed, Moc turned and soared towards the depths of the ocean. Very well, I shall guide you. Do follow closely. Chapter 86. The slumber of the black goat. In an unremarkable corner of the vast Pacific Ocean lies a profound abyss. Moc, accompanied by the deities, gestured towards the waters below. It is here, he proclaimed fervently, recalling his previous encounter with something extraordinary beneath the surface. His gaze burned with fervor as he focused on the depths. This is the resting place of the black goat. Whether the black goat has truly awakened, Moc could not ascertain. However, he was convinced that their intrusion would surely precipitate its awakening, an awakening over a year earlier than anticipated. All events would unfold at least a year in advance, granting him the privilege of harnessing the power of the black goat's offspring to augment his own strength. In this moment, Odin's mind echoed with faint whispers, and suddenly his eyes gleamed with realization. It is indeed here. While the black goat remained in slumber, Odin could only perceive its muted murmurs from Asgard. Yet here, those whispers resonated distinctly, linking this place inexorably to the Cthulhu mythos. Simultaneously, Zeus, Ra, and Odin directed their divine consciousness towards the ocean's depths, seeking anomalies within. Moc held the weapon bloodletting with quiet anticipation, fully aware that they would uncover nothing. As he had surmised, after a considerable pause, the 3 supreme deities turned their gazes toward Moc. Are you toying with us? Without the whispers in Odin's mind, Zeus and Ra were oblivious to the secrets that lay beneath, suspecting that Moc was merely jesting. Please, trust me. I ventured into the waters and stumbled upon a concealed space. Sia implored, sensing their skepticism. Stepping forward resolutely, he declared, I am willing to descend once more. You may perceive for yourselves. With that, he leaped into the ocean. After an indeterminate descent, he found himself enveloped in a realm of darkness. Gazing at the translucent space before him, a smile crept upon his lips. Its concealment was rather adept. Just as he prepared to navigate toward the hidden domain, an attack emerged from an unexpected angle, knocking him off balance. Raising his head, Sia sensed a familiar aura, his eyes widening with intensity. A tempest of rage flooding them, crimson suffusing his gaze. You again. You seek to thwart my grand design. He raged like a madman, fixated on a shadowy corner of the ocean floor. You think to impede me? In your dreams. Come fort. But do not coddle them. Let me handle the confrontation. After muttering to himself several times, the crimson in his eyes gradually faded. Turning his focus to the hidden space before him, a subtle smile graced his lips. He retrieved the whispers from his domain. Each entity in the depths resembled marionettes, frozen in place. Perfectly, with the ghostly lure prepared by Xiao Yi. He felt no need to harbor resentment any longer. Sia produced a syringe, methodically identifying each target. In a matter of moments, the essence of the whispers surged into the realm of humanity, reaching the pinnacle of its potential. The realm of murmurs approaches the divine. Go forth. Sia, arms crossed, quietly observes, murmurs, and the multitude of devotees assaulting the concealed space. Fortunately, he had previously experimented with this. As long as he drew near, a certain figure from the future would launch an attack against him. This was precisely why Sia sought to utilize murmurs and the others as mere pawns. You may strike at me, but surely you would not employ such grand measures against those on the brink of death? It became evident that Sia's conjecture was correct. The individuals attacking the hidden space elicited no response whatsoever. Particularly, the second seat's spatial abilities, devoid of any regard for consequence. Subtly pried, opened a minuscule rift in the concealed realm. Quickly, unleash your powers to widen this breach. Montag si commandit ordentlich. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Murmurs, eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light, the previously vacant pupils regaining vitality. Yes, I'm willing to become the strongest. I shall join you in ruling the entire world. Murmurs appeared as though possessed, murmuring incessantly in place. At this juncture, murmurs truly began to murmur. A faint smile graced Sia's lips as he fixed his gaze upon the rift in the hidden space. Black Goat, it seems your awakening is commendable. With a swift motion, Sia drew forth severed delusion and, with a decisive slice, rendered murmurs into a living corpse. Fearing that Black Goat might influence other devotees, he opted to transform them all into the same state. Allow me to assist you in your self-destruction with the remnants of your power. Sia extended a hand, as purple malevolence coiled around them in tendrils. In the next instant, the dark energy surged within, igniting their mental prowess in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! 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 A succession of detonations erupted on the ocean's surface, generating towering waves. Seizing this opportunity, Sia transformed into a shroud and plummeted into the deep sea. Come fort. Let it be you who opens that space. Chapter 87. The Black Goat Awakens. The arrival of the creator Brahma, a thunderous roar erupted as towering waves surged, startling the gathered deities. The presence of Nephthys vanished. R.A., familiar with her essence, reacted instantaneously at the moment of her disappearance. This aura, Odin sensed the familiar breath of the chthonic deities, plunging headfirst into the sea, attempting to monopolize it. Zeus, attuned to the peculiar energy of the concealed realm, followed closely behind Odin as he dove in. R.A., too, would not lag behind, plunging into the water's depths. Yet, the other principal gods remained motionless, silently encircling the domain of the sea, their eyes flickering with hints of gray. The whispers of the Black Goat, as a rift was torn in the hidden space, indirectly influenced them, albeit not severely. Thus, more gods began to awaken, shaking off the whispers that danced around their ears. The king of gods has descended beneath the sea. The divine artifact. Quick, follow. It is all mine. No one shall compete with me. The deities surged into the water like dumplings tossed in a boiling broth, all moving toward the location of the hidden space. As they journeyed into the depths, they beheld three supreme beings working in unison to rend the hidden realm asunder. Together, they struck. Zeus cast a sharp glare at the eager deities behind him, releasing a fraction of his divine power. He needed to preserve his strength to vie for treasures from Odin and Ra naturally. Zeus and Ra shared this sentiment, all choosing to conserve their might as they plunged into the hidden space. Despite their individual motives for breaching the hidden realm, the radiant glow of dozens of laws still uplifted Emo's spirits. Yet, he pondered, what expressions would they wear upon discovering the black goat? And what if they failed to find it? Would these gods be tainted, becoming mere pawns of the black goat? Ah, yes, indeed. The black goat had just awakened and required immense energy. These gods were ripe for the taking. Moreover, without the key of the door to ponder upon, the black goat would likely leave them with naught but their bones. Thus, in this venture, he and the black goat were allies. It was time to enter and unveil the truth. Mo confirmed that the deities had all entered the hidden space. With a flash, he slipped into the concealed realm. This hidden space, at its core, was merely a layer of dimensionality, albeit a grand one. It bore resemblance to the environment of the deep sea. At its center, within the depths of the water, a mass of black tendrils, swirling like ominous clouds, writhed incessantly. Each tendril was anchored to the sea floor, connecting to numerous nests, where its offspring lay dormant, awaiting the energy to awaken. Above the waters, a small patch of pristine land was obscured by mist, rendering it indistinct. Here! Odin hovered in midair, scanning the surroundings, but finding no anomalies. The waters here were not akin to those outside. In this realm, where all perception is shrouded, attempting to grasp the situation below is no simple feat. Odin's eyes brimmed with disappointment. He had anticipated that, much like the moon, this place would be teeming with gods of the K-class. To his dismay, he discovered that only the essence of these deities lingered here, devoid of any true K-class god. Well, let down. Yet, Odin turned and delved into the land, commencing his search. Since he could not find a K-class god, he resolved to at least seek an artifact that could rival that fabled blade. Zeus and Ra shared a similar sentiment, surveying their surroundings with forlorn expressions. However, the prospect of discovering a divine artifact was not one they intended to forfeit. Meanwhile, Mos stood aloof in the heights, surveying all beneath her. The majority of her gaze fixated on the sea's surface, yearning for consumption. Let those fledglings truly come to life. The tentacles extending forth resembled clandestine operatives inching closer to the surrounding deities. This was due to the supreme presence nearby, which restrained their reach. Mos remained unfazed, observing quietly. It mattered little. Even with limited freedom, she could still channel her own power. As two deities were devoured, Mos's keen eyes locked onto a particular spot in the deep sea, where she absorbed a vast amount of resentment. Now, let me put this to the test. What is more abundant, the lifeblood and resentment of a deity, or the sustenance derived from nurturing a fledgling of the black goat? With a splash, Mos plunged into the ocean. The surrounding tentacles, sensing the fragrance of life, began to edge closer to her. Silence. Allow me some peace. A sudden, exaggerated grin spread across Mos' face, her crimson eyes exuding a sinister aura. This dark energy formed a rudimentary protective barrier, shielding her from the whispers emanating from the black goat. What is this so-called real world? What does it mean to grow stronger? It's laughable. I have heard countless whispers, and yours amount to nothing. Be silent. Only supreme power can dictate everything. I have no need for your pathetic strength. I can become the strongest on my own. How absurd. What nonsense are you spouting? I understand this world far better than you, and you dare to speak boldly here. Each enhancement Mos experienced Every intake of resentment subjected her to an endless barrage of whispers. The mere whispers of the black goat? How preposterous. Isn't it merely seductive? Apologies, but she has no weaknesses. Montaxi, undeterred, drew forth the bloodthirst, closing her left eye as she steadied the blade for a precise strike. Practice is the only true measure of truth. I have heeded your warnings. With a swift motion, Emocia unleashed a powerful slash. The sanguine energy, mingled with her dark aura, radiated a purplish-red light akin to a straight line, swiftly slicing through the fledglings. A series of explosive sounds ensued, as many fledglings were transformed into the blood energy Emocia required before they fully awoke. Without a moment to spare, she swiftly positioned herself at the edge of the hidden space, ready to emerge at any instant. A howl from the black goat reverberated through the minds of all the gods. Even Emocia, who was cautious of the forces of the cursed system, found himself entranced, as if an indescribable entity was howling in his mind. No, I must remain composed. He quickly shook his head, regaining his senses. The immense aura of blood stirred within him, evoking a sense of discomfort. Indeed, the resentment he felt was far greater than that of merely slaying a deity. Yet the bloodlust was considerably lacking. This Emocia could accept. After all, the offspring born are inherently low on energy. And if one were to give birth to a direct descendant of a supreme deity, this world would be unmanageable, even with all its advantages. It appeared that the opportunity for collaboration with the black goat would be squandered. Emocia suddenly unleashed a strike towards the black goat at the heart of the ocean. The crimson blade aura sliced through half of the concealed space, landing within the domain of the black goat. Boom! 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 At this moment, Emocia truly ignited chaos. The entire hidden realm began to flicker, and the tentacles beneath the water transformed into swarms of insects, all surging forth, coalescing into an immense black cloud in midair. This is. The arriving creator Brahma felt this surge of energy and instinctively grew wary. This is bad. It is a cursed deity. We must join forces against him. Recognizing the black goat, creator Brahma acted decisively. They were all at the pinnacle of power. Their strengths were not to be underestimated. And with 3 allies at his side, he could attempt to deal with the black goat, even if one assisted him. All right, let's unite against him. Zeus and Ra were certainly no fools. If they did not eliminate this threat, acquiring their goals would become arduous, for although the cursed deities were enigmatic, their power was formidable. Only Odin was merely playing a part. He had already made an agreement with the black goat, thus having no cause for concern. In fact, now he should devise a way for the black goat to escape reasonably. Opportunities would only arise amidst the battle. Chapter 88. The Triad of Divine Beings in Motion, transporting within the Great Xia. On a private aircraft, lingchi was preparing to fulfill his mission when an unexpected stillness enveloped him. His consciousness delved into the recesses of his mind, entering his own mental asylum. He sensed unusual activity within the confines of the facility. The 5th ward remained undisturbed, so why was there commotion emanating from the 6th? Lingchi scrutinized the emblem of the 6th ward, yet the door resisted all attempts to be opened. Could it be that something had transpired with the patient inside? Or was there some anomaly at play? Pondering deeply, Lingchi stood before the door. At that moment, Nikes and Merlin ascended the stairs, positioning themselves beside Lingchi. Child, what troubles you? Nikes inquired, gazing at the door's insignia before letting out a sigh of relief. Do not worry, within lies a benevolent elder. Meanwhile, Merlin was engaged in a magical calculation, eventually shaking his head at Lingchi. This disturbance appears to be incidental. You must first open the preceding door before this one can be accessed. I understand, but I cannot shake the feeling that a pair of eyes is watching me. Lingchi replied. Inside the 6th ward, Chaos awoke from slumber, turning to gaze at the resting black goat with astonishment and delight. Have I awakened already? This is a significant difference from before. Has the cycle been interrupted? Chaos was unable to revel in the joy, as a pair of piercing eyes stared intently at Lingchi through the ward's door. Master, is it truly you? After calling out for an extended period without receiving a reply, Chaos felt a surge of dissatisfaction, coupled with confusion. How could this be? According to the cycle, any minor misstep would rouse Lord Azathoth. Yet, why has his child awoken early without disturbing the Lord? Could this cycle be doomed to fail? Chaos widened its eyes in alarm. To shatter the cycle was a recurring ambition for chaos. With such an unexpected turn of events, was this not a fortuitous opportunity? I must inform that individual. Preparations must be made for seizing control of this asylum. After murmuring softly, Chaos sent a message spiraling through the currents of time and space. As soon as Chaos's message materialized within the tumult of time, a hidden aura flickered, and the information manifested before a portal. The gateway in the river of time pulsed with a gray luminescence, its thoughts unknown. However, a portion of the power within the portal vanished into thin air, unmistakably indicating the intervention of the key of the door. The three divine entities of the Kishi clan had acted, yet only the essence of Black Goat attracted the attention of the two celestial dignitaries restoring the heavenly realm. After all, one resided in an uninvestigable mental asylum, while the other was ensconced in the river of time, making scrutiny impractical. Nevertheless, the aura from Black Goat was strikingly evident, as were the lingering echoes of 5 supreme battles. Has it manifested so swiftly? Yuan Shi Tian Zun murmured softly, turning to the nearby Dao de Tian Zun. My avatar has ventured to Fengdu. What your end? Dao de Tian Zun shook his head. Unless I go in person, this matter cannot be resolved. Observing the distressed countenance of the primordial supreme being, the Taoist of virtue deftly moved his fingers and raised his gaze towards the heavens. With an air of determination, he remarked, the Black Goat has awakened. We must expedite our restoration efforts. When it strikes the lunar seal, we must be present. The primordial supreme being slowly closed his eyes, acknowledging the situation. Moreover, the Daxia's strength is formidable. It may serve a more significant purpose. After resolving the Fengdu incident, my avatar shall seek out the commander of the Night Watch. With these words, the primordial supreme being intensified the flow of divine power, collaborating with the Taoist of virtue to hasten their repairs. Although the celestial origin was not fully restored, a considerable amount of mist had begun to envelop them, an auspicious sign. In a hidden space, Mo Ciel lurked in the shadows, observing the battlefield where 5 supreme beings contended, nervously biting her nails. The situation felt amiss. Odin had yet to engage, and his power dissipated as it reached the Black Goat. Zeus seemed considerably affected by the Black Goat's presence, while La merely drifted aimlessly. The true force was the fully unleashed Creator Brahma. Mo's analysis laid bare the battlefield's dynamics. Creator Brahma, witnessing his own divinely constructed defense remain intact while the combined efforts of the 3 beside him faltered, felt a surge of frustration. Is my strength truly greater than theirs combined? Nonsense. These fools are merely toying with me. When they strike, they seem to exert every ounce of power. But do they not understand what we face? While the Black Goat has just awakened, we still have a chance. Otherwise, when it regains its full strength, our realms shall perish. Creator Brahma's fury was palpable, and he even suspected that these beings were waiting for his divine power to wane, intending to ensnare him entirely. What to do? This battle is unavoidable. We cannot allow it to escape. Yet, he was uncertain if he could confront it alone, all while remaining vigilant against potential ambushes from his so-called allies. In his frustration, he yearned to cast them aside, preferring to challenge the entity solo rather than be encumbered by their presence. Suddenly, Odin and Mo simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the ethereal silhouette of a portal that had emerged in the sky. The key of the door transcended the river of time, exuding an ancient, grayish aura that momentarily stunned this fragment of space. Odin's eyes quivered. This was the key of the door belonging to the 3 pillars of divinity. Once he harnessed the power of the Black Goat and the key, he would be poised to claim the strength of chaos, making him the most powerful being in existence. Conversely, Mo's eyes blazed crimson. This aura was all too familiar. He had been ambushed multiple times by this very entity. However, there was a slight difference. The aura felt somewhat weakened this time. In previous encounters, The power had been more substantial, as it had dissipated while attacking him, leading him to suspect that it was the aftermath of a certain entity's interference. On this occasion, the key of the door took matters into its own hands. With a swift motion, it immobilized this layer of space. The primordial Brahma and La were immediately transported away, along with all the chief deities, followed by Zeus. Ultimately, only Odin and Mo Yi remained. Odin, bearing the taint of the Kashi within him and having dealings with the black goat, naturally could stay. However, for Mo Yi, the key of the door, found himself powerless. He was utterly unable to trace Mo Yi's existence within the vast currents of time and space, hence incapable of facilitating his departure. Thus, Mo Yi, devoid of any sense of presence, witnessed the transaction between Odin and the black goat. As for the desire to uncover the content of their conversation, is hardly a trivial matter. Let us not forget that Mo Yi possesses the ability to discern the sinister thoughts lurking in the hearts of those around him. These two individuals are the leaders of malevolence. They surely would not engage in discussions about the construction of a great Xia, would they? Unseal the moon, and we shall grant you the strength to take that step forward. Chapter 89. The formation of the placenta. Clues from Zhang Zilai. Just as Mo Xia emerged from the spatial interstice, he appeared a few kilometers offshore, disguised as Geb. Facing the pantheon of gods, he seemed like a freshly arrived entity. R.A., observing Mo Xia's robust physique, nodded in quiet approval. Indeed, his trusted subordinate had made a remarkable recovery, and, astonishingly, his strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the supreme deity. Ra's discerning eye had proven astute. Upon transforming into Geb, Mo Xia had subtly augmented his aura, projecting the presence of a supreme deity. However, the true power still resided within Mo Xia himself. R.A. gently inclined his head towards Mo Xia, gradually scanning his surroundings. Feigning nonchalance, he could not afford to reveal anything in front of so many, lest it bring trouble to Geb. Yet, R.A. was clearly overthinking. Zeus and the creator Brahma were fixated on the freshly emerged Odin. "What are you doing inside?" they demanded. "I did nothing at all," Odin replied, hands clasped behind his back, preparing to return to Asgard. Why should he explain himself to this insufferable fellow? Besides, he genuinely had done nothing, merely exchanged a couple of words. Perhaps that individual lacked sufficient power, and "I am too formidable to be summoned all at once," Odin mused, his voice echoing across the sea. Instantaneously, it ignited the nerves of creator Brahma. "You think you're strong? If so, why didn't you act earlier? You must be in cahoots with those fellows." Stripped of malevolent thoughts, creator Brahma's logic was somewhat straightforward, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly turned to peer into the distance, where a shadowy figure materialized upon the waves. Yet, in the next moment, the mist shifted and the figure vanished, akin to a mirage. Nevertheless, creator Brahma's instincts were infallible. "Destruction, you have indeed returned." When he turned back, Odin had already departed. Creator Brahma chose not to utter another word, silently leaving. He had initially been reluctant to partake in this affair, but upon sensing the aura of the chaos deity, he hurriedly arrived. Having brought no entourage, his return was swift. One by one, the deities departed, yet Mo Xia remained undeterred. Fixated on the silhouette that had fleetingly appeared within the mist, his brow furrowing. He seemed to have sensed Zhang Zilai's presence, but it quickly dissipated. Could it be him? Mo Xia stepped forward, determined to pursue and discover the truth. His quest to locate Zhang Zilai amidst the fog had never ceased. But this was the first time he had a lead. "Geb, how are you faring? Where are you headed now?" R.A. inquired, concern evident in his tone. Mo Xia's eyes narrowed, his resolve unwavering. "I find that Brahma is far too arrogant. He has shown you no respect whatsoever." Ra's expression darkened. Brahma had the audacity to chastise him as a worthless being upon his emergence. This was not mere disrespect. It was a blatant disregard for his divinity. "What do you intend to do?" R.A. asked, his eyes narrowing with displeasure towards creator Brahma. In the grand realm of the great Xia, there exists a profound saying: when a master is dishonored, the vassal must perish. The very fact that he harbors trepidation towards that entity indicates his vulnerabilities. I am resolved to delve into this matter, to empower you with the initiative once more, enabling you to trample upon him with fervor. Mo Xie bore an expression of unwavering determination, complemented by the robust visage of Gai Bu, which lent an air of credibility to his resolve. Excellent. Truly a profound saying. When a master is dishonored, the vassal must perish. Your efforts are commendable, Gai Bu. With one hand firmly resting upon Mo Xie's shoulder, the pressure increased significantly, while the other hand gestured a thumbs up. You are indeed remarkable. Mo Xie stifled the crimson surge in his gaze. Dare to strike me, do you? You have already paved your path to demise. Once I ascend further in power, I shall send you on your way. Then I shall take my leave. Await my good news in the Sun City. Mo Xie hastily bowed to La, acknowledging the weight of responsibility he bore for the Sun City, recognizing the need for rest. Allow me to observe your noble figure as you depart. La met Gai Bu's gaze, biting his lip in agreement. This loyal confidant was indeed commendable, possessing a pleasing manner of speech and a devoted heart to safeguard his interests. Furthermore, equipped with strength and capability, he was undeniably deserving of trust and utilization. La closed his eyes, patting Gai Bu's shoulder. Should any danger arise, utter my name. As long as you reach the Sun City, I shall protect you, no matter who you encounter. As La reluctantly departed, Mo Xie turned away and, submerged in the sea, transformed back to his previous appearance. Foolish creature, once I have resolved all matters, I shall deal with you directly. Clenching his teeth, Mo Xie mused. However, luring you into a vulnerable state may prove advantageous. I could attract formidable foes and obliterate the Sun City in the process. Unbeknownst to La, Mo Xie had already exploited his trust, sealing the fate of the Sun City. He pondered along the way, reflecting upon his ability to discern character. Given the earlier reactions to the creator of the Celestial Void, could it be that old Zhang is not connected to the annihilator of the Celestial Void? As Mo Xie flickered in and out of sight, he searched for the presence of Zhang Zilai. Could it be that after Yu Kuei's demise, the annihilator of the Celestial Void, consumed by inner turmoil, ceased to select agents until he encountered old Zhang, leading to an uncontrollable situation? Chapter 90. The Yada Mirror. Finding Wu Xiangnan, how did I end up here? Mo Xie gazed at the distant island, his crimson eyes betraying an unsettling calmness. This place lay in close proximity to Takamagara and the realm of purity, almost as if they were intertwined beneath the surface of the sea